Millennia ago, the extreme factions of the Earth sought to seize the resources vital for the survival of the starfish, igniting a brutal prehistoric conflict. In the face of the extraordinary abilities of the Earthlings, the starfish crafted 4 sacred artifacts. Under the leadership of Kunlun and the pacifist leader of the Earth, the Dark Robe Envoy, the Starfish Justice Alliance ultimately triumphed, compelling the Earthlings to retreat into the Earth's core. However, Kunlun vanished without a trace, while the Dark Robe Envoy steadfastly fulfilled his promise, becoming the new guardian of the Earth. Following nearly 10 millennia of peace, the disappearance of the 4 sacred artifacts led to a decline in energy, prompting the Earthlings within the core to escape to the surface, creating chaos with their powers. In response to this crisis, the upper echelons of the Starfish established a special investigation bureau, tasked with capturing these Earthlings and repatriating them. In the 35th century, amidst a surge of bizarre occurrences in Dragon City, the seemingly ordinary biology professor, Shen Wei, gradually entered the public eye. In reality, Shen Wei was the guardian of the Earth, the Dark Robe Envoy. It appeared that he and Zhao Yunlan harbored undisclosed secrets. As the investigation deepened, a series of mysterious events pointed towards the 4 sacred artifacts. Malevolent forces from the Earth stirred restlessly, plotting to reclaim the artifacts to restore their power. Within this conspiracy, the true identity of Zhao Yunlan and the enigmatic connection between Shen Wei and the unseen antagonist began to surface. Chapter 1. Number 4. Guangming Road. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month before dawn broke, the streets of Dragon City had begun to empty, with only the occasional chirp of insect from the grasslands punctuating the silence. At 2:30 in the morning, dew fell, and the air turned humid and sticky. Shadows flickered in the corners, creating an unsettling sensation that someone was watching from behind as one walked the streets. At this hour, Guo Changcheng entered number 4 Guangming Road, clutching his notification letter. Orphaned at a young age, he was unremarkable in appearance, introverted, and timid, a natural candidate for a life of beggary. Fortunately, his distant relatives had cared for him, taking turns to look after him until he graduated from university. Regrettably, Guo Changcheng had not lived up to expectations, stumbling through a less than stellar academic career and emerging from a mediocre university with lackluster grades. A young man of his stature, he could hardly muster the courage to speak in the presence of strangers. As anticipated, Guo Changcheng failed to secure a job after graduation and spent half a year idling at home. Eventually, his uncle, who had been transferred to the Ministry of Public Security, could no longer bear to watch and used his connections to secure Guo a position within the police system, hoping to provide him with some semblance of purpose. Guo Changcheng had imagined a future of donning a uniform, brewing tea, managing files, and playing solitaire from 9 to 5 until he received a peculiar acceptance letter. Upon first reading it, he thought there had been a mistake. The letter boasted in bold red letters, "Comrade Guo Changcheng, congratulations on your recruitment. Here, you will enjoy civil servant benefits and salaries exceeding those of your peers in other departments. You will also shoulder the important responsibility of serving the people. We hope you will dedicate yourself to your new role, obey organizational leadership, foster camaraderie with colleagues, and contribute to social stability and national prosperity. Please report to our office at 2:30 a.m. on August 31st, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month at Guangming Road number 4, Human Resources and Logistics Department. On behalf of all our staff, we welcome you as our comrade and ally. Special Investigation Bureau, Year X, Month X, Day X. Under normal circumstances, one would assume that such an odd reporting time indicated a printing error, warranting at least a phone call to confirm. However, Guo Changcheng's social anxiety, exacerbated by 6 months of isolation, had developed into a severe aversion to making phone calls. The mere thought of dialing brought him sleepless nights filled with dread. For this reason, he had evaded the situation until the midnight of August 30th, and he never made the call. Instead, he devised what he believed to be a clever solution. He would forego sleep and arrive at 2:30 a.m. If no one was present, he would find a nearby McDonald's to rest before returning at 2:30 p.m., reasoning that at least one of the 2 timings must be correct. At this hour, the subway in the city was no longer operational, so Guo Changcheng drove himself, navigating with considerable difficulty until he finally located the place with the aid of his GPS. Guangming Road number 4 was tucked away in a secluded courtyard, and after scrutinizing the entrance, he found a small sign illuminated by his phone's light, revealing the address. Beneath the number was inscribed Special Investigation Bureau, accompanied by a police emblem. The courtyard was beautifully landscaped, with parking spaces at the entrance. As he ventured further, he encountered a row of flourishing locust trees, creating a small forest that left only a narrow path. Passing through, he spotted a small building that appeared to serve as a reception area, alongside an older office building. The reception area was still lit, and through the window, Guo Changcheng glimpsed a uniformed figure wearing a cap, engrossed in a newspaper. He had no time to ponder why the reception staff were still on duty at such an hour. He took a deep breath, his palms sweating with anxiety. "I'm here for the job. This is my notification letter," Guo Changcheng stammered, rehearsing this phrase repeatedly in his mind before finally mustering the courage to approach the window. He knocked gently, and before the figure could fully look up, he gasped out, "I am here for the job. This is my application letter." The middle-aged man in the reception area looked up from his newspaper, puzzled. "Huh?" Guo Changcheng felt a rush of despair. He had stumbled over his words, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Fortunately, upon noticing the notification letter in Guo's hand, the man's expression shifted to one of understanding. Oh, you must be the new recruit. What should I call you?" "Ah, I see, Zhao Yunlan. It's been years since we've had a newcomer. How'd you find this place?" Guo Changcheng exhaled in relief. He found solace in the man's exuberance. As long as the man kept talking, Guo could simply nod or shake his head, sparing him the need to formulate responses. "Is it your first day reporting? Let me tell you, you're in for a treat. Our leader is here tonight too. Come, let me introduce you to everyone." At this remark, Guo Changcheng felt a surge of dread. He did not consider himself fortunate. Instead, a cloud of foreboding loomed over him. He had always dreaded individuals who held authority or possessed strong personalities. Since childhood, he had felt his legs tremble in the presence of teachers and had avoided crossing paths with the principal at all costs, despite being an upstanding citizen. The sight of armed police during National Day parades sent him scurrying as if he were a mouse fleeing from a cat. Meeting the leader? He would rather face a ghost. Just then, the door to the building swung open, and a young man stepped out with purpose. He held a cigarette between his lips, his hands tucked in his pockets, tall and broad-shouldered, with thick brows, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose undeniably handsome. Yet his expression was grim. Furrowing his brow, he strode forward with an air of impatience, his body language clearly conveying, "Don't block the way, move aside." Guo Changcheng inadvertently locked eyes with him and was struck by the cold, beautiful gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. He had an uncanny intuition that this striking young man had a temper. However, upon seeing the figure standing at the doorway, the handsome man abruptly halted, as if struck by lightning. In an instant, his expression transformed from one of shock to a warm and inviting smile, seamlessly transitioning from stormy demeanor to one of clear skies, without any hint of hesitation. As he smiled, two shallow dimples appeared on his cheeks, and the corner of his mouth, slightly askew due to the cigarette he held, added to his mischievous charm, making him seem approachable. "Well, as they say, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Come, young man, let me introduce you to our leader," said a middle-aged man from the reception area, giving Guo Changcheng a gentle push forward. Stumbling slightly, Guo found himself blankly listening to the booming voice behind him. "Director Zhao, we have a new colleague joining us today." Director Zhao extended his hand with genuine warmth. "Hello, welcome aboard." Guo Changcheng, feeling somewhat flustered, wiped the sweat from his palms onto his trousers before awkwardly extending his hand, nearly grasping the back of his superior's hand. He quickly retracted it, his movements akin to a nervous electric shock. The dampness under his short-sleeved shirt quickly became evident, as a new world of anxiety began to manifest upon him. Zhao chuckled in a restrained manner, displaying a considerate demeanor. He raised his hand and gave Guo a reassuring pat on the shoulder, effortlessly filling the silence with comforting words. "No need to be nervous, everyone here is very friendly and united. Under normal circumstances, I would have introduced you to everyone today, but given the unique nature of this day, we are quite busy. Please don't take it to heart, I will host a welcome gathering for you soon." "Oh, it's quite late now, how about this? Let old Wu take you inside to meet Wang Zheng, who handles logistics, and she can help you with the onboarding paperwork. Then, you can rest for the night and report back tomorrow morning, all right?" Guo nodded eagerly in agreement. Despite Zhao's earlier urgency, his demeanor now resembled that of a calm Monday morning assembly, speaking at a leisurely pace that neither felt overly enthusiastic nor excessively cold. I apologize, but I have a pressing matter to attend to and must leave. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me directly. Don't hesitate. We're all family here, and I appreciate the effort you've made coming out tonight. Zhao flashed another apologetic smile at Guo, exchanged greetings with Old Wu, and hurriedly departed. Old Wu, seemingly an ardent admirer of Zhao, was positively buoyant as he led Guo Changsheng into the office building, chattering incessantly about the director. You see, our director Zhao is young, capable, and possesses a wonderful temperament. He never puts on airs when dealing with others. Guo was still reeling from the intimidating encounter with a senior leader, his mind wandering as he listened half-heartedly. Unbeknownst to him, as he avoided making direct eye contact, he failed to notice that Old Wu's face appeared ghostly pale under the fluorescent lights, his lips a stark crimson, and the corners of his mouth stretched unnaturally wide, revealing a lack of a tongue when he spoke. The office was bustling with activity, creating an impression of urgency. It was only then that Guo Changsheng began to feel a sense of unease. Logically, late-night overtime was not uncommon for pressing matters, but did it require the presence of the reception and logistics staff as well? Noticing the confusion on Guo's face, Old Wu eagerly explained, "Don't misunderstand. Most of the time, you'll be working regular hours. Unless there's a major case, we rarely work late nights. But it is July, and there are only a few days each year when we are this busy. You won't be a loss, as overtime is compensated at triple the hourly rate, and the monthly bonus is doubled." Guo was even more bewildered. What did he mean by only a few days of relentless work? Did criminals hold mid-year review meetings and share best practices? Or were they following the lunar calendar? Fearing he would appear foolish, he simply nodded in vague acknowledgement. Old Wu continued, "I usually work the night shift during the day," another colleague manned the reception. "You may not see much of me in the future." "Oh, are you a recent graduate? Which university did you attend, and what did you study?" For the moment, Guo set aside his confusion and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, disclosed his unimpressive educational background, adding in a barely audible whisper, "I didn't do very well in school." "Oh, not all. You're a university graduate." Old Wu waved dismissively. "I appreciate young people with education. I, on the other hand, had a humble upbringing. When I was about 7 or 8, I attended a village school for a few years, but my teacher left to pursue other opportunities. Over the years, I've forgotten much of what I learned and can barely read the newspaper." It was a village school. Guo found himself once again perplexed, but refrained from asking further, not wanting to appear ignorant. At that moment, Old Wu cheerfully announced, "Oh, we've arrived." Guo lifted his gaze to see the office door marked Human Resources and Logistics in large red letters on a white background. The red was not quite right, but he couldn't pinpoint why. He stared at the letters for a prolonged moment before suddenly realizing that it resembled dried blood. Rusted red. Old Wu knocked gently on the door. "Is little Wang in?" "In bringing in a new colleague, could you please assist us with the onboarding paperwork?" After a brief silence, a distant yet ethereal feminine voice responded, "Yes, I'm coming." The voice seemed to float in the air, sending a shiver down Guo's spine, causing an involuntary chill at the nape of his neck. Oblivious, Old Wu continued, "I truly apologize, little Guo, for making you come out here at this hour. Unfortunately, like me, little Wang can only work the night shift, so all onboarding must be done at this time." Wait, what did he mean by only able to work the night shift? A fresh wave of cold sweat broke out on Guo's back as he summoned the courage to glance at the hurriedly passing staff. At that moment, he felt a chilling clarity wash over him. In that brief glance, he clearly saw someone in uniform glide past him, their feet seemingly not touching the ground. He had no feet. The office door creaked open, the hinges groaning, revealing a young woman in a flowing white dress. Her voice, hauntingly delicate, sent chills through the air. "Do you have your notification letter and ID with you?" A frigid draft poured from the open door, and Guo's heart raced, suspended in fear, realizing that if he remained silent now, he might just appear truly foolish. He held his breath, slowly raising his gaze, his eyes tracing the pristine white fabric of her dress until they landed on her bare neck. A second later, Guo felt as if his throat were being constricted, emitting a strangled gasp. His mouth hung open, unable to scream, his eyes bulging in terror as he took a step back, his limbs numb and icy, as if they no longer belonged to him. He saw a red line encircling the girl's neck. Not a piece of jewelry, but a tight seam pressed against her skin. Tiny stitches binding her head and neck together. A cold hand rested on his shoulder. An old wuss voice came from beside him. "Oh, little Gua, what's the matter with you?" Gua turned abruptly, his eyes meeting old wuss' paper-thin face and gaping mouth, a gory grin that reached his ears. In a moment of idle contemplation, Gua Changqing mused that encountering a leader was akin to meeting a ghost, and now he had indeed faced the consequences of his thoughts. This very night, he had not only met his superior, but also an apparition. After a brief pause, Gua Changqing fell silent and fainted, collapsing to the ground without uttering a sound, deliberately omitting the theatrics of rolling his eyes. His dear uncle had indeed procured him a most unique position. Chapter 2. The Cycle of Time. The flickering glow of the lights could scarcely penetrate the inky darkness of the night. A young girl stumbled awkwardly, her footsteps echoing against the uneven, dilapidated tiles. Suddenly, her foot caught on something unseen, and she fell heavily to her knees. The sultry summer night felt like a steam chamber, and Li Qian gasped for breath, her fingers nervously twisting the fabric of her clothing. She could hear her own heart pounding in her chest, accompanied by the sound of another's footsteps. Only old-fashioned, soft-soled cloth shoes could produce that distinct rustling sound. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the footsteps were slightly labored, dragging along the ground as though the person were impaired in movement. Li Qian whipped around, but aside from the tiny insects dancing in the light, there was nothing behind her. Her appearance was delicate, a once beautiful girl now disheveled, with hair plastered to her face by perspiration and lips as pallid as her complexion, rendering her beauty severely diminished. Gradually, a strange expression crossed her face, half a cold smile, half a look of resentment, interspersed with an inexpressible dread. "Do not think to ensnare me," she suddenly declared, rising to her feet, her teeth gritting defiantly. "If I can escape you once, I can do so again." The footsteps ceased. Li Qian rolled up the three-quarter sleeves of her top, the skin on her pale arms prickling with goosebumps, as if some invisible force was chilling her in the oppressive midsummer heat. She picked up a brick from the ground, the sound of those insidious footsteps creeping closer from all directions, yet she could see nothing. The absence of visibility was the most terrifying aspect. Li Qian screamed, flailing the brick wildly through the air. The weight of the brick grew burdensome, the rough stone cutting into her palm, and exhaustion washed over her. She bent forward, hands resting on her bent knees, gasping for air, her gaze inadvertently dropping to the ground. Then, her pupils dilated in horror, her body trembling violently as the brick slipped from her grasp and landed painfully on her exposed toes. Oblivious to the pain, she staggered backward, her knees buckling as she collapsed onto the ground. A shadow. It was a shadow. The street lamp illuminated her surroundings, yet there it stood, distinct and clear, the shadow on the ground, as if it had been watching her for an eternity. Li Qian lay there, paralyzed, while the shadow remained upright. "Are you innocent? If so, why fear your own shadow?" She thought she heard a sharp, mocking laughter. Before dawn, the phone on the nightstand rang insistently. It sounded akin to a wail. Zhao Yunlan, who had worked late into the night, tumbled into bed without even shedding his clothes, and, just as he had settled in, he was summoned once more. With a blank expression, he opened his eyes, the weight of fatigue accentuating his double eyelids. He glared at the ceiling with barely concealed disdain for a moment before. As if resurrected, he sat up with effort, struggling to gather the scattered thoughts in his mind as he reached for his phone. Zhao Yunlan's room was an unforgettable chaos, resembling a den of disarray that even a dog would protest against. Clothes were strewn across the bed and floor, their intended fate whether to be worn or washed unclear. The double bed was a jumble of miscellaneous items, some defying the imagination. A laptop half buried under a single sock barely counted, while sunglasses and umbrellas were somewhat understandable. However, a tall hat made of folded paper and a large jar of vermilion left one utterly perplexed. These objects crowded together, leaving just enough space for him to lie down, a nook likely excavated by himself prior to collapsing into it. Zhao Yunlan's expression was sour, as though he were on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet, when he answered the phone, his voice, though hoarse, conveyed a sense of routine. What has happened now? Wang Zheng's voice came through the receiver with crisp clarity. Someone has died. When? Either last night or just past midnight. Just now. Where? On University Road. Zhao Yunlan grimaced, rubbing his face in frustration. Have Lao Chu head there first. Chu Shuji is on a business trip to Xiangxi. What about Lin Jing? She has been seconded to the underworld. Damn it, no need to mention Zhu Hong. She took leave last night during the full moon. Who else is available? I am, Wang Zheng replied, but the sun is about to rise, and I am about to finish my shift. Additionally, there is De Qing and the new intern Guochancheng. Zhao Yunlan yawned, lethargically responding, have De Qing accompany the intern for a look, let the child have some experience. The intern Guochancheng is unable to go anywhere right now, Wang Zheng stated plainly. He fainted upon reporting for duty last night, probably fell asleep right after, and has yet to awaken. Zhao Yunlan inquired, what frightened him? Me and old Wu, Wang Zheng reported with a straight face, concluding, I had already suggested you find a professional funeral home to prepare old Wu's body. Zhu Hong is clumsier than a newborn, and the paper effigies she stitched up look nothing like a person. Zhao Yunlan sat at the edge of his bed for a moment, finally exhaling deeply. I cannot directly intervene. It might frighten the others. But there seems to be no other option. Fine, I shall go take a look shortly. Have De Qing wait for me. He hung up the phone and took 3 minutes to tidy himself before speeding off to University Road. As Zhao Yunlan approached the intersection, he had just begun to decelerate when a shadow plummeted from the heavens. A rotund creature, akin to a furry grenade, landed with a resounding thud on the hood of his vehicle, nearly denting it. Startled, Zhao Yunlan slammed on the brakes, poked his head out of the window, and lamented in exasperation, this is a motor vehicle, a means of transportation, not a litter box. Could you please be a bit more careful? Perched regally on the car's hood was a pitch-black cat, possessing a neck of understated presence and a face resembling a furry persimmon. Its spherical form bore a striking resemblance to an African counterpart of Garfield. The feline curled its hind legs, attempting to draw in its belly, and with great effort managed to extend its relatively short front legs to the ground, maintaining a posture that exuded feline dignity. The rotund cat surveyed its surroundings, and upon noticing the absence of onlookers, quivered its whiskers and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Enough chatter. Get out of the car. Can't you smell that? Indeed. An indescribable stench permeated the air, reminiscent of a biological weapon. Zhao Yunlan exited the vehicle, covering his nose with his hand, and inquired of the cat. Is that stench you're doing? The disdainful black cat leapt off the car with an air of authority, presenting its ample rear to him as it strutted away with an impeccable feline grace. Across the street, several police cars were parked, and personnel had cordoned off the entrance to a narrow alley. After rummaging through his pockets for a while, Zhao Yunlan finally produced a tattered work ID. The young officer stationed by the barrier, who was facing away from the crime scene, hastily glanced at the ID before shoving it back into Zhao Yunlan's hands and hurriedly retreating to the distance to vomit. Zhao Yunlan scratched his disheveled hair in bewilderment. Is my ID really that nauseating? The black cat had already taken a few steps ahead, and seeing Zhao Yunlan dawdling, it turned back, fur bristling, and let out a prolonged meow. All right, let's get to business. This stench is lethal within 10 steps, Zhao Yunlan muttered as he slipped under the police tape. The moment he stepped into view, someone emerged from within, holding a handkerchief to their nose and inquiring in a muffled voice, is someone from the Special Investigations Unit here? Within the police system, there existed a clandestine department known as the Special Investigations Unit. While their rank was significant, the specifics of their operations remained a mystery to everyone. Whenever they arrived, notifications were issued directly from higher-ups, leaving no room for dissent. Yet, their presence was seldom requested. They belonged to the police system while also operating outside of it, with a tightly knit organization and completely opaque procedures. Media coverage was nearly impossible without special permission, making it difficult to even catch a glimpse of their personnel, let alone conduct interviews. No one knew the intricacies of their prosecution processes. In short, once a case was handed over to them, it was akin to entering a black box, with only a vague closure report released to the public. At times, the individuals from the Special Investigations Unit were more enigmatic than the cases themselves. Their reports were meticulously detailed, outlining the causes, processes, results, identities of suspects, and arrest details with impeccable logic and formatting, leaving no room for criticism. The sole point of contention was that by the time a case was concluded, the perpetrators were invariably deceased. Although those cases typically involved heinous crimes, and the suspects could be deemed deserving of their fate, it still seemed rather coincidental. The investigation at the scene was led by an elderly detective named Yang, who greeted Zhao Yunlan warmly while scrutinizing him with curiosity. "May I ask your name?" "I am Zhao Yunlan. Just call me Xiao Zhao," he replied. Hearing this, Detective Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the visitor would be the current director of the Special Investigations Unit. The young director, not yet 30, stood tall and fit, resembling a model from a men's fashion advertisement, albeit with a wrinkled shirt and a couple of buttons undone, half tucked into his trousers, and a tousled mane that appeared as if it had just emerged from a henhouse. However, given his position, even if he were to stride out in a state of undress, subordinates would still commend him for setting fashion trends. Detective Yang exclaimed, "You are Director Zhao." "I must admit, I did not expect our leader to be so young and accomplished." Zhao Yunlan, clearly accustomed to such flattery, bantered in response. Just then, impatience stirred among the crowd, a meow echoed, and Detective Yang looked down to see a shadow swiftly scampering up Zhao Yunlan's pant leg, eventually climbing onto his shoulder. It was the black cat, its emerald eyes gleaming. While it might seem eerie for a black cat to appear at a murder scene, this particular feline was so plump that any initial fear transformed into concern over its elevated cholesterol levels. Detective Yang and the cat exchanged a moment of mutual bewilderment. This. Detective Yang stammered. Zhao Yunlan awkwardly adjusted his pants, nearly pulled down by the hefty cat, and chuckled. "This is our department's cat. It takes its job very seriously, and upon seeing us converse, it grew displeased." The black cat merely responded with an indifferent meow, its thick tail flicking dismissively from Zhao Yunlan's shoulder as it proudly arched its neck, albeit with some difficulty due to its stout physique. Zhao Yunlan, understanding the cue, fished out a small identification tag from the cat's collar, finally distinguishing it from the surrounding fluff and flesh, and presented it to Detective Yang. "This is the Special Investigations Unit's authorization. It has the same validity as our work ID and permits access to any scene. Rest assured, old cat. It knows how to behave." Detective Yang began to feel that the situation was becoming increasingly absurd. Moments later, the high-ranking Director Zhao, cradling the cat, strode with purpose alongside Detective Yang into the crime scene. The deeper they ventured, the more pungent the odor became. In the narrow alley lay the body of a woman, clad in a shirt emblazoned with "Welcome to Longxing University." Her vacant eyes stared wide open, resembling a deflated doll, limbs sprawled in a star shape, mouth agape, an abdomen slashed open by a sharp instrument, with her entrails missing. Detective Yang once again covered his nose with a handkerchief, his features contorted in a grimace of repulsion. The plump cat let out a long meow, leaping to the ground and circling the corpse before finally stopping at a particular spot, sitting there and gazing at Zhao Yunlan. As if trained to detect, he stood there, utterly astonished, when suddenly he heard Zhao Yunlan, speaking in an unusually serious tone, declare, "From this moment forth, this case will be transferred to the Special Investigation Department, and the subsequent procedures will be completed within 2 working days." Without waiting for old Yang's response, Zhao Yunlan pointed to a dilapidated little door on the surrounding wall and inquired, "What is this place?" Chapter 3, The Cycle of Time. It was a small, secluded entrance to Longxing University, an esteemed institution with a rich historical legacy. As the school year approached, one would expect the campus to be bustling with activity. However, like many other universities, Longxing University had relocated its main campus to the outskirts of the city, leaving only a few administrative functions and a handful of graduate students in the old campus area. Thus, the number of students was scarce, though a few visitors could be seen. Zhao Yunlan stood at the entrance of a dormitory building, cradling a black cat, waiting for Guo Changqing to arrive. He soon realized that the intern he had hastily met the previous night was rather unremarkable. Guo Changqing walked with a hunched posture, head bowed, his long hair nearly obscuring his eyes. Clad in dreary black, he appeared lackluster, resembling a mushroom swaying in the wind from a distance. Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Yunlan observed him approach and remarked to the black cat, "What do you suppose Wang Jing told him? I can't shake the feeling that the poor child wears an expression of forced despair." The black cat lazily yawned. "Zhao Mama, you exaggerate." Guo Changqing shuffled awkwardly to Zhao Yunlan's side, resembling a timid consort who had just been forcibly taken to a mountain stronghold, and stammered, "Let me accompany you to the scene." Feigning ignorance, Zhao Yunlan asked, "Who sent you to accompany me? We have the electricity bill sorted out." Could you speak up a bit? Guo Changqing shivered. Wang. Da Qing Miao. Zhao Yunlan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had not anticipated that this new colleague would struggle to articulate even basic sentences. His tone turned somewhat insincere. You must have some idea of the situation at the scene, right? This is the dormitory where the deceased lived. Let's go inside and take a look. As he spoke, Zhao Yunlan turned to enter the dormitory, only to realize that Guo Changqing had not followed. He turned back to see Guo Changqing locked in a silent stare with the stern-looking dormitory supervisor, seemingly frozen in fear. Suppressing his irritation, Zhao Yunlan waved impatiently. Why are you still standing there? I've already introduced you. No need to salute. Just come in. Upon hearing this, Guo Changqing immediately stiffened at the doorway and blurted out. Report. Realizing his folly, he felt his face flush as he stood there like an embarrassed statue. The phrase "this fool" succinctly encapsulated Zhao Yunlan's initial impression of the intern. Dormitory 202 was a typical double-occupancy student room. The black cat leaped from Zhao Yunlan's arms, meticulously inspecting beneath the bed and inside the wardrobe, before jumping onto the windowsill to sniff around. Suddenly, it turned its head and sneezed heavily, despite having been startled the night before. Guo Changqing observed that his handsome superior was indeed human, and bolstered by this revelation, he cautiously followed Zhao Yunlan like a shadow. Zhao Yunlan produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, expertly lit one, and took a puff while gesturing for the black cat to step aside. He leaned closer to the windowsill, squinting as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. The scent was not overpowering. It mingled with a hint of mint and a fresh, herbaceous aroma combined with a subtle trace of cologne, which was surprisingly refreshing given his disheveled appearance. Zhao Yunlan stated, "Look." Following his voice, Guo Changqing looked down and shuddered. He spotted an impression on the previously empty windowsill, a handprint left by a human bone. Zhao Yunlan calmly leaned down to sniff. No metallic scent. It's not an old cat that could smell it. The black cat spoke up, not its doing. Guo Changqing abruptly turned to the talking cat, his neck cracking audibly, as he stared blankly, feeling an uncanny numbness in his nerves. Zhao Yunlan, lost in thought amidst the smoke, shook his head. I fear not. Something that could take a life would not carry this scent. He pushed open the window and, by chance, his gaze fell upon Guo Changqing, who looked pale and disoriented, evidently shaken to his core. Unable to resist the urge to tease him, Zhao Yunlan instructed, Child, go up and see what's outside. Guo Changqing stammered, What are you hesitating for, young man? Be sharp, now, go. With a gulp, Guo Changqing peered out from the second-floor height, feeling his knees weaken. However, to turn back and admit his fear would test both his courage and his already limited communication skills. Ultimately, the unfortunate lad had no choice but to inch forward like a hesitant snail, clambering onto the balcony window, crouching there, too afraid to stand. Clinging desperately to the window frame, with only his neck daring to move, he strained to look around, and suddenly, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the open glass window. In an instant, the hair on his body stood on end as he realized the reflection showed not just himself. The glass revealed a skeletal figure, inexplicably lurking where he crouched, its bony hand extending across his own ankle and resting on the windowsill where the handprint lay. Peering into the room, Guo Changqing quickly looked down. But there was nothing there. He couldn't distinguish if what he had seen was real or merely a trick of the mirror. His chest chilled in an instant, and even his breath trembled. The bespectacled man slightly bent forward, patiently informing him that climbing buildings was prohibited at the school, and those caught would face deductions in their overall points. Guo Changqing lowered his head, feeling like an innate failure, convinced that aside from living off others, he had no prospects in this world. By the end of his first day at work, he was nearly driven to madness. Zhao Yunlan hurriedly descended the stairs and seized Guo Changqing by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as one might a chick, setting him upright on the ground. Despite his desire to preserve his polished image in public, he was tempted to remove his shoes and strike the foolish intern across the face. Thus, he compelled himself to turn his head away, wishing to remain oblivious. Hello. He extended his hand toward the bespectacled man. My surname is Zhao. We are from the Public Security Bureau. May I inquire your name? In that fleeting moment, a look of sudden shock flashed across the man's face, as if he were caught off guard, yet it vanished so swiftly that one might suspect it was merely a figment of their imagination. He then lowered his gaze and politely shook Zhao Yunlan's hand. You may call me Shen Wei. I teach at this institution. My apologies. I initially mistook him for a student staying behind during summer. Shen Wei's hand was chillingly cold, reminiscent of a corpse just retrieved from a freezer. Zhao Yunlan was taken aback upon contact, instinctively lifting his gaze to meet Shen Wei's eyes behind the lenses. Although Shen Wei swiftly averted his gaze, Zhao Yunlan felt that there was something peculiar in the way Shen Wei looked at him, an inexplicable gaze that was not that of a stranger. As a criminal investigator, even an atypical one, possessing the fundamental skill of recognizing faces was paramount. In this profession, face blindness could lead to significant setbacks. One must be able to recall even a fleeting glance if they had seen someone before. Thus, Zhao Yunlan was certain he had never encountered this individual. At that moment, a hefty black cat, seemingly under the influence of some dubious substance, waddled over and promptly settled at Shen Wei's feet, sniffing intently before circling around, ultimately mewling affectionately at him. This feline, typically languid and aloof, now exhibited a rather uncharacteristic demeanor. Zhao Yunlan was momentarily stunned, observing the black cat affectionately rub against Shen Wei's pant leg before audaciously attempting to solicit a hug by reaching up with its diminutive front paws. Shen Wei bent down to scoop it into his arms. The black cat, unfazed by his cold touch, mewed softly and curled into a snug ball, its emerald eyes locking with the man's gaze hidden behind the lenses. Zhao Yunlan felt as though the two were scrutinizing each other. After a prolonged moment, Shen Wei reluctantly returned the cat to Zhao Yunlan's embrace, gently stroking its head. This cat is quite perceptive. Does it have a name? Indeed, it's called Da Qing. Zhao Yunlan replied casually. Its nickname is Fatty, and it's often referred to as the dead fatty. The black cat let out a cry and abruptly broke free from its dreamlike state, puffing up its fur and playfully swiping at Zhao Yunlan. Ah, it has a knack for scratching, Shen Wei chuckled, deftly intercepting its paw and shaking it gently, causing the cat's claws to retract obediently. Allowing Shen Wei to stroke its head, Shen Wei inquired, I heard this morning that an incident occurred at the school. Are you certain the deceased is one of our students? Hua Changcheng, under the watchful gaze of his superior, mustered the courage to produce a file. Extracting a photograph of a female student along with a student ID, trembling as he extended it to Shen Wei. Professor Shen, could you kindly take a look? Do you recognize this person? Chapter 4. The cycle of time. Dragon City University's old campus was originally constructed during the Republic of China era, boasting a century of history. The campus was adorned with towering ancient trees, casting shadows over the venerable academic buildings, which still retained the Western architectural style characteristic of that era. The only exception was a cluster of newly constructed office buildings near the western gate, which stood tall, a stark contrast amidst the older structures, disrupting the campus's overall ambience. Shen Wei claimed he did not recognize the student and suggested they inquire at the college office. However, the modern office building elicited a startled reaction from Zhao Yunlan. He could discern at a glance that it was 18 stories high. In the past, some real estate developers avoided constructing buildings with that number, but as property prices soared and developers proliferated, old superstitions gradually fell by the wayside. Upon entering the air-conditioned office building, a chill enveloped them, causing Da Qing to shiver slightly as its sharp claws dug into Zhao Yunlan's shirt. The student ID indicated the student was from the mathematics department, located on the top floor. Shen Wei led them into the elevator and pressed the button for the upper level. Suddenly, Zhao Yunlan asked, Professor Shen, aren't you curious about what transpired? Most would inquire further in such a situation. Shen Wei lowered his head slightly and replied softly, the deceased deserves respect. I will assist you in the investigation within my capacity. Beyond that, knowing or not knowing is inconsequential. Zhao Yunlan rested his palm on the black cat's back, absent-mindedly stroking its fur. There aren't many good citizens as enthusiastic as Professor Shen. Da Qing has never been affectionate. I sense a connection between you two. Shen Wei smiled gently. It is only natural. Zhao Yunlan briefly fell silent, his gaze flickering. He sensed something amiss about Shen Wei after their initial accidental eye contact. The professor seemed intent on avoiding his gaze. The elevator reached the 4th floor and suddenly jolted, coming to an unexpected halt as the overhead lights flickered erratically. Hua Changcheng, alarmed, looked up at Zhao Yunlan, but the man remained unfazed, seemingly engrossed in observing Shen Wei. A male voice echoed softly in the elevator, Professor Shen. What brings you to the 18th floor? Shen Wei maintained his composure, responding, there has been an incident at the school. These two are public security personnel, and I'm taking them to the mathematics department to gather information. Oh, the voice seemed slow to process, responding after a pause, please ensure your safety. As soon as the words left his lips, the elevator resumed its normal function, the lights stabilized, and it continued its ascent as if nothing had occurred. Startled, Shen Wei turned to Hua Changcheng, still avoiding Zhao Yunlan's gaze, smiling as he explained, that was likely the building's security. Last semester. A student committed suicide by jumping from the rooftop, so security always questions anyone who attempts to access the top floor without reason to prevent a recurrence. Guo Changqing sighed in relief, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. Oh, I see. I thought it was a supernatural occurrence? Shen Wei inquired with a knowing smile. Guo Changqing's face was pallid, resembling a sea of vegetables, while Zhao Yunlan furrowed his brow. The Academy's abysmal feng shui had reached its nadir, and it was peculiar that even the professors, who dared not meet his gaze, were so oddly enigmatic. Even that diligent individual who meticulously scrutinized every person at the upper echelons might not genuinely be a mere security guard. They ambled their way to the rooftop, where the entire 18th floor lay desolate, devoid of even a mosquito or gecko to call it home, exuding a damp chill. Zhao Yunlan couldn't help but sneeze. Shen Wei immediately turned to inquire, caught a cold? Though his gaze remained averted, the sincerity of his question was unmistakable. Perhaps it was due to his personal demeanor. Professor Shen, with a slight bow of his head, exuded a gentlemanly grace, and even when conversing with Zhao Yunlan, his slightly wandering eyes surprisingly did not evoke discomfort. Zhao Yunlan rubbed his nose. No, I just feel that upon entering this corridor, I am besieged by an unmistakable sin of endless mathematical assignments. A rather peculiar misfortune. Shen Wei responded with a gentle smile, his eyes curving in amusement. Don't smile, Zhao Yunlan jested. Professor Shen, I must confess, during my school days, teachers were my nemesis. Our homeroom teacher once prophesied that I would grow up to be a little delinquent, yet here I am, a police officer. When I encountered him at the last school celebration, I was just about to flaunt my achievements. Guess what he said? Shen Wei feigned earnestness. What did he say? That old curmudgeon remarked, Zhao, look at you. I was right. You've turned into a standard uniformed ruffian, having interacted with all walks of life. Zhao Yunlan had honed his conversational skills to a fine art, effortlessly creating a sense of familiarity. Even the timid Guo Changqing seemed to find a sliver of connection amidst the discussions of mathematical assignments, his posture as he followed them appearing somewhat more human. Yet, with Shen Wei, the expression on his face while listening to Zhao Yunlan gave the latter an odd impression. As if he were not merely bantering but reciting a challenging foreign text, with each word held in reverence, prompting Professor Shen to hang on to every syllable. Yet, despite his keen listening, Shen Wei dared not lift his gaze. His smile, upon closer inspection, appeared somewhat mechanical, akin to a mask affixed to his face. Zhao Yunlan found himself questioning if Shen Wei's expression might soon become frozen in that smile. Thus, the trio continued their banter as they walked, their footsteps echoing in the corridor, resonating amidst the laughter of the men, obscured by an additional, more subtle sound, the footsteps of a fourth individual, soft and rustling, akin to the sound of fabric-soled shoes gliding across the floor. The Academy's building was styled like a tall tower, where the elevator stood centrally, with corridors circling around the central tower, creating a slender, soaring structure. As they proceeded, Guo Changqing inadvertently noticed that Zhao Yunlan's watch was undergoing a peculiar transformation. From the junction of its two hands, a shade of rose red, deeper than pale pink yet lighter than true red, began to ripple outward, resembling the gentle undulations of water. This peculiar phenomenon rendered his masculine timepiece almost a luxurious artifact, the metal strap clasped around Zhao Yunlan's pale, slightly gaunt wrist, imparting an inexplicable sense of strange opulence. After a moment of hesitation, Guo Changqing softly questioned, Zhao, Officer Zhao, your watch, what's happening? It's turned red? Zhao Yunlan, with his characteristic mischievous grin, turned back. Do you know why? Guo Changqing shook his head earnestly. Zhao Yunlan, still grinning, replied, vengeful spirits love to dawn red. I suspect the feng shui in this building is amiss, perhaps harboring some unsavory presence, or the shadow of something sinister casting itself upon it. Guo Changqing's face paled instantly, instinctively glancing at Zhao Yunlan's watch face, whereupon he caught a glimpse of an elderly woman, medium height, slightly plump, clad in black. Gazing at him with a blank expression, Guo Changqing halted abruptly. Zhao Yunlan, seemingly oblivious, burst into laughter, twisting a small knob on the side of the watch, causing a cloud of mist to erupt from the watch face, swiftly washing away the red hue. Upon another glance, it was once again a clean, conventional men's watch, devoid of eerie crimson or reflective specters. Have you never seen a color-changing mouse wheel? It's the same principle. This foolish lad takes it quite seriously. Zhao Yunlan teased the intern lightly, but the next moment, without warning, he turned to Shen Wei, Professor Shen, being a learned individual. Surely you adhere to materialism and do not believe in such supernatural nonsense? Shen Wei adjusted his glasses, once more averting his gaze, and replied with deliberation. The ancients said, beyond the 6 realms, the the sage does not speak. Whether such entities exist remains ambiguous. However, I believe that if they do exist, so be it, and if not, there's no need for excessive scrutiny. To inquire into the supernatural while neglecting the mundane is the folly of tyrants. It is rather absurd if one cannot fathom their own affairs yet occupies themselves with the existence of deities. His words, infused with a literary flair, seemed to skirt the question at hand. Zhao Yunlan, sensing his probing had yielded no fruit, chuckled lightly and nonchalantly shifted the topic. Professor Shen, you teach the humanities? Yes. I teach university-level Chinese literature and some elective courses in the humanities. No wonder, Zhao Yunlan mused, as he recalled a real estate acquaintance mentioning that newly constructed residential buildings seldom adopted such designs. Towers of this nature are typically over 100 meters tall, intended for commercial office use. Such structures are difficult to maintain, lack transparency, and pose challenges for natural lighting, making them quite uncomfortable to inhabit. I suppose poor feng shui might be interpreted in that context. Zhao Yunlan produced a cigarette case from his pocket, giving it a shake. Oh, is smoking prohibited here? Do you mind? Shen Wei shook his head, and Zhao Yunlan, with one hand in his pocket and the other deftly retrieving a cigarette, lowered his gaze to light it. Moments later, he exhaled a plume of white smoke, exuding the air of a seasoned smoker. Seemingly resolved to ignore him entirely, Shen Wei finally couldn't suppress a frown. Smoking and drinking are detrimental to one's health. Officer Zhao, at such a young age, moderation is advisable. Zhao Yunlan smiled, but did not respond immediately. His face obscured by the smoke, bits of ash cascading from the cigarette tip, some, whether by design or happenstance, falling into Shen Wei's shadow. Lowering his gaze, Zhao Yunlan swept his hand through the smoke. In our line of work, there are times when day and night blur together. Indeed, one's lifestyle can easily become detrimental. Shen Wei appeared to contemplate speaking, yet words faltered at his lips, which he ultimately swallowed back. After a moment, he furrowed his brow, stiffly redirecting the conversation. The old campus has few departments and even fewer faculty members. On the 18th floor, only a few offices facing south are occupied. Most rooms are largely vacant. Just around the corner, it leads to. The desolate corners were prone to mold and moss, as well as the potential for other things to thrive. For reasons unknown, the building's winding corridors lacked smooth, rounded corners, instead featuring abrupt angles that obstructed sightlines. If two individuals were to approach head-on, collisions would be inevitable. Leading the way, Shen Wei forged ahead, with Zhao Yunlan closely trailing, cradling a cat, while Guo Changcheng brought up the rear. As they neared the corner, Guo Changcheng was suddenly seized by an unsettling sensation, as if something might leap forth from the shadows. At this moment, he was completely oblivious to the conversation between the other two individuals, fixated instead on the dim light filtering through the awkwardly angled window at the corner, casting elongated shadows of the window frame onto the floor, creating a flickering boundary of illumination. It was then that Guo Changcheng noticed that something was moving at the edge of the shadow, as if a figure was stealthily peeking out from its concealment. And then a shape resembling a hand emerged. Suddenly, the hand that had protruded from the shadow opened its fingers wide and lunged towards Shen Wei's foot. Yet Shen Wei remained unaware, his gaze fixed ahead. Zhao Yunlan swiftly reached out, grasping Shen Wei's arm and pulling him back a step. "Ah, I just remembered," Zhao Yunlan said, casually flicking ash into the shadow. The black hand recoiled as if scalded, and in an urgent tone, he continued, "You see, my memory isn't the best. This case has progressed so rapidly that I need to discuss how we can collaborate with the school. Could you facilitate a meeting with your principal or secretary?" Only then did Shen Wei finally glance at him, and Zhao Yunlan noticed that the corner of Shen Wei's eye had gradually narrowed into a line, elongated like a stroke of ink that had blurred at the edges, casting a mesmerizing glance through the transparent lenses of his glasses that seemed to ensnare one's heart. In the dimly lit corridor, that gaze evoked memories of tales where a seductive spirit left an indelible mark on the scholar's portrait, a figure that, though radiant as the moon and smooth as jade, inevitably bore the unique allure of its creator. Shen Wei then broke into a smile. "Indeed. I am of little assistance here and may only complicate matters. The offices to the south are all mathematics departments. You may inquire there freely. I will speak with the principal." "Thank you," Zhao Yunlan said, extending the hand that had been buried in his pocket. Smiling as he shook Shen Wei's hand before casually bidding farewell, he then waved to Guo Changcheng and turned, leading the intern confidently towards the office area. However, after taking a couple of steps, Guo Changcheng inexplicably turned back for a glance. He saw that Shen Wei had not departed, The bespectacled man stood still, removing his glasses and absently wiping them with his sleeve. The eyes that had previously darted about now fixated intently on Zhao Yunlan's retreating figure, holding a depth of emotion that seemed simultaneously nostalgic and restrained, imbued with a longing that was almost palpable, as if shadowed by a profound sorrow. Shen Wei's shadow was elongated in the dim corridor, presenting a picture of solitude and melancholy. Guo Changqing felt an inexplicable sensation, as though he had been standing there for eons. Shen Wei continued to watch Zhao Yunlan turn the corner until he noticed Guo Changqing looking back. The young professor offered a courteous smile, readjusted his glasses as if donning a mask of indifference, nodded at Guo Changqing, and then picked up his lesson plan, disappearing into the elevator as if the preceding events had merely been figments of the timid intern's imagination. Director Zhao, that person just now. Did you not realize this is not an actual mathematics department office? Zhao Yunlan interrupted, casually brushing dust from the windowsill and nonchalantly flicking the residue from his fingertips, his expression impassive. We have been led into a trap. Do you believe this is mere coincidence? Or was that Professor Shen deliberate in his actions? Perhaps due to Zhao Yunlan's youthful appearance or his consistently amiable demeanor, Guo Changqing's courage grew slightly. Then why let him go? I mean, if he intentionally led us here. Why? Zhao Yunlan, one hand holding a cigarette and the other tucked in his pocket, turned to glance at him amidst the swirling smoke, causing Guo Changqing to instinctively fall silent. He is an ordinary person. I have already assessed that. These matters may be unfamiliar to you as a newcomer, but we will gradually enlighten you. Zhao Yunlan's voice lowered. In our country, the rights of our colleagues in different departments are fundamentally equal. In the absence of evidence, we may question and request cooperation from citizens, harbor suspicions, and even detain individuals for interrogation. However, one rule is absolute. We cannot unilaterally detain ordinary citizens in any hazardous location. If something were to happen, no one could bear that responsibility. His tone was not harsh, but rather gentle. Yet perhaps due to the chill of the corridor, Guo Changqing felt an involuntary shiver. Zhao Yunlan continued, his back turned to him. You can probably imagine that most of the cases we handle cannot proceed through conventional public prosecution. Therefore, in certain situations, we possess the authority to execute criminals on the spot. This power can sometimes be a perilous matter, which is why we adhere to a strict set of protocols. Do you know what the first rule is? Guo Changqing shook his head in confusion, only to realize that Zhao Yunlan's back was turned and he could not see the gesture, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Regardless of whether you are dealing with a human or a ghost, unless there is conclusive evidence, one must presume innocence. Zhao Yunlan patted the black cat's rear. And you fat fool, what were you doing just now? You were fawning like a foolish dog. The black cat unceremoniously swatted him with a paw, leaping from his arms and strutting ahead, indignantly stating, I merely sensed something amiss with that Professor Shen. I cannot articulate what it was, but being near him felt exceedingly comfortable. Zhao Yunlan coolly interjected, you also feel quite comfortable around wandering souls, especially when you bury dried fish in the hidden graves of corpses. The black cat flicked its tail dismissively, retorting, you know precisely what I mean, foolish human. As the corridor grew increasingly dim, they felt as though they were traversing an interminable tunnel of darkness. Zhao Yunlan produced a lighter from his pocket, striking it to ignite a small flame that flickered nervously in the darkness, creating a narrow breach in the encroaching shadows. The smile on his face vanished, revealing a pallor under the firelight that suggested fatigue, yet his gaze remained intensely focused, seemingly deeper than the surrounding gloom. A putrid odor wafted from the depths of the darkness, prompting Guo Changqing to instinctively cover his nose. I detest these circular corridors, Zhao Yunlan murmured. I loathe all things circular, life and death, endlessly repeating. Guo Changqing's nerves were taut with his words when he suddenly heard a faint crack in the darkness, akin to the sound of a bullet being chambered. Before he could inquire further, he felt a gentle breath on the back of his neck, startling him into a jump. Zhao Yunlan's voice, neither urgent nor unhurried, instructed, get down. The tone was casual, as if he were merely asking someone to step aside from a plate of hot dumplings. Thankfully, before he could utter a word, Guo Changqing was already bolting away in terror. Gunfire erupted in the darkness, and Guo Changqing heard a heart-wrenching scream behind him. If he had fur, it would have stood on end, more alarming than a fat cat being petted. The erratic beating of his heart left him feeling as though he might faint from fright. He sat on the ground, awkwardly glancing back. By the faint light of Zhao Yunlan's fire, Guo Changqing discerned a shadow on the wall, roughly the size of a 5- or 6-year-old child. At first glance, it appeared as if someone had smeared ink on the wall, with a bullet mark at its center, from which a crimson stain was spreading outward, as though it too could bleed. "What is that?" Guo Changqing inquired with a voice that was unfamiliar even to himself. "It's merely a shadow. Don't get overly excited." Zhao Yunlan replied, brushing his fingers against the shadow on the wall. The red liquid dripped from his fingertips, cascading down like old, damp wallpaper. "What sort of shadow is this?" Guo Changqing stammered. Zhao Yunlan paused, suddenly tilting his head and grinning eerily, for a fleeting moment. Guo Changqing felt as if his very soul was ensnared by those terrifyingly dark eyes. In a chillingly soft voice, Zhao Yunlan remarked, "You know, sometimes a person can have more than one shadow." Without uttering a word, Guo Changqing slid down the wall like a noodle. "It's all your fault," Zhao Yunlan muttered. Da Qing, with its tail held high, circled around the unconscious Guo Changqing twice. This unfortunate in turn was straying further down the path of daily fainting. The black cat flicked its tail in dissatisfaction, questioning what benefit it derived from scaring him. "It wasn't intentional," Zhao Yunlan retorted, gently nudging Guo Changqing's leg with his foot. The in turn slid down without a response. Who knew he was so sensitive to sound that he could faint after just 2 sentences? "I thought he might at least wet his pants," Zhao Yunlan mused. Da Qing chimed in. "Then I could use adult diapers to offset his bonus." Zhao Yunlan bent to lift Guo Changqing, tossing him over his shoulder as if he were a sack of potatoes, his movements light, yet his tone icy. "Now tell me, who is this kid's benefactor? He is a nuisance right under my nose. Rumor has it a high-ranking official just parachuted in from the department. And he happens to be the kid's uncle," Da Qing replied. Zhao Yunlan, with an impassive expression, queried, "Does that fool not know that the Special Investigation Department is not under the Public Security Bureau's jurisdiction? Or does he intend to fabricate a heroic sacrifice for his nephew?" Da Qing meowed. "If you have the guts, confront him directly, throwing the orders in his face while calling him a fool behind his back. In front of him, you're all leader this and leader that, as if he were your own godfather. I, as an old cat, have lived for thousands of years and have never seen such a shameless lord. Losing integrity is trivial. Starving is severe," Zhao Yunlan retorted, extinguishing his cigarette and lightly patting Da Qing on the forehead. "You, who prattle on about high ideals daily, ought to examine your own conscience. The salary and bonuses deposited into your accounts monthly, the various benefits during festivals, and the unimpeded rights to carry out your duties. Do these simply fall from the sky? What is integrity, anyway? Can it be eaten? Is it even palatable?" Da Qing, having consumed imported cat food and grown increasingly international in stature, fell silent. Historically, the masters of the soul requiem have always managed affairs between the living and the underworld, even if they did not display it. They often viewed themselves as anomalies among the living. Rarely has anyone been as worldly as Zhao Yunlan, who navigated both realms with remarkable finesse. He thrived in social settings, adeptly maneuvering through banquets while feigning camaraderie, all the while harboring contempt within. As for indulgences, he was a master, skilled in all vices. Observing him, Da Qing mused that had Zhao Yunlan not been burdened with the soul requiem, he might have achieved prominence solely through his innate talents. Chapter 6. The cycle of time. What transpired in the corridor earlier? Da Qing asked, clearing his throat and changing the subject. "Why did Yormingjin suddenly alert us? Something was following us." Zhao Yunlan replied. "But it fled upon my illumination, likely without malicious intent. So it's not a murderer? How could I confuse a newly deceased with a malevolent spirit?" Zhao Yunlan continued to meander through the corridor while carrying Guo Changqing, adding, "You must have seen the handprint next to the corpse, right? Bony and frail, with fingers long as whips. What it is, I can't say for certain, but it's definitely not human. This guy is solid as a rock. I need to find a place to drop him." With that, Zhao Yunlan located a corner and unceremoniously discarded Guo Changqing. Zhao Yunlan gazed at Guo Changqing for a moment, seemingly intent on leaving him to his fate. However, after a brief pause, he silently squatted down, retrieving a small vial from his pocket. He sprinkled a circle around Guo Changqing, then bit his own middle finger, applying a drop of blood to Guo Changqing's brow. The moment the blood touched his skin, it vanished as if absorbed, and instantly, the unfortunate intern's pallid complexion appeared somewhat improved. After completing this series of actions, Zhao Yunlan smacked Guo Changqing's head with force, muttering, "Useless fool, I've been displeased with you for quite some time." "Stop it, Yunlan, check your watch," Da Qing interjected. Zhao Yunlan glanced down just in time to see his watch. Named Mingjian, glowing red again. A sharp meow pierced the air from beneath him, and he followed Da Qing's gaze to find an elderly figure clad in dark funeral attire standing behind them, unnoticed until now. The old man turned and began to walk away, pausing after a few steps as if beckoning them to follow. A newly deceased? Da Qing exclaimed, sprinting after him, meowing complaints about the oddity of a daytime apparition. Hey, can't you see she can't speak? Can't you see she still has the scent of the living? Can't you see she's walking on two legs instead of floating in the air? Are you losing your mind, fat cat? As they turned a sharp corner, the old man vanished, leaving them facing a staircase leading to the rooftop. Da Qing sneezed and sniffled. What a heavy aura of resentment. Zhao Yunlan picked him up, stating, "It seems it wasn't Professor Shen. She must have led us here. Let's follow her." Cautiously, the man and cat ascended the stairs, which felt soft beneath their feet, more akin to living flesh than concrete. Shadows reached from the darkness, grasping at any living being daring to intrude upon their domain, only to be repelled upon brushing against Zhao Yunlan's trousers. Every school has a quota for suicides each year. As long as the number of deaths does not exceed that limit, it's generally manageable, Zhao Yunlan remarked. However, I've heard that Longqing University has surpassed that limit for 3 consecutive years. The old campus consists of aged buildings, mostly low-rise, ensuring that anyone who jumps from them will likely die. Only these newly constructed buildings, particularly this one, are problematic. The design of the sharp corners creates numerous rooms and corridors that invite calamity. Malevolent entities become trapped here over time, accumulating resentment. As he finished speaking, they reached the top of the staircase, where a small door leading to the rooftop remained closed. A faint light seeped through the cracks, and Zhao Yunlan produced a transit card from his pocket, sliding it into the lock. The nearly defunct metal door creaked open. Holding a lighter, Zhao Yunlan stepped onto the rooftop. The expansive view from the 18th floor allowed a glimpse of Longqing University, its greenery reminiscent of a primordial forest, juxtaposed with the bustling thoroughfares of the city below, teeming with people. A girl stood on the rooftop, her back turned to him. Zhao Yunlan cautiously began to speak. That classmate. Little did he know, before he could articulate his thoughts, the girl abruptly vaulted over the railing and leaped down in silence. Instinctively, Zhao Yunlan lunged forward, reaching out to grab her. His reflexes were undeniably swift. He had indeed grasped the fabric of her clothing. Yet his fingers passed through her, as if she were a mere wisp of air. In an instant, her figure vanished, as though she were merely an illusion in the void. The black cat, resembling a bouncing ball, hurried over, questioning, "What is happening? That was a person, right?" "No. She moved too quickly," Zhao Yunlan replied, unconsciously rubbing his fingers. "I couldn't discern whether she was born with the gift of seeing both realms." Zhao Yunlan had long been accustomed to the intersection of the material and spiritual worlds, making it difficult for him to distinguish whether the fleeting glimpse he caught was of a human or something else entirely. Before the black cat could respond, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Zhao Yunlan turned to find the same girl, head bowed, slowly ascending to the rooftop. Her face was indistinct, devoid of expression. Before Zhao Yunlan could utter a single word, she suddenly accelerated, leaping from the rooftop with the fervor of someone racing to the cafeteria for a meal. Zhao Yunlan reached out, gripping her shoulder, but once more, his hand passed through her, and her shadow dissipated into thin air. Subsequently, jumping off the building appeared to have transformed into a peculiar new trend, with faceless girls queuing from all directions to leap down. Zhao Yunlan reached out to grasp each one, yet they all eluded him, non-corporeal. Before long, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Da Qing, initially bouncing alongside him, became increasingly despondent after the 8th girl jumped, sitting quietly with a blank expression, its tail swaying impatiently behind it. "Stop chasing them. I suspect they're either earthbound spirits or remnants of those who have committed suicide." Zhao Yunlan paid no heed to Da Qing's words. While he possessed explosive strength and was no stranger to physical confrontation, his overall fitness was subpar, a consequence of an irregular lifestyle and insufficient exercise. After only a few laps, he was already panting. The black cat sighed. "Once is a coincidence, twice is a pattern. You've caught 8 already. Can't you see they aren't human? Do you know these 8 are one person? Do you have conclusive evidence that there is no one else here besides me? When the next person rushes out, will we still occupy the same space we did a moment ago? The instant she emerges, can you distinguish if she is human or otherwise?" Rule number 3, do not make assumptions. Did you eat the cat food along with your meal? Zhao Yunlan shot a stern glare at the black cat. The foul-mouthed black cat quickly retreated, its tail flicking nervously as it muttered, "You. How dare you lecture me, a cat that has lived for thousands of years?" Zhao Yunlan interjected, "Silence, or I will withhold your cat food." Da Qing Ever the pragmatist, promptly complied, meow. At that moment, the ninth girl appeared. Zhao Yunlan called out urgently, "Miss, wait." Yet she remained oblivious, propelling herself toward the ground like an arrow released from a bow. Damn it! Zhao Yunlan again grasped at nothing, swiftly abandoning his earlier resolve. Frustration boiling over as he struck the cold railing with a resounding slap. Daching approached, its front paws resting on the rooftop railing, sniffing intently. You make a valid point. While earthbound spirits sometimes repetitively relive their demise, they typically do not exhibit such urgency. What then? Zhao Yunlan inquired. Wrath, Daching replied, adopting a serious expression befitting its round face. Suicide is unequivocally a death by unnatural causes. Such souls often fail to reincarnate, and at times, in crossing the chasm between life and death, their essence becomes fragmented, leaving them to wander the earth, having long forgotten the reasons for their demise. Existing in a state of confusion. Zhao Yunlan asked, can a place heavy with resentment cause discomfort or harm? I have never heard of such a precedent. The black cat paused. No, I have not heard of one either. However, resentment arising from fragmented souls may consume one another, growing powerful enough to manifest physically. Thus, I suspect that girl was merely an embodiment of countless vengeful spirits. But what of this physical form? Not much, really. Resentment lacks the aggressive nature of malice. It primarily misleads and can only harm those with guilty consciences. It cannot directly interact with the girl's corporeal form, let alone cause her harm, the black cat asserted. Therefore, I suggest we leave. There is nothing to investigate here. Zhao Yunlan hesitated. The black cat sighed. You lack principles where you should be steadfast, yet are obstinate where you ought to be flexible. The soul-guarding decree has been passed down for millennia, rendering its rules little more than empty words. Why cling to it so tenaciously? No, I still believe. Just as Zhao Yunlan began to speak, he abruptly halted, spotting the 10th girl ascending to the rooftop. Both he and the cat tensed, watching her approach the railing, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Before, like the 9 phantoms before her, she thrust her hands against the railing and leaped down. Zhao Yunlan sensed something amiss the moment she appeared. Before he could comprehend the situation, he acted with great urgency. Leaping forward to catch the girl around the waist just as she was about to jump, he suddenly felt a heavy weight in his arms. This time, he was holding a solid, corporeal person. The black cat gasped, jumping onto the railing, its green eyes wide with shock. Zhao Yunlan found himself in an awkward position, struggling to maintain his grip. With both arms exerting their strength, he found it challenging to support an adult, especially since one of his legs was wedged between the railings, his upper body hanging precariously. The girl, now seemingly aware, let out a deafening scream and instinctively began to struggle. Zhao Yunlan shouted into her ear, "Stop moving, or you'll fall and get crushed." At that moment, the railing beneath him creaked ominously. Whether due to years of neglect or the strain of a person's weight, it began to give way. Zhao Yunlan remained oblivious, continuing to reassure the girl, "Don't be afraid, just hold on a little longer." Before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed as the steel bar below completely snapped. Zhao Yunlan heard a strange laughter, as if the rooftop was filled with onlookers, all watching him with indifference. Their expressions twisted in glee at his impending fall. Daching yelped, "Meow." In the nick of time, the rooftop door burst open, and a figure rushed in at an incredible speed. Simultaneously, the iron railing gave way completely. In an instant, Zhao Yunlan shifted his weight back onto his heels, leaning backward while clutching the girl, quickly maneuvering her into the arms of the oncoming figure. Then, he himself lost his footing, his free hand grasping desperately at the rooftop's edge, thus hanging perilously from the 18th floor. In dodging, it became apparent that the person rushing towards them was none other than Shen Wei, who was supposed to have already departed. Without hesitation, Shen Wei pushed the girl who had attempted to leap off the building behind him, kneeling down to grasp Zhao Yunlan's trembling arm. "Give me that hand, quickly." Zhao Yunlan, ever generous in spirit, immediately relinquished his grip, surrendering not only his own life but also that of Shen Wei, as if he were merely ascending a gentle slope rather than dangling precariously from the 18th floor of a towering building. Fortunately, Shen Wei, though appearing quite refined, possessed an extraordinary strength. Zhao Yunlan's wrist was nearly rendered numb in Shen Wei's firm grasp, his fingers turning a shade of purple as he was forcibly pulled upward, the sleeve of his shirt brushing against his elbow, inadvertently chafing away a layer of skin from his forearm. In an instant, Shen Wei enveloped him in an embrace, and they both tumbled to the ground. Fearing he might inadvertently crush Shen Wei, Zhao Yunlan braced himself on his hands. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered that his wrist had been bruised by Shen Wei's grip, while the latter's hold on both of Zhao Yunlan's arms felt as if it could crush his bones, creating a fleeting illusion that this was not an instinctive response to falling, but rather a tight embrace. Of course, Shen Wei did not remain flustered for long. Upon sensing Zhao Yunlan's subtle struggle, he immediately released him, adjusting his glasses in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Zhao Yunlan, seasoned in social nuances and adept at reading the room, keenly detected an air of awkward intimacy in Shen Wei's clumsy reaction. Thankfully, he had no intention of allowing this discomfort to linger between them. Once Zhao Yunlan regained his footing, he feigned nonchalance as he retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket, grinning as he wiped away the dust, blood, and debris from his arm. Fortuitously, "You arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have had to serve as a pendulum for the dragonda," he jested. Shen Wei's complexion had yet to recover, and he neglected to respond. "And what about that young lady? What is her situation?" Zhao Yunlan inquired, offering Shen Wei a moment to compose himself as he redirected his focus to the girl, who sat dazedly on the ground. "Heartbreak? Did a teacher reprimand you? Did you fail a paper or an exam? You young people, indulging in comforts while idly wasting time." Suddenly, the girl burst into tears, her sobs quickly escalating into a full-blown wail. Zhao Yunlan was taken aback. It was then that Shen Wei spoke, his voice grave. "It is too dangerous." Zhao Yunlan immediately chimed in, "Precisely. Did you hear what your teacher said? It is exceedingly perilous. Do you understand? Enough of the tears. Let us descend first. I must take you to the school infirmary. This situation necessitates proper communication with your parents." Shen Wei, rising from the ground, shot a glare at Zhao Yunlan before turning his serious demeanor towards the weeping girl. He remained silent for a full minute, merely fixing her with a stern gaze, ultimately rendering the girl so intimidated that her cries subsided to mere sniffles. Shen Wei's expression evoked memories of Zhao Yunlan's late grandfather, a venerable intellectual who exhibited a similar gentle demeanor, always yielding to others, never uttering harsh words, nor raising his voice, let alone resorting to physical reprimands. Yet, when truly angered, a mere change in his countenance would instill quietude among the boisterous children. If your actions cause harm to others, will you live with a guilty conscience? Or will you perish while bearing that guilt? Shen Wei's voice was heavy with gravity. The girl stammered, I am sorry." Zhao Yunlan, feeling a tinge of awkwardness, rubbed his nose. "Well, I have no grievances, but you must reflect on your actions, young lady. Consider yourself and your parents. At such a tender age, what hurdles can you not overcome? Now, cease your crying and rise. I shall escort you to the infirmary." Casting a glance at Shen Wei, and noting his lack of further reaction, Zhao Yunlan bent down and helped the unsteady girl to her feet, supporting her as they descended from the rooftop. Upon reaching the ground, they encountered Guo Changqing, who had been left behind. This time, without waiting for the leader's command, Daqing scurried over, delivering a flurry of playful swipes to Guo Changqing's face. The commotion from the girl's attempted leap had drawn the attention of many, and the once desolate corridor was suddenly alive with curious faculty members peering out to inquire about the situation. Guo Changqing, awakening to the world amidst a cacophony of inquisitive gazes, opened his bloodied eyes to find his superior, looking somewhat disheveled, supporting a young girl not far off. Imparting a pointed remark, "Young people ought to engage in more physical activity. In our line of work, one cannot afford to suffer from low blood sugar." In the gaze of the assembled crowd, Guo Changqing remained silent, fully aware of the truth of the matter, his head hanging in shame. Zhao Yunlan pondered for a moment before continuing. "Here is the plan. I have a few matters to attend to. You take Daqing and investigate the background of the deceased." "Can you manage that alone?" He deliberately emphasized the word alone, causing Daqing to preen with pride as he licked his paw, eliciting a shiver from Guo Changqing. This was a noble yet daunting task, and Guo Changqing, wide-eyed with trepidation, gazed at Zhao Yunlan, whose expression remained unfazed. As he patted Guo Changqing's head affectionately before glancing at Daqing and departing without further ado, Shen Wei's expression remained grim, and he uttered not a word. When approached by others seeking to understand what had transpired, he merely shook his head absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Once they were beyond the prying eyes of others, Shen Wei instinctively raised his hand, pressing gently at the center of his collarbone, as if tracing the outline of an unseen pendant beneath his thin shirt. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, before finally catching up with Zhao Yunlan and the girl. As they descended, Zhao Yunlan asked the girl, "What is your name?" "Li Qian." She replied hesitantly. Which college do you belong to? And what is your year? Foreign language college, first year of graduate studies. Are you from here? Li Qian hesitated before nodding slowly. What prompted your earlier actions? This time, Li Qian fell silent. Zhao Yunlan observed her thoughtfully. The girl bore visible signs of distress. Her eyes bloodshot and hollow, her expression one of misfortune. Shen Wei suddenly inquired, the foreign language college has stringent credit requirements for liberal arts electives. Have you attended my class? Li Qian glanced at him cautiously before nodding. Shen Wei spoke with the cadence of a lecturer, his voice deep and melodious. Neither hurried nor slow. He sighed and stated gravely, life and death are of paramount importance. I recall mentioning in class that there are only two reasons for which one might willingly face death. One is to sacrifice for one's country, embodying loyalty and filial piety. The other is to die for a kindred spirit, thereby fulfilling oneself. Beyond these, any act of self-harm is a cowardly deed. Do you understand? Li Qian's voice trembled, but she quickly steadied herself, biting her lip. I am truly sorry, Professor Shen. It was a moment of impulsiveness. I did not consider the consequences. In a fit of rashness, I nearly involved others. She glanced at Zhao Yunlan, then lowered her gaze once more. Despite Zhao Yunlan's handsome appearance and amiable demeanor, Li Qian felt an inexplicable apprehension in his presence. When their eyes met, she instinctively shrank closer to Shen Wei. Zhao Yunlan lit a cigarette, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he observed her. Do you not know what has come over you? Young lady, I have heard of impulsive acts of murder, but rarely do I encounter someone compelled to take their own life in a moment of impulse. Your words suggest you might be possessed by something. The moment the term possession escaped her lips, Li Qian's complexion immediately turned pale as snow. Zhao Yunlan refused to relent. What are you afraid of? Honestly, what did you see on the rooftop? Li Qian let out a dry laugh. Well, just the rooftop. What else could be seen? I saw plenty. Zhao Yunlan replied, his gaze drifting forward as he exhaled a plume of smoke. When you jumped, I noticed many people on the rooftop, all watching you and laughing. Li Qian hugged her elbows tightly, trembling all over, her teeth clenched so hard that one could hear them chattering as she drew closer. After observing her for a moment, Zhao Yunlan flicked the ash off his cigarette and gently pushed her shoulder. All right, let us head inside. The school clinic is here. He greeted the duty teacher at the entrance of the clinic and handed Li Qian over to Shen Wei while he remained outside, cigarette in mouth. A small, man-made stream flowed in front of the clinic, spanned by a quaint bridge. Zhao Yunlan lazily leaned against the wooden railing, slowly exhaling smoke onto his watch. The white smoke dissipated quickly, leaving a thin layer of mist on the watch face, where a fleeting visage of an elderly man emerged, seeming to gaze back at him through the glass. Old Cat had a point. Newly departed spirits do not linger long. Zhao Yunlan raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. To appear in broad daylight on the Mingjian, even a former community committee member wouldn't be so audacious, would they? Dear lady, which realm do you hail from? At that moment, footsteps approached from behind, prompting Zhao Yunlan to swipe his hand across the watch's face, causing the figure to vanish instantly. He leisurely released a smoke ring, turning to find Shen Wei approaching with a small tray in hand. Shen Wei placed the tray, which held wet wipes and medicine, aside, lowered his gaze, and without a word, took hold of Zhao Yunlan's injured arm, carefully rolling up his sleeve to retrieve distilled water from the tray. Don't trouble yourself. I can manage this, Zhao Yunlan hastily said. How can you manage it yourself? Shen Wei replied, still focused on cleaning the wound with the distilled water and gently wiping it with a cotton ball, treating Zhao Yunlan's arm as if it were a fragile treasure. If I apply too much pressure, just let me know. Zhao Yunlan shifted uncomfortably, retreating slightly. Honestly, rinsing it with tap water would suffice. Shen Wei did not lift his eyelids. It's sweltering hot. If we don't clean it thoroughly, what if it gets infected? Shen Wei's long eyelashes cast shadows on his fair complexion, and with his head bowed, he appeared remarkably handsome. His eyelids were shaped so distinctly, they looked almost drawn. Perhaps the glasses obscured much of his charm. At first glance, he did not stand out, but upon closer inspection, his allure became evident. Zhao Yunlan felt a stirring in his heart, acknowledging his own lack of restraint. He believed his tastes were simply broader than most, and he was unashamedly drawn to both beautiful men and women. Fortunately, despite his indiscriminate nature, he had maintained a decent character, not picky with partners, but also not desperate. He had always been a model lover, committed to one person at a time, ensuring a clean break when the relationship ended. However, It had been nearly half a year since his last relationship ended, and with Shen Wei being precisely his type, Zhao Yunlan found himself contemplating his feelings. Should he make a move, or let it be? Shen Wei exuded an earnestness that was unmistakable. Zhao Yunlan was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. His lifestyle was far from conventional, filled with endless social engagements, living extravagantly yet chaotically, driving luxury cars while residing in cramped quarters. He was no model for nurturing a sincere relationship, merely seeking fleeting encounters without any long-term commitment. It would be best to avoid stirring up trouble with someone as decent as Shen Wei. Yet, Shen Wei seemed to harbor some interest in him. To let such a remarkable person slip away would indeed be a pity. After cleaning Zhao Yunlan's arm and applying medication, Shen Wei attempted to wrap it in gauze. But Zhao Yunlan firmly interrupted. It's just a scrape. In this heat, wrapping it would be absurd. If my arm is exposed, others might think I'm mummified. Zhao Yunlan extinguished his cigarette and naturally wrapped his arm around Shen Wei's back. I plan to check on that girl inside. Care to join me? Shen Wei stiffened instantly. Stumbling as Zhao Yunlan led him a couple of steps, his neck and ears flushing crimson. Realizing what had happened, he hurriedly extricated himself from Zhao Yunlan's embrace. Feigning composure as he adjusted his shirt. Why act like a shy maiden? Zhao Yunlan chuckled initially, but before Shen Wei could regain his composure, he abruptly changed the subject. By the way, have we met before, Mr. Shen? In that moment, Shen Wei was caught off guard by Zhao Yunlan's penetrating gaze. His mind momentarily blank. For a second or two, he stared at Zhao Yunlan, unable to look away. He was acutely aware that he had lost his composure today. He shouldn't have encountered Zhao Yunlan. That man knew nothing, remembered nothing. When one crosses the Naiha Bridge and drinks the water of the forgetting river, passing through the gates of reincarnation, one's soul is cleansed to a bare essence. What could one possibly remember? As Shen Wei gazed at Zhao Yunlan's striking visage and piercing eyes, he felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch his face. To reconnect with the warmth of the other's skin, even if just for a fleeting moment across the years of cold separation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shen Wei finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I have seen you. Zhao Yunlan awaited the completion of his thought. In my heart, countless times. I dared not approach, yet I knew everything about you. Shen Wei nearly blurted out this confession, but ultimately, he struggled to articulate. In a case you handled. Which one? Zhao Yunlan asked, somewhat taken aback. Shen Wei's words flowed more easily now. As if the first lie had unshackled him from restraint. It was about 5 or 6 years ago. During the series of 12 suicides at the Twin Towers near Walking Bridge, I was close to graduating, having just moved out of school. Searching for a place to rent nearby. The Twin Towers had become infamous due to the incidents, so the rent was quite affordable. I was one of the few who dared to stay there. Zhao Yunlan furrowed his brow, contemplating. I'm certain I never saw you at the scene. You didn't see me, but I was living on the top floor and saw you. I also witnessed you capture a shadow from one of the rooms on the top floor, sealing it in a bottle, then telling someone. The suspect has been apprehended. You may all wrap up. Zhao Yunlan was taken aback. You not only live there, but on the top floor? Quite bold of you. Shen Wei lowered his head. You can check the rental records. I speak the truth. Indeed, he was telling the truth. He had been at the Twin Towers. But not for the mundane reason of finding a place to stay. He had only wished to catch a glimpse of someone special. This lie, half truth and half fabrication, nearly drained him of strength. Fortunately, Zhao Yunlan seemed to accept it, even expressing some regret with a jest. It must have been our oversight. Protocol dictates we erase the memories of unrelated bystanders, yet I failed to notice you. By the way, how did it feel at the time? Did your materialistic worldview collapse entirely afterward? Shen Wei forced a dry smile in response, but did not answer. Uncertain of the depths of Zhao Yunlan's belief, he chose not to pursue the matter further. As the two entered the campus clinic, they beheld Li Qian leaning against the windowed wall, cradling a cup of hot syrupy water prepared by the school doctor. Seated in the dim light, her expression appeared increasingly somber. Zhao Yunlan rapped gently on the door, causing Li Qian to startle. She looked up, and upon recognizing him, gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. Stealing a glance at his watch, Zhao Yunlan noticed the reflection of an elderly figure in the glass, yet the hands of the watch remained oddly uncolored by red. The vitality of the recently deceased seemed to have intensified. It was a known fact that the living could not harbor the aura of death. Yet, what could it signify when the dead exhibited signs of life? Was rebirth imminent? Contemplating this, he boldly seated himself on the bed opposite Li Qian and declared, Classmate, I must inquire a few questions. Li Qian, her face pale, regarded him with trepidation. Given that teacher Shen had indicated his awareness of their activities, Zhao Yunlan felt no need to conceal the presence of Shen Wei. He asked directly, in recent times, have you found yourself able to perceive certain phenomena that should remain unseen? Before Li Qian could respond, her expression shifted to one of sheer terror. I understand, Zhao Yunlan said, fixating on the space between her brows, leaning slightly forward with his elbows resting on his knees, pondering. However, it appears your third eye remains unopened, theoretically rendering you blind to such sights. Are you afflicted due to an inherent frailty in your destiny, or have you meddled with matters beyond your grasp? Li Qian instinctively bit her lip, her fingers twisting anxiously, turning her knuckles pale. Oh, it seems to be the latter. Reveal to me what you have tampered with. Zhao Yunlan pressed, lowering his voice. Initially reluctant, Li Qian finally whispered, a sundial. After some time had elapsed, she continued, it is a family heirloom, now tarnished. On its back is a circular disc adorned with many fish scale-like stones, dark in hue, somewhat akin to obsidian. The elder referred to it as the Wheel of Reincarnation. Zhao Yunlan's eyes widened with realization. Li Qian cast him a surprised glance, hesitantly nodding in affirmation. The sundial completes a rotation each day, signifying the perpetual cycle of life and death. However, some interpretations suggest that reincarnation is a relentless process of death, the old giving way to the new, the lost forever lost. And what once was can never return. With each turn, one can only look back, unable to retrace their steps, and with each cycle, even the act of looking back becomes uncertain. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Wei trembled slightly behind him. What have you done with it? Zhao Yunlan inquired. Li Qian bit her lip once more. Very well, let me rephrase my question. Have you ever committed wrongful acts using it? Her eyes widened in disbelief. I have not. Zhao Yunlan regarded her in silence. I have not. Li Qian exclaimed, rising to her feet, retreating a step, and defensively positioning herself sideways against Zhao Yunlan, instinctively adopting a posture of protection. How could I use a family heirloom for wrongdoing? You are mistaken. She coughed violently, having become overly agitated. Shen Wei furrowed his brow and approached, shielding Li Qian from Zhao Yunlan's increasingly intense scrutiny, gently patting her back. Speak slowly, do not rush. He then turned to Zhao Yunlan, stating, this child has just undergone a distressing experience. Officer Zhao, please refrain from pressuring her. Zhao Yunlan rubbed his nose. Very well. I shall refrain from unrelated inquiries. One last question, and then I will take my leave. He retrieved a photograph of the deceased from his pocket. Have you seen this classmate recently? Li Qian glanced at the photo, initially shaking her head, then suddenly recalling something. She took the photograph and scrutinized it for a moment before uncertainly asking, I believe I saw someone resembling her yesterday. Zhao Yunlan's expression sharpened. When was that? Do you recall her attire? In the evening, Li Qian pondered. I returned after the library closed, around 10 o'clock. I had gone outside the school to purchase something and think I saw a person fitting her description at the entrance. I cannot recall her exact clothing. Ah, yes, I remember. She was wearing the welcome t-shirt. I have one myself, which drew my attention. Zhao Yunlan pressed further. Was the t-shirt common among many yesterday? Most were students from our university, Li Qian replied. There weren't too many people. Most students were at the new campus, and the old campus was rather quiet. Were you wearing one? I found it unwashed, so I didn't wear it closely, but threw it over my own t-shirt. Later, as it grew warm, I stuffed it into my bag. Oh, Zhao Yunlan mused. When you spotted her, were there others around? Yes, there were quite a few passers-by, and quite a few vehicles as well. Li Qian assessed his demeanor, sensing a shift, and asked, what is it? No, I'm not inquiring about the university road. I mean the small alley beside your school. She emerged from there, did she not? Were there others in that alley at the time? Zhao Yunlan's deliberate evasion of her question unsettled Li Qian. Her gaze drifted, and she hesitated before answering. I can't recall clearly, it seems. She might have come from there, but I did not follow. The alley was a dead end, typically frequented only by students residing in the Eastern District, making it relatively tranquil. You did not traverse that way? Zhao Yunlan interrupted. No, I did not. Why not? Do you not also reside in the Eastern District? Li Qian struggled to find words, finally stammering. I took a detour to purchase something. But you just stated you had already completed your shopping. Zhao Yunlan interjected again, his tone growing stern. Classmate, the officer wishes to engage amicably, extending a hand in friendship. Yet I cannot abide deceit. You must cooperate with the investigation and speak the truth, correct? Li Qian's anxiety resurfaced, her hands gripping the hem of her garment. I speak the truth. Her name was Lu Ruame, a graduate student at Longxing University. You inquire about last night's events? I shall tell you. Your classmate has died. Zhao Yunlan stated emphatically, his gaze fixed intently on her expression. The estimated time of death was around 10 o'clock last night, which means you may have been the last person to see her. Li Qian's pupils dilated, and the cup in her hand clattered to the ground, shattering. She appeared oblivious to the commotion, a nervous twitch at the corner of her eye, her fingers trembling uncontrollably, her lips turning ashen. Chapter 9. The Wheel of Reincarnation. Zhao Yunlan leaned back, crossing his legs, intertwining his fingers around his knees, tilting his head to regard Li Qian. Why the agitation? If the deceased's demise bears no relation to you, and you did not know her, why the fear? Why take a detour last night? What compelled you to avoid that path? Suddenly, Li Qian emitted a sharp, short scream, collapsing into a seated position. Her fingers entangled in her hair as she obscured her face. Zhao Yunlan, unyielding, seized her wrist, demanding in a voice laden with authority, evading will not suffice. Look at me and tell me precisely what you witnessed. Li Qian forcefully shook off his hand, her frantic struggles causing the hospital bed to shift slightly, the metal frame scraping against the floor with a grating sound. I don't know. She screamed hysterically. I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know. Your campus is not large, Zhao Yunlan said in a lowered voice. Perhaps one day, while having breakfast at school, you brushed past her. Or you both happened to use the same study room, borrowed the same book. Do you want to know how she died? When we found her, her lifeless body lay alone in a narrow alley, her abdomen torn open by a sharp weapon, with most of her organs removed, still unaccounted for. Given that there were bite marks on a piece of her dismembered intestine at the scene, I personally deduced that the killer likely consumed her organs. The blood was, well, it was everywhere, and even now, the stains are not fully cleaned. And you know what? Li Qian shrieked. Ah. Zhao Yunlan remained as unyielding as stone, showing no intention of relenting, and continued. When her belly was sliced open, she was still alive, watching her liver, kidneys, stomach, one by one being taken away. She heard the sound of chewing, but what was being consumed were her own insides. Can you imagine that feeling? Li Qian's voice had gone hoarse. She slowly crouched down, curling into herself, her hands clutching her head. The campus doctor on duty heard the commotion and hurried over. What happened? What's wrong? Zhao Yunlan presented his ID to the doctor, unceremoniously shutting the door in his face. Sorry, the police are questioning her. Just give me 5 more minutes, thank you. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door of the ward, turning to Li Qian. He repeated his question for the 3rd time. Tell me, what did you see? A shadow, Li Qian suddenly spoke. Zhao Yunlan's previously smiling face turned grave as he quickly approached and squatted beside her. What kind of shadow? You all be careful, Shen Wei interjected from the side, picking up a broom to sweep the glass shards aside. After hesitating, he asked, should I step away? How about I get you some water? Zhao Yunlan waved him off. No, you're just right here. Don't leave yet. I came out without a female colleague, and it's against regulations to question her alone. He helped Li Qian to her feet and handed her a pack of tissues from a nearby table. What kind of shadow was it? Take your time. She brushed past me, and I saw her wearing a cultural shirt, realizing she was a classmate. Although we were unfamiliar, I greeted her, she said, borrowing, and hurried past me. At that moment, Li Qian raised her eyes, bloodshot and trembling. I saw her shadow. She had more than one shadow. Shen Wei gently remarked. Different light sources can create multiple shadows, perhaps you. Not that kind, not what you think. Li Qian interrupted, her voice quaking. It appeared in a place devoid of light, far deeper than other shadows. The most important thing is that shadow. It doesn't move in sync with a person's actions. The ward fell into an eerie silence. Li Qian was trembling as if her bones might shatter. Shen Wei paused, bent down, and reassuringly patted her head. Classmate, please try to remain calm. I truly saw it, Professor Shen. I really did. Li Qian clutched his sleeve, tears streaming down her face. I saw it follow her, and the moment she entered the alley, suddenly, it stood up from the ground, like a real person. I was terrified and ran for dear life. I thought I was dreaming, hallucinating, do you understand? But you all insist on asking me. Insisting on telling me that girl, that person, she has already. At this point, recalling Zhao Yunlan's description, she abruptly leapt up, pushing Shen Wei aside and rushed to the corner to vomit. Shen Wei shot a reproachful glance at Zhao Yunlan. Zhao Yunlan rubbed his nose and commented, don't worry. Her reaction isn't too extreme. You should have seen it. This morning at the scene, one rookie nearly vomited himself into a sea cucumber. Shen Wei's expression turned to one of helplessness as he shook his head, stepping outside to retrieve a bottle of mineral water from the doctor who had been peering in. He returned to help Li Qian rinse her mouth, then assisted her back to a seated position. Li Qian could hardly stand. She stumbled and collapsed onto the hospital bed, her gaze vacant as she looked at Zhao Yunlan. It killed someone. It will kill me too. I saw it. It won't spare me, right? Zhao Yunlan did not respond. Instead, he pulled out a small notebook and a pen. Describe to me what it looks like. I didn't see it clearly, but it was human-shaped. When it stood up from the ground, it was about this tall. Li Qian gestured, dark and a bit short, so it looked a little plump. Zhao Yunlan paused his writing, frowning as he asked, a bit short and a bit plump? Li Qian nodded. Is it possible that it wasn't actually short? But when you saw it, you immediately turned and ran, so it hadn't completely stood up yet. Zhao Yunlan queried. Li Qian stared blankly, her response even slower than before. Then she lowered her eyes, avoiding Zhao Yunlan's gaze, and nodded once more. Maybe. Zhao Yunlan's gaze toward her began to shift to something peculiar. And then, Li Qian kept her head down. Then I ran away. Zhao Yunlan remained silent, scrutinizing her. Li Qian's fingers intertwined, her knuckles turning white. After a while, Zhao Yunlan finally released her, tearing a page from his notebook, writing down a series of numbers. If you have any clues or remember anything, please contact me as soon as possible. I am available 24 hours a day. Thank you for today. He handed the note to Li Qian and stood up. Shen Wei offered, I'll escort you. No, it's unnecessary, Zhao Yunlan replied. I'll step outside for a smoke. You chat with her. I was a bit anxious earlier and may have frightened this young student. I sincerely apologize. Shen Wei glanced at Li Qian, who seemed lost in thought, showing no reaction to Zhao Yunlan's words. Once Zhao Yunlan stepped outside with a cigarette, the pressure he brought dissipated and Li Qian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling utterly drained, weakly shaking her head at Shen Wei's question, Shen Wei inquired, would you like me to call the campus doctor to keep you company for a while? You can rest here until you feel better before heading back, okay? Li Qian nodded. Shen Wei took a couple of steps but turned back, recalling something. Do you still have money on you? If not, would you like me to lend you some? Li Qian perceived his good intentions and finally managed to muster a faint smile. Thank you, teacher, but really, I don't need it. Shen Wei sighed, appearing as though he had something more to say but held back. After a long pause, he subtly remarked, classmate, some lies are deliberate, while others are unintentional. The former deceives others, the latter deceives oneself. Regardless, both are quite tragic. Li Qian paused. Shen Wei lowered his gaze. Forget it. Just take care of yourself. With that, he went to the campus pharmacy to fetch a small bottle of medicine and hurriedly left. Zhao Yunlan was still in the hallway, answering a phone call. I have clarified the matter. It is not an issue on our end, but rather a problem originating from the other side. The voice on the line was distinctly different from Wang Zheng's, a woman whose elongated tones carried an air of deliberate provocation. Last night, as the gates of the underworld opened, over a dozen registered souls vanished, most of whom were newly departed and still reluctant to leave the mortal realm, not yet accustomed to the rules. This is hardly alarming, as they pose little threat. The real trouble lies in the rumor that an hungry ghost managed to escape amidst the chaos. Zhao Yunlan almost doubted his ears. What had escaped? An hungry ghost. Zhao Yunlan's temper flared. Since the caller was a subordinate, he did not bother to maintain his composure. Looking around to ensure no one was listening, he lowered his voice and exclaimed, what kind of nonsensical situation is this? Are hungry ghosts allowed to roam the human realm? Which incompetent ghost official has thrown in the towel? No matter how tightly secured, one cannot prevent the occasional jailbreak. Furthermore, the other side has yet to adopt a paperless office. Those mountain-dwelling ghosts still cling to management practices from the early 20th century. These hungry ghosts, having been confined for too long, have become somewhat bewildered. If it were me, I might escape 8 times in a single day. The woman on the other end paused, then added, oh, wait. A life has been lost. That one has sent an invitation and is likely to come in person. You should return quickly to see it. I dare not open it. Zhao Yunlan furrowed his brow. Understood. I'll return immediately. In the meantime, please help me with a few tasks. The area where the deceased was found faces University Road. I recall there should be surveillance at that intersection. Perhaps it captured something. Retrieve that footage for me. Additionally, look into a graduate student named Li Qian from the Foreign Language Department at Longqing University. Lastly, Inquire about the old sundial engraved with the wheel of reincarnation. I wish to know its significance. At that moment, he caught sight of Shen Wei approaching and spoke softly into the phone. Let us leave it at that for now. I have something to attend to. Keep me updated with any developments. After hanging up, Zhao Yunlan turned, instantly concealing his displeasure, transforming from a rogue into an artful youth. Greeting Shen Wei with warmth and courtesy. Please, do stay. Chapter 10. The reincarnation sundial. Shen Wei handed him the medicine he had picked up from the campus clinic. I noticed you forgot to take your medication, so I brought it for you. He then frowned at the raw skin on Zhao Yunlan's arm. Be careful once you return. Avoid getting the wound wet for the next few days, and try to refrain from eating anything irritating. Zhao Yunlan silently scrutinized him. Shen Wei, feeling the weight of his gaze, fell silent. What is it? Zhao Yunlan posed a seemingly unrelated question. Have you ever been married, Professor Shen? Shen Wei was taken aback, exclaiming, how could that be? Zhao Yunlan responded with a casual, oh, and followed with another inquiry. What about a girlfriend? His eyes took on a hint of audacity, leaving Shen Wei feeling at a loss. Neither nodding nor shaking his head seemed appropriate. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yunlan took the medicine bottle from Shen Wei's hand, twirling it playfully before saying with a smirk, it's just that someone as talented and considerate as you seems likely to be quite the catch. I may have spoken out of turn. Please don't say such things. Shen Wei appeared flustered. Zhao Yunlan chuckled, revealing two charming dimples. Oh, by the way, may I borrow your phone? Shen Wei took out his mobile, but Zhao Yunlan did not accept it. Instead, he gently held Shen Wei's hand and boldly entered his name and number into the contacts, saving it before dialing. Just leaving a point of contact, Zhao Yunlan said with mock seriousness, should any clues related to this case arise, feel free to reach out. After tossing the small medicine bottle in the air and catching it, he waved goodbye to Shen Wei with a smile. Thank you very much. I have a few matters to attend to, but once this case is resolved, I must treat you to a meal. This time, he took his leave without haste. One hand in his pocket, strolling leisurely with an air of nonchalance. His posture was relaxed yet dignified, akin to a peacock flaunting its vibrant plumage. As he walked away, Shen Wei's earlier awkwardness gradually faded, his gaze becoming contemplative as he cast a final glance at Zhao Yunlan's almost indistinguishable figure before turning to depart in another direction. However, after just a few steps, he could not resist glancing back, only to find that the person he sought had vanished from view. In his phone's contact list lay the name Flirtatious Alan, resting quietly on the screen. As he whispered the name, it felt like a blade had gently glided through his heart, leaving a tender wound. Yet, he managed to keep his thoughts concealed behind his slightly parted lips. Shen Wei raised his finger, still lingering with the faint scent of cologne that belonged to another, closing his eyes to take a deep, measured breath. Unbeknownst to him, the fragrance he inhaled, though unfamiliar, seemed to have haunted him for years. In the tranquil campus, the only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves falling from the branches. Shen Wei's face betrayed no hints of his inner turmoil. After a long moment, a self-deprecating smile flickered across his lips before he hurried away. In that fleeting instant of bowing his head, a sense of melancholy briefly crossed his features, revealing a silent intensity. As for Guo Changcheng, tasked with gathering information, he found himself at a loss, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He sat awkwardly at the school gate with a peculiar, talkative black cat, waiting for his superior to arrive. Even in his crouched position, he appeared different from others, curling up with his hair obscuring much of his face. Beside a rather rotund cat that drew the attention of passers-by. After a half hour, Zhao Yunlan finally arrived, bringing an end to this embarrassing spectacle. Guo Changcheng, his legs numb from squatting, limped after Zhao Yunlan along the serene campus paths, occasionally stealing glances at Zhao Yunlan's tall figure. Resembling a young wife who had accidentally burned dinner, anxious and aggrieved. During his time waiting, Guo Changcheng deeply reflected on the series of events that had transpired in less than 12 hours since joining the Special Investigation Unit, feeling defeated. Was it merely a dimly lit corridor? A slightly eerie atmosphere? An ambiguous comment from his superior? Why had he fainted? Despite being in a unit that offered the highest salaries and bonuses, Guo Changcheng always felt out of place. Now, however, having stumbled in through dubious means, he feared not being able to remain. The embarrassment would be one thing, but how could he explain it to his uncle? He gazed at Zhao Yunlan, who bore the weight of the hefty cat on his shoulder, though the cat's size forced Zhao Yunlan to tilt his neck awkwardly. Yet, he still looked undeniably handsome and poised. Zhao Yunlan, only slightly older than Guo Changcheng, exuded an air of unwavering confidence, as if he feared nothing at all. At that moment, Zhao Yunlan suddenly turned around, and Guo Changqing hurriedly averted his gaze. What's wrong? Do you wish to say something? Zhao, who had been cursing him in his thoughts, inquired gently. Guo Changqing lowered his head like a child with autism, the fringe blocking his eyes slightly greasy, resembling a neat row of black lines. It's all right, Zhao Yunlan said softly. If you have something to say, just speak up. In our future work, we will inevitably need to communicate with each other. After spending time together, you will come to know that I have a good temper and am quite carefree. Even if there are unpleasant moments, a night's sleep will make me forget them. The onlooker, Decayed, silently lowered his head, unable to comprehend the boundless hypocrisy of humanity, despite having lived for over 1,000 years. Guo Changqing stuttered for a long while without making sense, his eyes reddening as he finally exclaimed, I feel like a useless person. Oh, how delightful, Zhao Yunlan thought. Who could argue with that? Yet, he still made full use of his duplicitous nature, placing a hand on Guo Changqing's head and affectionately ruffling his hair. All right, young man. It's your first time on duty. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Who isn't he aired at some point? Take your time, don't rush. I believe in you. Now, tell me what you found out from the teacher at the school. Oh. Guo Changqing quickly retrieved a notebook from his small bag. I found out the deceased is named Lu Ruomei, a graduate student from the mathematics department, a local with a decent background. There are few girls in the mathematics department, and everyone usually takes care of her, so she has good interpersonal relationships. I haven't heard of her having conflicts with anyone. She is currently applying to stay at the school for administrative purposes and spends a lot of time on extracurricular activities. Hence her grades aren't particularly good. He rambled on with a bunch of trivial information, and Zhao Yunlan surprisingly listened patiently throughout, even asking him at the end. Is there more? What is your own opinion? I think some of her competitors for staying at the school might have a motive for committing the crime. Or perhaps she got into trouble during her social activities outside of school. We can start by checking her social connections. The suspect might be among them, Guo Changqing said, glancing at Zhao Yunlan with trepidation, feeling utterly devoid of confidence. I can only think of this much for now. Oh, Zhao Yunlan neither affirmed nor denied, merely nodding slowly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, leaning slightly forward. So what do you think happened to her? Guo Changqing, unsure of his intent, foolishly replied. Murdered? Zhao Yunlan burst into laughter, much to his irritation. Unfortunately, Guo Changqing seemed entirely oblivious to social cues. Seeing Zhao smile, he immediately relaxed and broke into a silly grin himself. Zhao had never dealt with such a peculiar individual before and had to suppress his inner turmoil, managing to adopt a profound and authoritative demeanor as he said, You did well. Very attentive, and you have great potential. Guo Changqing's head shot up. The man before him was looking down at him with a warm smile, his attractive features leaving him at a loss for words. Just a single sentence filled him with warmth and strength. His face flushed, and in that moment, he felt that his leader was exceptionally kind. Guo Changqing suddenly understood the ancient saying, a scholar would die for a friend who understands him. He felt that Zhao's care and appreciation for him were worth dying for. Thus, Guo Changqing voluntarily took on the daunting challenge of dealing with strangers and making phone calls. Then I'll look into her social connections. Why the rush? Zhu Hong is still on duty in the office. I'll call her shortly and ask her to investigate, Zhao Yunlan assured him. Let us see. I'm going to assign you another challenging task. You noticed the girl who almost jumped off the building, right? She is a crucial witness. But I suspect she may be hiding something. You should follow her and find out why she hasn't been truthful with me. Guo Changqing's eyes sparkled with determination, and he straightened his posture. Understood. Zhao Yunlan nodded. Go ahead. Guo Changqing, filled with fervor, turned and ran off. His chest puffed out as though he were not merely following someone, but bravely charging into battle. Once he was out of sight, Zhao Yunlan's expression rapidly shifted to one of irritation. Good grief, he muttered, observing the intern's retreating figure. I've never seen such a purebred fool. It's truly astonishing. Decayed raised his round face, amused. You're quite the harsh critic, aren't you, leader? You're a cat. Don't talk nonsense. You're the one who is confused. Go keep an eye on him. I need to return to the office to check on some matters. Make sure he doesn't get himself killed. Otherwise, I'll have a hard time explaining myself to the higher-ups. Zhao Yunlan swatted the cat's backside, and Decayed lazily meowed, leaping down from his shoulder and darting off like a ball shot from a slingshot. As Chapter 11 unfolded, Shen Wei entered the campus hospital carrying a meal packed from the cafeteria, only to find Guo Changqing timidly lingering at the entrance, peering in hesitantly. While the now sentient black cat, Decayed, lounged nearby, oblivious as it groomed its glossy black fur. Are you not? Shen Wei hesitated, realizing his attention had been on another person. Apologies, how should I address you? Guo Changcheng was startled but soon recognized Professor Shen in Shen Wei's presence. Guo felt significantly less pressure. He didn't sense the persistent oppressive aura that Zhao Yunlan exuded, even in his gentlest demeanor. This was likely the allure of such an esteemed intellectual, Guo Changcheng thought enviously. With someone possessing strong charisma, he felt at ease and not weak. In contrast, when with someone as incompetent as himself, he never felt superior. Guo, he stammered. Oh, it's Officer Guo, Shen Wei smiled. What brings you here? Guo hesitated, unsure if he could share his leader's assignment with others. He looked down at Decayed for guidance, but the cat, with its long fur, wore a glossy black coat, revealing no color to discern. Decayed silently covered its face with its paws, thinking, in broad daylight, you can't speak properly? Do you need to consult a cat? It felt that the conclusion drawn by their wise leader about this peculiar intern was undoubtedly accurate and incisive. Fortunately, Shen Wei, noticing his discomfort, promptly said, You see, I didn't mean to pry. I was just speaking off the cuff. I truly apologize if it seemed intrusive. Guo Changcheng, embarrassed, lowered his head, though he couldn't quite grasp why he felt that way. Have you eaten? I bought more than enough. If you don't mind, why not come in and share a meal? Shen Wei offered. Just as Guo was about to decline, his stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten since the previous evening. As he grappled with his indecision, Shen Wei successfully coaxed Decayed. Come here, kitty. I bought milk. The doctor on duty has likely gone to eat as well. Let us be discreet. We wouldn't want to be seen. Watching his support, the plump cat succumbed to Shen Wei's charm and abandoned its post. Guo Changcheng felt he had no choice but to follow along in a daze. Shen Wei, perhaps concerned about the awkwardness, made an effort to engage him in conversation. Officer Guo seems quite young, about the same age as my students. You haven't been working for long, have you? Guo Changcheng replied honestly. Today is the second day. Shen Wei chuckled. How does it feel to enter society? Not great at all. Yet Guo Changcheng carefully chose his words, responding, It's all right, I suppose. As Shen Wei walked with a cat and Guo Changcheng down the narrow corridor of the school hospital, his gaze flickered behind his glasses before he casually inquired, How are your colleagues and supervisors treating you? Director Zhao is quite nice to me, Guo Changcheng replied. Oh, he the one from this morning. His expression subtly contorted at the thought of his colleagues, recalling old Wu's paper-thin face and Wang Zheng's head, which looked as if it had been stitched back together after a severe injury. Finally, he managed to say, They are also quite good. Director Zhao? Shen Wei repeated softly, then asked, Is he usually busy? Guo Changcheng scratched his head, hesitating. I suppose. He is busy? It's my first day, so I really don't know. Shen Wei probed further. What do you think of him as a person? He's quite good, Guo Changcheng replied. Shen Wei studied him. Why do you seem a bit afraid of him? Startled, Guo Changcheng replied. After all, he is a supervisor. Shen Wei chuckled softly, realizing he wouldn't extract much more from him, and decided to spare him further questioning. They arrived at Li Qian's hospital room. Shen Wei appeared accustomed to caring for others. He efficiently arranged the meals, distributed the utensils, and found the microwave to heat several bags of milk. Finally, he peeled off the lid of a disposable food container, poured in the warm milk, and pushed it toward Decayed, saying, Let's eat, no dawdling. Guo Changcheng was already ravenous, but his appetite was still lacking. In school, he seldom dined in the cafeteria, not because he disliked the food, but because once the crowd grew, someone would invariably come over to share a table, which would extinguish his appetite. The thought of dining in the hospital with two strangers was even more daunting. Li Qian, too, seemed to struggle with her food, her actions and words appearing utterly disordered. If it weren't for the school doctor assuring them she was fine, Shen Wei might have suspected she was on drugs. Shen Wei noticed that whenever he fell silent, the only sound filling the room was that of the black cat, Decayed, lapping up the milk. He needed to make conversation and asked Li Qian, You mentioned you're a local. Is your home far? When she didn't respond, he suggested, If it's not too far, perhaps you could head home for a few days to rest. If anything arises, I can speak with your mentor on your behalf. Li Qian's chopsticks hesitated momentarily before she softly replied, My family is currently in mourning. Many relatives have come over these past few days, so it's a bit cramped. Shen Wei was taken aback. Li Qian poked at her rice with her chopsticks. My grandmother passed away a couple of days ago. Shen Wei immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I was too aware. My condolences. Li Qian lowered her head, not responding, swallowing her rice in silence. Shen Wei picked up an extra pair of chopsticks, using them to serve her some vegetables. I bought some food. I hope it suits your taste. Please eat a little. Suddenly, Guo Changqing, who had been pretending to be invisible, interjected unexpectedly. I was raised by my grandmother too. She passed away when I was 16. I took a whole semester off because of it. Both Shen Wei and Li Qian turned to look at him. Guo Changqing fell silent for a moment before continuing in a subdued tone. I was never very accomplished as a child. Other kids bullied me, and I neither dared to retaliate nor cry. If she found out, she would take me to school and scold me when we got home. She would take me out to buy yogurt, chocolate, and steamed buns, never allowing herself a bite, always offering everything to me, bringing it to my lips, just taking a small bite from the edge herself. I always thought that when I grew up and made money, I would repay her kindness by her yogurt, chocolate, and buns, but she didn't get to see that. Li Qian seemed deeply moved, tears welling in her eyes. Guo Changqing, unaware of the impact of his words, continued as if speaking to himself. She simply drifted off one night. No one knew. The next morning, when we called her, we discovered. For 2 years, I kept dreaming of her, especially during my time off from school. She would push me gently and say, "Go study well, later." When I returned to school, sometimes when I did well, she would smile at me. When my grades dropped, she would look at me with disappointment, sighing. Until I entered university. Guo Changqing's expression resembled that of a frostbitten eggplant, prompting Shen Wei to affectionately pat his head. Guo Changqing shyly smiled back, his grin fleeting. I received my admission notice later than others. I was in the 3rd batch, which delayed until September. The last time I saw her, she told me, "You're an adult now. Grandma can rest easy and leave." I asked her where she was going, and she merely shook her head, saying it was to a place for the deceased, and that the living should not inquire. Since then, I have never dreamed of her again, not once. My uncle says she has been reincarnated. Li Qian's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, quietly cascading down her cheeks. What I mean is, Guo Changqing awkwardly ruffled his hair, surprised at the empathy he felt, almost admiring himself for sharing such a lengthy thought. Hey, classmate, don't cry. When my grandmother just passed, I felt as if the sky had fallen. I thought I could no longer repay her kindness. What is the point of studying or striving? I would have willingly traded my life for hers, but, alas, I still struggle to find the right words. What I mean to say is, don't be sad. Those who have passed are watching over us. The moment those words left his lips, Li Qian trembled violently, bursting into uncontrollable sobs, her cries echoing through the room. In the end, she seemed to lose consciousness, her limbs twitching involuntarily. Shen Wei hurried out to call the school doctor, while Guo Changqing stood helplessly at the side. Never having witnessed such profile, he possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with long legs that complemented his tall stature. The sleeves of his dress shirt were meticulously buttoned, and a pair of rimless glasses rested upon his nose. At a glance, he resembled a male model from a perfume advertisement, exuding an aura of restraint. He stood in silence for a moment, causing Guo Changqing to almost believe he would unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, Shen Wei remained uncommunicative. After a brief pause, the furrows of concern etched on Shen Wei's brow persisted, but he lifted his gaze and smiled at Guo Changqing. I truly appreciate your assistance today, Officer Guo. How about this? You can head back now, and I will take care of this student alone, so as not to delay your other duties. I have no other duties, Guo Changqing stammered, just as he caught the eye of Daqing, who was desperately trying to peek out from his bag. Under the watchful gaze of the cat's emerald eyes, he blurted out, "Director Zhao only said to follow her. He didn't instruct me to investigate anything or mention when I should return." Once Guo Changqing's fervor, coaxed by Zhao Yunlan, subsided, he instinctively understood the absurdity of this task. He was clumsy but not foolish. Accompanying a frail young girl was hardly a test of his abilities. It was evident that Director Zhao likely found him a nuisance. Indeed, with such a lack of capability, merely causing chaos. His entry into the Special Investigation Unit was solely due to connections. In less than 24 hours, he had already bungled countless matters. What employer would desire such a liability? That is not how Director Zhao sees it, Shen Wei replied with a resigned tone. Though he was well aware of the truth, Zhao Yunlan absolutely held that sentiment. Guo Changqing's mood darkened further, resembling a plump mushroom. After a while, the doctor emerged, stating that Li Qian had been traumatized and, combined with her chronic negativity, malnutrition, and low blood pressure, her reactions were quite severe. She had been administered a sedative and had fallen asleep, necessitating hospitalization. Shen Wei had no choice but to complete the admission paperwork. And the peculiar trio of two individuals and a cat kept vigil over Li Qian in the hospital until the sun dipped below the horizon. With none of her family coming to check on her, Guo Changqing softly inquired, "Teacher Shen, don't her family care for her?" Shen Wei was at a loss for words and sighed. Sitting by Li Qian's bedside, Guo Changqing suddenly grasped the depth of her sorrow. The intensity of her emotional responses, the sobbing that led her to convulse, even contemplating suicide. Perhaps the sole person in the world who genuinely loved her was no longer present. From that moment forth, no one would care for her joys or sorrows. No one would watch her retreating figure with longing, hoping she would venture further away. And thus, the night descended. Chapter 12. The cycle of time after parting ways with Guo Changqing. Zhao Yunlan drove back to number 4, Guangming Road. His first action was to rush to the office and replay the surveillance footage from the university intersection 3 times. The office appeared significantly desolate during the day, with only a young female officer on duty in the criminal investigation department. She seemed to be in her 20s, with her hair pulled back into a simple ponytail. A light touch of makeup revealing her smooth and lovely forehead. Her eyes were half closed, exuding a languid expression as if she were on the verge of sleep. Yet her hands moved deftly in her tasks. Clad in uniform, she had a long blanket draped over her legs, remaining seated without shifting. Had it not been for her rosy complexion, one might have mistaken her for a patient recovering from a serious illness. Perhaps the blanket was a bit too long. One end trailed to the ground, and as Zhao Yunlan inadvertently stepped on it, the other side was lifted. Beneath the blanket, a large python's tail briefly flickered before retracting. The officer paid no heed, her attention still on the footage, casually smoothing out the blanket she had stepped on. Her name tag read Zhu Hong. The surveillance footage was somewhat unclear, disrupted by an inexplicable magnetic field, flickering intermittently, with occasional static. The information it provided was scant, as the crime had occurred in a small alley next to the university side entrance, while the camera was positioned at the intersection on University Road. It captured only a brief moment when the deceased, Lu Ruame, crossed paths with Li Qian on University Road. The timestamp indicated it was around 10:20 the previous evening. Li Qian, as she had recounted, exited the main gate of the school, entered a nearby convenience store, and emerged 5 minutes later. As she retraced her steps, she coincidentally brushed past the deceased, offering a polite nod in acknowledgement. The footage froze just after they parted. The deceased was crossing the street, about to enter the alley. Li Qian seemed to glance at Lu Rume nonchalantly, but due to the poor clarity, her subtle expression was difficult to discern. However, she soon appeared greatly startled. Stepping back considerably, Zhu Hong fixated on the screen for a moment. Her half-closed eyes widened slightly, revealing an unsettling, inhuman vertical pupil within her almond-shaped eyes. Was she gazing at the street lamp? Zhao Yunlan nodded. Can we enhance the clarity of that street lamp? Zhu Hong adjusted the focus slightly, but the quality remained insufficient. I've done my best, but it's unmanageable. In a few days, I'll send you to pursue a part-time postgraduate degree to enhance your technical skills. Zhu Hong patted her thigh. Completing one will take at least 2 to 3 years. How can I explain to others why I'm taking leave so frequently? Zhao Yunlan replied without a hint of embarrassment. Can't you just say you have menstrual cramps? Silly woman. Zhu Hong fell silent for a moment. You always shatter my whimsical fantasies about you, leader. Knowing she recognized him as her superior, yet still indulged in daydreams. Zhao Yunlan playfully pressed down on her head. Don't you want your bonus? Zhu Hong squinted her eyes even more, extending her snake-like tongue to lick her lips. If you'd let me spend a night with you, I would forfeit my salary and work for you for free. Zhao Yunlan lowered his head. A smirk playing on his lips? Really? Zhu Hong fell silent. She suddenly felt an unsettling sense that their shameless leaders might genuinely engage in such transactions without a shred of dignity. Flirting with the boss during work hours. Zhao Yunlan chuckled. Very well, Zhu Hong. This year the quota for our department as party class is yours. Prepare to elevate your ideological awareness. Regretting her words too late, Zhu Hong hastily changed the topic. If the surveillance fails to capture anything, it implies it doesn't wish to be seen, unless the heavenly eye is open, enabling that girl to perceive such things, likely due to her interaction with the cycle of time. Zhao Yunlan's fingers lightly tapped the desktop. I'm aware of the cycle of time. It is typically an hourglass inscribed with aphorisms, symbolizing greater significance than practical use. What is its particularity? Actually, when you mentioned the old hourglass earlier today, I immediately thought of it. Zhu Hong leaned down and retrieved an old ledger from the drawer of her desk. I borrowed this from the underworld, You can examine it closely when you have the time. It is rumored that its base is crafted from shards of the three live stone, and the scales on its back are made from a type of black fish from the river of forgetfulness, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, with a belly fin as hard as crystal, growing only on one side. Zhao Yunlan nodded, encouraging her to continue. Zhu Hong opened the ancient ledger. It is said that when Pangu created the heavens and the earth and divided yin and yang, the boundary was marked by the Yellow Springs Road and the River of Forgetfulness. As the population grew, management became impractical. Hence, the rules of the Ghost Gate were established. Before the Ghost Gate was set up, the underworld possessed these 4 sacred artifacts, and over time, each of the 4 artifacts became scattered among the living world, with the cycle of time being one of them. Zhu Hong's slender fingers glided over the pages, and Zhao Yunlan followed her gesture to discover the words borrowing longevity inscribed beneath the 3 characters of cycle of time. Borrowing longevity? Zhao Yunlan frowned, immediately recalling the unusual new soul that followed Li Qian. What about the investigation on Li Qian that I asked you to conduct? Were there any recently deceased individuals nearby who had not yet completed their mourning period? Yes, Li Qian's grandmother passed away at the end of August. Zhao Yunlan leaned back, lazily lighting a cigarette. That must be the case. No wonder the old lady's spirit can appear in broad daylight. It seems she is separated from the living by the 3 live stone. I was wondering why that young girl was spouting nonsense, borrowing longevity from the elderly. How absurd. The cycle dial symbolizes the rise and fall of life, and the black fish scales in the river of forgetfulness only grow in one direction. Hence it is only the elder who borrows life from the youth, not the other way around. Zhao, perhaps you have misunderstood her? Zhu Hong remarked, extending her hand as a piece of inked rice paper gracefully floated into her palm, inscribed with Li Qian's name, followed by her birth date and time, and then 2 lines of illegible text, barely distinguishable due to the corrections made. Zhu Hong continued, the underworld has investigated, and it seems Li Qian's birth and death dates have indeed been tampered with. Her lifespan has not been extended, but rather shortened. Zhao Yunlan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The cycle dial, revolving thrice upon the 3 live stone, you live half of my life, seeking not to be born together but to die together. Zhu Hong explained, implying that with the sacred artifact of reincarnation, one could trade half of their remaining lifespan to resurrect the deceased, thus sharing life and death with them. 2 years ago, when Li Qian's grandmother reached the end of her days, it was then that the girl exchanged half of her life for her grandmother's return. Zhao Yunlan listened in silence. When you were away, I delved into her background. Although Li Qian is from this city, she has not lived here for long. She resided with her grandmother in another location. I contacted the village officials from her original household registration, and they informed me that Li Qian was raised by her grandmother as her parents were likely preoccupied with work and rarely returned home. She has a younger brother. And during that era, the one-child policy was strictly enforced, which led to, you understand, right? Zhao Yunlan nodded. And Zhu Hong continued. The village officials said that 2 years ago, the old lady suffered a sudden stroke, and everyone thought she would not survive, yet miraculously, she recovered, albeit with some residual effects. Later, she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, commonly referred to as senile dementia, likely caused by nerve damage from the stroke. Initially, she experienced memory loss, which gradually worsened, leading to severe cognitive decline, and half a year later, Li Qian successfully gained admission to the local graduate program, prompting her parents to bring her and the old lady back home. Thus, the notion of exchanging life for life must have transpired during her grandmother's illness. Zhao Yunlan flicked the ash from his cigarette. She had been living at her ancestral home, where she discovered an heirloom, which makes sense. But I fail to see the reason for her fabrications. Why would she speak untruths to me? Perhaps there is a hidden truth. Zhu Hong turned her chair around, resting her elbows on the armrests, her vertical pupils gazing intently at Zhao Yunlan. The cold-blooded gaze in her eyes, typically frightening, somehow conveyed an unusual tenderness. She said, imagine if there existed someone in this world whom you loved so dearly that you would willingly trade half your life for them. Yet they inexplicably vanished before you once more. What would that feel like? Zhao Yunlan furrowed his brow, his expression apathetic, as if still in doubt. Listening to such a tear-jerking tale, he felt not the slightest twinge of emotion, instead scrutinizing the seams, as if determined to uncover a hidden truth. Zhu Hong sighed softly, unable to discern which of them was the true cold-blooded creature. Zhao Yunlan shrugged. Very well, Ms. Zhu, enlighten me. Li Qian often purchases various items online. I have reviewed her purchase history, and most consist of health products for the elderly. Her allowance is modest, primarily earned through tutoring and assisting her professors with tasks. Unlike other girls who indulge in vanity, she seldom treats herself. I believe this alone demonstrates she is a good child. If confirmed unrelated to this case, there are matters she may choose not to disclose, so why press her too hard? Zhao Yunlan added, material possessions do not necessarily indicate emotional ties. Sometimes, a lack of affection compels one to compensate with material goods. His words faded under Zhu Hong's silent accusation of his callousness. Very well, Zhao Yunlan conceded. Supposing what you say is true, if she sacrificed half her lifespan for the old lady, why is it that now the old lady has passed, and she remains in good health? Zhu Hong replied, it is possible that some unforeseen event occurred, such as the old lady's lifespan being prematurely ended. Lin Jing transmitted to me the list of lost souls from yesterday. I checked, and she is indeed not on it. She has been wandering outside, likely unaware of the situation. The old lady's spirit may be tethered to the living by the cycle dial, which could explain her evasion of the underworld's emissaries. Zhao Yunlan pondered for a moment. Zhu Hong asked, what is it? I just recalled something. Have you noticed how strikingly similar Li Qian and Lu Romei appear at first glance, with almost identical hairstyles? A stranger would find it nearly impossible to distinguish between them from behind, and on that day, they happened to wear the same outfit. While Lu Romei conveniently died shortly after meeting Li Qian. If Li Qian has used the cycle dial, she must carry the scent of the underworld's sacred items. If she could indeed evade the emissaries, it is possible she could escape. Are you suggesting the starving ghost's target was originally Li Qian? Chapter 13. The cycle dial. Zhao Yunlan extinguished his cigarette and quickly fished out his phone. The sun is setting. I left a mere novice there. This won't do. I must head over. Zhu Hong quipped. The intern who fainted upon arrival? Zhao Yunlan shot her a troubled look. By the way, where is the Soul Reaper's invitation? Zhu Hong gestured toward the corner of the desk, but hesitated to touch it. What lay there was a stack of pitch-black booklets, their covers dark, inscribed in vermilion with the words Invitation to the Wandering Soul, addressed to the Master. Inside was exquisite satin, adorned with a few polite phrases that seemed irrelevant, followed by a brief mention of the starving ghost's escape, concluding with a request for understanding regarding tonight's midnight visit. The text was elegantly presented in a tidy, slender font, bordering on artistic merit. As Zhao Yunlan opened the invitation, Zhu Hong instinctively shifted her chair away in trepidation. The Soul Reaper is an enigmatic figure, neither entirely ghostly nor divine. While some may call him a ghostly deity, he is said to have originated from the deepest shadows of the underworld. A manifestation of malice and fierce winds, born ominous, with bloodshed in his wake, yet shielded by the winds, he transformed into a soul-reaping blade. According to folklore, this blade discerns good from evil, loyalty from treachery, allowing him to be known as the Soul Reaper. He traverses the heavens and the depths of hell, capable of severing the souls of all beings with ties to the world. Perhaps this is why he instills fear in everyone, except Zhao Yunlan, who, due to his own robust nature, did not find the Soul Reaper particularly terrifying. Instead, he perceived him as cultured and amiable. His only fault was a tendency to use overly ornate language, laden with excessive verbiage. Noticing Zhu Hong's discomfort, he swiftly perused the invitation and casually stuffed the wandering soul invitation into his bag. You may leave for the day. Hand over the matters in the office to Wang Zheng for the night shift. These past days, with your injury, it would be unwise to venture out. Do take care of yourself. Before you leave, please contact Lin Jing. If there are no issues on that end, he should return promptly and refrain from lingering. There is little to gain from dawdling in the underworld. Upon hearing that he would not have to confront a certain individual, Zhu Hong immediately nodded in relief. I'm leaving, Zhao Yunlan declared as he strode towards the exit, dialing Guo Changqing's number. When Guo Changqing realized the identity of the caller, he instinctively stood at attention. Why did it take so long to answer? Zhao Yunlan's concern grew. He wondered if something had gone awry. Guo Changqing's tongue began to trip over itself. Strange. After a morning's practice, he had felt emboldened enough to speak civilly in front of the amiable Zhao Yunlan. Yet the moment he heard Zhao's voice on the line, his courage evaporated. Could it be the chill in Zhao's tone that unnerved him? His breath quickened, and Zhao Yunlan feared that a simple phone call might induce a heart attack in him. Observing Guo Changqing falter, Zhao sighed. Is there anyone else around you? If so, pass the phone to them. If not, hand it to Deqing. Relieved, Guo Changqing silently transferred the call to Shen Wei. Fortunately, Professor Shen was dependable. He succinctly outlined the arrangements for transporting Li Qian to the hospital, specifying which hospital and room. Then he inquired, so, about Li Qian's situation. His sentence was abruptly cut off by static. "Hello?" Shen Wei uttered, perplexed, as he took a few steps towards the window, seemingly trying to restore the signal. Unbeknownst to Guo Changcheng, he gently drew back the curtain to peer outside, simultaneously mumbling, "Hello? What did you say? Can you still hear me?" This time, Zhao Yunlan's voice was clear, urgent in its brevity. "Damn it, get out of there, now." A shadow flickered across Shen Wei's dark pupils, causing him to instinctively squint. Suddenly, the lights in the ward extinguished, and the glass beside Shen Wei shattered with a crash. A piercing yowl erupted as Zhao Yunlan's black cat leapt into the fray. Shen Wei felt a gust of wind brush past his face, followed by an acrid stench of decay, mixed with the metallic scent of blood. In the darkness, no one witnessed Shen Wei reaching into thin air, grasping at nothingness, only to reveal a small, blood-red insect writhing in his palm. With an impassive expression, he crushed it, inhaling deeply to reign in his malevolent aura. Zhao Yunlan seemed to utter something else, but the interference was too strong. Not a single word was distinguishable. The surroundings descended into chaos, with the cat shrieks and a cacophony of scuffles merging into a singular turmoil. A loud crash followed. Something was hurled, knocking over a chair. Shen Wei stepped back, and at that moment, the call was automatically disconnected due to the lack of signal. He maximized the brightness of his phone screen, illuminating the area ahead. A strange male voice warned, "Be careful." The chair that had been toppled served as a tripping hazard for the panicked Guo Changcheng, sending him sprawling. Shen Wei's hand inadvertently collided with a wooden mop handle propped in the corner of the ward. Seizing it, he propelled the stick forward while leaning back swiftly, resulting in a jarring collision as a shadow darted overhead. The mop handle was cleaved in two, and the shadow passed silently, like a fleeting specter, swiftly targeting Li Qian on her bed. Li Qian lay unconscious, sedated. In that moment, as everyone's eyes adjusted to the darkness, Shen Wei glimpsed a shadow with a mouth extended at least 90 degrees, rendering his head reminiscent of a hollowed-out melon. As Guo Changcheng awoke from a dreamlike state, he struggled on the ground like an octopus, using all four limbs to rise. I. Stop stammering and open the door," Shen Wei urged. Guo Changcheng's central processing unit had become overloaded and scorched, functioning solely on instinct. Upon hearing Shen's command, he stumbled and pushed open the door to the ward. At that moment, the corridor was engulfed in utter darkness. The attending doctors and nurses seemed to have vanished into thin air. Each room lay desolate, transforming the entire floor into a ghostly realm. The black cat, agile despite its size, darted ahead, clearing the way, while Shen Wei carried Li Qian, leaving Guo Changcheng to bring up the rear. Their footsteps echoed in the hollow corridor, circling endlessly. A chill wind, perhaps from an improperly closed window, swirled around them, sending shivers down Guo Changcheng's neck and gradually awakening his numbed mind. He felt a persistent sense of being followed. Yet, Guo Changcheng dared not look back. Growing up beside the elderly, he had absorbed numerous superstitions, including the oft-repeated warning not to turn around while walking at night, lest the lights on his shoulders be extinguished, inviting malevolent spirits. Despite his efforts to suppress his fears, the image he witnessed in the ward replayed incessantly in his mind, intensifying his dread. He sensed that whatever lurked behind him cared little for the lights he bore, its grotesque form reminiscent of a pregnant woman, its limbs resembling the deadly blades of a mantis. He touched his neck, acutely aware of his vulnerability. A single strike could easily sever him into 5 pieces. His vivid imagination conjured the image of the corpse sprawled in the alley, though he had only seen photographs. The sight of the young girl with her disemboweled body was enough to haunt him for months. To turn back or not? This dilemma tortured Guo Changcheng, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He wiped his brow and instinctively quickened his pace, soon catching up with Shen Wei, who was still carrying the unconscious girl. In this moment of crisis, Guo Changcheng's gaze instinctively fell upon Shen Wei, and he nearly leaped to cling to his leg, crying for help. Guo Changcheng had never been one to confront conflict directly. Evasion was ingrained in his very nature. His instincts urged him to position himself between Shen Wei and the black cat, believing that this was the safest place. Even as the rear guard seemed to exude a certain bravado, fear was gnawing at him. Just then, Shen Wei halted, adjusting the position of Li Qian on his shoulder, who was drifting in and out of consciousness. For reasons unknown, Guo Changcheng found himself inexplicably stopping as well, maintaining a forward gaze while awkwardly turning his body to glance behind, pressing against the wall of the corridor. This was a protective posture, a warning for those ahead. "I am a police officer," he recalled, a long-forgotten truth. He repeated the phrase in his mind like a mantra, as if uttering it might bestow him with honor and courage. Alas, the words offered no enchantment. They did little to quell his fear, which was now overwhelming. As he continued to mutter to himself, Guo Changqing noticed his vision blurring. He instinctively raised his hand to his face, only to meet Shen Wei's astonished gaze. It was then he realized he was crying. Guo Changqing understood Shen Wei's bewilderment. Merely an hour prior, Professor Shen was a typical university instructor. And now he was embroiled in a series of bizarre events, including a shadow that wielded a knife, a talking cat, and a police officer reduced to tears. In truth, Guo Changqing did not comprehend why he cried. But he soon discovered that tears were more effective than any expression at alleviating his fears, far more potent than the mantra of being a police officer. Taking a deep breath, he surrendered to his emotions, weeping uncontrollably, sobbing, "Hurry, run. I will hold the rear. I will protect you." Shen Wei, having witnessed so many strange occurrences, appeared somewhat numb to the chaos. Maintaining their peculiar formation, the black cat dashed to the stairwell, racing down to the first floor, with the two men swiftly following, one of them carrying the unconscious girl. Shen Wei used Guo Changqing's phone as a flashlight, and as they ran, the light inadvertently flickered across a corner of the wall. Before they could fully comprehend what they saw, Guo Changqing let out a horrifying scream. Despite his tears, his lungs were surprisingly robust. Peering closely, Shen Wei was taken aback to find a child. No, perhaps it should be called a fetus, huddled in the corner. Emaciated and smaller than a typical newborn, likely born prematurely. Its sparse hair barely covered a head that appeared crushed, revealing a distorted skull and exposed brain. Its features were misaligned, mouth agape without a single tooth. It lay quietly like a specimen in a medical school, its hollow, deformed eyes fixed intently upon them. Enough of that, Decayed admonished with vigor. This is a hospital, filled with dark energies. Such entities are abundant. Stop acting like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. What is that? Shen Wei asked, his voice dry. A ghost of a child that was aborted before birth, Decayed replied, lunging toward the corner. The infant emitted a sound akin to a kitten's cry before vanishing in an instant. No time to waste. The starving ghost is closing in. Decayed's previous life was likely not as a cat but a raven. Before his words faded, Guo Changqing and Shen Wei detected a foul, decaying odor, hastening their pace. As they descended from the second floor to the first, footsteps echoed ominously behind them. What is that? Guo Changqing cried, his voice laced with fear. His mind, surprisingly clear in this moment, questioned the nature of the footsteps. Were not starving ghosts akin to shadows? How could they produce such heavy footfalls? I've already told you, this is a hospital, a place of life and death, harboring all manner of filth. Decayed shouted at him. And do you have something against the overweight? What is wrong with being heavy? We don't steal, we don't cheat, we don't act indecently. Being heavy is just fine. Shen Wei was at a loss for words, unable to fathom what kind of atmosphere Zhao Yunlan cultivated among his employees. Despite carrying someone, he showed no signs of fatigue, his breath steady. As the black cat began to bristle again, he addressed it patiently, as if speaking to a troubled child. All right. You two, cease your squabbling. Mimi, which way is the exit? Don't call me that foolish name, mortal. Decayed retorted, still agitated. Divine cat. Shen Wei amended smoothly. It seems we VE run a full circle in this corridor. Do you have any insights to share? Daqing came to an abrupt halt, nearly stepping onto it with a foot, and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly preventing a mishap. Guo Changqing leaned against the wall like a lifeless dog, panting heavily and occasionally stifling sobs. Daqing strained to listen, tilting its flat face towards the faint glow of the phone, its feline eyes glowing with an eerie light. After a moment, it calmly turned its head and remarked, "We have encountered a ghostly barrier." Heavy footsteps approached them from the front, casting indistinct shadows on the wall, within which something writhed. Upon closer inspection, there were dozens of human-shaped silhouettes, struggling and writhing, emitting silent screams, biting and clinging to one another. Each day lives unwillingly ended here. Lingering in this space, filled with jealousy towards the living, greedily yearning for their essence yet unable to draw near. Ultimately, the paths of the living and the dead diverge. Such resentment, such despair. Run. Daqing realized this was the phrase it had uttered the most throughout the night. Give it a starting pistol, and it could easily preside over a sports event. The three of them, along with the cat, tumbled into a small storage room, with Guo Changqing, the last to enter, desperately slamming the door shut, pressing his body against the rusted metal until it locked. Only then did he have a moment to wipe away the tears streaming from his nose, hardly believing he was still alive. Just moments ago, a hand had grasped his neck, and the icy touch lingered. Shen Wei set Li Qian aside and rushed over to assist Guo Changqing, hastily gathering various items to barricade the storage door. Before they could even catch their breath, something slammed into the door from the outside, causing Guo Changqing to drop to his knees in fright at the thunderous noise. The banging lasted only 2 or 3 moments before it fell silent, replaced by the sharp sound of nails scratching against the iron door. Guo Changqing, sliding down against the door, felt a jolt of fear shoot through him, his skin prickling with goosebumps. He then turned to Shen Wei with a woeful expression. "I haven't even received my first month's salary yet. Can I at least see my meager paycheck before I die?" Shen Wei found it inappropriate to smile in such a situation, yet he was at a loss for how to respond to Guo Changqing. Guo Changqing sniffled and asked, "Professor Shen, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Although Shen Wei appeared unfazed, he pondered Guo Changqing's question seriously, then nodded. "Yes. There is a person with whom I had a fleeting encounter. To him, I am merely a stranger with whom he exchanged a few words." Shen Wei spoke softly against the backdrop of scratching nails at the door. "Yet I wish to see him one last time." Chapter 15. The Cycle of Time. This man, roughly in his 30s, of medium build, wore wide-framed glasses and a string of sandalwood prayer beads around his wrist. At first glance, he seemed like an ordinary human. Upon exiting the vehicle, he took out a phone, switched to camera mode, aimed it at his face with the hospital in the background, and monotonously recorded himself. September 1st, 20XX, 2123. Executing a special mission at Longqing Second Hospital on Baoda East Road in Dongqing District. Executor, Lin Jing. And a black SUV screeched to a halt behind him, and Zhao Yunlan, rudely tearing off his seatbelt, leaped out of the car. "Get your head straight and come with me." Frustrated that he was wasting time taking selfies while danger loomed, Zhao Yunlan fumed. What a bunch of useless fools, either inhuman or utterly brainless. The entire hospital was shrouded in a thick darkness, with not a soul in sight, yet all the hurried passers-by on Baoda East Road seemed oblivious to it. Zhao Yunlan tried calling Guo Changqing and Shen Wei twice, but both times received the message that they were out of service. Cursing under his breath, he forcefully kicked open the hospital doors. A mass of black mist lunged at the unexpected intruder, yet Zhao Yunlan barely faltered. He quickly crouched down, drawing a small dagger from his pants and deftly sidestepping, striking the shadow and cleaving it in half. More shadows surged forth from the hospital, and Lin Jing, following closely behind, pulled out a gun, chanting prayers while shooting without fail. Is this new recruit a bit off? Zhao Yunlan thought as he observed the dense mass of shadows blocking the hallway, feeling as if he had stepped into a sewer clogged with hair, attracting restless spirits at school and now provoking little demons at the hospital. This is a complete mess. Lin Jing, form is emptiness. You can do better than that. Zhao Yunlan snapped at his subordinate. Lin Jing calmly continued. Emptiness is form. Curse your ancestors. Zhao Yunlan exclaimed in exasperation. After a moment of silence, Lin Jing urged, Leader, do not give in to anger, nor indulge in desire. It was clear that these sentiments contributed to his deep-seated aversion to work. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yunlan bit down on the small dagger. Retrieving a piece of yellow talisman paper from his pocket, he raised it, igniting it with his lighter. The paper ignited as if it had met a raging fire, consuming the shadows before they could retreat. The flames surged high, devouring the spirits caught in their wake, and the hallway erupted into a fiery dragon, roaring as it cleared everything in its path with explosive force. Amitabha, may the Buddha show mercy. Lin Jing murmured. Zhao Yunlan, his complexion pale, remarked, This is enough. Moments later, only a small flicker of flame remained at the end of the hallway, as if the earlier inferno had been nothing but a fleeting illusion. Zhao Yunlan strode forward, bent down to capture the last remnants of fire to light a cigarette, then waved at Lin Jing, pushing open the door at the end of the hallway to continue onward. Unbeknownst to the three hiding in the storage room, their rescue was drawing near. Outside, the scratching at the door grew sharper and more frantic, mirroring Guo Changqing's quickening breaths as his nerves tightened, teetering on the brink of collapse. Shen Wei had no choice but to ignore him, and, lowering his head, asked the cat, What should we do now? Da Qing, clearly a cat of worldly experience, replied calmly. Do not worry, just hold on a bit longer. When you called earlier, Zhao is likely already aware and on his way to save us. What? Alone? Is that safe? How will he get in? Shen Wei questioned, his concerns evident. Da Qing, exasperated by his focus, flicked its tail weakly. Do not fret. He is tough enough that a couple of little demons cannot take him down. Frowning, Shen Wei leaned against the wall in contemplation. Is there no way for us to rescue ourselves? Daqing glanced at him, taking stock of the living beings present. Our team consists of a mortal, a useless one, someone in a vegetative state, and me, a lucky charm. You really think we could find a steamer to lie in and satisfy a hungry ghost? I did manage to smash it into several pieces with a chair earlier, Shen Wei retorted. That was because it was starving and eager to feed. Caught off guard by your presence. You two are full of yang energy, which made it somewhat weak, leading to its unexpected downfall, Daqing explained. The atmosphere in the hospital was thick with an unsettling energy, as if one had consumed numerous boxes of brain tonic, and perhaps was even ablaze. Suddenly, a sharp burst of laughter from a child interrupted the conversation. Shen Wei looked down to see a pale-faced little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, squatting on the ground. She was releasing eerie laughter while playfully tugging at the tail of a black cat. Before he could discern whether this little ghost had a ghastly visage, he felt a weight on him, as Guo Changqing clung to him like a koala. Help! This little officer, who had just promised to protect him through tear-filled eyes, clutched Shen Wei tightly, trembling with snot and tears, and finally screamed out the truth he had held in for a day and a night. There's a ghost. The little ghost, having died at a young age, perhaps not entirely mentally sound, found a new form of amusement. She abandoned the black cat and floated eagerly to Guo Changqing's feet, gazing up at this bear-like uncle with fascination. When Guo Changqing squinted down cautiously, she suddenly rolled her eyes back and extended her tongue, maintaining an upside-down posture as her head spun a full 360 degrees, ultimately hanging precariously in midair. Guo Changqing rolled his eyes 3 times before they returned to normal, his frustration mounting as he struggled not to faint. He clung to Shen Wei's leg like a tree, attempting to climb higher while bellowing in a deep voice. Ghost! Ghost! Shen Wei stood there rigidly, clutching his waistband to prevent his trousers from being pulled down by Guo Changqing, while he found a peculiar sense of humor in the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Having only traversed a short distance, Zhao Yunlan's watch appeared stained with blood, its hands spinning chaotically, detached from any notion of time. The overwhelming negative energy around them interfered with the watch's normal function. Zhao Yunlan shouted at Linjing, "Fake monk, my broken watch has malfunctioned again. Hurry up with your tricks. People are waiting to be saved." Upon hearing this, Linjing promptly sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to chant with his fingers on the Buddhist beats, resembling an ancient monk in meditation. Zhao Yunlan, accustomed to Linjing's demeanor, merely crossed his arms and waited impatiently. After a moment, Linjing suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "This way." He stood up, expressionless, and pointed decisively in a direction. Zhao Yunlan followed his gesture and walked briskly, casually commenting, "Why the quick response this time?" Linjing replied in his characteristic slow manner, "Both are young men, naturally full of yang energy. Even with a black cat from Daqing amidst all this negative energy, they stand out." Zhao Yunlan paused. "2 men? Wasn't he there supposed to be a little girl?" Linjing responded, "The girl wasn't he with them." Zhao Yunlan furrowed his brow. He wasn't certain about Guo Changqing's character, but he knew that at least Daqing, despite being lazy, had some professional integrity, not to mention Professor Shen. He said, "That's impossible." Shen Wei wouldn't abandon his student, though they had exchanged only a few words. Zhao Yunlan felt confident that Shen Wei was not that type of person. Linjing turned his head and asked, "Who is Shen Wei? I thought the new guy was surnamed Guo?" Zhao Yunlan, uninterested in elaborating, curtly replied, "You don't know him." After a moment of silence, Linjing remarked, "The last time you dismissed me like this, you were dressed like a debauched gentleman to meet your university spell. Every time you start hiding something, it's always about a beautiful woman. At least tell me, is Shen Wei male or female?" Zhao Yunlan retorted ominously, "Ba, form is emptiness." Linjing fell silent. As Zhao Yunlan stepped into the narrow, eerie corridor, he lit a lighter to survey his surroundings. The corridor branched out like a silent spider-esque lair. Why did Linjing say Li Qian wasn't with Shen Wei and the others? Had they truly left her behind for some reason? Or did they merely believe she was with them? At that moment, in a corner of the storage room, Li Qian quietly opened her eyes. Guo Changqing, hearing a noise, turned around to find Li Qian standing on her own. Her movements appeared awkward, reminiscent of a poorly manipulated puppet, which struck him as odd. However, since she had just awakened from a stupor, possibly still under the influence of the drug, he thought little of it. He sighed in relief, saying, "Thank heavens, classmate. You're finally awake." Li Qian did not respond, merely staring blankly at him. Guo Changqing felt a twinge of confusion. "Classmate?" He took a step forward, but was halted by Shen Wei's hand. At that moment, Li Qian smiled, her mouth curving into an unsettling arc. emitting a strange cackling sound from her throat. Her shoulders appeared stiff as she awkwardly twisted, swaying in place. Just as Guo Changqing suspected she might be paralyzed. She lunged forward with inhuman speed, crashing into Shen Wei's arms and attempting to bite his shoulder. The light from his phone illuminated her face, revealing a set of uneven teeth as her nose wrinkled and her eyes bulged, making her resemble a monstrous creature with ghastly features. Shen Wei staggered back, bumping into Guo Changqing, who, already slow to react, instinctively acted to protect her, unintentionally fulfilling his promise. He flailed like an octopus, using all limbs to fend off Li Qian, employing bizarre tactics such as tugging her hair and scratching her face, seemingly intent on biting her in return. Amidst Guo Changqing's clumsy struggle, he inadvertently slapped Li Qian's face, causing her head to tilt back, while he stomped on her feet in a frantic attempt to regain control. Despite his actions bordering on courageous, Guo Changqing maintained his usual demeanor, crying out in disarray. "Don't come near. Help! Don't come near." Caught in the chaos, Shen Wei realized the scene could not be more chaotic. He grasped Guo Changqing with one hand, while the other pinned Li Qian's arms down. Li Qian, like a crab realizing it was about to be boiled, writhed in a frenzy, snapping her jaws in all directions. Shen Wei managed to free one hand to grasp her neck, pivoting to press her against the wall, restraining her thrashing limbs. The small storage room was a cacophony of madness, filled with the hissing sounds from the abnormal girl, the sobbing little policeman clinging to Guo Changqing's leg, the black cat's loud protests, and the relentless scratching at the door from the lurking creature outside. Even Shen Wei, who had remained calm through the turmoil, began to question whether he was trapped in a nightmarish hallucination. "Someone give me a rope to bind her," Shen Wei remarked that amidst the cries and curses surrounding him. No one paid him any heed. In exasperation, he raised his voice, addressing Officer Guo Changqing. "Stop crying, Officer Guo. That little creature one T-bite. I kindly ask for your assistance." As if to affirm his words, the small ghost girl opened her mouth, revealing only 3 remaining teeth, and sank her bite into Guo Changqing's thigh. He emitted a high-pitched scream, reminiscent of a dolphin's call, just as a black cat, which had leapt onto him at an unknown moment, struck him on the forehead with its paw. "Fool, open your eyes." Guo Changqing, feeling the intense pain, managed to crack his eyelids open slightly, and, upon glancing down, realized that the ghost girl's teeth and hands passed right through him, rendering her incapable of physical contact. In an instant, the burning sensation dissipated, revealing it to be merely a figment of his overactive imagination. Li Qian's struggles intensified, causing Shen Wei to break into a cold sweat while managing this pair of eccentric characters. Officer Guo Changqing hastily rolled and scrambled back to his feet, swiftly unbuckling his belt. As he awkwardly held up his sagging trousers with his legs, he hurriedly helped Shen Wei bind Li Qian. At that moment, the previously elusive old lady reappeared, albeit seemingly diminished in strength. She anxiously attempted to reach for Li Qian, but her hand consistently passed through the girl's form. Each attempt rendered her shadow fainter. Guo Changqing could not help but reach out to stop her, frowning. "Elder." Yet his hand passed through her as well. The old lady turned her gaze toward him, and in that fleeting moment, Guo Changqing saw her face, deep lines etched into her skin, large bags under her eyes, and sparse gray hair precariously held by a wig, exposing a gaunt scalp. The wrinkles on her forehead pulled her eyelids down, distorting her eyes into a triangular shape, housing murky pupils. She appeared desperate to communicate something, yet when she opened her mouth, no words emerged. As she futilely extended her hand, her urgency transformed into despair upon realizing her inability to reach anything. Gradually, she fell silent, staring blankly at Li Qian, helplessly standing aside. Moments later, silent tears streamed down her face, murky like her eyes, reminiscent of rainwater muddied by the earth. Guo Changqing was at a loss, standing there foolishly, seeking assistance from Professor Shen and Qing, pointing at Li Qian, questioning, What has happened to her?" Shen Wei lowered his head, lost in thought, while Qing scoffed. "A malevolent entity has taken possession of her. However, a fly does not land on a seamless egg. If you remain unharmed, yet she is afflicted. It suggests she is in a worse predicament than you." Confused, Guo Changqing could not discern whether the remark was a compliment or an insult. Yet, he had little time to ponder, as a loud tearing sound echoed through the room. The storage door was wrenched open, and a scythe-like claw, reminiscent of a mantis, intruded uninvited. Shen Wei swiftly crouched down, shoving Li Qian aside just as the claw grazed his scalp. The storage door was completely ripped apart, revealing a ghastly figure, more formidable than before, lunging toward the living beings within. piercing through the old lady's form. Her spirit, caught unawares, vanished like evaporating vapor. Her expression frozen in shock and fear. Decayed shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." Instinctively, Guo Changsheng fell back onto the ground, while Decayed leapt upward, his body suddenly doubling in size, his eyes transforming into a blinding gold. From certain angles, cats resemble miniature leopards, especially when they open their mouths to reveal sharp fangs, creating an illusion of a roar. Yet Decayed neither growled nor made a comical meow. Instead, he emitted inaudible sound waves, carrying unseen energy toward the rampaging malevolent spirit within the cramped storage room. Guo Changsheng could not hear it, but felt the energy slicing through the air like a knife, almost believing his nose had been flattened. In the next instant, the malevolent spirit was thrust against the wall, and in the dim light, Shen Wei and the others observed tiny cracks erupting on the wall. The spirit became motionless, as if pinned like a gecko against the wall. And Decayed shrank back to his usual feline size, staggering forward a step as though he were a specimen of a taxidermied cat, toppling from a height. Shen Wei quickly extended his hand to catch him, and the black cat, barely clinging to life, glanced up at him, instinctively rubbed against his palm, and then fell still. For a brief moment, Guo Changsheng felt a surge of panic, fearing Decayed had perished. It was only when Shen Wei smoothed Decayed's fur that Guo Changsheng noticed the cat's belly rhythmically rising and falling in his hand. Decayed was merely asleep. "What should we do?" Guo Changsheng inquired while rising from the ground. Before Shen Wei could respond, Guo Changsheng had barely straightened one leg when an earth-shattering roar resounded. He plopped back down onto the floor, both men startled, turning towards the wall to witness the malevolent spirit, previously flattened against it, reinflating. Countless clumps of shadowy fluff, akin to black cotton, were drawn from the hallway, all swirling into its gaping maw, causing its belly to balloon rapidly like an inflated balloon. And it tumbled down from the wall. The spirit, with its spindly legs, staggered onto the ground, resembling a grotesque giant mantis, shaking its large black head. Suddenly, its mouth opened nearly to a full 180 degrees, its head splitting open like a watermelon, releasing a chilling wind within the storage room. Guo Changsheng felt his feet slip uncontrollably forward, and in shock, he turned to see Shen Wei moving farther away, which sent him into a frenzy. "I'm being pulled in." Guo Changsheng's voice cracked, and in the chaos, he uttered a simile, likening himself to jelly being sucked into a vacuum bag. "I'm going to be devoured," he exclaimed, twisting midair in a futile attempt to swim toward Shen Wei, flailing his arms while incoherently shouting, I am a police officer. I'm going to be eaten. I am a police officer." He had completely forgotten that he had initially intended that declaration as a form of self-encouragement, and he was oblivious to any logical connection between being a police officer at that moment. A piercing whistle suddenly shattered the stillness, akin to a meteor slicing through the thick darkness of night, causing a sharp pain to resonate in the eardrums. The little ghost, who had unknowingly concealed herself in a corner, suddenly wore an expression of extreme terror, voicelessly screaming before plunging into the floor, vanishing without a trace. Immediately thereafter, a pitch-black dagger, accompanied by an eerie shadow, swept through the air, embedding itself between Guo Changsheng and the starving ghost, as though severing an invisible tether. The starving ghost seemed to be pushed back by an unseen force, crashing heavily against the wall, causing the grip it had on Guo Changsheng to dissipate, resulting in him colliding with Shen Wei, nearly dragging Professor Shen down with him in a chaotic tumble. However, while Guo Changsheng fell to the ground, Shen Wei was deftly caught by someone. Zhao Yunlan wrapped his arms around Shen Wei's waist and pulled him aside a step. The flickering flame of a lighter illuminating his handsome, cold face, with a chiseled yet slightly gaunt outline, his gaze piercing through the darkness, reflecting the flickering flame in his eyes. He maintained this dramatic pose, lowering his voice deliberately as he gazed into Shen Wei's eyes, akin to a hero in a cinematic tale, softly inquiring, "Professor Shen, are you all right?" All the while, he completely overlooked the small intern who was wailing at his feet. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Yunlan perceived a dazed expression on Shen Wei's face, yet no one could blame him. In comparison to Guo Changsheng, the composed Professor Shen epitomized calmness under pressure. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Shen Wei lowered his eyelids, brushing aside an unwelcome hand from his waist, adjusting his glasses, and replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Guo Changsheng had never been so agitated upon meeting someone. Maintaining his kneeling position, he craned his neck and shouted, "Director Zhao, help." His unfortunate predicament was undeniably humorous, prompting Zhao Yunlan to scan the small storage room, confirming that thus far there were no casualties, and he relaxed, playfully adopting a theatrical tone. "If you have any grievances, Do speak swiftly. Do you possess a written complaint? Present it for my examination. Guo Chanqing promptly prostrated himself. Shen Wei rubbed his nose, concealing the upward curve of his lips. The recently felled starving ghost seemed to function as an automatic revival mechanism, rising once more. Shen Wei abruptly looked up to see it brandishing its scythe-like claws, lunging towards Zhao Yunlan from behind. Be careful. Zhao Yunlan pivoted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the descending claws that carried a chill in the air, while the second claw followed suit. Zhao Yunlan crossed his forearms above his head, raising the dagger defensively before seizing the ghost's wrist, his movements swift and powerful, exuding a precision and agility honed through rigorous training. Before he could dissipate the smile in his eyes, they met those of the starving ghost, his dimples still present, yet his smile inexplicably exuded a chilling aura. A deep voice resonated from behind the starving ghost, Namo Amit Ba. The sound of a bell tolled from an unknown source, reverberating through the bones and piercing the soul. Guo Chanqing's head buzzed, his vision blurring, while the bound and struggling Li Qian suddenly stiffened and ceased all movement. The starving ghost, as if struck by a bullet, tilted its head back and let out a wretched scream, dark shadows cascading from its form. By the time Zhao Yunlan released his grip, the entity had shrunk to human size, emaciated and frail, as fragile as a mere shadow that could disintegrate with a touch. Zhao Yunlan then calmly retrieved a palm-sized glass vial from his pocket, a cold luminescence glimmering from its opening, causing the starving ghost to shudder violently, seemingly contemplating escape. However, Lin Jing stood guard at the entrance, hands clasped together, swiftly forming a Vajra seal. At that moment, this unassuming man exuded an unyielding aura, causing the starving ghost to crash against the storage room door before being forcefully rebounded. Zhao Yunlan had already uncorked the vial, directing its opening towards the ghost. The ghost's bald head contorted grotesquely, reminiscent of Munch's The Scream, as it was drawn into the vial in a frenzy of hysteria and sheer terror. The transparent glass turned opaque, and Zhao Yunlan tightened the cork, lifting this makeshift prison to his ear, shaking it vigorously before cheerfully addressing Lin Jing. We're done here. Da Qing, who had nearly succumbed to slumber, cracked open his eyes slightly and weakly remarked, You're enforcing the law with violence again. You've awakened me. Zhao Yunlan lifted the cat and stuffed it into his briefcase. Da Qing continued to murmur in a breathy tone, Why did you take so long? Traffic on the southeast second ring. Zhao Yunlan patted its head. Thank you for your hard work. I'll send you a bonus later. Now, go back to sleep. Da Qing's eyes gradually drooped, mumbling, I want to eat dry-fried yellow croaker. Zhao Yunlan responded with silence. Guo Chanqing stared blankly at him. Is it over? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlan initially wore an impatient expression, only to quickly warp into a smile, recovering his composure after nearly ruining his act, stating, Not quite yet. As he spoke, he stepped over Guo Chanqing and grasped Shen Wei's elbow. Are you really uninjured? I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this. I must take you for a checkup. Shen Wei, unguarded, extended his hand toward him. Really? His words trailed off, and for a moment, the expression on Shen Wei's face went blank before he abruptly lost consciousness. Zhao Yunlan deftly caught Shen Wei, half kneeling, supporting his knee with one hand, and whispered softly in his ear, A female student named Li Qian attempted suicide today. You brought her to the hospital, but ended up suffering from low blood sugar and have been kept under observation for a day. Lin Jing pointed towards Li Qian, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Yunlan. Zhao Yunlan continued to whisper in Shen Wei's ear, As for Li Qian, she is connected to a murder case and will be taken by the police for questioning tonight. You won't remember any of this. Shen Wei's glasses slipped down his nose, revealing his elegant features, resting unknowingly against Zhao Yunlan's shoulder. Zhao Yunlan bent down to lift Shen Wei, making his way outside. Lin Jing hoisted Li Qian onto his shoulder and took a few steps before noticing Guo Chanqing lagging behind, turning to him politely, Amit Ba. Do I have another shoulder to carry you along? Guo Chanqing quickly replied, No. That's unnecessary. Thank you. Lin Jing bowed slightly with one hand, Amit Ba. No need for formality. With that, he strode leisurely out. Zhao Yunlan carefully avoided the nurse who had reappeared and placed Shen Wei back in Li Qian's hospital room, meticulously removing his glasses and setting them aside, adjusting the blanket and raising the air conditioning temperature. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yunlan lifted Shen Wei's right hand, tracing an invisible calming talisman upon it, before playfully kissing the back of his hand, his mouth full of tender tofu, and cheerfully declaring, Good night, handsome. As he departed, he waved at Lin Jing and Guo Chanqing. A distinguished guest arrives at midnight. Let us not keep them waiting. We must report back. Once their footsteps faded from the corridor, the previously slumbering Shen Wei abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up with no trace of drowsiness on his face. Shen Wei raised his right hand, his fingers gently twisting above, revealing a soft golden talisman upon the back of his hand. He gazed at it with an exceedingly tender expression for quite some time, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips, yet that smile vanished as swiftly as it appeared. His brow furrowed once more, an expression of concern mingled with a hint of pain. In a low murmur, he uttered a phrase. The golden talisman detached from his hand like a delicate sheet of paper, floating into the air. Shen Wei grasped it tightly in his palm, treasuring it. Before tidying the hospital bed and nimbly leaping from the second-floor window, vanishing into the night, when Zhao Yunlan and his companions returned to number 4 Guangming Road. It was nearly midnight. The night guard had already been replaced by the elderly Wu. Upon seeing Guo Changqing, old Wu greeted him with exuberance. "Oh, little Guo, back already? How was your first mission?" Having been chased all night by a ghastly specter, Guo Changqing found old Wu's paper-thin face oddly comforting, offering a weak smile as he replied. "Quite good." Old Wu laughed heartily. "It's normal to feel unaccustomed at first. Learn well and work hard. After all, you're alive. And there's a bright future ahead." For the first time, Guo Changqing realized he possessed certain advantages in the workplace, namely, that he was indeed alive. Zhao Yunlan gestured for Lin Jing and Guo Changqing to escort Li Qian inside while he parked the car. Checking the time, he lowered his voice to speak privately with old Wu. "You are aware of the case, right? The one involving the escapee. We only have the authority to apprehend, not to judge. Soon, the Soul Reaper will be here personally. Please be attentive to the reception." Old Wu was taken aback, instinctively standing at attention. Lowering his voice as well. "Is it that individual?" Zhao Yunlan nodded, patting him on the shoulder. Fatigue evident as he lit a cigarette and stepped into the office. After he left, old Wu dared not sit back down to read the newspaper, standing rigidly at the door like a sentinel. Zhao Yunlan beckoned Guo Changqing into the office, indicating a new desk, casually stating, "This is your spot. Generally, we start at 9 in the morning and finish at 5 in the evening. No clocking in. Just let me know if you're late or need to leave early. Attendance relies on your own initiative. There's a 1-hour lunch break from 12 to 1, and the cafeteria on the second floor provides free meals for employees. Leave will not affect your wages, and the 5 insurances and housing fund will be implemented shortly. Everything is in order, no need to rush." Upon finishing, Zhao Yunlan produced a card from his pocket and handed it to Guo Changqing. "The initial password is 6 once. You can change it at the ATM. Your salary and bonuses will be deposited onto this card, with payments on the 15th of each lunar month. The first month's salary is already in there. For travel reimbursements, consult Wang Zheng. Fill out the reimbursement form during the day, attach the receipts, and leave it on her desk. She'll handle it at night. And you can collect the money the following day." Guo Changqing accepted the salary card with both hands, momentarily overlooking the terrifying woman with her head sewn onto her neck. Feeling an indescribable sense of pride. I have a salary now," he stammered, his eyes bright. "Even the foolishly greedy have their legendary attributes." Zhao Yunlan thought with a wry smile, "You're a second-generation official, not short of money. Why the excitement?" Guo Changqing raised his head earnestly. "I am useful. I truly am." Yet, he did not articulate what that usefulness entailed, carefully tucking the salary card into his wallet as if it were a rare treasure. Zhao Yunlan was about to say something when, in that instant, he noticed a brilliant white light flash across Guo Changqing's body. Zhao Yunlan was momentarily taken aback. This lad possessed such remarkable merit. Was it ancestral blessing, reincarnation, or something else? He extinguished his cigarette, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the blissfully oblivious Guo Changqing, then discreetly pointed to the director's office across the way, saying, "I usually work there. Just knock if you need anything." After that, he rubbed his face, and Guo Changqing noticed the heavy dark circles under his eyes. Zhao Yunlan casually found a chair, slumping over the desk like a weary dog. "I need to catch a quick nap. Wake me when he arrives." Guo Changqing was unsure who he referred to, but fortunately, Lin Jing was still there. The poor intern had been awake for 24 hours and was in a state of heightened tension. He barely sat in the air-conditioned office for a moment before he began to doze off. It felt like no time had passed when Guo Changqing was jolted awake, sensing an indescribable chill. Chapter 18. The cycle of time. It was a peculiar cold, so intense that even the air seemed to solidify. The air conditioning in the office had inexplicably ceased, as if it were no longer needed. The temperature in the entire office building plummeted, with frost forming on the windows. The ghostly staff members, previously bustling about, came to an abrupt halt, standing reverently with bowed heads as if awaiting the arrival of a great dignitary. Zhao Yunlan, who had awakened without his knowledge, sat upright, for cups before him as he poured hot tea into them, while Lin Jing had already risen. Guo Changcheng, bewildered, followed suit. At that moment, the air conditioning emitted a few soft sounds, switching to warm air mode. Distinct footsteps echoed slowly in the empty corridor. Pausing at the entrance to the Criminal Investigation Department, Old Wu pushed the door open, leading someone inside. Old Wu's demeanor was exceptionally respectful, akin to a young eunuch escorting royalty, guiding the visitor into the office, bowing and pulling out a chair for them, not daring to lift his head, murmuring, "Your Excellency, please have a seat." Guo Changqing heard the visitor respond politely, "Thank you for your trouble." It was a male voice, exceedingly pleasant, soft and courteous, yet imbued with an unyielding solemnity that compelled one to bow their head. Still groggy, Guo Changqing, amidst the pretense of everyone else being statues, took a daring glance at the visitor. The figure was tall, enveloped in a black robe, limbs obscured, and their face shrouded in a veil of darkness, revealing nothing but an aura of profound enigma. The individual paused at the doorway, bowing to Zhao Yunlan from a distance, their long robes sweeping the floor, murmuring an apology for the intrusion. Upon receiving a polite nod from Zhao Yunlan, the visitor entered unhurriedly. Zhao Yunlan picked up a piece of yellow paper talisman, igniting it, and caught the burnt ash in a cup filled with hot tea. The ash dissolved rapidly in the steaming water, causing the previously steaming liquid to cool instantaneously, losing all warmth. Concurrently, the figure in the black robe suddenly held a steaming cup in their hand. "After such a frigid journey, please take a seat and warm your hands with some tea," Zhao Yunlan offered. Guo Changcheng observed Zhao Yunlan's actions of burning the talisman and serving tea, and the words burning paper unconsciously surfaced in his mind. His heightened senses then caught Zhao Yunlan's choice of words. Frigid journey? Guo Changcheng pondered. How could it be freezing in the midst of summer? Where had this person come from? Suddenly, a thought struck him, sending a shiver down the spine of the intern. He recalled the tales his grandmother had shared during his childhood, emphasizing that before embarking on the journey to the afterlife, one must be well-fed and warmly clothed. Otherwise, the path to the underworld would be a solitary one, chilling enough to penetrate the very essence of one's soul. Was it? The Soul Reaper in black lowered his head and took a sip. "Excellent tea. Thank you." He then passed by Guo Changcheng and seated himself across from Zhao Yunlan. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, Guo Changcheng caught a peculiar scent. It was not the foul stench they had encountered in the hospital, far from it. Instead, it bore a subtle fragrance, almost ethereal, which inexplicably transported Guo Changcheng to the frigid winters beyond the greater Xing'an Mountains. It was reminiscent of the first breath of air one inhales after a night of snowfall, a scent that spoke of boundless, seemingly eternal snow, pure yet piercingly cold, mingled with the distant fragrance of dying blossoms, a haunting aroma that seemed to linger as one approached the end of their journey. Within moments, the senses numbed by the cold left only the instinct to breathe, rendering all else indistinguishable. The Soul Reaper spoke in a soft, refined manner, akin to a pedantic scholar from a period drama. Even if others were to insult him, he would likely mutter, "How absurd." Logically, aside from the eerie black mist obscuring his face, he appeared unremarkable. Yet, as Guo Changcheng gradually regained his composure, an indelible sense of fear enveloped him. This fear was utterly baseless, devoid of reason, yet it emanated from the very depths of his soul. Guo Changcheng finally understood why the ghosts in the corridor seemed as terrified as mice before a cat upon encountering this figure. He hailed from the southern hemisphere, where winter reigned. Guo Changcheng shut his eyes, daring not to gaze at the Soul Reaper, desperately attempting to rationalize his fears with scientific reasoning. The office housed 4 individuals, not counting the unconscious black cat. Thus, Zhao Yunlan prepared 4 cups of hot tea. Regrettably, despite the aroma permeating the office, neither Lin Jing nor Guo Changcheng dared to approach. Only Zhao Yunlan remained composed behind the desk, showing no inclination to rise and greet the Soul Reaper, his weighty presence earning the silent admiration of all present, both human and ghost. After the Soul Reaper had finished his tea, Zhao Yunlan finally stood. "Let us go. I'll take you to the interrogation room." The Soul Reaper silently followed him, and amidst the hushed crowd of specters and humans, he casually remarked, "I see your complexion is not well, perhaps due to our entanglement and your recent fatigue. You must take care of your health." Zhao Yunlan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. A night of work won't kill me. If it does, I'll just end up doing odd jobs in the underworld, continuing my bureaucratic slumber." The Soul Reaper expressed his disapproval. Life and death are significant matters. Please do not jest about them. Zhao Yunlan laughed carelessly, unconcerned, as he pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Inside, Li Qian had awakened at some point, piercing screams echoing from within. But they ceased abruptly upon the Soul Reaper's entrance. Seeing him, Li Qian resembled a hen throttled by the neck, trembling uncontrollably. Her face contorted in sheer terror as she fixed her gaze on the doorway. Moments later, she suddenly rolled her eyes back and collapsed limply. Guo Changqing, trailing behind, felt a rush of energy hurtling towards his face, and he instinctively stepped back. The Soul Reaper raised an arm before him, revealing a massive sleeve that stirred a dark wave in the air, from which emerged a hazy specter resembling a woman, her long hair cascading down, clad in tattered garments. Her face distorted, writhing and wailing incessantly, only to be crushed instantly, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke that was drawn into the Soul Reaper's sleeve. Obsessed and unrepentant, attempting to possess. How foolish, the Soul Reaper stated, his tone as gentle and courteous as when he had expressed gratitude moments before. Guo Changqing shuddered involuntarily. Zhao Yunlan remained unperturbed, gesturing for Li Qian to take a seat. Unbeknownst to them, for chairs had already been arranged in the interrogation room. With Li Qian bound to the table on the opposite side, her face ashen, Lin Jing retrieved a spray from her pocket and approached, unceremoniously dousing Li Qian with cold water, showing no mercy as she awakened groggily. With a stern expression, she declared, "Police, answer truthfully or face the consequences." Li Qian, dazed, trembled violently, her terrified gaze shifting between Guo Changqing and Zhao Yunlan, recognizing them. As she attempted to speak, she realized her restraints and glanced down at the ropes binding her. What has happened to me? In contrast to Lin Jing, Zhao Yunlan, who could easily grace the screen as an official spokesperson, appeared far more approachable, his tone gentle as he sat beside Lin Jing. "The assailant who attacked you and murdered your classmate has been apprehended. We require your assistance in corroborating testimonies and completing a routine record, if you would." This scene felt less like a routine inquiry and more akin to a tribunal. Li Qian was no fool. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly regained her composure and, with suspicion, inquired. Li Qian, like everyone else, dared not raise her gaze to the Soul Reaper. After hearing his words, she nervously intertwined her fingers, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "I don't know what that is. I've only heard it's an ancient artifact that can manifest." At that time, she suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. I was at school, and no one saw it. By the time people discovered it, it was too late for rescue. When I saw her, she was already. My grandmother was not just my guardian. My parents found me a burden. She raised me, and we relied on each other. Do you understand what it means to depend on someone? I couldn't even cry. I could hardly believe she was gone. How could she die? How could anyone die? Thus, you sought the reincarnation sundial, Zhao Yunlan interjected. I also feel insane for believing in such things, but it truly responded to me. Li Qian cast a quick glance at him before averting her gaze, murmuring, "What am I afraid of? I'm still so young. Perhaps I could live to 100. Even if I shared 50 years with her, I would still have enough time to retire. I have so many years left in my life. Why can't I give them to her? If mortals should not touch the underworld's relics, why is it positioned right there? Why does it respond to my desires?" This question plunged those present into silence. After a moment, the Soul Reaper spoke. "That is because, at that moment, you were desperate, truly wishing for her to live again. Sometimes, as long as a person's intent is strong enough, anything is possible. However, even if your obsession is profound, it does not validate its righteousness." Li Qian's eyes reddened, and she quickly turned her gaze elsewhere, as if that sudden pang of grievance was too shameful to reveal. After a while, she spoke in a muffled tone, "Indeed, I am merely a mortal. No matter what life imposes upon me, losing my only family member, being left with parents who despise me, enduring unacknowledged efforts, struggling each year for tuition, and yet being unable to find a decent job in Longcheng. Surely, others must see me as pitiable? I must bear all of this. Looking at it this way, perhaps I truly should not have wished for my grandmother to return. Maybe I should have gone with her." Zhao Yunlan observed her calmly, choosing not to interrupt. Li Qian scoffed bitterly. "I feel like a turtle, laboriously crawling across the ground. If someone passes by and gives me a light kick, I end up on my back, struggling in pain, only to muster all my strength to right myself, only to be met with another gentle nudge, rendering all my efforts futile. Isn't that laughable?" The girl bore an unspeakable resentment and dissatisfaction, despite her apparent attempts to suppress it. Guo Changqing felt a flush of shame. He believed himself neither clever nor diligent, always muddling through while inadvertently landing a job. He stood up awkwardly, attempting to ingratiate himself. I'll get you a glass of water. Li Qian remained immersed in her emotions, ignoring him. Zhao Yunlan inquired, the reincarnation sundial responded to you. And your grandmother was revived, yet her health remained poor. Were you the one caring for her? Who else could it be? Li Qian replied flatly. My parents' willingness to take her in was a monumental sacrifice for the sake of appearances. Zhao Yunlan nodded. You had to study, earn your tuition and living expenses, and care for an elderly person. Life must have been quite arduous for you? At that moment, Lin Jing finally cast a surprised glance at his superior. He had assumed Zhao Yunlan's gestures upon entering indicated an intention to interrogate Li Qian regarding her lies about the starving ghost case. But as the inquiry progressed to this point, he could no longer discern Zhao Yunlan's true intentions. How did the topic veer so far? Yet, the Soul Reaper remained composed, showing no signs of impatience, leaving Lin Jing to sit quietly, filled with doubts. Guo Chongqing dutifully poured a glass of lukewarm water and handed it to Li Qian. She accepted it without a word of thanks, her brow twitching nervously as her gaze fixated on the cup, appearing composed. Yet the surface of the water quivered in her hands. She would wake up at 4:30 every morning, always wanting to make me breakfast. Eventually, her confusion grew worse. One time, the milk boiled over, and she didn't even notice, almost causing a gas leak when she extinguished the flame. After that, I didn't dare let her cook anymore, but telling her to stop proved futile. Even if I warned her the previous day, she would still attempt to cook the next morning. I had no choice but to rise at 4:30 as well to prepare breakfast. During the day, I was often away, sometimes in class, sometimes assisting my mentor with projects or interning. Regardless of where I went, I had to rush back for lunch, prepare her hot water for her medication, and often barely had time to eat before dashing back. In the evenings, I had to ensure she was settled before I could read, but it was inefficient. She, being older, would often interrupt me with her conversations. And by the time she fell asleep, around 10 o'clock, I could finally begin the freelance translation work I had taken on, often not finishing until after midnight. Was it hard? She drew a deep breath, fatigue etched across her face, as if even speaking had become a tremendous burden. Then, she forced a quick wry smile, lowered her gaze to take a sip of water, concealing her expression, and coldly stated, "This is pointless. Let us not waste time. If you have more questions about the case, please ask quickly." Zhao Yunlan lightly tapped the case file. I may seem rather heartless, but after your grandmother passed, your life must have become considerably easier, no? Li Qian swiftly raised her eyes, glaring at him with hostility. What do you mean by that? Zhao Yunlan met her gaze impassively, the literal meaning. Li Qian's lips trembled slightly. She abruptly stood, spilling half the water on the table. Is this how the police conduct their business? You can detain innocent citizens without reason and then casually defame them? Sit down, and do not be agitated. Zhao Yunlan extracted a few tissues to wipe the water from the table. I am merely stating the natural order of things. I have not defamed you in any way. Even if you wish to blow up the Pentagon, as long as you haven't done it, no one in this world can claim you have done wrong. Li Qian responded rigidly, I want to go home. You have no right to detain me. Zhao Yunlan glanced at her and nodded. Very well. Let us set aside unrelated matters for now. This morning, you mentioned seeing Lu Ruame at the school gate, along with a shadow following her. Can you recall what it looked like? Li Qian frowned. I didn't see it clearly. I don't remember much. Zhao Yunlan smiled, revealing his dimples, though the corners of his eyes remained devoid of mirth. His gaze sharp. He lowered his eyes slightly, directing his attention back to the fingers resting on the table. In a languid tone, he remarked, It's normal not to remember those who pass you by, or whether the driver in a car accident was male or female. However, something that terrified you to such an extent, you cannot forget? If you cannot recall, why are you trembling? Li Qian visibly froze, her slender fingers tightening nervously. Zhao Yunlan's tone grew stern. Earlier today, I recall you describing its height, how dark it was, its somewhat short and stout physique. Li Qian's complexion suddenly turned ashen. Zhao Yunlan narrowed his eyes and remarked, My dear classmate, casually retracting your statements is hardly a commendable habit. Are you certain that the shadow you observed was as you described? Lin Jing, capitalizing on her experience, seized the opportunity as Li Qian, startled for reasons unbeknownst to her, exhibited visible instability. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Speak. Zhao Yunlan pressed on relentlessly, as though he were stretching Li Qian's nerves to their utmost limits, only for Lin Jing to sever that tension abruptly. So what if it is? Li Qian blurted out. Oh, it wasn't tall, a bit plump. Zhao Yunlan slowly echoed her earlier words, reclining against his chair, hands clasped upon the table. But was it male or female? Old or young? Everyone present, apart from Li Qian, was well aware of the ghastly figure known as a starved ghost. It bore no resemblance to any human form, gaunt and emaciated yet with a protruding belly. Towering over a person, its upper limbs reminiscent of a mantis. Lin Jing and Guo Changcheng exchanged bewildered glances as the Soul Reaper continued to emanate his unparalleled aura of terror. Li Qian, being rather naive and inexperienced, felt as though countless indifferent eyes were fixed upon her, each one mocking her, fully aware of her concealed secret. This realization sent her into a panic. Zhao Yunlan lowered his voice, almost to a whisper. What I just stated was a ruse. Human memory can indeed become hazy, especially when one is startled and unprepared. This explains why sometimes eyewitness accounts are inaccurate. That entity frightened you. Your mind deemed the fear insurmountable, leading to a momentary lapse in memory for self-preservation. Consequently, your imagination fills that void, causing you to inadvertently express your deepest fears. It was then that Guo Changcheng realized, albeit belatedly, that he was not merely participating in a routine inquiry, but rather enduring a genuine interrogation. His foolishness and sensitivity overwhelmed him with an ominous premonition. As he struggled to breathe under the pressure of the unyielding Soul Reaper and the relentless pace of the interrogation, Li Qian's complexion shifted from pale to ashen. Zhao Yunlan subdued his warm smile, asking, "Can you enlighten me as to why you contemplated jumping from the 8th floor this morning?" Li Qian's chest heaved violently. "You likely spent the night awake. When you ascended to the rooftop, was there not a fleeting moment when you thought that if you surrendered to death, you would fear nothing? That everything that had transpired could be wiped away?" Zhao Yunlan smirked, a blend of cold amusement and melancholy gracing his features. "Child, I am several years your senior. Many your age presume themselves fearless, for youth blinds them to the essence of true mortality. Especially you, with such a resolute, impulsive character. You believe you harbor no fear of death?" Li Qian instinctively retorted, though her voice faltered. "Who are you to make such assertions? How do you know what others comprehend about death?" "I understand that sensation. I have witnessed it firsthand. One moment, a person is conversing, and in the blink of an eye, they curl into a lifeless form. Heart stilled, breath ceased, gradually, growing cold, transformed into a corpse. A thing devoid of humanity. You can no longer ascertain where they have gone, or behold them ever again." "Li Qian," Zhao Yunlan interjected. "What you perceive as fear is not death itself, but rather separation. You simply cannot accept your grandmother's abrupt departure." The interrogation room fell into a profound silence. Li Qian trembling like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. Zhao Yunlan resumed his inquiry. "That night, at the school gate, did you see the shadow of a classmate following you? Was it she of advanced age, clad in cotton garments, with a wig atop her head?" Upon uttering this question, expressions of confusion transformed into shock. Li Qian emitted a brief, hoarse scream, her features contorting into a visage of horror. Had she lost her sanity? Guo Changcheng, bewildered, failed to grasp the situation. When he glanced back at his superior, he noticed Zhao Yunlan's fingers unconsciously fidgeting, as if yearning to grasp a cigarette. Struggling to maintain composure, Zhao Yunlan's gaze was profound and tranquil, the light casting a glow upon his face and the once pristine, now slightly wrinkled white shirt, rendering him momentarily akin to a being from another realm. He retrieved a photograph from his pocket, revealing an elderly woman's memorial portrait, gentle eyes, a serene smile, and a tranquil countenance. Guo Changcheng recognized her instantly. This was the very woman who had shielded Li Qian during a perilous moment. Zhao Yunlan presented the photograph to Li Qian, resting his fingers against his stubbled chin. "This is Ms. Wang Yufan, born in the spring of 1940, who passed away at the end of last month due to accidental ingestion of oral hypoglycemic medication." Li Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the portrait, Guo Changcheng questioning whether her eyes might pop from their sockets. Zhao Yunlan continued, "You were raised alongside your grandmother, sharing a profound bond. You utilized the rebirth dial to restore half of her lifespan, after which her intellect gradually declined, with you as her caretaker. My colleagues informed me that your online purchasing history predominantly consists of elderly care products. According to medical professionals, despite her cognitive decline, she exhibited no aggression towards anyone. Can you explain what led you to believe that your grandmother would harm you after her death? Why do you harbor such fear of her?" Li Qian stood as still as a wax figure. Zhao Yunlan's voice softened, akin to a lullaby for children. Why do you remain silent? Li Qian, I implore you to answer me one last time. Should you choose to withhold the truth, you may never have another opportunity to speak it. You seek liberation, yet it may forever elude you. A lie remains a lie, and once hastily born, it cannot easily be shed. Today, someone echoed similar sentiments to you. Li Qian's vacant gaze slowly lifted. Zhao Yunlan leaned slightly forward, locking eyes with her, and pronounced deliberately, my colleague informed me that two individuals linked through the rebirth dial share a symbiotic existence. Now that your grandmother has passed, while you remain, it suggests her life force was not fully extinguished. I have pondered this conundrum, questioning whether it is a mere error of fate or if someone has unlawfully detained her soul. Yet, I realize now how foolish I was. For there exists another possibility, that the one who granted her life was the very hand that extinguished it. An elderly person with cognitive decline may resemble a child, unassuming and greedy, drawn to the small treats left around the house. Pray tell, who placed that bottle of hypoglycemic medication next to the candy box she often frequented? In the interrogation room, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Within mere seconds, Li Qian's expression shifted from sheer terror, akin to a balloon being inflated to its breaking point, to an unexpected calmness. Guo Changqing held his breath. Hearing Li Qian's hoarse voice shatter the oppressive silence as she softly confessed, it was I. Chapter 20. The cycle of rebirth when I was a child. She would awaken me each morning, braid my hair, and escort me to school. I was often drowsy, and I would take advantage of her gentle touch, resting my head against her as she combed my hair, dozing off for a moment. Once she finished, she would lightly pat the back of my head and say, wake up, you little sluggard, before leading me to school, regaling me with tales ranging from the adventures of Sun Wukong battling the white-boned demon to Zhu Beiji's antics with watermelons. She seemed to have the entire narrative of the Sui and Tang dynasties in her mind, telling the stories with more flair than any radio storyteller. My parents were indifferent towards me. When asked whom I cherished most, I would invariably reply, my grandmother. Li Qian paid no heed to anyone else, continuing her narrative. Zhao Yunlan eventually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, fiddling with it between his fingers without uttering a word. Guo Changqing, however, appeared bewildered and asked, so, did you stop liking her? Li Qian fixed him with a piercing gaze. Yes, I recall you once said you would trade your life to bring your grandmother back. But your family lacks a cycle of rebirth. You are truly fortunate. Guo Changqing stared at her, and after a moment, he struggled to rationalize the incomprehensible. Do you consider her a burden? Too great a weight upon you? Life is. Li Qian's eyes reddened, as if on the verge of bleeding. Yet her expression remained cold and devoid of warmth, exuding a certain indescribable cruelty that seemed inhuman, yet undeniably human. She interrupted Guo Changqing. Do not insult me with such foolish reasoning. Guo Changqing's face flushed. She gradually transformed into a different person, one who would incessantly chatter in your ear. Forget yesterday's events, and repeat sentences in a jumbled manner. In time, she became incapable of caring for herself, grinning foolishly whenever she soiled her clothes. She would spill food everywhere while eating, and even while seated, she would drool. She lost track of time, oblivious to your busyness, always stumbling behind you, slurring incomprehensible words day after day, ad infinitum. Each day, as I observed her, I would think, this is what I have exchanged for my later years. At this point, Li Qian's lips curled into an unsettling, icy smile, as if her mouth were a puppet on strings, causing Guo Changqing's heart to feel as though it had been struck with a heavy blow. The grandmother I wanted could never return. What I gained at such a steep price was merely a replica of her. Li Qian's face twisted with disdain, and she spat harsh words. Monster. Li Qian lifted her reddened eyes, fixating on Guo Changqing's face. I loathe her. 365 days a year, every day I see her. I am seized with the impulse to end her life. With that impulse, I must feign a patient and gentle voice, asking her what she desires to eat, whether she needs to use the restroom, if she is tired or cold, only to witness her responding to me with a vacant smile. Guo Changqing's hands trembled upon his knees. The cycle of rebirth deceived me, do you understand? There is nothing in this world that can truly resurrect the dead. That woman was not my grandmother. She once feared even the slightest grievance befalling me. In our village, devoid of fans, she would stay up all night fanning me. How could she become a monster? How could she morph into such a creature that only seeks to harm me? Li Qian let out a sharp, short laugh. You know nothing. Do not dare to judge me. While she was alive, she clung to me, and even in death, she continues to entangle me. She will no longer cling to you, Guo Changqing abruptly interjected, surprising himself with the severity of his tone. She is gone. When the hungry ghost sought to consume you, you were unaware of the lurking specter. To protect you, she was slain by the hungry ghost. We all witnessed it. She died once more, and you alone remained oblivious. Li Qian fell silent. Guo Changqing bowed his head, overwhelmed with sorrow, to the point of tears, though he did not know for whom he wept. Finally, he murmured, "Even if you saw it, you still believe she wished to harm you, right? In truth, she did not. She did not entangle you, blame you, nor harbor any intent to harm you." Li Qian stood in shock. The hearts of old friends change easily, yet the hearts of old friends are difficult to alter. I have come to understand that the matter of deliberate murder is not ours to resolve, Zhao Yunlan stated, rising to his feet, patting Guo Changqing on the shoulder. "Let us go. There is no need to escort her back. She will remain here overnight. Tomorrow, ask Zhu Han to contact colleagues responsible for criminal cases in this city. They will take her away and conduct an investigation. I will notify Professor Shen in the morning. Is there anything else, adults?" The Soul Reaper stepped around the small table, approaching Li Qian. His presence instinctively made her shrink back slightly. "Do not be afraid. I am not concerned with the affairs of the living," the Soul Reaper stated. "I merely need to inquire about the cycle of rebirth you mentioned from your hometown." "Where is it now?" "In my home," Li Qian replied softly. "My parents rented a small place for us to live, though they seldom visit." The Soul Reaper asked, "Address?" 101, South City Street, Unit 3, Room 207. "Thank you." The Soul Reaper nodded politely, seemingly observing Li Qian, then paused, stating with a measured tone, "Until we meet again in the underworld, may justice prevail." Guo Changqing, in a daze, followed Zhao Yunlan out, still feeling unsettled. Glancing back at the motionless Li Qian in the interrogation room, the Soul Reaper departed swiftly, aiming to reclaim the cycle of rebirth before dawn. After his exit, the frost on the window began to dissipate at a visible pace, the temperature seemingly rising rapidly, and the air conditioning switched to cooling mode. Yet Guo Changqing felt an unsettling chill along his spine. He trailed Zhao Yunlan closely, his expression one of restrained thoughts. Zhao Yunlan picked up his car keys and briefcase. Glancing at him, "The workday is over. Why are you still here?" Guo Changqing looked down at his feet. "Zhao, can souls cleaved by hungry ghosts still live? Or be reborn?" Zhao Yunlan raised an eyebrow. "I suppose not." Guo Changqing continued. "Then, that elderly woman is truly gone?" Zhao Yunlan feigned contemplation, then suddenly laughed, retrieving a small vial from his pocket, beckoning Guo Changqing like calling a dog. "I almost forgot this, child. Come here." Guo Changqing approached, bewildered. "Take this." It was handed to me by the Soul Reaper. That esteemed individual occasionally displays compassion, allowing for leniency. Zhao Yunlan placed the vial into his hand. Strolling over to the office's cat perch, disdainfully pinching De Qing's nose, watching the slumbering feline emit a sound akin to a snore. After a few playful scratches, he cheerfully released it. "Whoever arrives early tomorrow, ensure breakfast includes some fried fish snacks from the cafeteria." Guo Changqing gazed in confusion at the small glass vial that barely fit in his palm, first puzzled, then wide-eyed. Within the transparent vial, he beheld the vanished elderly woman. She had shrunk to the size of a fingernail, sitting serenely inside, offering him a gentle smile. Then, her wrinkles swiftly vanished, her hair multiplied, darkening from tip to root. Her mouth filled with pearly teeth, her form regaining its upright, slender posture, transforming back into her mature and beautiful self in her 30s, then to her youthful, radiant 20s, and gradually shrinking back to her teenage and childhood years. Ultimately, she curled into the form of an infant. The small infant slowly closed its eyes, its tiny body dissipating within the vial. Guo Changqing gasped, She has vanished. That is the rebirth bottle. She has re-entered the cycle of rebirth." Unbeknownst to her, Lin Jing, who stood behind him, spoke softly, "From life to death, and from death to life, from youth to age, and then back to youth. This cycle persists endlessly, a testament to the continuity of existence." After finishing her words, she lowered her gaze and quietly recited a Buddhist chant, addressing Guo Changqing. "Your shift is over. You should leave now. Tomorrow, we commence work at 9, and breakfast will be served in the cafeteria, starting at 8. If you wish to eat, do come early and do not be late." Guo Changqing seemed to release a great burden, carefully placing the bottle into his bag, departing with a sense of satisfaction. It was only then that Lin Jing turned to Zhao Yunlan, remarking, "I did not witness the Soul Reaper giving you anything." Li Qian rashly manipulated the nether beings. Such tribulations were inevitable. The old lady willingly took her place, meeting her end in accordance with fate. What merit is there in granting leniency? Zhao Yunlan scoffed. So clever. So observant, aren't you? Lin Jing replied. I merely heard you were quite dissatisfied with this intern, trying every means to dislodge him. Why bother to comfort and placate him so discreetly? Zhao Yunlan, irritated, waved his hand dismissively. I do as I please. Now be off. Lin Jing sighed, seemingly intending to share her insights regarding her superior, but upon receiving a sharp glance from Zhao Yunlan, her thoughts swiftly transformed into an understanding of self-preservation. Grabbing her water cup from her desk, she fled. Zhao Yunlan secured the office door, initially planning to return home for a restful slumber. However, he was abruptly reminded of the hastily departing Soul Reaper and, driven by an inexplicable curiosity regarding the legendary Nether Relic, he drove to the address provided by Li Qian, with the shameless intention of skipping work the following day. Upon his arrival, he found the entire apartment shrouded in an ominous darkness, startling him. Uncertain of what had caused such a commotion, he hastily parked his car by the roadside and ascended the building with his firearm in hand. Atop the apartment building, a colossal black void loomed overhead, resembling a monstrous maw. The elevator was out of service, and Zhao Yunlan sprinted to the rooftop, only to discover it littered with lifeless bodies. Examining the remains with a scrutinizing gaze, he pondered what bizarre creatures had met their demise here. Some with 3 heads. Others on the day of the Ghost Festival in July, an unfortunate coincidence occurred where a life was lost amidst an urgent incident. With the scene of the crime situated in the Dragon City headquarters, Deqing sensed a presence from the otherworldly realm, prompting Zhao Yunlan to act decisively, resolving the case before formally completing the necessary procedures. In his pursuit of paperwork, Lin Jing found himself without the comfort of a chair for 3 consecutive days. Meanwhile, Guo Changqing managed to muddle through a 3-month probation period without a single case on his desk, miraculously securing his position. Even more astonishing was Zhao Yunlan's apparent forgetfulness regarding his initial desire to dismiss Guo Changqing, as he readily signed off on the latter's application for permanent employment. Guo Changqing gradually acclimated to the eerily empty human resources department during the day, and with his newly acquired confirmation of employment, he gleefully rushed to file it away. Observing his animated figure, Deqing perched proudly on Zhao Yunlan's desk, teasingly remarked about the fickleness of men, how just a while ago Zhao had yearned to kick Gui out like a ball, yet now he had chosen to keep him. Zhao Yunlan, engrossed in texting, responded without lifting his gaze, remarking that Gui's merits were as substantial as an Oxford dictionary, suggesting that his good fortune was worth having him as a mascot, while also finding amusement in the young man. Deqing, intrigued, inquired about the merits Zhao mentioned. Zhao pointed to his drawer and the black cat, with a swish of its tail, rummaged through it to produce an oversized folder filled with documents, photos of volunteer work, and donation records, dating back nearly a decade. Among them was a photocopy of a postcard displayed in a remote mountain school, inscribed with the clumsy handwriting, "You must take care." Deqing, astonished, asked if all of this was the work of Guo Changqing. Zhao confirmed, explaining that despite Guo's affluent background, he was secretive about his charitable deeds, leading his relatives to believe he was comfortably well off, when in reality, he lived frugally, doubling the impact of his contributions. Feeling a newfound respect, Deqing, now a bit plumper, shook his head in disbelief, humorously leaning closer to Zhao Yunlan to sneak a glance at his text messages. With disdain, he teased Zhao about his persistent attempts to court someone for 3 months, only to be left at the level of merely inviting them to dinner. Zhao Yunlan, having sent the message, playfully flicked Deqing on the head, asserting that good things take time. At that moment, a reply from Shen Wei arrived. Sorry. Their SA grade meeting tonight. Deqing erupted in laughter, nearly falling off the desk as he mocked Zhao, claiming it was ironic for a supposed invincible leader to falter at such a simple task. Zhao Yunlan, grinding his teeth in frustration, briefly entertained thoughts of culinary revenge on the cat. After the Hungry Ghost incident, Zhao Yunlan had cunningly maintained contact with Shen Wei, initially using his position to keep Shen informed about the case involving Li Qian. As time passed, he shamelessly concocted various excuses to meet, but Shen was either genuinely busy or deliberately avoiding him. The more distant Shen acted, the more Zhao found himself drawn to him. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Deqing leaned in with curiosity as a nervous voice on the other end inquired if Zhao was still interested in purchasing ancient texts preserved by the caller's grandfather. Zhao's eyes sparkled with interest, eagerly asking when he could make the purchase, insisting on a swift meeting. The caller hesitated over the price, to which Zhao confidently replied that it was not an issue and urged them to set a date. Excitedly, the caller agreed to meet that afternoon, rambling about Zhao's genuine passion for ancient books and cultural heritage before reluctantly hanging up. Decayed coolly remarked on Zhao's tendency to throw money at problems, dubbing him a modern-day dandy, while the unfortunate seller remained blissfully unaware of Zhao's superficial interests. As Zhao prepared to leave, he shoved Decayed out of his office with a cry of protest. In the adjoining office, Chu Shuji glanced up from his stock market analysis, catching a fleeting glimpse of Zhao's hurried figure, while Zhu Hong sighed, lamenting Zhao's penchant for mischief. Later that evening, Zhao successfully intercepted Shen Wei at the entrance of a teaching building at Dragon City University. Upon spotting Zhao's car, Shen instinctively looked down, attempting to feign ignorance as he hurried toward the parking lot. Zhao, humming a cheerful tune, leisurely followed, drawing the curious gazes of passing students. Shen, resigned, stopped and bent down to tap on Zhao's window, asking what business he had. Zhao rolled down the window, greeting Shen with a radiant smile. He then handed Shen a large wooden box from the passenger seat, saying, "This is for you." Shen, taken aback, opened the box to find its contents, immediately trying to return it, insisting it was too valuable. Zhao interjected, explaining that it belonged to a friend planning to emigrate, who had many ancient texts, including silk and bamboo versions, and that Shen was the only person he could trust to care for them. Despite Shen's protests, Zhao continued to charm him with his persuasive words, insisting that as friends, it would be ungracious not to accept such a favor. With a quick excuse about an impending dinner engagement, Zhao revved the engine and drove off, leaving Shen standing there with the heavy box, feeling a mix of emotions. Torn between his desire to accept Zhao's gesture and his skepticism regarding Zhao's motives, Shen ultimately felt a profound sense of loneliness settle in. Having dispatched the package and inadvertently secured a date, Zhao Yunlan felt triumphant, whistling in delight. He believed that a man of taste should not settle for frivolity. Much like a wealthy individual who indulges in the appreciation of fine antiques rather than ostentatious displays of wealth. As he admired his reflection in the rearview mirror, he repeated Shen Wei's name in his mind, savoring the moment. He perceived that individual as a precious blue and white vase, even if it couldn't be possessed indefinitely. It would be delightful to have it displayed at home for a few days. Chapter 22. The pinnacle of mountains and rivers. Perhaps it was the particularly swift drop in temperature that year in launching. The leaves hadn't even turned yellow before they fell. Zhao Yunlan felt a certain languor, lacking the motivation to engage in anything. With little work to occupy him aside from attending some significant social events, and occasionally finding ways to bother Shen Wei, he spent most of his time confined to his home. Zhao Yunlan had left his parents' home long ago, purchasing a small studio apartment of approximately 40 square meters in the city center, leading a quintessential bachelor-esque life, meticulously presenting himself in public, yet descending into disarray upon returning home. Daqing often lamented that the current iteration of the Soul Requiem Master was quite a headache. He had cleverly packaged the Soul Requiem as a civil service organization, naming it the Special Investigation Office. Although Zhao Yunlan possessed considerable talent and extensive connections, demonstrating keen insight and decisiveness in his cases, he still left Daqing feeling insecure. The Black Cat often harbored doubts that one day Zhao Yunlan would abandon his responsibilities to pursue a hedonistic and glamorous life. Yet, despite having lived for over 1,000 years, Daqing was merely a cat, and Zhao Yunlan's social life was far less lively than he imagined. Zhao Yunlan, it seemed, belonged to the archetype of the post-work silence syndrome, a peculiar ailment unique to urban dwellers, the origins of which remained a mystery. He had remained single up to this point, and aside from the peculiarities of his profession, part of the issue lay within himself. While he could eloquently engage with others outside, upon returning home, he transformed into a reticent figure. Not out of intentional coldness, but due to a profound lack of desire for communication. If not prompted, he could remain silent for an entire evening, exhibiting little in the way of expression, let alone participating in activities of a more engaging nature. If it weren't for the additional set of chopsticks laid out during mealtime, one might easily forget he even existed. His past relationships had crumbled for similar reasons, essentially a lack of communication and passion, and an utter mismatch in personalities. One young woman had furiously confronted him, declaring, "You never truly loved me. You never held me dear." Zhao Yunlan was indeed a handsome and affluent young man, but this was Longqing, a place lacking in both wind and water, where young talents were in no short supply. Despite his considerable savings, he showed no inclination to invest in a proper home. Spending his money extravagantly and residing in what was essentially a hotel-style apartment, devoid of any semblance of a true home. He exuded an air of unreliability, as if merely drifting through life. He had arranged to meet Shen Wei on Sunday evening, so with no plans for Saturday. A hungover Zhao Yunlan languidly lazed in bed until noon, surviving the day on some dry bread and tea. He initially perused various materials regarding the four saints of the underworld, later passing the evening in a game. Eventually, as night descended, a sharp pain gripped his stomach, pulling his attention away from the screen. Reluctant to move, he sipped a cup of hot water, hoping to endure it, but the discomfort intensified. After 40 minutes, drenched in cold sweat, he resolved to venture out in search of sustenance. With winter officially upon them, he felt no inclination to dress properly. Glancing out at the darkened streets, he carelessly donned a pair of pants over his pajamas and threw on a long coat, neglecting to wear socks before heading out in such a disheveled manner. Navigating the familiar route out of his complex, crossing the street, and turning into a narrow alley, he entered a small eatery where he ordered a bowl of fried rice and a bowl of congee. As the rice was prepared, Zhao Yunlan realized he had dressed rather lightly. Opting not to wait idly, he rummaged through his coat pocket, deciding to visit a nearby convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes. As he traversed a dimly lit path where 2 of the 3 streetlights were out, he heard voices. A man barked, "Hurry up and hand over the money. Don't dawdle." Another voice responded, "Brother, don't blame us. Everyone is struggling. You look well off. Be sensible. It's nearly New Year's. It's best for everyone to remain safe, don't you think?" Robbery. With the approach of the new year, Longcheng was a melting pot of various characters, and it appeared that security was lacking. Zhao Yunlan ambled closer, squinting to see 3 or 4 ruffians surrounding a man, who, to his surprise, turned out to be a familiar face, Shen Wei. What was he doing here? Shen Wei's good-natured demeanor seemed not to be reserved solely for his students. Zhao Yunlan quickly observed that he treated his comrades with a spring-like warmth and responded to adversaries with the same gentleness. Faced with the robbery, as a normal adult man, he offered no resistance, not even a verbal retort, obediently extracting his wallet. The ruffians, having recognized him as an easy target, demanded, "Your watch. If it's a brand, it's worth quite a bit. Hand it over." Without a word, Shen Wei relinquished his watch. A mere scholar, Zhao Yunlan thought with a sigh. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he strolled over with his hands in his pockets. Just then, one of the thugs yanked Shen Wei's watch from his grasp, shoving him and causing him to stumble against the wall, exposing a red mark on his neck. "Hey, what is that hanging around your neck?" one of them inquired. Could it be jade? Agate or jadeite would do, too. Another, swift as lightning, seized Shen Wei by the collar, roughly tearing a significant portion of it away, revealing a small pendant that hung between Shen Wei's collarbones. Though it was no larger than a fingernail, it dazzled Zhao Yunlan's eyes even from a distance. Shimmering under the flickering street lamp, its material an enigma that captivated him. Could this be a diamond? The ruffian's eyes widened, and as he reached out his filthy hand to grasp the pendant around Shen Wei's neck, the normally compliant professor, Shen, finally furrowed his brow, grasped the pendant, and spoke. "You've already taken our money and belongings. Don't push your luck." His face darkened suddenly, as if he had transformed into a living statue. The ruffian tugging at his collar noticed the penetrating gaze from Shen Wei's deep, dark eyes, which radiated an indescribable coldness, instilling a sense of fear in him. The thug hesitated for a moment, involuntarily releasing his grip and stepping back. However, they quickly regained their composure, realizing that there was only one opponent, and he appeared timid. Could he be so willing to part with his money? "Pa, do you think this is charity?" The ruffian closest to Shen Wei raised his hand, intending to strike at his head, recalling his own experience. When encountering someone wearing glasses, strike first to catch them off guard, and then follow up with a kick to the lower body to ensure they wouldn't rise again. Yet, before he could deliver the blow, a sharp kick struck him from behind, causing him to double over in pain. Zhao Yunlan tilted his neck, and with a crisp crack, he felt a chill and stamped his feet. A dimpled smirk appeared on his face. "Do you know where those grandsons of mine who dared to threaten me are hoisting their flags now?" 5 minutes later, Zhao Yunlan dialed the local police station, urging them to come swiftly to apprehend the individuals involved. After hanging up, he nudged the fallen thug with his toe. "When I was out in the world, you little rascals were still unaware of where to find your milk. Next time you come out, make sure to understand whose territory this is, all right?" The thug he had stepped on groaned. "B brother, we. Who the hell are you calling brother? Who is your brother? Zhao Yunlan kicked him again. You think you can just climb the ladder? I'm a proper people's policeman. Who do you think you are? Untie your belt and hurry up. Shen Wei watched as he skillfully tied a group of petty criminals to a lamppost, seemingly amused by the whole affair. It was at that moment that Zhao Yunlan realized he had just unwittingly played the hero in a classic rescue scene. The coincidence was so delightful that he almost believed he had orchestrated it himself. A sudden surge of energy coursed through him, and he felt as if the world had brightened, the air had freshened, and even his stomach ache had subsided. He returned Shen Wei's wallet and watch, saying, I didn't expect to run into you here. Is everything all right? Shen Wei, with an elegant demeanor, brushed off the dust from his clothes and accepted his belongings. Zhao Yunlan's gaze inadvertently lingered on a pendant hanging from Shen Wei's neck. It was a hollow, transparent sphere, glowing with an ethereal light, presumably containing some kind of fluorescent material. Yet, Zhao Yunlan had never encountered such a luminescence. It appeared as if the sphere held a spark of fire, vibrant and alive. Unlike anything artificially created, he gazed at the mesmerizing object, feeling an inexplicable warmth and familiarity. However, Zhao Yunlan quickly became aware that it was impolite to stare at someone else's belongings and shifted his gaze, casually remarking, Aren't you worried about radiation? I've heard that overly bright items can be harmful to the human body. Shen Wei tucked the pendant back into his clothing, close to his skin, smiled slightly, but said nothing. Zhao Yunlan was not overly curious, and noticing Shen Wei's reluctance to discuss it, he tactfully changed the subject, fastening a button on his coat to conceal the edge of his pajamas. These petty criminals are all bark and no bite. Why should we fear them? Have you eaten? Let us go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack to ease your nerves. Shen Wei chuckled. That wouldn't be appropriate. I should be the one treating you. He glanced back at the thugs bound at the lamppost, hesitating for a moment. They have their struggles too. Zhao Yunlan turned around, rolling his eyes at Shen Wei, then recalled something and curiously asked, By the way, do you live around here too? How come I've never seen you before? Shen Wei's expression dimmed slightly. In a city like this, two people may live quite close yet never cross paths, but who knows? One day, they might start encountering each other daily. Perhaps it's all fate. Zhao Yunlan chuckled lightly, dismissing the thought. As a reclusive individual, he found it hard to believe in such abstract notions of fate, especially given he could hardly recognize all his neighbors on the same floor. Shen Wei fell silent, trailing half a step behind. In a place where Zhao Yunlan could not see, his gaze took on an unusual intensity hidden behind his glasses. A blend of greed and restraint, fixating on the man ahead. Chapter 23. The pinnacle of mountains and rivers from their limited interactions. Zhao Yunlan sensed an unspoken affection from Shen Wei, yet for reasons unknown, whenever he made an overture or hinted at something more. Shen Wei seemed to retreat into a state of oblivion, akin to a monk under the spell of a seductive specter. Zhao Yunlan had never encountered someone like Shen Wei, refined and gentle, never vying for attention. No matter the treatment he received from others, he never uttered a harsh word. Embodying an ancient scholar, steeped in an antiquated ethos that seemed out of place in the modern world, Zhao Yunlan found it challenging to decipher Shen Wei's intentions. Originally, he had intended to take Shen Wei to an upscale restaurant outside the community, where they could indulge in Western cuisine. A fitting backdrop for romance, given the endless array of dishes that could stretch their conversation. However, he quickly realized that Shen Wei would likely refuse such an invitation, and the thought of those overly rich foreign dishes made him feel queasy. Seizing the rare opportunity, Zhao Yunlan feigned casualness as he led Shen Wei to a small eatery where he had already ordered some dishes. He added a bowl of wontons and several plates of signature appetizers, filling the table with steaming food. At this hour, the restaurant was deserted, leaving just the two of them. Shen Wei hadn't even taken his seat before he grew tense. Zhao Yunlan engaged him in light conversation before broaching the topic of Li Qian. She admitted to the murder of her grandmother and is now undergoing prosecution. Her father has disowned her, and her mother reportedly fainted in court twice. One wonders what she was doing all this time. As for her sentencing, it's hard to say. It depends on how much her lawyer can negotiate. However, she has shown good intentions, having surrendered herself, so the panel might consider leniency. Shen Wei remained silent for a moment, sighing. It's my failure as an educator. Zhao Yunlan, ravenous and shoveling mouthfuls of fried rice, looked at him with a bewildered expression, unable to voice his thoughts but conveying through his gaze, What does that have to do with you? Shen Wei lowered his head, reluctantly sipping his soup. When a student gets into trouble, the teacher must share the blame. To impart knowledge and resolve doubts, yet produce someone like her. He hesitated, frowning, and refrained from finishing his thought. Zhao Yunlan found the sentiment absurd, reminiscent of outdated feudal ideals. While he thought this, he made a conscious effort to appear composed and swallowed the words along with his fried rice. Despite Shen Wei's attempts to avoid him, sitting together did not seem to irritate him. Instead, he appeared more at ease and attentive, always looking out for others. Each time Zhao Yunlan unconsciously reached for the same plate of appetizers, it would be pushed closer to him, and Shen Wei would pour hot water from the teapot into their cups. Zhao Yunlan quickly protested, "I can do it myself. It's hot, don't touch." Shen Wei deftly evaded his hand, pouring steaming tea into his cup. "You eat too quickly, it's not good for your stomach." Zhao Yunlan hastily wiped his mouth, attempting to appear refined. "Oh, I haven't eaten yet tonight. I'm a bit hungry now. I usually take my time when I eat." Shen Wei smiled. And just as Zhao Yunlan was about to seize the opportunity to deepen their conversation, the table suddenly jolted, causing an empty bowl to topple over. Zhao Yunlan reacted swiftly, catching it in midair while the light fixture above swayed slightly. Shen Wei inquired, "Was that an earthquake?" The tremors swiftly subsided, and just as Zhao Yunlan was about to speak, an indescribable sensation surged within his chest, akin to the jolt one experiences upon awakening from a dream of plummeting from a great height, leaving him feeling hollow. Something has emerged. For reasons unknown, a voice within Zhao Yunlan's heart conveyed this truth. Perhaps the fried rice had cooled too much, or the porridge was excessively hot. Regardless, the mixture of temperatures and flavors exacerbated his already fragile stomach. After the strange sensation faded, his previously settled stomach suddenly ached sharply, reminiscent of a needle prick, causing Zhao Yunlan to shudder. "What's wrong?" Shen Wei inquired. Zhao Yunlan hunched his shoulders, resting his elbows on the table. Shen Wei placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Where does it hurt? Is it your stomach?" Even amid his discomfort, Zhao Yunlan, ever devoted, did not forget to take advantage of the situation. He grasped Shen Wei's wrist, his fingers brushing against the back of Shen Wei's hand. Neither too light nor too heavy, an interplay of teasing and unintentional contact. With a hint of nasal tone, he remarked, "Just a bit. You truly are a harbinger of misfortune." Faced with this scenario, Shen Wei found himself at a loss for words, hastily retracting his hand. "Then I shall fetch you some hot soup." Zhao Yunlan was somewhat uncertain whether Shen Wei was shy or simply reluctant, so he maintained a virtuous smile, seated upright. Unfortunately, this feigned smile did not endure for long. Moments later, retribution struck as the cramping pain in his stomach intensified, prompting him to bend over, cold sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Of course, this did not prevent him from discreetly signaling the waiter to settle the bill. Shen Wei returned with a bowl of hot wonton soup, but Zhao Yunlan managed only a small sip, shaking his head in refusal as his lips began to pale. Shen Wei scrutinized his complexion. "Should I take you to the hospital?" Zhao Yunlan forced a resilient smile. "What is the fuss about going to the hospital? It's nothing. I have medicine at home." He attempted to stand, but halfway up, he sat back down. Shen Wei's expression turned serious. "No, we must go to the hospital." Zhao Yunlan pressed one hand against his left side and grasped Shen Wei's arm with the other. "They'll make me swallow some Valbarium meal or insert a tube for a gastroscopy. Both are worse than death. I implore you, don't let them torment me." Shen Wei furrowed his brow deeply. "Moreover, I intended to invite you to see a play tomorrow, and the tickets. They're refunded," Shen Wei interrupted, firmly supporting Zhao Yunlan as he cautiously helped him stand. "I will not allow that, my dear." The words "settle the bill" hadn't even left Zhao Yunlan's lips when the waiter approached with the receipt and change. These petty tricks. Shen Wei shot Zhao Yunlan a glare, thinking, "Why don't you just suffer more?" Zhao Yunlan lowered his gaze, a mischievous grin forming as he observed the tips of his shoes. Ultimately, despite Zhao Yunlan's adamant protest and extreme unwillingness, Shen Wei had no choice but to escort him home. It was Shen Wei's first visit to Zhao Yunlan's residence. He had no time to turn on the lights before nearly tripping over an umbrella left open at the door. In Longqing, winter rains were scarce. It had been at least half a month since the last rainfall, and the owner evidently had not bothered to put it away. Upon further inspection, he noticed a package of laundry returned by the cleaners on the shoe cabinet, its label dated 2 days prior. Clearly, Zhao Yunlan was in no rush to wear it. As it remained unopened, Shen Wei's gaze roamed the room, spotting shirts, trousers, and a wool vest strewn across the sofa, while various books covered the bed, both new and old, alongside a laptop that lay dormant, leaving no available space to sit, let alone lie down. Shen Wei silently glanced at Zhao Yunlan, placing him in the only unoccupied corner of the sofa before tidying the bed. Zhao Yunlan curled up on the sofa, painfully yet joyfully observing Shen Wei's long legs. Swallowing hard in silence, Shen Wei turned back. Where do you usually keep these things? Zhao Yunlan replied, on the bed during the day, on the floor at night. Shen Wei sighed. His frequency of sighing around Zhao Yunlan was notably high. He quickly gathered the books into 2 piles, clearing a space on the equally cluttered desk to organize them, and placed the laptop on the bedside table. Now, lie down. I'll fetch you some medicine. Where is it? Zhao Yunlan pointed to a small cabinet beneath the desk. Shen Wei casually stated, take off your outer clothes and lie on the bed. Zhao Yunlan hesitated. If I take them off, you might accuse me of being indecent. Shen Wei touched his forehead, his hand coming away damp with cold sweat. In this biting winter, it was evident how uncomfortable Zhao Yunlan felt. Shen Wei's heart ached for him, wishing he could bear the pain in his stead, yet Zhao Yunlan maintained a playful demeanor, teasing him. It was truly disheartening to feel such affection wasted. Shen Wei's expression hardened. Even in this state, you still jest, hurry, and undress to lie down. Zhao Yunlan promptly shed his coat and trousers, standing before Shen Wei in a sleep shirt that revealed half of his chest. Shen Wei's face flushed instantly. Zhao Yunlan brazenly displayed his self-proclaimed well-formed physique, but you asked me to take them off. Shen Wei quickly averted his gaze, propping a pillow at the head of the bed and spreading out the crumpled blanket. Hand me the cup. I'll pour you some water. Zhao Yunlan. Why are you barefoot? Zhao Yunlan sat at the edge of the bed, having removed his shoes to reveal 2 sockless feet, cold and blue. Unfazed, Zhao Yunlan shrugged. I just went downstairs for a meal. It was just a moment. I'd have to wash them if I put on socks. He could not finish his sentence as Shen Wei grasped his foot. Though Shen Wei's hand was icy, it was warmer than Zhao Yunlan's numbed feet. Zhao Yunlan flinched instinctively, but Shen Wei held on firmly, applying pressure to the acupoints beneath his foot. Stop, stop, stop. I haven't washed my feet today. Ah, now you feel the pain? Shen Wei frowned, the blood isn't circulating. Your stomach is too weak to hurt like this. You. He abruptly realized his tone had become overly familiar and fell silent, lowering his head. Zhao Yunlan's feet were nearly devoid of sensation under Shen Wei's grasp. To maintain his composure, he refrained from cursing, choosing instead to stifle his cries, donning a contorted expression as he feigned decorum until he miraculously felt warmth rising from his feet, only to be tucked beneath the blanket by Shen Wei. Shen Wei fetched him medicine and poured hot water, ensuring he took his medication. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Zhao Yunlan's sleep shirt was quite revealing, with only a few buttons fastened, the collar hanging low enough to expose his well-defined abdominal muscles as he pressed against his left side. Shen Wei had no choice but to force himself to look away, surveying the room once more. His gaze landed on the trash can filled with crumbs and snack wrappers, prompting him to ask, what did you eat today? Zhao Yunlan leaned against the headboard, gesturing toward the trash bin. In one day? Shen Wei's expression darkened further. And what about last night? I went out with some friends. I drank too much and can't recall. Shen Wei struggled to suppress his anger, remaining silent for a full half-minute before lowering his voice to conceal his frustration. Is this how you live every day? Zhao Yunlan replied, what's the matter? Shen Wei shot him a dark glance before silently entering the kitchen, opening the refrigerator, and staring at its emptiness for a moment before retrieving a box of expired milk, as well as half a bag of open cat food. He finally felt as if Zhao Yunlan were driving him to the brink of madness. The back of his hand, pressed against the refrigerator door, revealed the delicate, happy veins beneath the skin, while the heavy door creaked under his grip. In the end, after a thorough search, Shen Wei finally discovered a packet of instant egg drop soup tucked away in a corner of the small cabinet atop the refrigerator. This was the only edible item in Zhao Yunlan's den, aside from hot water and medicine. Zhao Yunlan, at some point, had taken out a cigarette, lazily leaning against the headboard with half-closed eyes, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his mind seemingly wandering in delightful reverie. Shen Wei strode over, maintaining a stern demeanor as he yanked the cigarette from Zhao Yunlan's lips and extinguished it forcefully in the ashtray. He then placed the steaming egg drop soup heavily on the bedside table, commanding, drink it. Zhao Yunlan blinked, silently lifting the bowl, pondering why teacher Shen, who remained amiable even when robbed in broad daylight, suddenly turned fierce with him. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that the underlying reason was simply that he was rather handsome, and Shen Wei had taken a liking to him. Shen Wei could hardly fathom the busyness of the man before him, who seemed unwilling to spare even a moment to sip soup, secretly indulging in a bout of self-admiration. He gazed disapprovingly at Zhao Yunlan's disheveled abode, unable to comprehend how one could live in such disarray. Even a criminal facing execution would enjoy a final meal. How could one allow themselves to suffer such deprivation? He glanced down at Zhao Yunlan, doubting that anyone would even claim his body should he perish. After a brief silence, Shen Wei suddenly remarked, "Officer Zhao is no longer young. He has achieved success in his career and ought to consider finding a partner and establishing a family. It would be better to have someone to look after him." Zhao Yunlan nearly choked on the gelatin soup, coughing violently. Shen Wei's hand twitched nervously for a moment before he tucked it away, clenching his fist tightly. Zhao Yunlan was taken aback by Shen Wei's unexpected approach, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, he devised a strategy, casting the bowl onto the bedside table, determined to retreat in order to advance. Employing a tactic of feigned vulnerability. "You wouldn't tell me you didn't notice I'm pursuing you, would you?" Zhao Yunlan deliberately paused, slowing his speech, and gently lifted his gaze to meet Shen Wei's, his eyes trailing across Shen Wei's face, ultimately resting upon his taut form. From Shen Wei's perspective, Zhao Yunlan appeared to have let his gaze fall in disappointment, his already wan visage now seemingly burdened with profound melancholy. Shen Wei felt as though the softest part of his heart had been sharply pinched. Zhao Yunlan caught a glimpse of Shen Wei's reaction and felt a sense of triumph. Though he maintained a sorrowful facade, weakly lifting the corners of his mouth in a half-hearted smile, he waved his hand at Shen Wei, saying, "Forget it. Thank you for today. I'm fine now. You can go." Zhao Yunlan had prepared himself to leap forward and embrace Shen Wei should he approach, rehearsing the perfect lines in his mind. However, Shen Wei remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Zhao Yunlan to feel compelled to sneak a glance at his expression. Finally, Shen Wei hoarsely uttered, "Then, do take care." With that, he truly turned and fled without a backward glance. Zhao Yunlan was left bewildered. What just happened? Was my approach all wrong? He sat in stunned silence for a considerable time, leaning heavily against the pillow on his bedside. He struggled to articulate his feelings, eventually rummaging through the drawer beneath the bedside table until he unearthed an old calendar. After flipping through the pages, he reached today's date and noted the ominous phrase "do not marry," resigning himself to blame today's misfortunes on the whims of fate. The weight of despair pressed against his chest, stifling him as though he were choking on dry bread. Zhao Yunlan lost all interest in gaming or surfing the internet, promptly extinguishing the light and rolling over to sleep. As midnight approached, the streets fell silent. Most lights in the nearby residential area flickered out, and the sounds of vehicles dwindled below. Only the occasional reflection of light slipped through the tightly drawn curtains. At the moment, the hour hand aligned with the minute hand. The watch Zhao Yunlan had forgotten to remove emitted a soft chime, jolting him awake from what seemed like a deep slumber. Then, amidst the thick darkness of the night, the sound of a wooden clapper echoed sharply, as if it had materialized from thin air and just as suddenly vanished. The rhythmic strikes grew nearer, accompanied by a flat male voice, dragging out each syllable with clarity, reaching Zhao Yunlan's ears. The voice solemnly declared, "Officials pave the way, the living souls retreat." Then came 3 sharp claps. The curtains, which had not been drawn all day, parted automatically, revealing a window frosted with icy patterns, through which a faint, eerie white light seeped in, lingering quietly outside. Zhao Yunlan sat up, adjusting his clothing as he called out, "Come in." The lock on the window clicked open, and it gradually swung wide, a gust of cold wind laden with a chilling presence rushing in, causing goosebumps to rise on Zhao Yunlan's skin. A shadow holding a white lantern floated outside his 16th floor window. The figure was also crafted from paper, of human height, its face a pale fade painted gray, with a pair of expressionless, painted eyes and a gaping mouth wide enough to rival that of Old Wu from number 4 Guangming Road. Zhao Yunlan retrieved a small ceramic basin from the bottom drawer of his bedside table, along with paper money and incense. He inserted the incense into the basin's slot, lit both items, and then nodded respectfully towards the figure, saying, "In honor of your visit, esteemed official, is there something of utmost importance?" The paper figure's mouth stiffly moved, as if acknowledging the gratitude for the offering. Most prominent figures in the mortal realm often look down upon the messengers from the underworld, but this particular official, as the Lord of Soul Guardians, would not forget even the smallest act of respect, regardless of the weightier matters at hand. The paper figure bowed deeply, respectfully stating, "Last time, the hungry ghost escaped." Enraging Yama, who ordered a thorough investigation across the 3 realms. All living souls, deceased, and those waiting for judgment must be verified and recorded, merging into a singular record with the book of life and death. I have been dispatched by the 10 kings of hell to deliver this to you. Upon finishing, the paper figure presented a black-covered notebook to Zhao Yunlan. It resembled an ordinary business notebook, its cover soft like calfskin, yet it felt surprisingly light in his hand. As though merely a few sheets of paper, Zhao Yunlan weighed it in his palm, delicately pinching it between his fingers before inhaling the scent of the pages, fusang paper. Ink from the sea dragon, attached to the book of life and death and a record of merits, with a soul-chasing talisman affixed, correct? The paper figure replied with calm assurance. Your discerning eye is commendable. I assume it is unnecessary for me to explain the purpose of this item. Attach the divine talisman with a person's name and birth date, Zhao Yunlan instructed. Or wrap a strand of hair with the soul-searching talisman to trace the person's past and present affairs. As he spoke, he casually flipped through the notebook. And suddenly a thin piece of paper fluttered out. I wanted notice? It was a blank sheet of rice paper, and the moment Zhao Yunlan's fingers brushed it, dark mist began to swirl upon its surface, revealing a face within the shadows. The visage resembled a human form, large-headed, bald, hunched, with a mass of flesh protrusions, exactly like the entity cleaved by the Soul Reaper's blade. Zhao Yunlan maintained an impassive expression, merely inquiring, "What is this?" In the shadowy discourse, the spirit mentioned, this entity, resembling a human yet not quite human, is known as Aochu. It possesses the ability to speak, yet its temperament is ferocious and malevolent, deriving pleasure from consuming flesh and drinking souls. It harbors a fear of light and fire, and should its master encounter it, one must exercise utmost caution. Merely slaying it suffices. The spirit, Lin, recounted a multitude of details yet refrained from disclosing the origins or the true nature of this creature, nor the reasons behind its extermination. For reasons unknown, Zhao Yunlan found the description of something that is like a human but not particularly intriguing. With a subtle shift in his gaze, he effortlessly tucked the wanted notice for the Yuchu into the black notebook, adding a handful of paper money into the porcelain basin. And with a smile, he expressed, "Thank you for your efforts." The paper spirit bowed in acknowledgement, and the flames in the basin surged high, instantly reducing the paper money to ash. The spirit deftly rolled up the ashes, satisfied, and declared, "I take my leave." The white paper lantern flickered momentarily before the spirit vanished, graciously securing the windows and drawing the curtains as it departed. The Soul Reaper, the 4 saints, the Yuchu, and the master behind them, lying on his back in bed, Zhao Yunlan felt the chill of the covers that had long since cooled. Sleep eluded him as myriad thoughts flitted through his mind, dismissing the trivial incident with Shen Wei, while the deepening night cast a heavy pall over his musings, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. Having struggled to find sleep throughout the night, Zhao Yunlan awoke in discomfort and took medicine again. His irregular lifestyle and disregard for dietary restrictions had led to chronic gastritis and mild ulcers, which periodically tormented him. Thus, when the doorbell rang around 7 in the morning, Zhao Yunlan, having just drifted into a brief slumber, was in a state akin to rabies, wild and unrestrained. With great effort, he descended from the bed, his joints protesting with a crack, possibly due to his prolonged repose. As he moved sluggishly, his mind conjured up elaborate tortures for the visitor outside. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Shen Wei standing there, burdened with several large bags. Zhao Yunlan blinked in surprise for a couple of seconds before hastily suppressing his initially predatory expression, replacing it with one reminiscent of a joyous celebration for the new year. Unfortunately, his foggy mind rendered this transformation slightly delayed, leaving him caught between the grim and the festive, a rather fitting embodiment of a mythical beast. On that Monday morning, the office was filled with the aroma of breakfast as Zhu Hong returned from the cafeteria with 3 kilograms of dumplings, each boasting a thin skin and generous filling, their fragrance wafting through the air. Having overslept and faced with hunger, she had prepared to make do with dry bread and crackers. Following the enticing scent that had drawn even the elusive Zhao from the office across the hall, Zhao Yunlan swiftly forgot Shen Wei's admonitions against smoking, drinking, and indulging in greasy foods. After devouring a dumpling, he reached out with his greasy fingers to tap Guo Changcheng on the head, instructing, "Young one, turn on the television." Guo Changcheng scampered off eagerly, while Zhu Hong glanced at his retreating figure, proudly remarking, "This kid is quite something diligent and sensible, though he lacks courage. He still dares to eat what I give him." Zhao Yunlan replied, "Naturally, he has a fear of people." Zhu Hong was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Zhao Yunlan glanced at her and, with a hint of kindness, added. His lack of fear towards you indicates that he doesn't regard you as human. Zhu Hong. At that moment, she noticed Qing had stealthily leapt onto the desk, peering around before seizing the opportunity as Zhao Yunlan raised a dumpling to his mouth. With remarkable precision, the cat deftly swiped the filling away, its movement so agile that one could almost forget its rotund form. Following this, Qing leapt off the desk, skillfully catching a meatball in midair, executing a perfect backflip before landing, its actions fluid like flowing water. It then sauntered away, tail swaying, leaving the astonished leaders with nothing but a greasy dumpling skin. Zhao Yunlan exclaimed, "Damn it, you fat cat." Zhu Hong quipped, "Serves it right, it's karma." Meanwhile, the television broadcast reported on the earthquake from the previous night, indicating that while several areas had felt tremors, the impact was minimal. The epicenter was located in a sparsely populated, remote mountainous region, which had fortunately not resulted in significant casualties or property damage. Zhao Yunlan muttered, "Why wasn't he it stronger?" "I was waiting to offer comfort." Lin Jing, privy to the situation, smiled mysteriously. Zhu Hong inquired, "Who have you ensnared this time? Let us not use such harsh words. The world is awakening to spring. Love must be a part of it, lest you tarnish the purity of others' affections," Zhao Yunlan retorted. Lin Jing interjected, "I am but a compassionate soul." Zhu Hong exclaimed, "Help!" Zhao Yunlan, with his greasy hands, reached for her hair, prompting a shriek as she dodged away. Zhu Shuji stepped back, clearing the space. At that moment, he looked up in surprise. "Wang Zheng? Why are you here during the day?" The room fell silent for a moment before Zhu Hong leapt up, shouting, "Close the curtains! Pull the curtains!" Guo Chanqing and Lin Jing hurriedly drew the curtains, which were lined with a layer of UV protection, plunging the office into darkness. After finishing the dumpling, Qing leapt against the wall, delivering a series of kicks that turned the light on. At this point, Wang Zheng appeared pale as a ghost. Only when the sunlight was completely blocked did she dare to drift into the room, collapsing onto a chair in a heap. Looking so frail, she seemed to be dissipating. Lin Jing retrieved incense from her drawer, lighting it and holding it beneath Wang Zheng's nose. "Breathe in some of this." After about half the stick had burned, Wang Zheng began to recover, exhaling gently as her form became more corporeal, no longer resembling a mere specter. "What is wrong with you?" Zhao Yunlan, showing no concern, slapped her forehead. To his astonishment, he made contact, causing her to lean back in surprise. "Are you trying to end it all? If you wish for sunlight, I can arrange for you to bask in it, to achieve a lovely tan." Guo Chanqing, witnessing his superior's anger for the first time, trembled in fear. Wang Zheng gazed deeply at Zhao Yunlan, raising a finger towards the television. The broadcast was showing the rescue team and journalists approaching the village near the epicenter, assessing the damage. The quake originated from the far northwest, where road conditions were dire and the population sparse. To venture deeper into the area required a long trek on foot. The camera revealed a few scattered earthen houses on the mountainside, uncertain if they were inhabited, with half the roofs collapsed from the tremors. A weathered stone tablet at the village entrance read Qingxi Village. Wang Zheng's eyes, notably large even for a girl, appeared somewhat unfocused as she stared at the sign for a while before the camera shifted. She softly remarked, "That is where I." Guo Chanqing anticipated she would mention family or hometown, but Wang Zheng paused and, after a lengthy moment, turned to Zhao Yunlan, her large eyes fixed intently on him. "That is where I shall be laid to rest." This statement cast a chill over the office. "Director Zhao, I would like to request a leave of absence." Wang Zheng intoned with her uniquely ethereal yet flat voice, "I seek to find peace in the earth." Zhao Yunlan frowned, extracting a cigarette. "You." Wang Zheng leaned back, her expression impassive. "Do not subject me to secondhand smoke." Zhao Yunlan retorted, "You are merely a ghost, Ms. Wang. You cannot contract pneumonia." Wang Zheng replied earnestly, "Even ghosts can sense the scent of smoke. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably become a human-shaped incense stick." Zhao Yunlan, with a gloomy demeanor, tucked his lighter back into his pocket. "Once you enter the soul-subduing order, you are effectively doomed to eternal unrest, unable to find peace even in death. What is the point? Besides, is it not true that burial is no longer in vogue?" Wang Zheng remained silent, bowing his head, and after a moment, repeated, "I want to go home." Zhao Yunlan sighed. "Even if you wish to return home, how do you plan to do so?" Wang Zheng replied, "I haven't figured that out yet." "Are you intending to ponder this under the bright sun?" Zhao Yunlan retorted irritably. Wang Zheng fell silent. Just as Zhao Yunlan was about to speak again, his phone rang. He stepped outside to take the call. Upon his return, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. one that he could hardly contain. Clearing his throat, he glanced at his watch and said to Wang Zheng, "Here is the plan. You should come inside and hide for a bit. Later tonight, I'll find a way to let you out, and we can go together." Wang Zheng, without a moment to spare, transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished into the watch. The others were left astounded. Zhu inquired, "Zhao, what on earth has compelled you to travel all the way to the northwest? You typically send others on business trips." Zhao Yunlan replied, "Get lost. I lead by example." Lin Jing remarked, "Amaba, it seems you are only motivated by profit." Zhao Yunlan appeared ready to respond further, but his duties called, and in that moment, his phone rang again. Frowning, he pulled out his phone and shot a disapproving glance at his audacious subordinates plotting rebellion, before turning to step outside. The moment he answered, a radiant smile instinctively spread across his face. "Hello? Oh, brother-in-law. Ahem, what is going on? Don't be so formal with me. Is there any need for that between a brother-in-law and his little brother?" Zhu Hong, bemused, bit into a bun, gazing curiously at his departing figure. Where did this brother-in-law come from? When did he acquire one? "That's Minister Song." De Qing leapt onto the table, sniffing around the meat. Zhu Hong asked, "Which Minister Song? Isn't the area along Guangming Road being developed into a commercial street? Aren't we supposed to move in the next year or two?" he asked, looking at a quaint, secluded courtyard house right in the city center, close to the university district, a serene oasis amid the hustle and bustle, and he's currently trying to leverage connections. De Qing licked his paw, adopting a detached cat-like curiosity to enlighten her. Zhu Hong, unashamedly inquiring, how did that Minister Song become his brother-in-law? He doesn't even have a sister. De Qing snorted, who knows? After a few rounds of drinks, even without a sister, he ends up with a whole bunch of brothers-in-law. After finishing his morning class, Shen Wei watched as students trickled out of the classroom. He stood at the lectern, tidying up his lesson plans. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, momentarily blinding him. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed a golden thread inexplicably weaving through the window and entangling itself around the pendant at his neck. Shen Wei reached out to pull the thread down, but his fingers passed through it as if it were alive, splitting into many strands that ensnared his fingers, body, and neck. He closed his eyes, then opened them again to find nothing before him. Unable to resist, he grasped the radiant orb of light, realizing that after encountering that person, evasion would be futile. The warmth of Zhao Yunlan's hand had left him in a tumult, and even after a day had passed, he could still feel the lingering heat on his skin. So intense, so searing. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid him for a while longer. Zhao Yunlan left early that morning and remained absent throughout the day. It was only in the evening, when a phone call rang through the office, that he was contacted. By this time, Lin Jing and Zhu Hong had already taken the lead in skipping work, while De Qing lay asleep behind a computer-esque cooling vent, oblivious to everything. Zhu remained, his expression as unyielding as ever, engrossed in his task. Guo Changxing had no choice but to answer the phone. "Hello, little Guo?" Zhao Yunlan asked, "Are you busy? If not, I need you to do me a favor." Guo Changxing replied, "Sure, what is it?" "Listen carefully. The energy in my watch is too heavy, and Wang Zheng cannot stay there for long. In a couple of days, I need to find a way to take him away. We need another vessel. So please buy me a life-size doll online. Something that can stand and move would be ideal. Look for a local store, explain that it's urgent, and have it delivered tomorrow." As Guo Changxing nodded and began searching online, Zhao Yunlan, sensing urgency, interrupted, "All right, that sounds good. Just buy that one and arrange for delivery." Guo Changxing was about to click purchase when he inadvertently glanced at the store name, only to be thunderstruck. It was a novelty shop specializing in adult products. The innocent young man turned crimson, stammering into the phone, Zhao, this is a bit. What is it?" Zhao Yunlan said, "Oh, don't worry about the price. Just make sure to get a receipt for reimbursement. I have to go now, please hurry." With that, he abruptly hung up. Guo Changxing stared at the computer screen, feeling a strange mix of embarrassment and discomfort. On the day of departure, Zhao Yunlan's face remained as stern as a tombstone as they arrived at the airport. When the life-sized inflatable doll was delivered to Guangming Road No. 4, even the delivery person, who had not yet stepped away, heard Zhao's furious roar. "Guo Changxing, are you carrying a chamber pot around your neck?" Guo Changxing found it difficult to reconcile the sudden revelation of his superior's true temperament, his expression one of shock and bewilderment. De Qing curiously pawed at the giant doll, inadvertently triggering a mechanism that resulted in an incredibly realistic and inappropriate sound emanating from it. De Qing's fur stood on end, and Zhao Yunlan's face turned ashen as he pointed at the doll, speechless with rage for a full half-minute. "Guo Changxing, resembling a frightened little mouse, stood frozen against the wall, wide-eyed. After swallowing his anger, Zhao Yunlan managed to speak weakly to Zhu Hong. Could you find something for it to wear? Realizing how absurd his request sounded, he didn't have time to correct himself before his phone buzzed with a message notification. With a frustrated, mumbled exclamation, he stormed out of the room. Zhu Hong turned to Guo Changcheng and quipped, "Did you manage to make the ghost face so angry that it couldn't even speak?" Impressive. Guo Changcheng, in a moment of clarity, grasped whom Zhu Hong referred to with her mention of a ghost. Lin Jing patted his shoulder. "I just realized, little Guo. You are the true hero." Guo Changcheng felt tears welling up. Zhu Shuji silently cradled the Qing, covering its eyes with his hand, turning away with his usual somber expression to avoid the ludicrous scene. As they prepared to depart, Zhu Hong produced a large military bag from somewhere and stuffed the doll inside, speaking to the air, "You'll have to endure a little longer. Wait until we land before coming out." A wisp of white smoke escaped from Zhao Yunlan's watch, swirling around Zhu Hong before settling in front of her, revealing a hazy, youthful figure. Clearly, the presence of Zhao Yunlan was not particularly comfortable for Wang Zheng, who appeared noticeably drained. "Just consider me airsick," Wang Zheng said in a voice as delicate as a wisp of smoke, glancing at the form that would soon be hers. Her eyes clouded, yet finally revealing an unspoken reproach. Guo Changqing dared not lift his head. Eventually, the entire criminal investigation team from Guangming Road No. 4 shamelessly followed along, their boredom driving them to witness what had compelled the esteemed Zhao Yunlan to venture forth. However, along the way, no one dared to provoke Zhao Chuli. And even Daqing had transformed into a diminutive cat pendant, obediently resting on Zhu Hong's phone as they appeared to be on the verge of hijacking a plane. It was not until they encountered Shen Wei and his students in the waiting hall that the atmosphere shifted. Everyone watched in astonishment as Zhao Yunlan's previously darkened face brightened in an instant, his icy gaze softening, and the ominous aura surrounding him dissipated as if the storm had passed. Without hesitation, he abandoned his colleagues and strode towards the man encircled by the students, feigning surprise as he greeted, "Shen Wei, what a coincidence." Shen Wei's eyes flickered, and Zhao Yunlan could not discern whether he was surprised or alarmed. After a moment of pause, Shen Wei adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Officer Zhao." Zhu Hong observed the scene and suddenly seemed to grasp something. Among the ivory tower of teachers and students, Zhao Yunlan effortlessly became the one in control, leaving Shen Wei with no opportunity to speak as the rambunctious students revealed their specific objectives and exploration tasks through mere exchanges. Zhao Yunlan, with a smile, inquired, "There are several hours of winding mountain roads between the urban area and Qingxi village. How do you intend to travel?" Shen Wei immediately realized Zhao Yunlan's ulterior motives. But regrettably, he was surrounded by too many Na'vi teammates. Just as he was about to respond, the class monitor in red exclaimed, "We'll take the coach." Shen Wei retorted, "The coach only departs once a day, at 6 in the morning. Moreover, it does not follow your intended route entirely." "I am aware of that bus. It goes to a different county." Zhao Yunlan, witnessing the trap he had laid, grew increasingly relaxed. The female class monitor hesitated. "I checked the map. It seems we can get off halfway and walk from there, which doesn't appear too far. With your small frames, you could probably walk for 4 to 5 hours. Zhao Yunlan leaned back, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Wei, the eastern plains and western mountains, in mountainous regions. "What seems close on a map may require traversing several uncharted hills. I estimate 4 to 5 hours, provided you do not get lost. Just think. By the time you disembark from the bus, it will already be evening, and if you walk for another 4 to 5 hours, you might end up camping in the wilderness. At this season, the temperatures there are unimaginably cold, camping in the snow." The students erupted into a flurry of panicked discussions. Zhao Yunlan noticed Shen Wei looking at him with an amused expression, and he felt a sudden rush of embarrassment for trying too hard to please. He coughed lightly. All right, everyone calm down. I have a few friends who can arrange some vehicles for you. We can all travel together for mutual support. What do you think?" The class monitor paused. "This. Would it be too much trouble for you?" Zhao Yunlan waved his hand dismissively, already pulling out his phone, leaning towards Shen Wei with a playful wink. "What trouble? What kind of relationship do I have with your teacher?" Shen Wei turned his head slightly, regarding him with a detached look. "What relationship?" Zhao Yunlan faltered momentarily. Shen Wei's gaze felt like a hook. If he spoke too far, it would be self-deprecating, and if he spoke too close, it would seem shameless. Zhao Yunlan quickly thought, neighbors. Students should remember, when venturing out, that distant relatives are not as dear as close neighbors. If you get along well, Neighbors can be closer than family, right, Teacher Shen? Shen Wei smiled with a hint of resignation, effectively disarming Zhao Chuli's ulterior motives. Thank you, Shen Wei said. Thank you for what? Zhao Yunlan stood up, eagerly adding. Oh, by the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? Wait for me. Shen Wei, unable to catch him in time, turned to see Zhao Yunlan had already walked away. Moments later, Zhao Yunlan returned, carrying several large plastic bags. Fortunately, he had not completely lost his mind. He casually handed 2 bags to Guochangqing as he passed by. Wow, surprising. I thought he had forgotten about us, Zhu Shuji remarked. Lin Jing, eyeing the fried chicken leg, said in a routine manner, Ahmedba, what a sin. The gluttonous monk then eagerly bit into the chicken leg and poured himself a cup of cola. Guochangqing's belongings were swiftly devoured, and while he was still in a daze, someone handed him a hamburger. Turning his head, he found it was Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong offered him the food without looking at him, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yunlan, who seemed to have said something amusing, prompting laughter from the group. It appeared that Zhao Yunlan, no matter where he was, always stood at the center of attention. Thank you, Guochangqing began, but Zhu Hong interrupted him, lowering her eyes and scanning the area before whispering, Hey, who is that guy? Realizing she was referring to Shen Wei, Guochangqing replied. He is a professor from Longqing University. Last time, we were quite fortunate to have his assistance with the case. Zhao Chuli said he wouldn't remember that incident. Zhu Hong narrowed her eyes, mumbling, He is already a professor? He looks so young. But professors should be older, right? He must be married with children by now. Guochangqing scratched his head in confusion. How would I know? Zhu Hong shot him a sideways glance before her attention returned to Zhao Yunlan. She observed as Shen Wei had just picked up a piece of chicken when Zhao Yunlan immediately tore open a sauce packet and handed it to him. The tenderness in Zhao Yunlan's gaze was palpable even from a distance, a stark contrast to the irritable leader from that morning. Well, it seems he is still single. Zhu Hong concluded after observing for a while. Though Zhao Yunlan might be shameless, he never pursued married individuals. Oh my eyes must be deceiving me. Zhu Hong and Guochangqing watched as Zhao Yunlan's phone rang again. Balancing a drink in one hand and his phone in the other, he leaned down and swiftly snatched a French fry from Shen Wei's hand. After a couple of bites, he licked his lips, making Shen Wei awkwardly retract his fingers. Guochangqing's initial blank expression gradually evolved into shock. The entire team of the Special Investigation Unit had been abandoned by their leader for 3.5 hours. While Zhao Yunlan, keen to hear Professor Shen explain Qingxi Village to the students, had switched seats. Finally, their plane landed at a city near their destination. As they exited the airport, before anyone truly felt the unique chill of the high-altitude locale, they spotted a row of SUVs parked outside, from which emerged a stout, middle-aged man clad in a fur coat, holding a sign with Zhao Chuli's name and scanning the area. Zhao Yunlan approached with 2 groups of people, and the man initially hesitated upon seeing him, but then recognition dawned on his face, transforming into a warm smile as he enthusiastically approached. Officer Zhao, it must be you, right? I could tell from your spirit that you're the leader. Oh, what leader? Zhao Yunlan stepped forward and shook his hands. It's really hard to find your bearings in this place. Thanks to you, we felt reassured throughout the journey. The man, known as Lang, shook Zhao Yunlan's hand vigorously. Not at all. When Xie Yuanming called me, he asked me to arrange for a car. I said, of course. I have a brotherly bond with Xie Ge. His friends are my friends. How does that saying go? Friends from afar should be received in person. Feigning surprise, Zhao Yunlan widened his eyes. Really? You and Xie Ge have such a relationship? Lang replied, absolutely. We once got drunk and pledged brotherhood. Zhao Yunlan pointed at him, adopting a serious expression. That's where you went wrong. There's no difference between a brother of Xie Ge and my own brother. What did you just call me? You're being too formal. Lang Gu, quick-witted as ever, paused for a mere second before bursting into laughter. Huh? Of course. Just look at my mouth. It's quite the charm. In the future, I will proudly tell everyone that a leader from Longqing is my brother. What an honor. Come, let me first help you settle in, and then I shall treat you to a feast. No need to be polite. Being polite is akin to looking down on me. The two exchanged banter, with no one else daring to interrupt. Shen Wei and the students exchanged glances, while Zhu Hong quietly informed Qing on her phone. All right. I understand how Minister Song became her brother-in-law. Suddenly, Shen Wei and his students found themselves inexplicably drawn along by Zhao Yunlan, who treated them to a lavish feast, followed by accommodations at the only 5-star hotel in the area. The next morning, before dawn, 3 SUVs lined up at the hotel entrance. Upon opening the trunks, they revealed an array of winter clothing, outdoor gear, high-calorie food, medical supplies, and tools. Everything one could need for a professional scientific expedition, all brand new and unopened. Zhao Yunlan appeared utterly unperturbed, showing no signs of guilt in receiving such generosity. He instructed Lin Jing to give each driver a pack of cigarettes and engaged in warm, light-hearted conversation with Lang Ge, who, despite having been thoroughly inebriated the night before, seemed to revel in the experience, his face slightly swollen but his spirit undeterred. Lang Ge clapped Zhao Yunlan on the shoulder, his voice filled with reluctant fondness. "All right, my dear brother, we must take our leave. I apologize for not hosting you better. Our little place has its limitations, so please do understand." Zhao Yunlan shot him a pointed look. "Now, that is not fair. We've traveled such a long way to visit, and you are the one acting all formal. When you come to launching, I will spare no effort, even if it means selling my possessions to ensure you have a good time. We'll call Brother CSC and have a proper feast together." After bidding farewell to Lang Ge, Zhao Yunlan turned to Shen Wei, speaking in hushed tones. "The mountain roads are treacherous, and I worry about the children's driving skills. How about this? You lead them along with us. I'll take one car, Lin Jing another, and Zhu Hong the third. We can disperse the students and regroup in Qingxi village. What do you think?" It would be inappropriate for Shen Wei to oppose this arrangement in front of others, especially since it was a generous offer. However, Shen Wei, not possessing the same audacity, felt a twinge of guilt as he settled into the vehicle. "It's my oversight this time. I truly appreciate your assistance, and I didn't even know Mr. Lang well enough to impose upon him, so should we send him something as a token of gratitude when we return?" Zhao Yunlan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. No one does favors without expecting something in return. Just remember that you owe me." At that moment, a red light signaled their stop. Zhao Yunlan braked and turned to Shen Wei, flashing a charming smile that revealed his dimples. Shen Wei felt a rush of warmth and instinctively glanced at the two students in the back seat, who were eagerly gazing out of the window, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Yunlan, suddenly inspired to test the waters further, reached out and tugged at the collar of Shen Wei's shirt, straightening it with a gentle pull. His fingers brushed against Shen Wei's ear, and in a natural, lowered tone, he spoke softly, retreating just as Shen Wei struggled to process the moment. As the light turned green, Zhao Yunlan pressed the accelerator, his focus unwavering as a hint of mischief played at the corners of his mouth. Shen Wei turned to the window, his demeanor resembling that of a shy schoolboy, though unbeknownst to Zhao Yunlan, the flush on his face began to fade, leaving him pale and contemplative. A deep furrow formed between his brows, hinting at an unspoken intensity that rendered him both distant and solitary. Driving on the mountain roads proved physically demanding, jostling them for hours. The two students in the back seat had succumbed to slumber, while Shen Wei remained vigilant in the passenger seat, ensuring the driver stayed alert, especially after the previous night's indulgences. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the roads became narrower, adorned with sheer cliffs lacking guardrails, making it precarious with every turn. Lang Ge's support vehicle was indeed commendable, and surprisingly, Zhao Yunlan displayed an unexpected steadiness in his driving. The temperature dropped noticeably as they ascended, and thick snow began to blanket the roadside. The trio of vehicles, which had been closely aligned, gradually began to spread apart. Zhao Yunlan cautiously downshifted and came to a stop, prompting the others to follow suit. "The road ahead looks challenging. I believe we need chains," Zhao Yunlan remarked, opening the car door while advising Shen Wei to stay inside to avoid the cold. Ignoring his suggestion, Shen Wei jumped out to assist, braving the frigid wind that threatened to topple him. The chill was biting, and even the thickest of winter coats would offer little solace against such gusts. The two students stirred awake and attempted to help, but Zhao Yunlan quickly ushered them back inside. "Stay put. It's not wise to be out here right after waking up. Catching a cold in this place is no joke." The students deftly attached chains to the tires, their fingers nearly freezing in the process. Straightening up, Zhao Yunlan gazed into the distance, where the mountains loomed majestically, their peaks glistening with ice and snow, merging seamlessly into the pale daylight. Once back in the vehicle, Zhao Yunlan contacted the drivers of the other cars, reiterating safety precautions for driving on ice and snow, stressing the importance of silence as they approached the glacier area to avoid triggering avalanches. The entire mountainous region was enveloped in snow, and as the sun dipped lower in the sky, the light began to fade, casting an increasingly desolate atmosphere. Approaching the glacier, its form became increasingly obscure, save for a glint of light reflecting off its icy surface before vanishing into the gloom. Zhao Yunlan switched on the headlights, and as they continued their conversation, they suddenly came to a halt. Shen Wei felt the urgency of the moment as Zhao Yunlan's south focus on the road intensified. The vehicle moving at an unusually slow pace over the snow-laden ground, creating a thrilling sense of unease. Behind them, the two students, one dressed in red and the other, a bespectacled boy, whispered to Shen Wei, "Professor, will we be able to leave the mountains tonight? Will we find a place to stay?" Before Shen Wei had the chance to respond, Zhao Yunlan interjected, "It's nothing. Qingxi village lies adjacent to the snow mountain. Once we endure this stretch, we should arrive shortly." However, he had yet to articulate his concerns when a flicker of light suddenly caught his eye. Frowning slightly, Zhao Yunlan shifted gears and cautiously applied the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. The female class leader, visibly anxious, inquired, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the car?" Shen Wei waved his hand dismissively. "The car is fine. It seems there's a light ahead. You two stay put while I investigate." Zhao Yunlan asked, "Did you see it too?" Their eyes met, both bearing expressions of unease. The girl, sensitive to the atmosphere, instinctively sensed something amiss. Is it the streetlight? There are no streetlights on this road." "Stay seated," Zhao Yunlan replied, glancing back at her. "There's chocolate and beef jerky in the back. Help yourself if you're hungry." With that, he opened the car door and stepped out, Shen Wei following closely behind. At that moment, the wind had inexplicably ceased, yet the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid, not the biting chill of ice and snow, but a damp cold that seeped into one's bones, lingering uninvited. An eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of the wind's howl or the soft patter of falling snow. Even the crunch of footsteps on the ground felt instinctively muted. The distant light appeared cold and intermittent, reminiscent of someone holding a lantern, evoking memories of old-fashioned white paper lanterns used in funerals. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to have drawn nearer. Zhao Yunlan squinted, then abruptly swung the car door open, shoving Shen Wei inside before turning back to gesture for the others to stay in the vehicle. He swiftly climbed back in and locked the door with precision. In that fleeting moment, the light had drawn even closer, and shadowy figures became vaguely discernible. Zhao Yunlan turned to the two students in the back seat and commanded, "Regardless of what you see, keep silent, don't press your faces against the windows, and remain quiet." The air was frigid, and a layer of condensation fogged the windows. Only moments prior, the windshield had offered a relatively clear view. In the distance, a solitary figure wielded a lantern, leading a throng of people towards them. Upon closer scrutiny, the group appeared to consist of men and women of varying ages, all clad in tattered clothing, as if they had just returned from some harrowing ordeal. So many people. What are they doing on the road? The female class leader trembled, her voice barely above a whisper. "They are not human," Zhao Yunlan replied grimly. "They are the spectral soldiers borrowing passage." The girl covered her mouth, her gaze now fixated on the faces of those approaching, each expression vacant, their bodies marred by unimaginable wounds. The leader, holding the paper lantern, bore no face, a towering hat obscuring all but a ghastly, pale chin, their form entirely white, resembling a specter made of paper. Motionless, their feet and shoulders rigid, they resembled a pale kite drifting towards them on the wind. The figure did not seem to regard the road, yet it navigated past Zhao Yunlan's vehicle with eerie precision. In that moment, through the increasingly opaque window, the girl noticed the paper figure pause slightly, bowing twice towards the car. Zhao Yunlan inclined his head in acknowledgement, and the figure continued onward, the crowd trailing behind. Following the mountain path, once the peculiar procession had vanished from sight, Zhao Yunlan exited the car, opened the trunk, and retrieved a flashlight. He turned to Shen Wei and said, "There may be trouble ahead. I'll go check it out. Keep an eye on these kids." Shen Wei instinctively furrowed his brow. Zhao Yunlan clasped his hand, sensing the warmth of his own body being drawn away by the chill of Shen Wei's demeanor. A wave of inexplicable compassion washing over him. "Don't frown," Zhao Yunlan reassured him. "It's nothing." Suddenly, the wind that had previously been dormant surged back to life, whipping the snow into the air like a flurry of daggers. In an instant, Zhao Yunlan's tall, slender figure was engulfed, the world around them shifting ominously, the flashlight's beam flickering like a firefly. 20 minutes elapsed without his return, and Shen Wei could no longer remain still. "Don't move, and don't exit the vehicle." He instructed the students, "Hand me a flashlight. I'll go check on him and return immediately." "Professor," the female class leader called out, her voice laced with concern. "What if something has happened?" Shen Wei paused. In the dim light, he seemed to vanish behind a veneer of calm. After a moment, he replied in his characteristic soft tone, "No, he is under my watch. Nothing will happen to him." With that, he tightened his coat, pushed the door open, and strode into the snowy abyss. The class leader stood stunned for a moment before muttering to her companion, "That's not what I meant. I was concerned about the road ahead." "I understand," the boy replied, glancing at her. The two students exchanged apprehensive looks, sensing an unsettling awareness of matters best left undiscovered. A raspy bird call echoed in the frigid air, and Shen Wei wiped the frost from his glasses, gazing upward to find an enormous crow perched in the seemingly endless snowfield. Its long tail feathers trailed behind, and its blood-red eyes fixated on him. Unafraid and curiously observing Shen Wei, he took a few hesitant steps forward, and the bird regarded him silently for a moment before it threw back its head and let out a long, mournful call. Following its cry, it lowered its head, nearly touching the ground, as if in mourning for some unseen loss. The fierce wind whipped up the snow, creating a veil before his eyes. It was too long before Shen Wei felt an unsettling numbness creeping into his limbs, not from rigidity, but a chilling paralysis that seemed to halt his blood flow. Yet, miraculously, he discerned a foul odor emanating from beneath the pristine snow, a scent of decay buried deep beneath the surface. He froze, his gaze fixated on a section of the snow that appeared to bulge slightly, as if something was scuttling towards the mountain summit. Something passed beneath the snow. In a fleeting moment, his mind blanked, and he struggled to remember who he was, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, veins standing out starkly against his pale skin. A tempest of anger swirling in his dark eyes. The snow beneath him seemed to writhe, as if something hidden was about to emerge. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension from behind him. "Didn't I tell you to wait in the car? Why are you out here?" Shen Wei jolted, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipating in an instant, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Before he could turn around, a warm presence enveloped him. Zhao Yunlan, whether from bravery or sheer will, had unfastened his coat to wrap Shen Wei within its folds, warmth radiating through the thin fabric of his sweater. Zhao Yunlan's face, tinged with frost, broke into a stiff yet warm smile. "Were you looking for me? Don't respond to him. Don't respond." A voice in Shen Wei's mind screamed, yet he found himself nodding involuntarily. Zhao Yunlan chuckled softly, his arm encircling Shen Wei's shoulder, drawing him closer. Their heights were nearly the same, but as they walked, they found themselves entangled, forcing Zhao Yunlan to clip the flashlight to his collar while grasping Shen Wei's hand firmly. Shen Wei instinctively struggled for a moment, but Zhao Yunlan grasped him firmly. "Don't move," Zhao Yunlan whispered softly in his ear. "Watch your step. The ground is slippery." A large bird suddenly soared into the sky, circling twice before flying off into the distance. Following Shen Wei's gaze, Zhao Yunlan glanced up and said, "Don't look too long. That's a morning bird. The elders say it has a notably large body and long tail feathers. It is only seen when great calamities are imminent, always bringing bad news, never good tidings." Without waiting for Shen Wei's response, he furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering slightly, and asked with a hint of probing curiosity, "How peculiar. Are you particularly susceptible to such occurrences? What troubles have you encountered?" Shen Wei clearly wished to avoid this line of questioning and quickly shifted the topic. "Oh, I just took a look." Zhao Yunlan swallowed his inquiries and refrained from pressing further, merely stating, "We'll need to find a place to spend the night. The road ahead is impassable. I suspect it's due to an avalanche." While speaking, he reached for the car door, his hands nearly frozen and lacking strength. Pulling twice without success, Shen Wei opened the door for him. "You go in first, warm yourself." The warmth inside the car made Zhao Yunlan slightly dizzy. He frowned and pressed his temples as he accepted a piece of chocolate handed to him by a girl. This section of the road has been open for about 7 or 8 years now. It's considered a relatively niche route for self-driving tours and has even been featured in a travel magazine. I recall there are several natural villages down the mountain, which provide basic lodging for the occasional tourists. However, the road ahead is completely blocked. All I can see is a vast expanse of white. With my binoculars, I can barely make out a few large trees buried in the snow, with only their branches visible. I suspect an avalanche occurred up ahead. The girl with glasses cautiously inquired, "Do you think those who passed by earlier might have perished in the avalanche? I heard the elders say that during the Tongshan earthquake, some claim to have seen spirits walking the earth." Zhao Yunlan shook his head, pulling out his phone to make an unknown call. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he inquired about the local geological disaster monitoring situation. Whatever the response was, it seemed to tighten the line of worry etched on his brow, his expression increasingly grave. "All right, Thank you, thank you. It's nothing. We can manage for one night. Yes, I understand what to do. After hanging up, Zhao Yunlan sighed. This is troublesome. Was it truly an avalanche? Indeed, he confirmed. It just happened this evening, a major natural disaster. It's said that the nearby villages have been completely buried, and rescue teams are currently trying to save people, but it appears that the chances of survival are slim. The two young students inside the car fell silent simultaneously. After a moment, the girl class leader asked, "So, where will we stay? In the car? Can the air conditioning run all night? What if we run out of fuel? We have enough fuel, but given the avalanche, it's unsafe to stay here. We need to move to higher ground. Don't be afraid, just follow me. There's a small cabin at the mountaintop. I'm not sure what it's for, but I checked with my binoculars. And though it appears deserted, at least it has a roof." Zhao Yunlan felt somewhat warmer and stepped out of the car, opening the trunk to retrieve a large bag of food and a few outdoor thermal jackets, tossing them to everyone. "Put on these clothes, eat something, and take what you can't finish with you. I'll help carry the sleeping bags and tent. You just grab some food." The others, upon receiving Zhao Yunlan's call, quickly donned their gear and rushed over. Shen Wei, ever observant, noticed that there seemed to be an additional person among their group. The individual lingered at the back, remaining silent. Judging by the size, it appeared to be a female, her heavy clothing obscuring her face. Shen Wei found it difficult to discern her features. This person seemed peculiar, her movements somewhat awkward and uncoordinated, as if she were frozen. Zhu Hong occasionally approached her to speak, but she would only nod or shake her head. Shen Wei observed that whenever she moved her head, her steps would involuntarily halt, continuing only after a slow nod. As he pondered this, a hand suddenly reached over, clasping his shoulder, the back of the hand pressed against his face. Shen Wei's skin had become numb from the cold, and his sense of touch returned only after a moment, leaving him frozen in place, unable to evade or submit to the sensation. Zhao Yunlan quickly withdrew his hand after a brief contact, asking, "Why are you so sensitive to the cold?" "I'm not cold," Shen Wei replied. "Nonsense. Your lips are blue," Zhao Yunlan interrupted, swiftly removing his newly donned jacket and wrapping it around Shen Wei without hesitation. Shen Wei was taken aback, grabbing Zhao Yunlan's hand. "What are you doing? You said catching a chill is no trivial matter. I'm wearing thermal base layers," Zhao Yunlan replied, loosening his shirt collar slightly. "Even when staying with the villagers down the mountain, there's no heating. I prepared in advance. Unlike you who recklessly came here without proper attire." Shen Wei remained obstinate. Zhao Yunlan softened his tone. "Please, don't make me worry." Shen Wei found it difficult to resist Zhao Yunlan's tone and expression, nearly retreating in defeat. Zhao Yunlan had already forcibly wrapped the jacket around him and strode to the back, directing others, "Watch your step, hold on to each other, don't let go. Xiaogua, help carry Zhu Hong's luggage. Can't you see?" Zhao Yunlan's authoritative presence still loomed, causing Guo Changqing to shrink back, silently moving to the end of the line to retrieve Zhu Hong's belongings. Shen Wei watched Guo's retreating figure for a moment, his hand lingering where Zhao Yunlan's warmth had been. Then he zipped up his jacket and pressed the small pendant against his collarbone, feeling a faint warmth emanating from it amidst the frigid surroundings. It was a subtle yet profound comfort. They trekked for nearly half an hour before finally arriving at the small cabin Zhao Yunlan had mentioned. It took them an additional half hour to reach it. Strictly speaking, the structure was made of stone, with a wooden frame covered by a type of cowhide roof, offering both wind protection and resistance to snow accumulation. The cabin was enclosed by a small yard, surrounded by a dilapidated fence nearly buried in snow. It appeared worn and solitary atop the mountain, a stark presence in the desolation, eerily quiet. Just as Zhao Yunlan reached to push open the small wooden gate, a cat named Decayed, hidden in Zhu Hong's belongings, suddenly leaped out. Before anyone could question its origins, it let out a sharp cry, its fur bristling. Zhao Yunlan quickly scooped the large cat back, stroking its fur and whispering, "What's wrong?" Decayed's eyes were fixed intently on the yard buried in white snow when a voice drifted from behind him. Wang Zheng spoke with a sigh. "Zhao, Decayed wants to tell you that something is buried in this yard. The author has something to say. The manuscript has completely run out." After speaking, he boldly pushed the door open and stepped inside, without a moment's hesitation. Shen Wei followed closely behind. The ground was frozen solid, and as they walked, their feet felt the unevenness beneath them. Zhao Yunlan slowed his pace, circling around the small courtyard. The black cat's eyes glowed like two tiny lanterns, casting a dim light in the darkness. Suddenly, It kicked its legs free from Zhao Yunlan's embrace and dashed into a corner, raising its plump paw to scratch at a small bulge in the earth. Zhao Yunlan quickly crouched down, grasped the cat by the scruff of its neck, and nonchalantly wiped its front paws with his sleeve. Then, using the beam of his flashlight, he began to sift through the soil that the Qing had disturbed. Initially, he uncovered a layer of ivory-white material. After contemplating for a moment, he retrieved a small shovel from his luggage and continued to dig, laboriously removing more earth until he discerned a slightly flattened forehead and half a hollow eye socket. It was then that Zhao Yunlan realized he had unearthed half a skull. Shen Wei, who had been silently observing him, shifted his gaze across the various protrusions in the courtyard. A chilling thought crossed his mind. They were likely treading upon a vast expanse of human bones. Turning back, he glanced at the trembling students at the entrance, who were craning their necks to peer inside. He bent down and gently pressed Zhao Yunlan's arm, advising him, "Cover it up first and keep quiet." Zhao Yunlan used the excavated soil to cover the skull, then casually stood up and called for the students and his subordinates to enter. "It's fine. There are just a few broken tiles underfoot. Be careful not to twist your ankles. Hurry inside, set up the tents, and remember to keep warm." He tucked away the little shovel, nervously lit a cigarette, and stood aside, waiting for everyone to file inside. However, Wang Zheng lingered behind. She stopped in front of Zhao Yunlan and, speaking in a hushed tone that only those nearby could hear, said, "Did you see? There is more than one layer beneath." Zhao Yunlan felt a shiver run down his spine and lowered his voice in response. "Damn, I've never seen a place so densely packed. If we were to squeeze in, would they complain to the management? Even if they did, what could we do? We can't get a vehicle here. There's no other place to go. If we let these delicate students camp outside for a night, it could end badly. There are indeed some taboos here." Wang Zheng hesitated for a moment. "I'll go in and inform them. As long as the rituals are performed properly, staying an extra night should not be an issue." Zhao Yunlan nodded, urging her, "Then go ahead." Wang Zheng measured her steps to the entrance, took a couple of steps back, turned around, and slowly knelt down, supporting her head with her hands as she bowed deeply towards the courtyard, performing a genuine act of reverence. The students stood curiously at the door, but Shen Wei urged them to remain silent and step back, pushing them further inside. He noticed that a small segment of Wang Zheng's fingers was made of plastic, and a short piece of hair peeked out from under her hood, clearly a synthetic wig. It was as if she were not a person kneeling there, but rather a plastic mannequin from a store display. Of course, it later became evident that the thoughts of the esteemed teacher Shen Wei were far too innocent. Zhao Yunlan stood against the wall of the small room, observing Wang Zheng. She knelt at the door, murmuring in a language unknown to others, her voice barely above a whisper. The melodic sounds flowed from her lips like a gentle stream, reverberating in the courtyard, awakening some ancient spirit within, stirring something deep in the hearts of those present. Each individual inside, including the students Shen Wei had brought, felt a subtle shift in atmosphere, causing the young ones to involuntarily bow their heads in solemnity, while Zhao Yunlan remained aloof, smoking and maintaining an indifferent expression. "What is it?" Zhu Hong approached the door, and once Wang Zheng completed her actions and stood up, she couldn't help but softly inquire. "Ancestral spirits," Wang Zheng replied, standing up and stiffly brushing off the dirt from her pants. "I've already made my greetings. There shouldn't be any issues now. Everyone, don't crowd the door. Please, go inside and sit down. Remember not to litter in the courtyard, and if you need to step out, do so a little farther away." Outside, the biting wind and snow made everyone reluctant to venture out into the cold. However, after experiencing so many inexplicable events that night, they feared they might offend some taboo. And upon hearing Wang Zheng's words, they seemed to find reassurance, rushing inside, eager to escape the elements, no matter how humble the shelter. Once Wang Zheng ensured everyone was inside, she turned to Zhao Yunlan, who remained alone in the empty courtyard, and softly said, "Zhao, you possess a natural ability to see. You are inherently attuned to things others find hard to believe, and you acknowledge the existence of spirits. Yet, whether in a shrine or temple, you have shown no respect. I've heard that you entered the Dazhao temple thrice, a place countless pilgrims dream of. Yet you merely nodded at the golden Buddha without offering a bow. That is not right." Zhao Yunlan flicked the ash from his cigarette against the window frame, smiling as he nodded. "Indeed, that is quite inappropriate. It is not something to emulate or advocate. The Constitution recognizes the freedom of religious belief. One must maintain a degree of respect for the faith of others." Wang Zheng's gaze pierced through him like a tangible force, her voice dropping to a near whisper as she admonished, "In the three realms, There are always things you do not comprehend and matters you are unaware of. Perhaps you possess great abilities, but as a human being, can any power surpass the universe or life itself? One must not live with arrogance. If you disregard even the celestial deities, there may come a day when retribution strikes. Zhao Yunlan's smile faded slightly. He lowered his gaze to Wang Zheng, gently adjusting her disheveled hood and clothing with a touch that was both attentive and tender, yet his words were cold. I have no regrets in my heart, nor do I seek anything. Whether spirits or demons, who dares to judge right from wrong? Their greatness does not impede my path. Wang Zheng looked at him deeply, sighed, and extended her plastic hand, gesturing in the air with a few subtle movements, murmuring incomprehensible words before lightly tapping Zhao Yunlan's forehead. You are a good person, she whispered. May the Buddha be merciful, forgiving you and blessing you. Zhao Yunlan did not shy away. Instead, he bowed his head to allow her touch. Once she completed her actions, he inquired, were you also a good person in life? Did the Buddha forgive you and bless you? Wang Zheng lifted her face, her plastic eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Zhao Yunlan gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Good girl, it's windy outside. Please, go inside. Inside. Zhu Hong and Chu Shuji worked in harmony, swiftly setting up a portable alcohol stove, upon which they placed a small pot approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, filled with clean snowmelt. Zhu Hong also set up a rack, opening a vacuum-sealed package of beef jerky, placing it atop the rack to warm with steam until it softened slightly, then threading it onto skewers to roast over the fire. Several students had already pulled out their notebooks. Upon seeing Wang Zheng enter, their eyes brightened, and they crowded around her. One boy, resembling a bamboo pole, nervously asked, Sister, would you mind if we asked about the customs of the small wooden cabin at the mountaintop? After speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Shen Wei's expression. Noticing the teacher's slight frown, he quickly added, I apologize. I meant to say, if it's convenient. If there are any taboos, we can skip it. We don't mean any offense. Wang Zheng settled by the small stove and replied softly, it's all right. She concealed her hands within her voluminous sleeves and picked up a chocolate that had been set aside, its origin unknown. The chocolate ball was diminutive, each encased in its own exquisite wrapping, appearing remarkably elegant. She seemed eager to taste it, yet she merely held it within her sleeve, turning it over and examining it several times without unwrapping it. The class monitor, dressed in red, perceptively selected another piece and offered it to her, saying, This one is delicious, do try it. I'm just looking, I can't eat. Sugar, Wang Zheng murmured softly. After a brief pause, she complied with her students' requests and slowly elaborated. This mountain has undergone several geological transformations, and the inhabitants have migrated and amalgamated over many years. It is said that a group of Kampa people once settled here. The Tibetan people practice sky burial. After a person passes away, their body is dismembered by a sky burial master, who crushes the larger bones and mixes them with butter and tsampa, making it easier for birds to feast upon. As an unconsumed body is considered inauspicious. Thus, the role of the sky burial master is of paramount importance, and this locale has long been home to them. Though the sky burial masters are revered, their constant interaction with the deceased renders them somewhat ominous, leading people to avoid frequent contact despite their elevated status. Lin Jing added this remark, while Guo Chanxing, listening intently, inadvertently recalled a soul reaper. Was he not similarly regarded with both reverence and trepidation? Apart from Zhao Yunlan, the others scarcely dared to exchange more than a few words with him. Even spirits kept their distance, as if he were an omen of dire misfortune. In the ensuing centuries, numerous different ethnic groups migrated here, predominantly herders, with a few farmers among them, though arable land was scarce. Conflicts erupted between these diverse communities, yet peace eventually prevailed. Thereafter, it became customary to seize individuals after a conflict, and intermarriage ensued. Gradually, the bloodlines began to intermingle, and some from other ethnicities adopted the practice of sky burial, albeit with customs distinct from those of the Tibetans. Wang Jing spoke with the cadence of a history teacher, her gentle voice and straightforward narrative easily lulling listeners into a state of drowsiness. Fortunately, the students brought by Shen Wei were well versed in the subject matter, eagerly rubbing their hands together while deftly jotting down notes in their notebooks. Zhao Yunlan, however, after consuming a few strips of jerky, dragged his sleeping bag beside Shen Wei, claiming a prime spot, and nestled within it to rest his eyes. The climate in this region began to deteriorate, and gradually, the population dwindled as people started to migrate to other settlements. It seems that around the Song and Yuan dynasties, a great calamity struck this land, leading to the near extinction of its multi-ethnic civilization. Aside from a small group of Han people who found refuge in a cave, the others either perished or fled never to return. The female squad leader inquired if there were historical records of these events. Wang Zheng shook his head, explaining that this area was never part of the Central Plains and had not integrated with Han civilization. Furthermore, its remote location meant that news seldom reached or left this place. Only a few notes from the Astronomical Bureau mentioned geological or astronomical observations. At that time, the court might not have even known that humans once inhabited this region. According to local folklore, it is said that a great snowstorm transformed into monstrous creatures that rolled down from the mountains, while white specters emerged from crevices and water to seize both humans and livestock, tearing them apart. The squad leader pondered this, seemingly grasping that it referred to geological disasters like avalanches triggered by earthquakes. Wang Zheng neither confirmed nor denied this, mentioning that the Han people retreated deeper into the mountains, not far from Qingxi village. While you are investigating the multi-ethnic social structure of Qingxi village, a significant part of it bears the influence of the Han people. The ancient sky burial site gradually fell into disuse after the Tibetan people moved away, but the sky burial masters remained in their small courtyards. Following the Great Disaster, this place became a refuge for the Han people, who believed they could foresee calamities from a high vantage point. Thus, they would send a strong young man to guard the mountain each month. Over time, this custom evolved, and the guardian became a respected elder of the tribe, with the guardian's house becoming his residence. Consequently, the guardian's abode became a sacred place for the Han people, and over an unknown period, whenever a significant sacrificial ceremony occurred, the entire tribe would ascend the mountain to participate at the guardian's house. A student with glasses asked why he had never heard of the Han people before. Wang Zheng explained that due to their small numbers and reluctance to intermarry with outsiders, the tribe had ceased to exist long before the establishment of the nation, becoming largely forgotten. The students suddenly understood, with Julie summarizing that it was the result of prolonged inbreeding leading to the extinction of the race. Wang Zheng did not comment on this assertion, merely chuckling softly, causing those nearby to shudder inexplicably. Engrossed in curiosity, most students were urged by Shen Wei to retire for the night, leaving only Wang Zheng and the nocturnal Deqing to keep watch. Shen Wei was the last to lie down. He inspected the doors and windows, finding a roll of tape from somewhere, and meticulously sealed any drafty spots in the room. He quietly reminded each student to keep warm through the night and inquired softly if Wang Zheng needed an extra layer. He also adjusted the fire to prevent the water in the pot from boiling over. Once he had ensured everything was taken care of, he gently crawled back into his sleeping bag. Zhao Yunlan had already tuned out the tedious historical lecture and opted to sleep, his ears plugged with headphones. His head tilted slightly as he curled up, one earbud half dangling from his ear. His features were strikingly defined, and whether his eyes were open or closed, he appeared serene, though his complexion was slightly pale from the cold. Shen Wei's gaze fell upon his face, and Zhao Yunlan's sleeping expression conveyed a sense of peace, as if he could effortlessly find refuge even in the face of calamity. Shen Wei found it difficult to tear his eyes away, observing him for a while, his expression softening, before cautiously removing his earphones, rolling them neatly and placing them aside, then draping Zhao Yunlan's outer garment over him. Guo Changqing and another boy had already fallen into a synchronized slumber, while Wang Zheng tended to the small stove, creating soft clinking sounds. Shen Wei exhaled and turned onto his side, his back to the others. Moments later, his breathing slowed and steadied, suggesting he had fallen asleep. However, unseen by others, his eyes remained wide open. In the dim light of the night, he continued to watch Zhao Yunlan, seemingly prepared to gaze upon his sleeping visage for the entire night. Shen Wei, feeling a tension within himself, finally succumbed to a moment of indulgence, lying closely beside Zhao Yunlan, his thoughts spiraling out of control. He imagined reaching out to embrace that warm body, kissing his eyes, hair, and lips, savoring every part of him, possessing him entirely. Shen Wei felt his breath quiver with longing, as intense as a frostbitten soul yearning for a pot of hot soup. Yet he remained still, as if merely contemplating was enough to bring him immense satisfaction. Deqing, curled up beside Wang Zheng, flicked its tail and, believing everyone to be asleep in the deep of night, quietly asked, "Are the remains buried in the courtyard bones or heads?" Who were they? Wang Zheng, her plastic face hidden beneath her hood, took a moment to respond. They were heads, The Hanjie people have always had a tradition of headhunting. Qing could not help but inquire, how exactly did the Hanjie people become extinct? The small girl had mentioned inbreeding. Wang Zheng replied, "Do not attempt to deceive me with such nonsense. Even a herd of horses can avoid issues. Do you foolish humans not realize this over time?" Qing, feeling impatient, trembled its whiskers. Moreover, many ethnic minorities practice polygamy. The so-called not marrying outsiders merely means women do not marry outside their tribe, and men do not take outsiders as primary wives. It cannot be that strict. Besides, a tribe is not just a few households. Surely there are more than 5 branches, and not everyone can be related. Wang Zheng glanced down at it, reached out to stroke its head, gently saying, "You are just a cat. Focus on your cat food and fish treats. Why concern yourself with human affairs?" Anyone entering the Special Investigation Office would question how Wang Zheng appeared to be barely 20, her youthful visage radiating girlhood charm. Yet, at that moment, as she concealed her face, her tone bore the weight of someone far older. Qing, driven by feline instinct, comfortably closed its eyes but did not miss a beat, fixating on a certain spot. The night deepened, and the little wooden cabin in the mountains enveloped in tranquility, leaving only the soft sounds of breathing and the varying snores. Just past midnight, Zhao Yunlan suddenly opened his eyes without warning, catching Shen Wei's gentle gaze. Magnified by the absence of his glasses, Shen Wei momentarily panicked, quickly averting his eyes, but Zhao Yunlan, seemingly oblivious, silently sat up, listening intently for a moment before signaling Shen Wei to be quiet with a finger to his lips. Zhao Yunlan emerged from his sleeping bag, picked up a flashlight, and stepped outside. Qing meowed and darted out, closely following him, while Shen Wei hesitated for a moment, feeling uneasy, before getting up to follow. Upon exiting, Zhao Yunlan realized the flashlight was unnecessary, for the entire valley was ablaze, as if summoned by fire from the heavens. On one side lay the icy, snow-clad mountains, and on the other, a roaring inferno. From their vantage point thousands of meters above, they could almost hear the anguished cries emanating from the flames, feeling the sharp sting of the heat against their skin. The sky was awash in orange hues. It felt as though they had transcended the earthly realm. The view of the fire engulfing the valley was so overwhelming it rendered them momentarily disoriented, making it difficult to discern the time or place. The entire courtyard seemed to resonate with an inexplicable force as the ground trembled beneath them. The hardened, frozen earth cracked, revealing a multitude of skeletons buried beneath, some large, some small, some ancient, and others more recent. Their colors varied and eerie. Gradually, they were dislodged from the earth, their hollow eyes glinting. Following the sound of shattered bones colliding, they appeared to have been arranged meticulously, all facing the same direction. An increasing number of skulls surfaced, grotesquely gazing with a pilgrimage-like fervor towards the inferno, their presence accompanied by a chilling cacophony as the ground continued to quake. Zhao Yunlan instinctively shielded Shen Wei, pulling him behind, while exclaiming, "Fatty, don't run around. That is the fire of retribution." Wang Zheng, unbeknownst to them, had positioned herself behind, her hood fallen away to reveal a lifeless visage reminiscent of an inflatable doll. Before Shen Wei could ascertain the nature of this plastic entity, Wang Zheng suddenly collapsed in a heap. Shen Wei, reacting instinctively, reached out to support her, only to elicit a long, artificial moan from her when he made contact. Startled, the Honorable Shen Wei recoiled, inadvertently tossing her to the ground. A girl clad in a white dress appeared before him, reciting in Wang Zheng's voice, "For gates, for paths. The sinners enter, the gates open, and the flames of retribution emerge to greet them. It is said this fire comes from hell, consuming all who are guilty." Zhao Yunlan retorted, "Nonsense, be silent." Wang Zheng pointed insistently, "If you do not believe, look." At some point, the skulls in the courtyard had all turned to face the entrance of the small wooden house, their dark, hollow eyes sending shivers down one's spine. Their mouths gaped open, jaws quivering, resembling a sinister grin. Even the humans and the cat alike felt a chill, while Wang Zheng, devoid of emotion, observed the skeletal figures as if they were merely infected with a dreadful malady, blandly stating, "My kin, they would relish in peeling my skin, extracting my tendons, and drinking my blood." Zhao Yunlan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, drew a firearm from his pocket, commanding, "Wang Zheng, return to your corporeal form. Shen Wei, go inside." Wang Zheng sighed, seemingly unfazed. "But I am already dead," she murmured in a daze tinged with bitterness. "Have you finished your term? Quit your prattling and get inside." In the midst of chaos, Lin Jing and Zhao Yunlan braced themselves against the door, while the faux monk gasped for breath. Staring wide-eyed at the animated skeletons frolicking outside, my heart sank in despair at the absurdity of these skeletal figures. Zhao Yunlan turned to Wang Zheng, inquiring about the origins of this bizarre assembly. What manner of creatures are these? It's one thing for them to bite, but even you? Aren't they concerned about the dangers of plasticizers leading to food poisoning? Lin Jing sensed that he might have inadvertently revealed too much, subtly tugging at her superior's sleeve. The class monitor couldn't help but snicker, yet quickly stifled her laughter upon sensing the inappropriate nature of the moment, as the classmates regarded her with curious glances. In the year 1712, amidst the internal strife of the Hanga tribe, Wang Zheng, with Zhu Hong's assistance, emerged victorious. He donned a hood to conceal his face, only to witness the demise of the old chieftain, alongside his wives, children, and the 112 brave warriors who had followed him, all executed according to ancient customs. Their bodies consumed by flames, their heads buried in the courtyard, condemned to eternal servitude and unrest. Zhu Hong paused, questioning, "Are you referring to those in the courtyard?" The sound of the door being battered persisted. Zhao Yunlan signaled to Chu Shuji, who promptly opened his windbreaker to reveal a rather unconventional sweater, replete with an array of pockets. He rummaged through them as if counting coins, producing a dozen pieces of yellow paper inscribed with talismans, which he affixed to each corner of the door. The yellow paper emitted a soft white glow, and as the skeletons collided with the door, it stabilized. Subsequently, Chu Shuji, resembling a person plastering advertisements on a utility pole, began to adhere talisman paper liberally to the windows and walls, effectively sealing the room. The skeletons, sensing the potency of the charms, retreated a few meters, deterred from attempting further assaults. Zhao Yunlan released his grip on the door, perspiring despite the chill in the air. He settled beside a small stove, tearing open a packet of milk powder and pouring it into a large bowl with spring water, placing it over the boiling pot. He directed the recently risen Wang Zheng, "Boil this. Soon each of us shall have a bowl, and afterward, you must clarify the situation to me." "I am sorry," was Wang Zheng's sole retort, her lips pressed tight, as if she were a defiant member of the underground party in Chongqing, unwilling to divulge anything. Cornered, she finally uttered, "Just throw me out the door. Without me, whatever awaits outside will not trouble you." Zhao Yunlan calmly countered, "Do you truly believe that what you just said is reasonable?" Despite her fearsome appearance, Wang Zheng was inherently gentle and reserved, rarely speaking harshly. Realizing her lapse in composure, she bowed her head, choosing silence instead. Chu Shuji stood by the window, peering out. Upon seeing the skeletons retreating due to the charms, he gestured to Zhao Yunlan, "Let one person keep watch. The rest should sleep. These creatures are merely trifles, not a cause for concern." With the crisis averted, the mischievous student Zhu Kai approached Shen Wei. "Teacher, may I take a few pictures? Not outside, but from the window." Shen Wei appeared intrigued, eager to understand what experiences had shaped such a peculiar child. Zhao Yunlan leaned in, wrapping an arm around Shen Wei's shoulders, lowering his voice to Zhu Kai. "Photographing them is not against the rules. But do keep in mind the old saying, that photographs can capture souls. As long as the souls remain within their bodies, that is well and good. However, in a place swarming with spirits, do you truly wish to take a few skeletons home for some experimental gardening?" Zhu Kai shivered at Zhao Yunlan's ghostly tone and demeanor. Zhao Yunlan continued, "You might even plant them in your flower pots, and every night at midnight, like clockwork, you would hear them gnawing at your pots, moving on to the table, and eventually your bed." Before he could finish, Zhu Kai squirmed uncomfortably. Shen Wei observed, puzzled, "What is wrong with you?" The boy hesitated, stammering, I need to use the restroom." Zhao Yunlan burst into laughter at the boy's fright. "Only 3 hours until dawn," Chu Shuji reassured. "My charms should hold for at least 5 hours, so don't worry. Just hold it for a bit longer. Once it's light outside, you can go. If anyone dares to bite you, just relieve yourself on their head. Boys' urine wards off evil spirits. Even if it doesn't kill them, at least it might give them a concussion." Wang Zheng gently offered, "I can keep watch," but was interrupted by Zhao Yunlan. "If something goes wrong, you won't be able to manage it. I'll take over the second half of the night." He produced a windproof lighter from his pocket. "Did the ladies mind secondhand smoke? If not, I'll summon a little spirit to help us out." After the initial fright had subsided, the group relaxed, laughter filling the air as the students retreated to their sleeping bags. Perhaps reassured by Zhao Yunlan's presence, or simply still groggy. Soon, the small room fell silent. with only the distant sounds of the skeletons frolicking in the snow. Even Qing nestled into Zhao Yunlan's embrace, while Wang Zheng sat distantly in a corner, leaning against the wall, lost in thought. The room, cluttered and dim, saw the flashlight flicker out, leaving only the talisman papers on the door and walls to emit a soft, gentle glow. Zhao Yunlan stood by the window, feeling the draft from the open crack, and leaned against it, shielding himself from the chill as he lit a cigarette. Earlier, when he had been startled awake by the commotion outside, he had noticed the expression on Shen Wei's face. However, he had deliberately chosen not to acknowledge it then. Zhao Yunlan was almost certain that Shen Wei had not merely been awakened or suffered from insomnia. The tranquility and satisfaction on his face, coupled with the complex warmth in his gaze, stirred an inexplicable emotion within Zhao Yunlan, as if Shen Wei had been watching him intently throughout the night. Should Shen Wei harbor feelings for him due to his attraction to men, Zhao Yunlan would find that entirely understandable. He considered himself presentable, with a solid material foundation. An appropriate age, neither too old nor too juvenile, displaying a mild tendency toward masculinity, yet generally considerate of others' feelings. He rarely exhibited his more irritable side to acquaintances, fostering a perception of him as amiable and articulate, despite the underlying temper he concealed. Yet, regardless of any potential attraction, whether of a romantic nature or a fleeting infatuation, Zhao Yunlan could not fathom why anyone would remain awake all night, simply to stare foolishly at another person. He recalled their first encounter, a moment when he felt an inexplicable, profound connection with Shen Wei, an entanglement he could not comprehend. But when had that been? Zhao Yunlan pondered for an extended period, until the cigarette burned down to the filter. Distracted, he extinguished it and carelessly tossed the butt out through the window, inadvertently striking a leaping skeleton on the forehead. The once white bones darkened, twitching momentarily before falling still. Before the age of 10, he had been too young to grasp the complexities of the world. His understanding of gender limited, and any significant actions reduced to throwing stones at windows, easily dismissed. However, as he matured, his memories became clearer and more coherent. Each phase of his life was marked by distinct causes and effects, with no gaps or logical inconsistencies to unravel. Indeed, there exist external forces capable of altering human memory, such as hypnosis, or the various esoteric methods that Zhao Yunlan is aware of. However, these methods typically induce a state in the subject that discourages them from recalling or analyzing the intricacies of their modified memories. The experiences associated with these altered memories are exceedingly complex, and their causal relationships are so detailed that only the individual can truly comprehend them. For instance, consider a scenario where an individual has been involved in a minor car accident. When the memory resurfaces, they may discern that the reason for the accident was tardiness. But why were they late? Perhaps it was due to a bout of constipation that prolonged their time in the restroom by an additional 5 minutes. What caused the constipation? It might have been an overindulgence in fried foods the previous day, leading to a fiery discomfort. Why indulge in fried foods? Perhaps it was because they had a complimentary coupon from a restaurant that was about to expire. Delving further back, this could lead to questions about how they obtained the coupon in the first place, whether it was given by someone or distributed on the street, and so on. Any trivial detail in memory, if genuine, should be subject to such scrutiny and connection. Yet, even the most astute individuals cannot fully grasp the nuances of another's bowel habits, menstrual cycles, social interactions, or sporadic whims. Thus, once memory has been tampered with, the details become obscured, and any probing into them appears exceedingly unnatural. Ironically, Zhao Yunlan himself is quite the adept in these matters. From a young age, he recognized the fragility and significance of memory. After receiving the soul requiem order from Qing, his first lesson was to regularly utilize meditation techniques to trace and organize his memories. Zhao Yunlan is certain he does not recognize a person named Shen Wei. Thus, it follows that either this well-mannered, charismatic Professor Shen is a stalker harboring a secret infatuation, which, by Zhao Yunlan's self-awareness, is highly improbable, or that Shen Wei is merely a fade, concealing a more extraordinary identity. He cannot ascertain whether, beyond ordinary individuals, there exist truly remarkable beings. Hours slipped away effortlessly, and as dawn broke over the east, the spectral entities in the courtyard ceased their movements, collapsing to the ground as if deprived of power, rendered immobile. The strange, nameless conflagration in the distance had vanished without a trace. Zhao Yunlan gently opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, confirming that the sun had risen and the spirits had returned home. Returning indoors, he rubbed his weary face, arms crossed before him, and leaned against the wall for a brief respite. As he contemplated the necessity of conversing with Shen Wei once the day was fully illuminated, he drifted into slumber with this thought in mind. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from driving all day in the frigid weather, compounded by the tension he had previously held. But Zhao Yunlan inadvertently fell into a deep sleep. Approximately an hour later, he was awakened by Zhu Hong's voice. Zhao Yunlan noticed a blanket had been draped over him, and his gaze instinctively sought Shen Wei. However, before he could fixate on his target, Zhu Hong's inquiry interrupted him. She asked, "Director Zhao, do you know where Wang Zheng has gone?" Zhao Yunlan felt a sudden jolt of confusion. Ordinarily, such stimuli would rouse him from even the deepest slumber, yet at this moment, his mind felt ensnared in a thick fog, and his eyelids were unbearably heavy. Wang Zheng. He pinched the bridge of his nose, blinking hard to clear his vision, struggling to sit upright as he mumbled, "I've barely slept for an hour. Wasn't she just?" Zhu Hong scrutinized him intently. Having known Zhao Yunlan for many years, she recognized that even when exhausted, he typically merely rested his eyes or dozed lightly. He was capable of sleeping soundly in desolate wilderness, surrounded by a host of skeletons. There was a distinction between being careless and being oblivious. Zhu Hong leaned closer to him, inhaling deeply. "Zhao Yunlan, what? Don't move." Zhu Hong pulled away the blanket covering him, lifted a corner, and meticulously sifted through the fibers, using her long, sharp nails to extract a small amount of brown powder. After sniffing it, she immediately understood and declared to Zhao Yunlan, "You've been poisoned." Dizziness accompanied by tinnitus ensued, making Zhao Yunlan feel as if he were separated from the voices around him by a veil. When he finally discerned Zhu Hong's words and processed the realization that after years of hunting geese, he had been pecked in the eye by a small bird raised in his own home, a torrent of exclamations condensed into 2 words, "Damn it." This surge of indignation arose so suddenly that Zhao Yunlan found it hard to distinguish whether he was more incensed that Wang Zheng had drugged him or that the blanket draped over him was not provided by Shen Wei. Both thoughts stirred his annoyance. "Fetch me a bottle of spring water," Zhao Yunlan murmured to Zhu Hong. "It needs to be cool, not hot," she replied. Zhu Hong brought over a bottle of spring water, its exterior coated with a thin layer of ice. Shaking it vigorously, she managed to dislodge the ice shards. Zhao Yunlan frowned, took a couple of sips, and then resolutely poured the remainder over his head. "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Zhu Hong and Shen Wei exclaimed simultaneously. Shen Wei reaching out to intervene, but finding himself too far away since he had been carefully keeping his distance from Zhao Yunlan since being caught peeking the previous night. Lin Jing remained behind to tend to teacher Shun and the others. Zhao Yunlan, with an impassive expression, disregarded them, splashed his face with the cool water, wiped it on his wrinkled clothing, shook it out, and strode outside, kicking a skeleton blocking his path 3 meters away. "Everyone follow me," Lin Jing hurriedly asked. "What about these bones in the courtyard?" Zhao Yunlan replied, "Dig them out and smash them." Lin Jing was taken aback. "Wouldn't that provoke something?" "Unless they provoke me first, I want to retaliate. I want to toss a cigarette, but onto their territory." Zhao Yunlan coldly turned back at the entrance of the courtyard. "If they cross me, I shall unearth their ancestral graves. Last night, I was courteous upon entering, but now that dawn has arrived, it's time for the tides to turn. If anything goes awry, it will be on me." With his bandit-like temperament, Zhao Yunlan was not one to be trifled with, and Lin Jing wisely fell silent. Zhu Hong had to jog to keep pace with him, gathering her courage to softly say, "Wang Zheng likely has her own reasons." Zhao Yunlan did not turn back. "Spare me the nonsense. If you have something to say, speak. If not, be quiet." Zhu Hong fell silent for 2 seconds before she could no longer contain herself. "Can't you just speak nicely? Is this how you flirt with girls too, you jerk?" Zhao Yunlan finally glanced at her and uttered a provocation. He raised an eyebrow. "When did I say I wanted to pursue you?" Zhu Hong wished to slap him across the face but refrained, gritting her teeth in frustration. "No wonder you can't keep a girlfriend. You'll remain a lifelong bachelor." Zhao Yunlan led them back to where they had parked the previous night, rummaging through the trunk of a car to retrieve several small travel bags. "The car can't go any further. The remaining path will require us to walk. I've packed high-calorie, portable food, and a small bottle of 100 milliliters of water that can easily fit in your pocket, should we get separated or lose our belongings. These will serve as a contingency." He then pulled out a large assortment of supplies for Zhu Hong, insisting, "Take these back to the cabin on the mountain and distribute them." Zhu Hong, astonished, stared at him. "You want me to go back?" Don't think that just because you've grown into a semblance of a human that you've become a warm-blooded creature. Zhao Yunlan impatiently closed the trunk, locked the car, and beckoned Chu Shushi and Guo to follow him. Hurry back before you freeze into a state of hibernation. Oh, and take this. Don't drink it cold, warm it before consuming. He tossed a small bottle into Zhu Hong's arms. Looking down, she saw it contained a small amount of low-alcohol yellow wine. It was clear he had prepared it before his arrival, and it was evident who it was intended for. Zhu Hong felt a sudden surge of emotion, even if his methods of expressing tenderness were rather clumsy. To conserve their energy, the three of them remained silent as they continued onward. The weather had turned fair. Although the north wind was biting, the sunshine made the chill somewhat bearable. Guo estimated they had already traversed 3 or 4 mountains, straying far from their intended destination of Qingxi village. By midday, they finally reached a sheltered hollow in the hills. Chu Shuji tore open several packets of jerky, distributing them among the 3 of them. Zhao Yunlan then unfolded a meticulously annotated map, sitting cross-legged on a rock, examining it closely. Do we even know where we are headed? Chu Shuji inquired. Zhao Yunlan marked a point on the map without looking up. Wang Zheng and her people reside beyond there. It's south, not the same place as Qingxi village. To be honest, when she first mentioned it, I assumed she was referring to Qingxi village until I later reviewed her file. Chu Shuji was taken aback. He had thought that Zhao Yunlan, preoccupied with his many brothers-in-law and overwhelmed by romantic distractions, would be too busy to focus on anything else. He couldn't help but ask, what does she think of us? Wang Zheng herself was a member of the Hanga ethnic group, originally named Gulan, a name she had adopted upon entering the town as soul-binding decree. Zhao Yunlan explained that the Hanga people were neither warm nor hospitable, exhibiting strong xenophobia. And it was implausible for them to dwell in a place like Qingxi village, which was near the road and tourist areas. Is there actually historical documentation about them? Chu Shuji was astonished. It's not from historical records. Zhao Yunlan pointed to 3 marked locations on the map. It's from the ancient Forbidden Arts Compendium. He spread the old map open, tapping a certain spot with his pen, and with Chu Shuji's keen sense of safety, he quickly recognized that it seemed to indicate the location of their dwelling atop the mountain. Zhao Yunlan continued, when I first entered, I sensed that the people in that courtyard might be connected to the legendary Robra forbidden technique. Robra in the Hanga language means spirits of the deceased. Here, forbidden technique does not imply prohibition. Rather, it signifies confinement. Guo Chanqing, why are you lingering so far away? Come closer. Now that you've passed your probationary period, can you adopt a more proactive work attitude? Guo Chanqing hurriedly approached with small steps. So, this is referred to as the confinement of spirits technique, Chu Shuji deduced. Indeed, the Hanga have historically practiced beheading and controlling spirits, Zhao Yunlan elaborated. I suspect this is closely related to their social structure. The Hanga people remained in a form of slavery society until their extinction. The records of the Robra forbidden technique indicate that the Hanga believed they held absolute dominion over their slaves, whether they were alive or deceased. Thus, deceased slaves would be beheaded, their heads sent to the mountaintop altar, and through the forbidden technique, their souls would be eternally confined, serving them even in death. Chu Shuji then asked, does burying heads at the mountaintop hold special significance? The Hanjie people once cohabited with numerous ethnic groups. Although intermarriage was rare, they inevitably absorbed influences from the religious practices of other cultures. Among the traditions that have been passed down within the Hanjie, a small portion retains the core tenets of their indigenous belief system, albeit with some distinctions. Their reverence for the divine includes elements that echo the malevolent deities found in the legends of other cultures. Unlike the indigenous beliefs, they do not subscribe to the notion that all things possess a spirit. However, perhaps due to their mountainous habitat and experiences with the devastating force of avalanches, they acknowledge the existence of mountain spirits, deeming them immensely powerful and capable of subduing restless souls. Consequently, they construct altars at mountain spirit mouths, which are locations on mountain summits that are shielded from light. Influenced by the Buddhist concept of reincarnation, their esoteric practices describe a triangular formation that encircles a deep well, creating an inescapable prison for any entity. Chu Shuji, a remarkably astute individual, immediately grasped the implications of this. There should be 3 altars, symmetrically positioned and not too far apart in elevation. Engaging in conversation with a clever person simplifies matters. Zhao Yunlan nodded in agreement, sketching 3 points on the map that formed an almost equilateral triangle. Within this triangle, he marked a small circle, suggesting a site to confine the restless spirits for eternity. Let me see, he said. Chu Shuji, possessing an exceptional sense of spatial awareness, adjusted the map's angle and pondered for a moment. Is this not the valley we saw ablaze last night? That should be correct, Zhao Yunlan replied, hastily stowing the map away, quickly consuming a couple of beef jerky strips. Eat up, and we shall depart immediately. Chu Shuji chewed the jerky leisurely, reflecting in silence while glancing at the bewildered Guo Changqing. After considerable deliberation, he posed a question. While we are here to investigate the background of this visit, it seems Zhao has considerable expertise in the dark arts, enabling him to discern our direction. Zhao Yunlan nonchalantly replied, if you cannot distinguish between ecstasy and heroin, how can you serve as a drug enforcement officer? Chu Shuji considered this and managed a rare smile, though his face still bore a perpetual look of misfortune. If that's the case, why don't we, as drug enforcers, have any internal training programs? Zhao Yunlan slowed his chewing, scrutinizing Chu Shuji for a moment. Chu Shuji met his gaze with calm assurance. Guo Changqing, oscillating his attention between the two, was utterly perplexed by their dynamic and, feeling intimidated, retracted his neck. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Yunlan finally spoke. Old Chu, your intelligence is remarkable. I seldom encounter anyone as astute as you. Therefore, I shall refrain from wasting words that you already comprehend. Mind yourself. With squinted eyes, Chu Shuji fixated on the beef jerky packaging as if trying to discern its secrets. In the end, he remained silent, maintaining his inscrutable expression as though their conversation had never transpired. 15 minutes later, they resumed their journey, with Chu Shuji now leading the way. The morning had begun with brilliant sunshine, but at some point, snowflakes began to fall. As the three men trekked westward, they navigated around the mountainside for nearly an hour when Guo Changqing suddenly spotted something familiar in the snow. Taking a few steps closer, he carefully brushed aside a thin layer of snow with his gloved hands, revealing a plastic arm. Zhao Yunlan heard Guo Changqing's startled exclamation. Zhao? Zhao! This is Wang Zheng's arm. Indeed, it was an omen of fortune, and as Zhao Yunlan reflected on this, he hurried back, snatching the plastic arm and playfully tapping Guo Changqing on the head. Wang Zheng's arm has long since decayed. It's your foolishness that has led to this counterfeit product being discarded. Where is she? The light snowfall could not possibly obscure Wang Zheng's footprints. Even if she were light-footed, Zhao Yunlan searched the surroundings until a thought struck him. He suddenly looked up. If she had not traversed this path, it could mean that the arm had fallen from a height. Following his gaze, Chu Shuji glanced up and then down at the map, quickly piecing things together. He patted Zhao Yunlan on the shoulder and pointed upwards. Look over there. Just within a linear distance of less than 3 meters. On a slope partially concealed by overgrown grass and snow, lay a large cave. While initially well hidden, the slight indentations in the snow at the entrance indicated previous foot traffic. Drawing Chu Shuji's attention, the mountain retreat was initially a peaceful haven. Zhao Yunlan had subsequently re-established contact with Lin Jing, who mentioned that it would take at least 3 to 4 days for the roads to be cleared. Shen Wei briefly consulted with the students, and they collectively agreed that given the unfortunate circumstances, even if there were survivors in Qingxi village, they would likely be uncooperative with their cultural survey. They decided to wait for Zhao Yunlan's return before heading back to Longqing together. The female class leader heated milk using a small bottle and hot water, feeding it to Daqing while preparing breakfast for everyone. Under the teacher's instruction, the rest went to assist Lin Jing in cleaning the courtyard. The method of tidying up was rather straightforward and vigorous under Lin Jing's supervision. They unearthed every skeleton that had attempted to bite them the previous night and placed them in designated areas. The monk, armed with a large stone he had somehow procured, smashed the remains with fervor, following orders to destroy them. Not long after, Zhu Hong returned with a large package that was taller than herself. After setting it down, she scooped out some milk from a small bottle, heated it for less than 2 minutes, and then took a hearty swig. She continued her work with Lin Jing, breaking each skeleton with the same ease as cracking walnuts, achieving an impeccable success rate without any need for rework. This simple yet vigorous morning exercise persisted until the girls called them inside for breakfast. Zhu Hong, in an unexpected burst of audacity, squeezed between a boy and Daqing, who had unconsciously moved closer to Shen Wei, and plopped down beside him without hesitation, requesting, "Teacher Shen, could you please pass the chocolate sauce?" She spread the chocolate sauce on her beef jerky, oblivious to the bizarre flavor combination, while stealing glances at Shen Wei, who remained unfazed. After a moment of contemplation, she feigned concentration on her chocolate application and, without lifting her eyes, remarked, "Our leader has a crush on you." Shen Wei paused and turned to her. Zhu Hong, eyes downcast, spoke in a disinterested tone. You didn't notice, did you? Shen Wei's expression remained unchanged as he handed her several small packets of chocolate sauce, asking, would you like more? Zhu Hong fell silent, raising her gaze to him with a strange look. Her ordinary round pupils elongated into something resembling the eyes of a cold-blooded creature, which made her beautiful face appear oddly eerie. Yet, Shen Wei merely glanced at her before returning his attention to his food. Do you like him? Zhu Hong whispered, leaning closer. Shen Wei, unperturbed, countered. Why do you want to know? Zhu Hong hesitated. I'm just curious. It's every exploited and oppressed employee's right to be inquisitive about their leader. Shen Wei regarded her with a half-smile. If you were so curious, how could you not notice? Zhu Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Wei chuckled softly, cautiously retrieving a small pot of warm milk from the stove, asking, you seem to be eating dry food. Would you like something to drink? Zhu Hong's expression twisted slightly as she forced a smile. Sure, a little would be great. Thank you. She accidentally dented the metal exterior of her thermos. But Shen Wei appeared not to notice, pouring her a cup of milk and, out of habit, saying, drink it while it's hot. As Zhu Hong's cup became more dented, a hint of amusement flickered in Shen Wei's eyes. Just as he was about to speak again, he abruptly turned his head towards the direction of the valley outside. His expression shifting instantly. Zhu Hong sensed an uncomfortable aura emanating from Shen Wei. It compelled her to instinctively inch away, yet she suppressed the thought. Why should she fear a seemingly harmless university professor? It made no sense. As sunlight glimmered off Shen Wei's glasses, he finally declared, I'm full. Please tidy up the courtyard. And everyone should stay together and follow the officer's instructions. He exited the small courtyard directly. This seemed to be a fleeting episode. No one paid it any mind. Strangely, 20 minutes later, after everyone had finished breakfast and ventured into the courtyard, none realized that Shen Wei had vanished. He appeared as if he had never existed. And no one, including Zhu Hong and Lin Jing, recalled that he was supposed to be there. Meanwhile, 10 minutes later, Shen Wei reappeared at the location where Zhao Yunlan and the others had just discovered Wang Zheng's arm. He had not donned a winter coat. The mountain winds whipped at his collar and hair, snowflakes cascading onto his glasses, yet he seemed entirely unfazed by the cold. Standing at the base of the slope, he gazed around and suddenly extended his hand, palm facing down, making a grabbing motion. His hand was pale, with blue veins visibly branching out, resembling an intricately crafted mannequin. The ground trembled beneath him, and as the wind howled, swirling into a vortex that shot skyward, the earth itself was lifted, revealing cracked, frozen soil beneath the thick layer of snow. At that moment, something emerged from the ground, shooting towards Shen Wei's back like an arrow. He appeared completely unguarded. A scent combining decay and a floral fragrance slowly permeated the air, yet in the next instant, Shen Wei had somehow turned around, capturing the assailant's neck with a swift motion. The creature he grasped was a ghoul. Shen Wei's brow furrowed, his expression suddenly filled with malice. The ghoul emitted a gurgling sound, its bloodshot eyes fixated on Shen Wei. Rules are rules, Shen Wei stated coldly. You have brazenly crossed boundaries and trespassed into forbidden territory. You shall be punished. The ghoul's feet left the ground as it struggled like a dying fish, its hands twitching in a futile attempt to pry Shen Wei's grip from its throat. In an instant, Shen Wei's fingers tightened, and the ghoul convulsed violently before becoming still in his grasp. Releasing it, the ghoul crumpled to the ground, its body disintegrating upon contact with the snow, revealing a peculiar flower sprouting from the icy terrain. Without a glance, Shen Wei stepped on the delicate stem, snapping it in two. He pointed, and a faint black line stretched across the snow, following indistinct footprints up the mountainside, disappearing into a cavern. Moments later, a sharp crack echoed, and Shen Wei's gaze flickered as he saw the line shatter, as if frozen. Simultaneously, a piercing howl erupted in the distance, and several ghouls emerged from the ground, towering at nearly 3 meters, each with blood-red eyes, howling in unison, causing the snow-capped mountains to tremble. Shen Wei shouted, "Puppets!" A small cloud of gray mist ascended from his feet, affectionately brushing against his trousers. With a flick of his foot, it soared into the air, darting into the cave. Soon after, a pitch-black long knife materialized in Shen Wei's palm, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, its blade thick and devoid of any shine, save for a glimmering edge visible only to the souls it would claim. In an instant, he moved. The cacophony of the ghouls ceased abruptly, in a heartbeat. They were simultaneously decapitated. Their massive bodies thudded to the ground, only for new, towering ghouls to emerge from the same spot. as if springing back to life like grass after a storm. Determined. As for Zhao Yunlan and his companions, they had long since entered the cave. Initially, the cave appeared quite ordinary, but soon, it grew deeper and darker. After turning a corner, they could scarcely see any light at all, prompting Zhao Yunlan to switch on his flashlight. Approximately 100 meters further, the path came to a complete halt, blocked by a door that stood before the three of them. Under the beam of the flashlight, the material of the door was difficult to discern, but it seemed to be composed of some ancient alloy, rusty and worn. Atop the door, on either side, hung a skull with its mouth agape, and emblazoned on the door was an inverted triangle. A triangle? Another instance of the Rober forbidden technique? Chushushi approached, donned gloves, and cautiously traced his fingers across the door's surface. He then pressed his ear against it, lightly tapping the thick door with the second joint of his index finger, producing faint sounds. After a moment, he remarked, "It's hollow and solid. There should be some mechanisms involved, nothing too complex. Let me examine it further." Zhao Yunlan kicked Guo Changqing in the rear, urging him closer to observe and learn from Chu. Guo Changqing, looking rather bewildered, complied. Chushushi held a dismissive view of him. Those who prided themselves on their intelligence often looked down on those less astute. However, out of respect for the hierarchy, he continued to fiddle with the door while explaining, "It's really not that remarkable. Many things share similar thought processes. The more you observe, the more you will understand." As he spoke, he retrieved another small flashlight from his pocket, illuminating the gap in the door and quickly scanning from top to bottom, forming a rough understanding. He continued, "There is one thick bolt and 35 thin bolts, 36 in total. The number 6 is significant. Typically, such mechanisms are interconnected." He gestured toward Guo Changqing, crouched down. "You can't reach up there. Let me step on your shoulder." Guo Changqing immediately crouched down like a large dog. Chu Shuji, without a hint of hesitation, stepped onto him, carefully tapping along the triangular edge and the subtle seams above. Supporting the weight of a grown man was no trivial feat. Even though Chu Shuji was slender, he felt the strain from Guo Changqing's bulk. Before long, Guo Changqing began to tremble, yet he gritted his teeth, afraid to move lest Chu fall. Just as Guo Changqing feared he might be flattened, Chu Shuji leapt off his shoulder and said, "Behind this door are 36 iron bolts. Due to the mechanisms, there are hollow spaces, and since the materials differ, their densities vary. If your hearing is sharp, you'll eventually discern the differences." Guo Changqing, seated on the ground, stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, too breathless to comprehend his words. Chu Shuji's gaze swept past him, almost entirely ignoring him. As he spoke to Zhao Yunlan nearby, "Once we ascertain the general structure, the remaining task is to infer the details based on experience." After saying this, he reached into the center of the triangle and pried it open, causing a section to fall away. Guo Changqing jumped back in surprise, landing on the ground. Chu Shuji then explored the circular opening and asked, "There are 36 hidden stakes around the perimeter. I suspect only 3 can be activated. Which 3 do you think they are, Zhao?" Without hesitation, Zhao Yunlan responded, "South, northwest, northeast." Guo Changqing finally found a topic to contribute to, excitedly asking, "Up north? Down south? Left west? Right east?" Both Chu Shuji and Zhao Yunlan feigned ignorance of his question. Guo Changqing's confidence was severely shaken, and he fell silent. At that moment, as he lowered his head, someone suddenly pressed down hard on the back of his head. Zhao Yunlan shone the flashlight ahead, firmly pushing Guo Changqing's head up, and, sweeping the beam along the sides of the metal door, asked, "What is that?" Guo Changqing, looking dazed, replied, "A mountain." Zhao Yunlan roughly turned his head to the right, pointing at the relief sculpture on the door, asking, "What about over there? Waves, water?" Guo Changqing stammered, "The Hanga tribe is situated with mountains to their back and water in front. I've already told you how the main peak stretches from the middle of the mountain down into the valley. Because of its elongated geography, locals struggle to distinguish directions like southeast and northwest. They only recognize up and down, left and right. Up signifies the direction of the mountain, the southern slope of the main peak, while down refers to the water, which is to the north. The depiction of the mountain represents the south, while the water symbolizes the north. Forget about left being west and right being east." Zhao Yunlan forcefully ruffled Guo Changqing's hair, exclaiming, "Even pigs are smarter than you, comrade." As they conversed, Chu Shuji had already pressed a few spots around the circular opening, and soon, they heard a faint metallic clink. As the large door before them began to creak open, a wave of damp, decaying air wafted towards them. 34 Mountain River Kona walked ahead, with Xiao Guo following closely, and Lao Chu bringing up the rear. As Zhao Yunlan took a few steps forward, he suddenly recalled something and pulled a spare gun from his pants leg. He turned to Guo Changcheng and asked, "Have you passed the shooting exam?" Guo Changcheng lowered his head in shame, replying, "The examiner said I wouldn't pass unless I came back to life." Zhao Yunlan could only sigh in response. "What about the knife? Is it usable?" Guo Changcheng buried his head even lower. Chu Shuji let out a mocking laugh, clearly deepening Guo Changcheng's anxiety. "I have recruited a world peace ambassador," Zhao Yunlan said with a sorrowful glance into the abyss of the cave. Feeling helpless, he rummaged through his pockets and found a miniature stun baton, tossing it to Guo Changcheng. "Just hold this. It's very simple. Grasp it like this," he said, dragging out his words impatiently. "When danger arises, just block it in front of you. Don't freeze in fear. You can handle this, right?" Guo Changcheng wobbled the small stun baton in his hand, but nothing happened. It resembled a tiny flashlight, and he certainly did not believe his superior was mocking him. Instead, he suspected that he had failed to grasp Ao's instructions due to his own ineptitude. Guo Changcheng had always been prone to thinking the worst of his own intelligence. Yet Zhao Yunlan showed no inclination to offer a review, leading the way into the cave with the flashlight. Guo Changcheng had no choice but to jog to catch up. Unsure whether to inquire or to endure, a rational part of him insisted that in such perilous times, he should not remain half-informed. However, as he glanced at Zhao Yunlan's tall silhouette, fear gripped him. If he asked, he would undoubtedly be scolded mercilessly by his superior. Just as he pondered this, Zhao Yunlan seemed to sense his agitation, and after a brief shudder, Guo Changcheng's stun baton unexpectedly emitted a dazzling burst of sparks, shooting towards Zhao Yunlan's back. Fortunately, Zhao Yunlan was on high alert, and upon hearing the commotion, he quickly sidestepped. The sparks, infused with a searing heat, soared deep into the cave. "Shit!" exclaimed Chu Shuji. "Shit!" echoed Zhao Yunlan. Chu Shuji stared in astonishment at Guo Changcheng, not expecting this inept individual to perform an act that even seasoned investigators would dare not attempt against their reckless leader. Zhao Yunlan, flustered, brushed off the dirt and moisture from the cave wall, exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing?" Guo Changcheng appeared exceptionally innocent, stammering, I didn't know. It just moved." Naturally, the device would react to his fear. The more terrified he was, the greater its energy. Zhao Yunlan was on the verge of losing his mind. "What on earth were you imagining while walking behind me to frighten yourself like this?" After an awkward silence, Guo Changcheng, trembling, finally raised his hand and pointed at the furious Zhao Yunlan, stating, "It's just, you look like this right now." Zhao Yunlan. Chu Shuji could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing. Once he had finished, he extended his hand to Guo Changcheng, saying, "Let me see that." This was one of the few instances Chu Shuji had spoken to him directly, and Guo Changcheng was taken aback and hurriedly handed it over. Chu Shuji examined the stun baton closely, shaking it near his ear and tapping it with his finger. With a knowing glance at Zhao Yunlan, he remarked, "Zhao, this is not a legitimate item, is it?" Zhao Yunlan scoffed, "Don't act like you're any sort of respectable person. Watch out." Before he could finish, his expression changed dramatically. He pushed Guo Changcheng aside and, using the momentum, knelt on one knee. A deafening crash resounded as a fierce wind whipped past him, carrying a foul odor. They beheld a massive comb-like object soaring through the air, crafted from heavy wood and measuring nearly 10 feet long, adorned with razor-sharp blades. Anyone who came into contact with it would be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Chu Shuji pressed against the wall, flipping his fingers to grasp a handful of talismans. The enormous comb twisted mid-air and swung down toward them. Chu Shuji hurled the talismans like flying darts, striking true against the densely packed blades. Yet, whether due to a poor choice of talisman or some other reason, the colossal object showed no signs of slowing down, continuing its deadly descent with a wind that chilled them to the bone. Zhao Yunlan had already drawn his gun, but at that moment, Guo Changcheng, slower to react than the others, suddenly shrieked, "Oh my God!" A towering inferno erupted from the stun baton in his hand, its power rivaling that of a gas explosion. Zhao Yunlan and Chu Shuji instinctively recoiled as the blazing fire collided with dozens of blades, causing the massive comb to momentarily falter and shake violently before disintegrating into molten liquid, sizzling as it splattered on the ground. For a minute, silence enveloped them. After an indeterminate time, Chu Shuji finally turned his stiff neck to look sincerely at Guo Changcheng, stating from the depths of his heart, "You are impressive." Guo Changcheng, having just regained his senses from the shock, felt his heart racing and longed for a quick remedy to calm himself. Hearing those words, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. I thought you had merely sealed a spirit within an ordinary stun baton, something that feeds on fear to amplify its own power. Chu Shuji trembled as he turned to their superior. What exactly did you create? Zhao Yunlan, having swiftly transitioned from his stupor back to his composed demeanor, straightened his attire and replied in a serious tone, "It is illegal to seal souls without authorization. As a diligent public servant, how could I possibly break the law?" Chu Shuji responded. Inside are the shattered souls of 100 malevolent spirits, most acquired from the Soul Reaper, with a few exchanged for ghost coins from the underworld, blended together with true fire. Chu Shuji was at his wit's end. And where did the fire come from? Last year, while capturing a fugitive, I borrowed a flame from it to light a cigarette. I just kept a spark. After a moment of silence, feeling utterly at a loss for words, Chu Shuji extended his hand to help Guo Changqing up from the ground, muttering, "Let us just keep moving." With a leader who traversed both the light and dark realms and had connections across the three worlds, Chu Shuji believed that in his lifetime, he would likely never have the opportunity to fulfill his long-held desire to confront this individual. Perhaps this honorable yet arduous task would ultimately fall to the office mascot. Guo Changqing. Zhao Yunlan smiled faintly, just as he intended to caution them to remain vigilant. At that moment, a distant shriek echoed, and a glowing gray mist rolled toward him, enveloping him in its embrace. The moment the luminescent mist touched his hand, it vanished, revealing a letter in Zhao Yunlan's grasp. The familiar scent, a dark envelope adorned with blood-red lettering. Chu Shuji's expression tightened, taking a step forward before hesitating. Zhao Yunlan, wary of Guo Changqing inadvertently harming a teammate again, took the initiative to step forward, distancing himself from the figure. "Is it from the Soul Reaper?" Chu Shuji inquired. "Yes," Zhao Yunlan replied, tearing open the envelope. However, the contents caused him to furrow his brow. The Soul Reaper was known for his lengthy speeches. Before addressing any serious matter, he would always extend pleasantries, almost as if he were greeting every relative of the person he was addressing. Yet this letter was unusually terse, devoid of introduction or conclusion, resembling a hastily scribbled note. "Danger, pursue, return quickly." Chu Shuji asked, "How could the Soul Reaper deliver a letter here? What has happened?" Zhao Yunlan folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket, remaining silent for a moment. The Soul Reaper typically dispatched lone souls directly to the Special Investigation Office. He would not have come in person unless it was a matter of utmost urgency. After all, he preferred to remain unseen by irrelevant parties. "What has transpired? How did the Soul Reaper become aware of my presence here?" Zhao Yunlan maintained an impassive expression, but his mind raced with thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at his two perplexed subordinates behind him and said to Chu Shuji, "Very well. Lao Chu, you take him back first. Rejoin Lin Jing and the others." "What?" Chu Shuji responded. "Aren't we going to find Sister Wang Zheng?" Guo Changqing interjected. "I will go alone. You two should return first," Zhao Yunlan replied, patting Guo Changqing on the shoulder. "I've prepared what you need. Be cautious on the way back, and assist Lin Jing in destroying the altar on the mountain. We cannot allow Shen Wei and his students to roam freely. We will discuss further once the rescue team clears the path." Though Zhao Yunlan revealed nothing of the underlying situation, Chu Shuji sensed an unease from his sparse words. "You alone?" Zhao Yunlan nodded without elaborating. Chu Shuji furrowed his brow and decisively pulled Guo Changqing, who appeared ready to protest, saying, "Let us go." "But," Guo Changqing began, "what is there to discuss?" "Don't waste time. The boss is waiting to get things done and return to his romantic pursuits," Chu Shuji insisted. Guo Changqing complied, albeit reluctantly, as he was led outside the cave, frequently glancing back at Zhao Yunlan with concern. Zhao Yunlan, with a flashlight tucked under his elbow and gloved hands in his coat pockets, stood sentinel until the two were out of sight. Only then did he turn and continue forward, the heavy door behind him creaking shut. At that moment, the shadows that had recently dispersed suddenly re-emerged from nowhere, coalescing before him into a small skeletal figure of a child, approximately 4 or 5 years old. It stretched its delicate, bony arms in a T-pose, blocking his path. "Ah, a puppet so diminutive. Did the Soul Reaper send you to accompany me?" Zhao Yunlan raised an eyebrow, perhaps due to its small stature. The puppet's dark eye sockets exuded an air of innocent naivety. It seemed unable to comprehend human speech, neither nodding nor shaking its head, merely standing resolutely in its place, refusing to yield. Zhao Yunlan rubbed his chin, surprised that this silent Soul Reaper had such understanding of him. Were it a larger puppet bold enough to obstruct his way, It might have found itself swiftly dispatched. However, he felt it would be inappropriate to intimidate such a fragile little creature. He scrutinized the steadfast puppet and asked, "Will you let me pass?" The puppet's jaw moved, emitting a series of creaking sounds. Zhao Yunlan shook his head, then effortlessly stepped over the puppet's head with his long legs. The little being seemed bewildered by the sudden movement, its head tilting backward perilously, nearly dislodging its neck. Only after a moment's struggle did it realize Zhao Yunlan had already bypassed its blockade and was striding forward confidently. The puppet hastily rolled and crawled after him, grabbing hold of Zhao Yunlan's clothing to prevent his departure. Zhao Yunlan, disinclined to engage in further conversation, continued onward without glancing back, dragging the small skeletal figure along. As it was hardly a burden. If it had eyes, it likely would have been on the verge of tears from anxiety. As he progressed, the stench of decay intensified, and the air became increasingly damp. The ancient, crumbling stairs led downward, growing ever narrower. Eventually, finding the small skeleton an encumbrance, Zhao Yunlan bent down and hoisted the puppet onto his shoulder, glancing at his watch. At first glance, the dial appeared eerily calm. Zhao Yunlan focused on it for a couple of seconds before suddenly halting. He realized with astonishment that the second hand was moving backward. No, it was not entirely backward. The second hand retraced its path, while the minute hand continued forward, and the hour hand remained fixed at 12, seemingly drawn by a peculiar gravitational force, converging at that singular point. Finally, they all came to a standstill at 12 o'clock, as if frozen in time. Zhao Yunlan reached out to scrape a bit of dirt from the wall, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. "It might just be my imagination," he muttered, unsure whether he was speaking to himself or to the puppet perched on his shoulder. "I feel as though I have already been buried in the depths of the mountains." A small puppet emitted a sharp gaga sound, suddenly extending its pointed finger to gently poke Zhao Yunlan's cheek. It then pointed towards a nearby wall, producing another couple of gaga noises. Zhao Yunlan raised his flashlight, following the direction of the tiny bony finger, and discovered a line of text. "Oh, you may lack eyes yet possess a discerning spirit," he mused. "This is the script of the Hanga tribe." He leaned closer, lightly tracing the markings, realizing that, strictly speaking, the Hanga tribe did not possess their own written language. Rather, this appeared to be a special incantation. The small puppet chimed in, "Gaga. Don't ask me. I'm not a dictionary, and who knows what it means." Zhao Yunlan leaned in a bit more, muttering to himself, "However, I know that in Hanga culture, smooth lines symbolize gentleness and tranquility, while angular, sharp symbols often convey malice, such as the triangle array used for soul confinement. And I haven't yet fully deciphered that octagonal symbol." His finger paused as he identified an octagonal symbol at the end. "Yes, this is it," Zhao Yunlan said calmly. "It seems the horror is about to unfold." No sooner had he uttered these words than a tremendous roar shook the entire cavern, nearly causing Zhao Yunlan to lose his balance. The small puppet grasped his collar tightly, its slender fingers entwining in his hair, producing a cacophony of gaga sounds. Zhao Yunlan squinted, witnessing a fire dragon roaring towards him from the path ahead. He braced himself against the wall, clutching the small puppet, his face illuminated by the flickering flames. The dancing fire reflected in his dark pupils, an inexplicable chill coursing through him. "Stop tugging at my clothes. I fear it might end up in my watch," he admonished the small puppet. Without a word, the puppet, having forgotten its master's task, immediately conceded, transforming into a cloud of gray mist and diving into his watch face. Almost instantaneously, a surge of flames engulfed Zhao Yunlan, leaving him with no means of escape. In his hand, he had already clutched a talisman, yet against such a fierce blaze, it failed to ignite, and he felt no heat. Zhao Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, then nonchalantly tucked the yellow paper talisman away. Standing amidst the towering flames, he gazed upward, his vision filled with flickering fire, sweeping through the cavern with relentless force. In the instant before the flames vanished, the earth around the octagonal symbol on the wall crumbled away. A thought struck him, and he caught the falling debris, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve an empty cigarette box into which he stored the fragment. Subsequently, large chunks of the earthen wall began to peel away. Zhao Yunlan reached out to brush aside the rubble, illuminating the wall with his flashlight, revealing faint murals. Due to their age, the artwork had deteriorated significantly, rendered in an abstract style that was difficult to decipher. He spent a considerable time scrutinizing the wall, his myopic eyes straining. Yet he remained oblivious to the narrative it presented. Losing interest, he continued onward, but suddenly halted, recalling something. He turned around to observe the mural from a distance. carefully examining it as the flashlight beams swept across it, angling at 45 degrees, then at 3 o'clock, and downwards at 45 degrees. It was then that he spotted a massive octagonal shape, each vertex corresponding to a minuscule octagonal symbol. Zhao Yunlan contemplated the concealed mural, his fingers probing his pocket until he retrieved a wallet. Amongst the coins, bank cards, and receipts, he unearthed a crumpled, yellowed page. Its edges jagged as if torn from an ancient tome. This was the page from ancient maledictions concerning the forbidden sorcery of the Robra, which he had kept with him but had not shown to Chu Shuji for some reason. The page depicted a monstrous figure with a green face and sharp fangs, possessing 6 arms yet only a single leg, each limb pointing towards the octagonal positions. The creature bore an expression of rage, its mouth agape with a small mountain within, and a distinctly dark octagonal symbol emblazoned upon its left chest. Zhao Yunlan pondered this creature's heart and placed the map against the wall. He affixed the monster's illustration onto the map, meticulously adjusting it to align the southern direction at the top. Then traced a line connecting the mountain and the creature's mouth to the octagonal symbol on its chest, extending outward on both sides. His finger landed upon a valley's depression. The valley was ablaze, remnants of bone artifacts scattered about, and the myriad sorceries of this long-extinct tribe appeared to harbor profound secrets. Why had Wang Zheng abandoned her companions to come here alone? What drove her to cling so desperately to her long-buried corpse? Zhao Yunlan felt an ominous premonition. He must confine Wang Zheng in a small dark room for a month. Had she never encountered the danger of seeking her own demise? He ventured deeper into the cavern, which grew increasingly constricted, pressing upon him until he could barely raise his head. At last, he reached the end, where another door awaited him, worn and weathered, adorned with the very image of the 6-armed, one-legged monster from the page he carried. Yet, its expression seemed to betray fear. Zhao Yunlan slowly extended his hand, and the moment his palm made contact with the door, a weight pressed against his chest. Nonetheless, he resolutely pushed it open, finding himself standing halfway up a precipice overlooking a mysterious valley below. An overwhelming sensation akin to being adrift in a tempestuous sea enveloped him, the heavy waves constricting his chest and rendering him breathless. The sky was bright, yet the clouds obscured the sunlight entirely. Zhao Yunlan paused for a moment before stepping forward. The instant his foot touched the ground, it was as if he had triggered something. A silent sigh emanated from deep within the earth, rippling outward like waterways from the mountains behind the Hakka tribe. There resided something extraordinary within this valley. Zhao Yunlan advanced, feeling the air grow thinner, the pressure on his chest intensifying. It felt as if his temples were clamped down upon, and only he could hear the frantic pounding of his own heart. His vision began to dim, and he adjusted his breathing, mindful that excessive exertion would lead to exhaustion. He pinched his palm, an unusual intuition nagging at him. If anything had caused Wang Zheng to become a restless spirit, it was not her long-decayed remains, but rather this very place. Suddenly, a small head emerged from the depths of his watch, the puppet's jaw clattering nervously, though it seemed to be attempting to communicate. Yet, it was evidently frightened, torn between stopping Zhao Yunlan and its fear of leaving the watch. Zhao Yunlan decisively pressed it back into the watch face, his expression growing increasingly grave under the immense pressure as he continued forward. From his pocket, he produced 3 yellow talismans, each distinct from the others, with a small inscription of vermilion ink in each corner, a binding spirit decree. If the black cat were here, it would recognize them as legendary soul-binding charms. Without making a gesture, Zhao Yunlan took 3 steps, igniting one talisman, and as the last one burned, 3 whip cracks echoed through the air. A long whip materialized in his hand, extending as if alive, pulling him onward until he beheld a white shadow about to dissolve in the daylight. Zhao Yunlan's expression darkened. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, and the whip lashed out, ensnaring the white figure midair. Wang Zheng's ethereal form had long since vanished, leaving only her soul, weak and diminished. Yet her eyes remained open, gazing at him with a serene, almost transcendent expression. Truly, you must be out of your mind, Zhao Yunlan grimaced, yanking her towards him, cursing as he hastily stuffed Wang Zheng into his watch. At that moment, he felt as though his heart was about to explode from the strain of this cursed place. Zhao Yunlan apprehended Wang Zheng and immediately intended to depart. However, at that moment, an inexplicable force seemed to draw his attention, compelling him to gaze upward toward the direction where Wang Zheng had previously stood. There, he beheld a colossal stone tablet, towering to a height of several dozen meters, appearing almost as if it reached the heavens. Its surface was pitch black, widening at the top and tapering downwards, resembling a massive wedge firmly embedded in the earth. Surrounding it lay the remnants of a dilapidated artificial altar, upon which stones were inscribed with incantations of the Hanga tribe, possibly a form of sacrificial text. Beneath this altar was a table of offerings, laden with freshly arranged, blood-soaked tributes. At the moment Zhao Yunlan's gaze met the stone, an array of faces suddenly surged forth from its surface, a multitude so dense that each visage appeared tormented, their anguished wails resonating with a deafening intensity that pierced his ears. It was the collective cry of millions, a harrowing sound that humanity could scarcely vocalize. Zhao Yunlan felt as though he had been struck in the chest by a massive stone. A resounding thud echoed in his mind, and excruciating pain radiated throughout his body. He lowered his head and coughed up blood, struggling to maintain his footing, yet the agony rendered him momentarily oblivious to his limbs, causing his knees to buckle beneath him. For a few fleeting seconds, Zhao Yunlan, the figure known as the Soul Reaper, was cloaked in a dark robe that seemed impervious to the sunlight, akin to mist that could not be penetrated. In an instant, he conjured a towering barrier, enveloping both individuals along with the light of day, isolating them from the outside world. He swiftly lifted Zhao Yunlan into his arms and pressed a button on his wrist, commanding, "Come forth." The little puppet hesitated, floating up with its disproportionately large head hanging low, too intimidated to approach the Soul Reaper. With a mere glance, the Soul Reaper summoned it back into his sleeve, curtly instructing, "Return." The puppet complied without protest, curling into a ball of gray mist and obediently rolling back into his sleeve. Wang Zheng emerged cautiously from Zhao Yunlan's wrist, taking a step back and casting a worried glance at Zhao Yunlan. The Soul Reaper's cold gaze fell upon her, a look so foreboding that it sent shivers down Wang Zheng's spine. After a prolonged silence, the Soul Reaper averted his stare, settling onto the ground as he carefully adjusted Zhao Yunlan into a more comfortable position. "You are an outsider, and I shall not pass judgment on right or wrong. For now, you may sit aside." Wang Zheng dared not approach him, hesitating before finding a corner at the edge of his protective gray mist. The Soul Reaper seemed intent on keeping Zhao Yunlan's garments unsoiled, delicately placing his soul-reaping blade aside, revealing the bloodstains that had tarnished its hilt. A pale hand emerged from his shadowy sleeve, gently wiping away the blood at the corner of Zhao Yunlan's mouth. As his fingertips brushed against Zhao Yunlan's lips, they lingered for a moment, as if he might lean down to bestow a kiss, treating him as a fragile, precious treasure rather than the brash lord of the soul. Wang Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Yunlan regained consciousness, realizing his head rested on someone's shoulder. He frowned, feeling as though he had just expelled his insides, his very being turned upside down, leaving him utterly drained. Struggling to open his eyes, he glanced at the Soul Reaper, uttering a single syllable before a chilling finger pressed against his lips, silencing him. The Soul Reaper placed his hand on Zhao Yunlan's back, whispering, "Do not speak, focus." A gentle yet icy force began to flow from the Soul Reaper's palm, causing Zhao Yunlan to shiver, yet he did not shy away. Instead, he closed his eyes, willingly surrendering his unexpected injuries to the other. The Soul Reaper's coldness stemmed from his inherent wrath and brutality, however. Zhao Yunlan felt the tumult within his chest gradually calm beneath the touch of that hand. He could not help but admire the Soul Reaper. For years, he had wielded the soul-reaping token, and each time he encountered heinous and unfathomable matters, the Soul Reaper always took it upon himself to intervene. Their relationship had been one of cooperation for many years, and Zhao Yunlan had never witnessed him act inappropriately or lose control. The Soul Reaper consistently exuded an air of tranquility and humility, suppressing his innate ferocity with remarkable restraint, revealing not a flicker of it. Such extreme restraint, Zhao Yunlan mused, might also be a pursuit of profound freedom. If a person could suppress their very nature without mercy for centuries, they would live in torment, yet simultaneously, they would be an extraordinary individual. After some time, the pain that felt as though it had lashed at his very soul began to dissipate, and Zhao Yunlan finally opened his eyes, sitting up. Thank you. It seems I have encountered you at a most fortunate moment." The Soul Reaper hesitated to withdraw his hand, finally letting go and stepping back slightly, courteously remarking, "It was but a small effort. The Lord should not disregard my warning." Zhao Yunlan, undeterred by the presence of the girl, pointed to Wang Zheng, who was bowing her head not far away. "I fear for her safety. In room 4 on Bright Road, all who are present are my responsibility during work hours. I cannot turn a blind eye." His expression darkening, he commanded Wang Zheng, "Come here." Wang Zheng silently shuffled closer. Zhao Yunlan lashed out with a whip, and instinctively, she shut her eyes, yet the whip did not strike her. It merely grazed her, curling in the air before sweeping across the ground, leaving a heavy white mark. What are you closing your eyes for? I do not strike women. Come a bit closer. The whip transformed into a talisman, fluttering down into Zhao Yunlan's hand, the corners stained with blood. Zhao Yunlan's gaze flicked from the bloodstain to Wang Zheng, inquiring, the soul-reaping token has no effect on you, does it? Wang Zheng remained silent, kneeling before him. Unfortunately, Zhao Yunlan was not swayed by such theatrics. Rise, do not kneel before me. What is that nonsense? My wallet is still in the car. I have no red envelopes for you. Wang Zheng bit her lip. Zhao Yunlan glared at her for a moment before pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips, rummaging for a lighter in his pocket. Suddenly, a hand reached out, snatching the cigarette away without hesitation. Zhao Yunlan touched his nose, feeling a sense of familiarity with the action. I have checked your records, Zhao Yunlan said, rubbing his fingers together awkwardly. You died in 1713, the year after you mentioned the internal strife of the Hanjie tribe. What transpired? Are you searching for a corpse? Was that offering beneath the great pillar placed by you? What was that object? The Soul Reaper interjected, that is not a great pillar. It is called the Mountain and River Spike. The name sounded familiar, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yunlan furrowed his brow. Is it one of the four saints? The Soul Reaper nodded. The Lord is well versed. First came the cycle sundial, then the Mountain and River Spike. The four saints had long been lost to the mortal realm. They were not as common as cabbages sold at the market. If he were to encounter two within half a year, Zhao Yunlan mused that he would have likely turned to a life of gambling on the lottery. This realization propelled him into a web of conspiracy, as countless causes and effects flooded his mind. The Dragon City University had been inexplicably cleansed upon his return. How fortuitous it was that Li Qian had vanished without a trace, and the cycle sundial was wanted for its associations with ghostly beasts. Along with the sudden alert from the Soul Reaper, Zhao Yunlan's expression grew serious as he prioritized his inquiries amidst the chaos. What exactly is the Mountain and River Spike? People often claim that gods control the rights of life and death, yet this is not entirely true. Since the dawn of creation, when all was still nascent, the concepts of good and evil emerged. The judgments of good and evil were inscribed upon the Mountain and River Spike. It is the essence of 100,000 mountains and rivers, spanning from the heavens above to the underworld below, inscribed with the paths to the 18 layers of hell. It has also served as the basis for various judgments upon the Book of Life and Death. To this day, some believe that mountains and waters possess spirits, a belief that originated from that time. The Soul Reaper paused briefly before adding, this Mountain and River Spike was originally used for suppression. Over time, it became a prison for countless malevolent spirits, meant to be controlled. However, after its loss, it was exploited by those with ill intent, binding their kin within the Mountain and River Spike for eternity, unable to break free. While others may approach without consequence, the Soul Reaper's voice trailed off, revealing an unusual hesitation. After a moment, he vaguely stated, your soul is inherently unstable. Recklessly approaching such a soul-binding artifact will undoubtedly have a greater impact on you than on others. Zhao Yunlan had never heard such a notion before and retorted in astonishment. My soul is unstable? My 3 souls and 7 spirits are intact. Why would they be unstable? The Soul Reaper fell silent for a moment before responding. There is a flame of true fire atop your shoulders. On your left shoulder, a fire is inherently lost, an old belief known as ghosts tapping on the shoulder. Thus, your 3 souls and 7 spirits are prone to instability. I implore you, Lord, to exercise caution in the future. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Yunlan lowered his gaze to inspect his left shoulder. However, he soon shifted his focus, continuing to inquire. So the Hanjie tribe employs the Mountain and River Spike to invoke the Rabura forbidden technique, correct? The Soul Reaper nodded, stating that the body of the beheaded individual should be incinerated, after which the 3 stars gathering Een technique from the mountain summit could forcibly confine the soul within the valley, allowing it to be drawn into the river of mountains and rivers. With the remnants of the severed head, one could command the spirits trapped within the river. Zhao Yunlan pointed at Wang Zheng and inquired, what about her? The Soul Reaper cast a glance at Wang Zheng, whose heart quivered, feeling as though his very essence was laid bare before the other. The Soul Reaper replied, the young lady perished from decapitation, and her body and head were likely preserved through some means, thereby evading the gathering Een formation and the river of mountains and rivers. Wang Zheng offered a bitter smile. Indeed, in my youthful folly, I was discontent and possessed by another's spirit, which led the former lord to capture me. And thus I became part of the soul-reaping order. Wang Zheng is not my true name. It is the name of the girl whose spirit possessed me. My true name is Glenn, and I perished as the daughter of a leader in that rebellion. Zhao Yunlan, feeling discontent, realized that his special investigation unit was practically a haven for the offspring of officials. Wang Zheng continued. The rebel was named Sangzhen. His mother was the hairdresser of my own mother, originally born a slave. In our tribe, there were no commoners, aside from the leader and the nobility. There were only slaves. Thus, it was only natural for Sangzhen to grow up as a slave. He was brave and capable, standing out among many slaves to become a horseman for my father. By today's standards, he would be considered an enviable elite. At this point, Wang Zheng smiled ruefully, yet in our Hanjie tribe, even the most elite are still slaves. A slave's life is akin to that of domesticated pigs, dogs, cattle, or sheep, subject to buying and selling at will. Sangzhen was handsome, wealthy, and possessed everything except dignity. Eventually, my father took a liking to a young female slave, causing my mother to erupt in fury. That young slave was Sangzhen's sister. My mother vented her wrath on Sangzhen's mother, finding a trivial fault to justify executing her. Sangzhen's father was brutally whipped to death by my elder brother and his sister. She was coerced by my father, and after such a tragedy, she hanged herself with a riding whip. Zhao Yunlan retrieved a pack of beef jerky from his belongings, munching on it while commenting, "Your father is truly despicable." Wang Zheng simply responded with silence. The Soul Reaper, sensing the lingering gloom in Wang Zheng's demeanor, cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. I noticed that there was originally a sacrificial stone at the base of the river of mountains and rivers, buried beneath the offerings. Logically, it should have recorded the names of the suppressed souls, yet the stone remains while the record has been erased. Was this related to the rebellion? Wang Zheng nodded. After Sangzhen and his brothers emerged victorious, they arrived at the Forbidden Area, which is the river of mountains and rivers, declaring that from that moment on, every individual in the tribe would live equally and with dignity. Thus, he used a large chisel to erase the inscriptions. The leader, my father, my mother, my elder brother, along with the nobility and their attendants, were all hanged and executed in the courtyard of the mountain house. From that day forth, the Hanjie tribe was free of slaves and nobility. And you? Zhao Yunlan asked. You were spared execution that year because you secretly aided Sangzhen, correct? Wang Zheng lowered his head. I have known him since childhood. When my father sent people to hunt him down, it was I who concealed him. I truly only wished to prevent his death. I never anticipated the subsequent events. Zhao Yunlan furrowed his brow as he gazed at her. Are you unwell? Wang Zheng offered no reply, her gaze fixed on the ground. When she looked in that direction, it often appeared as if she were lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she gently spoke. At that time, I was still young, barely 17, utterly naive and foolish. When I opened my eyes, all I could see were the events unfolding before me, my mind consumed by a singular path leading to darkness. I grew up alongside Sangzhen, and despite our differing statuses, he never felt like a stranger to me. When my father sought to kill him, naturally, I could not allow it. You concealed him, much like a young girl in her rebellious phase hides love letters from her parents. Zhao Yunlan remarked bluntly. A fleeting smile graced Wang Zheng's face. Perhaps that is true. In truth, I blamed my father for his actions. I believed he was in the wrong, shaming me in the process. He was our leader, my esteemed father. How could he commit such a disgraceful act? Zhao Yunlan remained silent, his expression still sour. But there was a subtle softening in his gaze as he listened. After a long while, Wang Zheng sighed softly. Is there truly a place in this world where everyone is free, where all are born equal? No one answered her. After a moment, Zhao Yunlan suddenly spoke. There is. Wang Zheng and the Soul Reaper turned to him, and Zhao Yunlan's lower lip still bore traces of crimson blood. His complexion was exceedingly pale against the deep gray of his shirt, rendering him almost haggard, save for the remarkable brightness of his eyes, which seemed to defy the shadows of the world. Zhao Yunlan paused briefly before continuing, in the face of death. The Soul Reaper's expression remained shrouded in mystery. And upon hearing this, he could not help but interject. Does that not imply there is no glimmer of hope anywhere? What then? Is the purpose of mortals struggling throughout their lives? Your words are rather cold. It is the adults who are misguided. Zhao Yunlan quietly lifted his gaze. What is fairness? What is equality? In this world, whenever one person finds something fair, it is invariably built upon the unfairness felt by others. When one is barely surviving, equality means having enough to eat and wear. When one is well fed and clothed, equality equates to having dignity akin to others. Once dignity is achieved, ennui sets in. And one feels the need to possess something more, to feel superior. Until one faces the coffin, when does it ever conclude? Ultimately, is it equality or inequality? Is it not all dictated by oneself? After a moment of silence, the Soul Reaper chuckled softly, nonsensical reasoning. Zhao Yunlan responded with a light laugh, shifting the topic. After Sangzhen's rebellion succeeded, killing your father and erasing the names from the altar, what transpired next? Subsequently, all matters within the clan were addressed by the heads of each family, who would present their opinions for collective discussion, with the majority prevailing, Wang Zheng recounted. This was Sangzhen's proposal. Despite his lack of education and having never left the Great Snow Mountain, he understood the principles of democracy that would emerge in later generations. It is evident that the desires of people, regardless of the era, remain largely the same. Zhao Yunlan propped up one long leg, resting his hands on his knee, adopting a relaxed posture. Yet, his words cut like daggers, each statement more piercing than the last. Suddenly, he remarked, "So, you perished in that manner?" Wang Zheng was taken aback, momentarily stunned, before the light in her eyes dimmed abruptly. Just when others believed she would remain silent, Wang Zheng unexpectedly confessed, At that time, I had nowhere to go, so I stayed at Sangzhen's home, dependent on his hospitality. I was utterly useless in my childhood. My mother only taught me how to adorn myself and command slaves. I was inept at labor, hunting, and even the simplest household tasks were a mess. A girl from my clan wished to marry Sangzhen and asked her father to propose. Sangzhen rejected her, and in her anger, she fled the snow mountain. When the clan found her, she was already dead. It was said she fell from the hillside and struck her head against a boulder. Her father grew to despise me, rallying others to accuse me of being the daughter of the dog leader, born with witchcraft. They spared my life, but I was guilty of not repenting, living a life of ease while coveting their hero Sangzhen. Out of jealousy, I was accused of using sorcery to curse his daughter to death, and they sought to behead me. Wang Zheng's shoulders began to tremble. In her heart, she had once sincerely believed her father's actions were wrong. As a young girl, she felt that her people should not be subjugated. They were human, deserving of dignity, freedom, and happiness. Yet her sympathy for her kin had turned into resentment against her. The girl's father called for everyone to raise their hands. Remaining still signified abstaining from expressing an opinion or wishing for my execution, while raising a hand indicated support for my death sentence. The words beheading shattered the air, and Wang Zheng could no longer contain her tears. That day, the gathering was filled with people, all expressions displaying resolve, hands raised in dense clusters, row upon row. From the high platform, it appeared as if the claws of malevolent spirits were stirring in the depths of the Soul Reaper, fell momentarily silent, and Zhao Yunlan immediately sensed his discomfort. He quickly remarked, "Oh, I was merely speaking casually. There is no need for you to inform me. However, as I oversee matters of the mortal realm, should any repercussions reach my side, I kindly ask you to notify me in advance." The Soul Reaper responded with a low acknowledgement. Zhao Yunlan rose to his feet, extinguished the cigarette but in the snow, as if he had come back to life. He then rummaged through his pocket, producing a crumpled talisman, which he crumpled into a small ball and consumed. Ugh, quite difficult to chew. Shall we proceed, my lord? The Soul Reaper nodded, dispelling the swirling gray mist, revealing the mountain and river spike before them once more. Having hastily chewed a binding talisman, Zhao Yunlan could still perceive the tremors of malevolent energy and chilling intent emanating from the mountain and river spike. With one hand in his pocket and chin lifted, he stood tall, gazing at the immense structure. It was then he realized that the cross-section of the mountain and river spike was, in fact, an octagon, precise, sharp, and piercing the very core of the earth. After taking a few strides forward, the Soul Reaper halted, hands clasped together. Moments later, the ground erupted with a fierce wind, his hood and black robe billowing as though they might be swept away, yet he remained undeterred. With a commanding voice, he called, "Mountain Soul." The mountain and river spike began to quiver, followed by the earth itself, and soon it felt as if even the distant snow-capped mountains were shaking. From deep within the mountains came a rumbling akin to thunder, as if deities, long imprisoned beneath the icy rocks, were awakened, emitting a terrifying low moan. The sky darkened like night. Suddenly, figures appeared around them. Zhao Yunlan strained to keep his eyes open against the fierce wind, catching a glimpse of an illusion, a fleeting mirage in the air. He saw Wang Zheng, a youthful visage of innocence, barely a child at 16 or 17, standing outside a crowd. A young, handsome man, tattered and worn, stood elevated, seemingly sensing something, turning back to glance at her. Their eyes met. and a nearly innocent smile broke through the blood-stained visage of his face. Then, with a roar, he swung a massive iron shovel at the stone tablet upon the altar. Beneath his feet lay a hillside stained crimson with blood. Countless corpses sprawled below. The soul-cutting envoy of the mountain river cone seated himself on the ground, regaining his usual composure after a brief moment. The mountain river cone had stood here for countless millennia. The young lady mentioned that Sangzhen had leveled the stone tablet on the altar, which should have released the trapped souls, thereby resolving this particular case. To his astonishment, the wailing of the dead souls, devoid of tears, resonated with a piercing cry, as if millions of wronged spirits were lamenting in unison. Not only could we not endure this, but even the 10,000 snow mountains could be brought down by such tumult. Zhao Yunlan stood silently behind him, hands clasped behind his back. The soul-cutting envoy remarked, "This is indeed unexpected." Before Zhao Yunlan could respond, a flash from his watch revealed a white figure darting forth with an unhesitating determination, racing towards the mountain river cone. However, just as she surged forward, having barely covered a meter, transparent threads akin to spider silk erupted from Zhao Yunlan's hand, binding Wang Zheng firmly in place. Wang Zheng paused, lowering her gaze. The eyes of the human and the ghost met in the air. Her eyes shimmered with tears, yet a talisman pressed upon her prevented her from weeping. Zhao Yunlan maintained a stoic expression, appearing remarkably devoid of empathy. "I let you escape once under my watch. Should you manage to flee a second time, I shall willingly sever my own head and offer it for you to kick," Zhao Yunlan stated coldly. Wang Zheng instinctively shrank back, the thread still clinging to her like a shadow. Zhao Yunlan's eyes twitched ominously as he glared at her, prompting Wang Zheng to cast her gaze downward. Too fearful to meet his eyes, it was the soul-cutting envoy who gently tugged at him, advising in a calm tone, "My lord, discussions are best conducted without anger." Zhao Yunlan glanced at his subordinate, someone he could scold without hesitation, yet he could not disregard the soul-cutting envoy's presence. Thus, he addressed Wang Zheng with a veneer of tranquility. "Do you believe that sacrificing yourself to the mountain river cone will quell the collective grievances of the spirits? I fail to comprehend whether you truly believe that with sincerity one can move mountains, or if you genuinely consider yourself mere fodder." His tone began restrained but grew increasingly fervent, nearly erupting into a shout directed at Wang Zheng. "Are you truly lacking in perception?" The slender red mark on Wang Zheng's neck became more pronounced, the talisman on her forehead trembling with her every subtle movement, giving her an appearance reminiscent of a low-budget horror film's zombie, evoking a sense of dark humor. Yet the atmosphere was far from jovial. After venting his frustration, Zhao Yunlan's expression softened slightly, and the soul-cutting envoy found a spot to sit on the ground. Gesturing to Wang Zheng with a benevolent nod, "You may take a seat as well." As his words fell, the threads binding Wang Zheng transformed mid-air into a silver chair, perfectly sized for one. Perhaps due to her extensive past, Wang Zheng lacked the vibrant spirit characteristic of the ethnic minorities from frigid regions. She always appeared somber, silent, and inappropriately restrained. Her long, dark hair hung motionless beside her cheeks, suspended in the air. Zhao Yunlan, after considerable effort, finally moderated his tone and slowly articulated, "Certain matters can be discerned by an observer with just a single earful. Do you know why?" Wang Zheng quietly lifted her gaze. Zhao Yunlan sighed. "It is because such events are destined to occur, inevitable and beyond the capacity of any single individual to prevent." Wang Zheng murmured, "You know, I possess a deeper understanding of individuals like Sangzhen," Zhao Yunlan replied. "For generations, the enslaved have endured, and even in death, their offspring continue to labor without daring to rebel. He was the first to break this cycle, undoubtedly harboring immense discontent. A man of such valor and distinction. Should you seek his life, he might nobly sacrifice himself, yet you cannot infringe upon his dignity, setting aside the superficial pursuits of fame and fortune. A man's basic dignity encompasses the protection of his loved ones." Upon hearing this, the soul-cutting envoy could not help but quietly inquire, "Is this true for you as well, my lord?" Zhao Yunlan pondered the futility of discussing such trivialities with the soul-cutting envoy and casually replied, "But if someone is willing to follow me wholeheartedly, caring for me and tending to my needs, and I cannot even ensure their safety, what worth do I possess? Am I even worthy of being called a person?" The soul-cutting envoy tucked his hands into his sleeves, where they were hidden from view, and involuntarily clenched them into fists. After some time, he spoke softly, "My lord, your sentiments run deep. It is just a shame one does not know who might be fortunate enough to receive them." "Oh." Zhao Yunlan was taken aback by the compliment, finding the remark somewhat peculiar, and thus he laughed. "Oh, dear sir, do not flatter me. Such words give me goosebumps." The soul-cutting envoy chuckled lightly, not engaging with Zhao Yunlan's jest, but instead remarked, for the sake of his kin, Sangzhen bore a heavy burden of guilt, daring to take risks in pursuit of a life of equality and prosperity for all, while he personally initiated what seemed an unattainable dream. Zhao Yunlan interjected, "If it were me, should my beloved perish at the hands of these individuals, under the very rules I established, my hatred would be directed more towards the old clan leader than towards them." Indeed, the soul-cutting envoy raised his head. Peering through the mist, he had conjured towards the steadfast mountain river cone, softly stating, "The resentment in one's heart cannot be quelled even by 1,000 cuts." There was a chilling undertone in his voice, which Wang Zheng keenly sensed, prompting her to retreat slightly behind Zhao Yunlan. Zhao Yunlan inquired, "Did Sangzhen witness your execution?" "They confined him." Wang Zheng shook her head. "That young lady's father claimed he was bewitched by me, asserting it was for his own good." Zhao Yunlan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Did Sangzhen bury your remains?" Wang Zheng nodded. Zhao Yunlan continued, "So, when you mentioned wanting to return for your remains, to find peace in the earth, were you deceiving me?" Wang Zheng lowered her head, contemplating for a while before nodding once more. Zhao Yunlan scrutinized her for a moment, then turned his gaze away, his tone somewhat brusque as he stated, "There shall be no next time." The soul-cutting envoy, sensing a softening in Zhao Yunlan's demeanor, seized the opportunity to inquire, "So, did Sangzhen place the young lady's remains in the water?" Wang Zheng inhaled deeply, calming herself momentarily. "Yes, in our clan. The mountain symbolizes detention and intimidation, while water signifies freedom and unimpeded passage. Traditionally, the heads of slaves and criminals are severed and placed atop mountains, while the noble or revered are laid to rest in water, receiving a water burial. Under the cover of night, he retrieved my head, stole my body before it could be cremated, and replaced it with the head of the young lady who died unexpectedly. He sewed my head and body together, placing me in the shroud originally prepared for her. Subsequently, Sangzhen wed the granddaughter of that venerable elder, and together they conspired to eliminate the individual who had wronged me. They devised a treacherous trap and falsely accused him. 2 years later, the people raised their hands to condemn him to death." Zhao Yunlan retrieved a cigarette, holding it beneath his nose and inhaling gently. A year later, that esteemed elder also passed away, while others assumed his demise was due to frailty and illness. I bore witness to the fact that it was Sangzhen who had poisoned him. Wang Zheng's brow twitched slightly, as if he could not bear to accept such a grim reality. Poison is the weapon of the coward. How could a man of such stature transform into a mere schemer, resorting to clandestine treachery? It seemed as though he employed this method to unrelentingly demean those whom he had quietly led to their demise, as well as to degrade himself. Later, it was his wife and then his own feeble child, his own flesh and blood. Wang Zheng grasped the ethereal white dress she wore with nearly translucent fingers, recalling how he would clandestinely sever the heads of those he had wronged, a day before their demise, placing them beneath a stone and burying them atop the mountain, ensuring their bodies sank to the depths of the water, never to resurface. By this point, no one in the clan could rival him. His reputation had reached its zenith. He spent years meticulously orchestrating a fade of freedom, convincing everyone to rise in the realm of mountains and rivers. Zhao Yunlan ruthlessly shattered the tragic reminiscences of the past, rubbing his hands together and stating, "Let us not dwell on those bygone troubles. Instead, let us discuss our course of action." The Soul Slayer momentarily fell into silence, while Wang Zheng moved her lips, about to speak, only for Zhao Yunlan to interject. Pointing at her, "I did not ask you. Be silent." Wang Zheng remained speechless. The mountain and river cone possessed an enchanting power. It was not merely the tragic fates of the deceased that were disheartening. Even the souls of those who had passed peacefully could transform into vengeful spirits if ensnared within the cone over time. After a moment of contemplation, the Soul Slayer cautiously suggested, "If I may say, there are no other alternatives. We must either destroy this sacred artifact or forcibly suppress the souls within." His words were veiled, and Wang Zheng, momentarily confused, gazed at him with wide eyes, questioning, "Do you mean?" Zhao Yunlan clarified, "What I mean is, if we cannot obliterate the mountain and river cone, we must sever the souls within it, scattering them to prevent further trouble." Wang Zheng instinctively covered her mouth. The Soul Slayer shook his head. To sever souls without cause is unjust. Thus, the only remaining option was to destroy the mountain and river cone. A heavy silence enveloped the trio. Seated on the ground, Zhao Yunlan fiddled with a lighter, suddenly fixating on the small flame. He addressed the Soul Slayer. I just recalled that on our way here, we encountered a lantern-bearing ghost. We passed by the road outside Qingxi village. Could he truly be unaware of the events transpiring here, merely gazing blankly as he brushed past the mountain and river cone? The Soul Slayer replied. He ferried over 100 souls. Perhaps he was too preoccupied. Zhao Yunlan scrutinized him, a hint of doubt flickering across his face, before suppressing it and continuing. If the four saints have been scattered among mortals for so many years, why has your lord only now begun to retrieve them? The last encounter with the Wheel of Reincarnation seemed coincidental. This time, it appears to be a deliberate pursuit of the mountain and river cone, does it not? The Soul Slayer instantly recognized his slip of tongue and fell silent. This man was exceedingly astute, whether he acted foolishly or erratically. It seemed to mask a sharp intellect that could pierce through the veils of others' reasoning. Zhao Yunlan refused to let him off easily, his gaze slowly descending upon the Soul Slayer's voluminous sleeves, pointing out, there are still traces of blood upon your sleeve. I have never heard of a creature known as a ghost beast in this world. However, they appeared almost simultaneously with the Wheel of Reincarnation, and the underworld remains tight-lipped. What exactly are they? They cannot have materialized from thin air. Where did they originate? Should not sacred artifacts be fiercely contested? The Soul Slayer, accustomed to judging others, found himself unaccustomed to being pressed so. After a lengthy silence, he could not formulate a suitable response and ultimately stated, I am afraid I cannot disclose that. Using deception against someone like Zhao Yunlan was akin to inviting humiliation. It would be far more prudent to candidly admit knowledge of the matter while withholding details, thus sparing himself the effort of fabricating a lie. Zhao Yunlan lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply, leaving everyone in suspense regarding his thoughts. After a moment, he chose not to pursue further inquiries. Rising to his feet, Zhao Yunlan retrieved an empty cigarette box from his pocket, pouring out a piece of earthen wall with an octagonal symbol into his palm, asking Wang Zheng, what does this signify? Does this refer to the mountain and river cone in your Hanga tribe's incantations? Wang Zheng pondered before replying, when I was young, my father taught me that this represents mountain with a circle surrounding it, indicating water. Your father did not mislead you, did he? Zhao Yunlan inquired. Doesn't your illiterate tribe possess another symbol for mountain? Wang Zheng, possessing a gentle disposition, remained calm at Zhao Yunlan's words, refraining from retaliating, and patiently elaborated. The octagonal shape signifies the sacred mountain, the very place where the mountain and river cone stands. In my lifetime, this was a forbidden area for my tribe. Only the chieftain was permitted to ascend. Zhao Yunlan furrowed his brow, yet I did not observe a river encircling the mountain. Wang Zheng hesitated before responding. After all these years, the topography and geomancy may have shifted. Zhao Yunlan vehemently disagreed. That is impossible. The circle surrounding the octagon signifies water encircling the mountain, which is comprehensible, but it cannot solely denote water. The Hanga tribe's incantations do not contain such ambiguous precedents. Wang Zheng stared at Zhao Yunlan, having always perceived him as a capable leader, albeit slightly unfocused. She was taken aback by his sudden depth of knowledge regarding the Hanga tribe. Zhao Yunlan lifted his gaze toward the mountain and river cone, contemplating mountain souls and water spirits. The Hanga tribe has utilized the mountain and river cone to achieve the forbidden arts of Robra for countless generations. They must possess profound knowledge regarding this matter. If a body submerged in water for burial could escape the mountain and river cone, their framing of the octagon with a circle to signify water becomes exceedingly intricate. The Soul Slayer reflected on his thoughts for a moment before articulating, the mountain remains unmoved, while the water does not decay. Thus, does the master imply that water can conquer it? Zhao Yunlan chuckled. Why not give it a try? Upon hearing this, the Soul Slayer rose, while Zhao Yunlan beckoned Wang Zheng as if summoning a dog, waving his hand impatiently, tapping his watch. In an instant, Wang Zheng disappeared from sight. The Soul Slayer gestured, dispersing the gray mist, and then pointed at the snow-covered ground. Surrounding the mountain and river cone, the snow melted at a visible pace, transforming into a thin ring of water. Indeed, the previously agitated mountain and river cone fell into an extraordinary calm, akin to a temporarily pacified madman, now silent and ominous. This time, the Soul Slayer dared not advance, cautiously observing the cone's response from outside the water's perimeter. As he continued his actions, more and more snow dissolved, and in the frigid mountain air, the water swelled, gradually seeping through the thick layers of snow, resembling serpents slithering closer to the mountain and river cone. Zhao Yunlan heard a humming sound. As the gray mist dissipated, he realized the source of the noise. Initially, He believed it to be the lingering influence of the mountain and river cone. However, he soon discerned a fragmented voice amidst the humming. Not yet old. Not yet old and frail. A sense of familiarity washed over him, akin to the sudden tremors following an earthquake. Zhao Yunlan strained to decipher the voice. And in a moment of fervor, he involuntarily recited, "Not yet old and frail stone, not yet cold and frozen water, not yet born and dead body, not yet scorched and transformed soul." The soul slayer abruptly turned his head, his face obscured, yet his gaze seemed capable of piercing through flesh. Startled, Zhao Yunlan regained focus, pinching his brow in suspicion, fearing he might be hallucinating. For a fleeting moment, he felt a connection with the formidable stone known as the mountain and river cone, as if it were beckoning him closer. As he lowered his head, a flash of white light reflected off the snow, revealing a figure materializing behind the soul slayer, wielding a massive axe poised to strike. Since entering the valley, Zhao Yunlan had not once removed his hand from his gun, and in an instant, he reacted swiftly, raising his firearm and aiming it at the soul slayer's shoulder. Firing without hesitation. Through the silencer, the bullet struck the intruder's forehead, while simultaneously, the soul slayer swung his soul slayer blade horizontally, resembling a dark whirlwind as he generated a gust of wind. The blade and sheath clashed, producing a piercing sound as the axe met the soul slayer's weapon. Both combatants staggered back 3 steps, and it was only then that Zhao Yunlan discerned the figure wielding the massive axe was adorned with a pale, ghostly mask, a bullet hole oozing dark liquid from its forehead. Zhao Yunlan glanced between the soul slayer and the masked figure, momentarily perplexed, as he had never encountered such a character before. The ghostly figure slowly raised his hand, wiping away the dark blood from his forehead, and turned to Zhao Yunlan. The pale mask contorted into an expression that almost resembled a smile. "My lord," the ghostly voice emerged muffled from beneath the mask. "It has been a millennium, yet you remain unchanged." Zhao Yunlan felt somewhat uncomfortable with this nostalgic manner of speaking. The mask's brows suddenly drooped, producing an expression that seemed to oscillate between laughter and tears. The ghostly figure continued, "However, my lord, you were never this merciful to me in the past. But it matters little, treat me however you wish. Owing to the favor of fire, 100 deaths are." The Soul Reaper did not allow him to finish. The blade of his sword gleamed with a blinding light, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Although it was unclear who was who, Zhao Yunlan instinctively retreated to the side, wary of the 2 powerful beings clashing and the collateral damage that might ensue. He had never witnessed the Soul Reaper in such a furious state before. A voice from his watch broke the tension. "Zhao, who is that?" Zhao Yunlan, cigarette in mouth, tucked his hands into his sleeves and squatted beside, maintaining a rather unseemly posture as he muttered, "How would I know? I don't know everyone. Do I look like someone who enjoys mingling?" If Wang Zheng had a bolder personality, she might have retorted with, "Can you not have some dignity?" But her gentle and reserved nature rendered her speechless. Zhao Yunlan, with the curiosity of a spectator at a grand 3D spectacle, leisurely observed the unfolding drama for a while. He extinguished his cigarette in the snow and exhaled softly, rubbing his frozen hands together. "The stone of youth has aged, and the water remains cold," he mused, glancing sideways. Suddenly, he had a thought he wished to test. Wang Zheng, fearing his whims, hastily called out, "Zhao Zhao?" Ignoring her, he unclipped a set of keys from his belt, which featured an old keychain shaped like a book, its patterns worn smooth, with a crooked inscription on the back and a hollow gap in the middle. As he approached the direction of the mountain river spike, several ghostly creatures surged from the ground, surrounding him with predatory gazes. Zhao Yunlan scanned the area. The creatures did not attack, but menacingly blocked his path to the mountain river spike. With his hands folded and stretching lazily, he drawled, "Oh, I see now. You must be the master. The reincarnation sundial is also yours, but what do you intend to do with the 4 sacred artifacts?" The ghostly creatures remained silent, advancing a step closer in an attempt to intimidate him. Zhao Yunlan smirked, pulling out a cigarette and opening the small book-shaped keyring, revealing not a family photo but a small flame that ignited with a soft click, lighting his cigarette. With a snap, he closed the pendant, holding the cigarette between 2 fingers as he sighed lightly. "In this life, I despise ugly creatures causing mischief and loathe vicious dogs blocking the way. You truly are the epitome of a well-trained soldier seeking others' misfortune." Just as his words fell, the cigarette shot forth like a small firecracker, igniting into a massive fireball with a long tail, resembling a comet hurtling towards the ghostly creatures. One of them screamed in anguish as the true flames engulfed it. And in an instant, Two others found themselves ensnared within the fiery tongues, reduced to ashes by the extraordinary flames. Zhao Yunlan smiled amidst the blaze. What true fire or false fire? You ignorant bumpkin, do you not know this is the first concealed weapon from the weapon compendium, a divine object known as the sky-piercing monkey? The aptly named sky-piercing monkey fireball surged towards the base of the mountain river spike. The Soul Reaper, hearing commotion behind him, abruptly swung his wrist, directing his sword at the ghostly figure. Seizing the opportunity, he turned around, nearly blinded by the fireball, and in a moment of panic called out, "Yunlan." His distraction allowed the ghostly figure to remain unmoved, meeting the blade of the Soul Reaper head-on. The clash left a mark on the mask, yet strangely. The Soul Reaper hesitated, retracting his blade just in time, unwilling to shatter the mask that concealed the ghostly figure's visage. The ghostly figure laughed heartily, rushing forward like a massive black mist towards Zhao Yunlan. With a sweep of his long cloak, he snatched the glowing ember from the cigarette. Turning his back to the mountain river spike, standing protectively in front of Zhao Yunlan, the ghostly creatures promptly retreated, encircling the mountain river spike once more. Zhao Yunlan squinted at the ghostly figure, unperturbed as he spoke. That wild chicken, Bai Feng, boasted to me that the true flames could make Sun Wukong weep. Yet they cannot burn your tattered robe. You truly have an impressive reputation. The expression on the ghostly mask turned emotionless as it regarded him. I do not wish to harm you, my lord. It would be best if you did not interfere in this matter. Zhao Yunlan casually shoved one hand into his pocket, his shoulder casually slanting to one side, exuding a seasoned rogue's demeanor as he feigned innocence. Oh dear, you nearly frightened me to death. The Soul Reaper strode over, pulling Zhao Yunlan behind him, the sword held horizontally in front, a gesture of protection so glaringly obvious that Zhao Yunlan shot him a perplexed glance. Since the appearance of this enigmatic ghostly figure, the Soul Reaper had exhibited far too many unusual behaviors. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. Zhao Yunlan, feeling the obstruction of the Soul Reaper, rummaged through his pocket while speaking. From your demeanor, it seems the legendary mountain river spike indeed fears fire. No. The mountain river spike signifies suppression. It crystallizes all souls within. I suspect it actually fears all things fluid, including water, fire, and perhaps even strong winds. Yet, in this world, the elements of wind, water, and fire are merely too feeble, aren't they? The ghostly figure's eyes within the mask darted about, fixing its gaze intently on Zhao Yunlan's face, slowly stating, My lord, excessive wisdom can lead to harm. After all these years, it seems you have learned nothing. The Soul Reaper warned ominously. If you dare to touch a single hair on him, I will make you regret crawling out from that place. The ghostly figure laughed heartily. You? The Soul Reaper awaited the laughter to subside, speaking with measured calmness. You may certainly try. Suddenly, the ghostly figure's features contorted, and it soared into the air like a giant bat, spreading its wide wings as it dove down once more to confront the blade of the Soul Reaper. Concurrently, Zhao Yunlan dashed in another direction, ghostly creatures swarming towards him, each struck down with a gunshot as he passed. The ghostly figure's gaze flickered as it braved a solid strike from the Soul Reaper's blade, blood gushing forth, yet it pressed on undeterred. The density of the ghostly creatures surged dramatically, akin to the bustling crowd at a railway station during peak travel season. Zhao Yunlan executed a sweeping kick, connecting squarely with the face of one creature, the muffled thud echoing, leaving one to wonder if his leg pained him. The creature toppled backward, and Zhao Yunlan stepped onto its shoulder, the long whip appearing in his palm unbeknownst to him, flicking it towards the ghostly figure's face. The Soul Reaper, for reasons unknown, hesitated to unveil the ghostly figure's mask. Seeing Zhao Yunlan's sudden move nearly startled him, instinctively raising the scabbard to intercept the whip. Thankfully, reason prevailed, and the scabbard only lifted a mere 10 centimeters before he restrained himself. The figure with a ghostly visage showed no fear of firearms. Rather, he seemed to harbor a peculiar dread of the long whip, retreating several meters in an instant, evading its striking range. Zhao Yunlan suddenly broke into a silent smile. Upon witnessing this expression, the ghostly figure sensed something awry and abruptly turned his head, but it was already too late. A thunderous roar erupted as a bolt of lightning cleaved through the ominous clouds above, striking down with the force of nature itself, engulfing all the vile creatures beneath the mountain river cone in a blinding flash, instantly transforming them into charred remnants, akin to a pot of burnt game. The celestial fire roared, igniting the entire mountain river cone. No one had the chance to intervene. Zhao Yunlan spread his hand, and a talisman in his grasp shattered into fine powder. Those who perpetrate great wrongs, those who embody evil, the tainted and the wicked, have their retribution awaiting them in the form of divine wrath, and the inherent filth of these creatures made summoning lightning here all the more effective. Zhao Yunlan seemed to find the situation amusing, brushing the remnants of the talisman from his hand, and provocatively declared, "This tale teaches us not to be arrogant. For hubris invites the wrath of heaven." No sooner had he spoken than the mountain river cone began to narrow, resembling a melting glacier, while the thunder ignited a towering inferno that soared into the sky, resonating with the distant rumble of thunder. A whirlwind of flames encircled the base of the mountain river cone, scorching all in its vicinity. Countless indistinct faces flickered through the flames, vanishing in an instant, leaving their fates unknown, as vibrations akin to a heartbeat echoed from deep within the earth, as if the very soul of the mountain had been stirred. The ghostly figure lunged toward Zhao Yunlan, his intent undeterred by the sacred artifact, wielding the soul-cutting blade with great force. In an unexpected turn, he did not aim for Zhao Yunlan directly. As the soul-cutting master intercepted him, he deftly evaded, a sinister smile emerging on his ghostly visage as he whispered into the soul-cutting master's ear, "He has thwarted my plans, and you are pleased? Let me tell you, he suspects far more than he dares to express to you." With a swift motion, the soul-cutting master flicked his wrist, and the blade trembled violently, severing one of the ghostly figure's wrists. Yet, the ghostly figure appeared unfazed, as if merely losing a sleeve, retreating at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, dragging his dismembered arm behind him, while the surviving vile creatures scrambled to keep pace. Covered in blood, the ghostly figure left behind a chilling remark, "Take care of yourself." This group departed as silently as they had arrived. Zhao Yunlan's face illuminated by the fire, the soul-cutting master gazed at him, a wave of panic washing over him. What did the ghostly figure mean by suggesting that he suspected more than he revealed? What could he have discerned? Just then, Zhao Yunlan turned to the soul-cutting master and requested, "May I borrow your shadow for a moment?" A familiar gray mist rose around them, and lowering his gaze, Zhao Yunlan released Wang Zheng, producing a crumpled talisman. "Call out to him. Let me see if I can summon Sang Zhan's spirit." Wang Zheng's eyes widened. "Hurry, before the flames extinguish," she urged. Ascending into the air, she shouted towards the mountain river cone in a tongue Zhao Yunlan could not comprehend. The talisman in her hand disintegrated, transforming into a gentle breeze that carried her voice into the raging inferno. Though Wang Zheng could not leave the gray mist, she positioned herself at its edge. A fleeting expression of longing appeared on the usually somber face of the girl, embodying the essence of yearning. The mountain river cone diminished in size, the flames dwindling alongside it, and Wang Zheng's eyes gradually dimmed. Just as the celestial fire was about to be extinguished, a phantom of a man abruptly emerged within the flames, gazing in their direction. From Wang Zheng's expression, Zhao Yunlan instantly recognized who it was. He produced a soul-binding order, flicking it with 2 fingers until it stood upright in midair. Turning to Wang Zheng, he instructed, "You go and speak with him. If he wishes to converse, he will walk to the soul-binding order." However, this process was largely bypassed, for Sang Zhan, upon seeing Wang Zheng, was momentarily stunned. And before he knew it, he had stepped through the celestial fire and into the soul-binding order. In an instant, both figures vanished, and the order seamlessly integrated into Zhao Yunlan's illuminated dial. Time passed before the inferno gradually subsided, leaving behind only a dilapidated altar of broken bricks and stones. The mountain river cone now entirely absent. Zhao Yunlan approached the site where the mountain river cone had once stood, kicking the ground until he unearthed a small octagonal stone. Tapering from wide to narrow, he crouched down, extracting it from the earth, and tossed it towards the soul-cutting master. "This is your artifact." The soul-cutting master caught it and examined the unassuming stone closely, bringing it to his ear to listen intently. A faint wailing echoed from within, subtle yet profoundly sorrowful, evoking a deep sense of melancholy. Wang Zheng's voice, filled with hope, emerged from the dial. Are they all freed?" "No," the soul-cutting master replied. "Not yet. The essence of the mountain river likely does not fear the flames. The Lord just mentioned, it fears the flowing entities, which probably refers to the souls and powers absorbed from the mortal realm that were consumed in the fire. This is the true form of the mountain river cone." Zhao Yunlan chuckled. "Indeed, I merely mentioned it in passing. Who would have thought that fellow would be so easily deceived? Generally, those who favor masks tend to possess lower intelligence." The soul-cutting master could only respond with a silent acknowledgement. Zhao Yunlan, sensing the gravity of the situation, added, "Of course. I am not referring to you, my good sir." The soul-cutting master realized that his earlier reticence had displeased Zhao Yunlan, who was clearly teasing him. He found himself at a loss for words. Yet in the next moment, he understood that Zhao Yunlan had likely overheard the ghostly figure's cryptic remarks. Thus his seemingly casual jibes were a means of lightening the atmosphere while simultaneously indicating that he wouldn't jump to baseless conclusions based on mere words. The soul-cutting master felt a weight settle in his heart. This man was indeed exceptional, and he sensed that he could not keep secrets from him for long. Wang Zheng, feeling anxious, inquired, "How can we free them? How can we grant them peace?" Her voice, emerging from the dial, finally captured the attention of both men. "The Lord has already taken the mountain river cone away. The gathering of shadows atop the mountain has naturally dissipated. When they come to terms with their circumstances and are willing, they will emerge. Those trapped within do not wish to leave. Aside from themselves, who could truly confine them?" Zhao Yunlan paused, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Ultimately, does it not stem from the unrest within the hearts of men? Wang Zheng fell silent. Zhao Yunlan glanced at his phone, checking the time. "Aren't you the same, my dear girl?" "I am guilty," Wang Zheng admitted. "Indeed," Zhao Yunlan lamented. "Return and submit a 30,000-word reflection, and I shall deduct half your bonus. Reflect earnestly on your thoughts, comrade Wang Zheng. You shall be selected for year-end training at the party school, and I shall have Zhu Hong find you a body to inhabit for your lessons." Wang Zheng remained silent for a moment before softly stating, "From beginning to end, I was powerless, wasn't I?" Zhao Yunlan suddenly laughed. "You foolish girl. Only now do you realize. There are certain matters beyond one's control." Zhao Yunlan continued, retrieving an old tome on forbidden techniques from his tattered wallet. Excavating a pit in the snow and burying it deep beneath the frost. He dusted off his hands, standing upright as he proclaimed, "Either become strong enough to resolve everything, or cleanse your mind entirely. Clinging to useless thoughts is detrimental, occupying valuable space." This time, Wang Zheng remained silent for a prolonged period. The Soul Reaper approached him and extended a hand, saying, "Come, I shall escort the Lord to the flatlands at the mountain's mouth." Zhao Yunlan, already weary, naturally preferred not to walk, so he readily placed his hand in the Soul Reaper's. With a sudden tug on his arm, the Soul Reaper drew him into an embrace. And in an instant, the surroundings turned dark. Before Zhao Yunlan could regain his balance, he opened his eyes to find that the stars had shifted. As the Soul Reaper's cloak unfurled, they had returned to the mountain's mouth in a mere heartbeat. Releasing him, the Soul Reaper took a step back, adjusted his attire, and bowed before turning to leave. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into a vast black void. Zhao Yunlan gazed at his retreating figure, pondering something as he rubbed his chin. Just then, Wang Zheng's voice broke the silence from the dial. "By the way, Zhao, didn't you mention forgetting your wallet on the vehicle? What was that you just pulled out?" Zhao Yunlan's enigmatic expression shattered in an instant, panic overtaking him as he clutched his chest. "What are you trying to do? I'm short on cash. I'm not here for robbery. Where's your man? Why is he not keeping an eye on you? Why are you fixated on someone else's wallet?" Confused, Wang Zheng softened her tone. "I heard you are acquiring a significant number of antique books, seemingly planning to become an antique dealer. Aside from that, what else are you up to? A man must provide for his family." Zhao Yunlan, hands in pockets, swayed forward. "Little girl, you wouldn't understand." Wang Zheng chuckled lightly. "I have been dead for 300 years. Who are you calling a little girl?" Zhao Yunlan seized the opportunity. "You, an ancient hag of 3 centuries. Still have the gall to ask me for New Year's money? Have you no shame?" The two exchanged banter amidst the vast expanse of snow, their playful repartee continuing until, after a while, Wang Zheng gently remarked, "Did I forget to say thank you?" A smile broke upon Zhao Yunlan's face as he thumped the dial, grumbling, "Don't think a few sweet words can absolve you of a lengthy report. Send it to my email next week, during the new year. Reading a reflective statement on the mistakes of the year is a tradition. Don't think you can evade it like this." By the time Zhao Yunlan meandered back to the mountain cabin, it was already evening. Zhu Hong inquired with her eyes, and Zhao Yunlan flashed his watch at her. Understanding, Zhu Hong nonchalantly retrieved a handmade yarn figure from her bag, pretending to pass by Zhao Yunlan, brushing the small doll against his watch, unnoticed by anyone. 2 wisps of white smoke gently entered the yarn figure's body, and the palm-sized doll instantly sprang to life, stirring in Wang Zheng's hand. Zhao Yunlan scanned the room and noticed everyone present appeared in good spirits. Chu Shuji stood quietly at the door, De Qing lay at their feet, and Guo Changcheng was laboriously tending to an unknown pot on the stove. The students sat in a circle, captivated by the ghost stories being recounted by the faux monk. Lin Jing, where is Shen Wei? Zhao Yunlan pondered, frowning at the absence of his companion. Zhao Yunlan's expression darkened as he asked Zhu Hong, where is teacher Shen? Zhu Hong seemed taken aback, her face momentarily displaying confusion. Yet, in the next moment, a voice emerged from behind Zhao Yunlan. Shen Wei entered, carrying a bundle of firewood, calmly stating, were you looking for me? Zhu Hong seemed to recall, slapping her forehead. Right? Teacher Shen mentioned that since we would be staying another night, he was worried about running out of fuel and went out to gather some dry wood. Shen Wei placed the firewood by the fire to dry, saying, just in case. Has little Wang been found? Zhao Yunlan glanced at him and casually replied, yes, we ran into the rescue team on the way. I had her take care of something for me, and they were able to give her a ride back. Shen Wei turned back with a gentle smile. That's good. You've been out all day. Come have a bowl of banlan root tea to prevent a cold. Zhao Yunlan regarded him for a moment before casually smiling back and accepting the medicine, downing it in one go. He chose not to mention the events of the previous night or the doubts lingering in his heart. Zhao Yunlan had endured a grueling few days. First nursing a hangover with Langu, then driving all day in the cold, followed by a sleepless night, being knocked down by Wang Zheng. Suffering injuries from a mountain tremor, and enduring a long trek across the snowy plateau. He had even engaged in a baffling skirmish with a horde of monsters. The after effects of such intense activity manifested when he awoke the next morning, suffering from a stiff neck. Even with a crooked neck, he still commanded authority, waking up and directing everyone with ease. The mountain cabin was bustling under his command, a flurry of chaotic activity. Zhao Yunlan instructed Lin Jing to massage his shoulders. But Lin Jing unleashed a brutal force, nearly breaking his neck with a Shaolin technique. Zhao Yunlan nearly cried out in pain, suspecting it was a deliberate act of vengeance. They spent 20 minutes chasing each other around the cabin in playful antics until Zhu Hong could no longer tolerate it, roaring, are we leaving or not? Zhao Yunlan playfully struck Lin Jing a couple of times, discovering his neck had miraculously regained its mobility. With hands behind his back, he strutted into the room to gather his belongings, hoisting Decayed up and draping him around his neck like a fur scarf. Shen Wei's female class leader remarked in surprise, when did this cat come out? Is it coming with us? I thought it was a wild cat. Zhao Yunlan cheekily replied, have you ever seen a wild cat that plump? In response, Decayed boldly swatted him, fulfilling his desire to strike back at his superior. The compassionate female class leader approached, stroking Decayed's glossy fur. Poor thing, being transported all this way by plane. By the way, Zhao, our teacher said he would drive us back, so you should rest well. Zhao Yunlan, covering his face from the cat's swat, hesitated before glancing back at Shen Wei. Their eyes met, and Shen Wei gently smiled, lowering his gaze. Shen Wei's expressions and words were so subtle that every glance Zhao Yunlan received seemed laden with unspoken sentiments. A sudden flutter stirred in his heart, reminiscent of the moment he had locked eyes with Shen Wei the previous night. His heart felt both tender and aching. Zhao Yunlan dozed off in the passenger seat as they descended the mountain. When he was jolted awake by his phone ringing, it was well past noon. The sun inclined westward, and they had long left the snowy region, with scattered homes visible along the roadside. The caller was Langu, who, sensing Zhao Yunlan's descent, enthusiastically arranged accommodation for them and insisted on a night of revelry, promising not to let them leave sober this time. Zhao Yunlan hung up, his expression sour. He was neither a drunkard nor a superhero. All he craved was a bed to sleep in until the end of time, rather than enduring forced camaraderie with a portly old man over drinks. This abrupt turn of events left him despondent, extinguishing any desire to tease Shen Wei. He closed his eyes, seizing every moment to rest before the impending confrontation that evening. After ensuring Zhao Yunlan's breathing had steadied, Shen Wei draped a blanket over him. When Langu picked them up at the main thoroughfare, Zhao Yunlan, who had been lethargic all day, suddenly came to life, transforming back into a spirited and lively man. The two of them engaged in a lively exchange filled with boisterous chatter, downing half a bottle of liquor. Langu, his tongue thickening, remained exuberant, urging for another bottle. Though Zhao Yunlan appeared unaffected, having consumed what seemed like water, his complexion began to pale. Langu bellowed for him to sing mountain songs, commanding the waitstaff. Fill us up. Keep them coming. Zhao Yunlan, unable to intervene, could only feign generosity and nod at the waiter. However, as he lowered his gaze, his grand smile turned slightly bitter. Langu stood up, delivering a heartfelt speech. I am a simple man, lacking in culture and eloquence, just a rough fellow. The greatest fortune of my life has been to meet you, my good brothers. their essay saying, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" What was it again? Anyway, you get the gist. Let us drink. Zhao Yunlan had no choice but to lift his own glass in response to Lang Ji's vague reference. At that moment, Shen Wei, who had been silent beside him, suddenly pressed down on his hand. Both Lang Gu and Zhao Yunlan were taken aback. Shen Wei lifted Zhao Yunlan's glass and stood up, first nodding at Lang Gu, then politely stating, "Zhao is feeling a bit under the weather due to the wind on the mountaintop." Zhao Yunlan immediately complied, coughing a few times. Shen Wei smiled and continued, "We are truly fortunate to have Mr. Lang's care along the way. Unfortunately, we are merely impoverished students living in an ivory tower, unable to repay your kindness. So, I must toast to you." He lowered his wrist and clinked glasses with Lang Gu, downing the entire drink. Lang Gu was momentarily stunned. Somewhat surprised, as he understood his own standing, it was easy for him to interact with ruffians like Zhao Yunlan, but he knew these educated individuals looked down on him. So he never sought to impose himself. Unexpectedly, Shen Wei executed such a move, which was a new experience for Lang Gu in his drinking life. Without further ado, he gulped down his drink, and soon, as if discovering a new world, he turned his attention towards Shen Wei. Zhao Yunlan scanned the table and noticed Lin Jing, who was pretending to be a monk and avoiding alcohol, was simultaneously chanting scriptures while gnawing on a large bone, grease dripping from his mouth. Zhu Hongzhuang, with her innocent demeanor, remarked that girls should drink red wine, and she was delighting herself with food. Chu Shuji had barely touched half a glass of wine before feigning unconsciousness. Guo Chaqing, this honest lad, had already been knocked out. His condition was not feigned but genuine. In short, no one among the group stood up to assist him. Zhao Yunlan silently ground his teeth, taking note of each one of them. Seizing the opportunity during the conversation, he piled a generous amount of food onto Shen Wei's plate to prevent him from drinking too much too quickly. He intended to team up with Shen Wei to subdue Lang Gu, the disruptive element at the table, ensuring the situation was defused. Clearly unaccustomed to such social engagements, Shen Wei's cheeks were already flushed, and his gaze appeared somewhat dazed. When he stood up, he stumbled and plopped back down. Zhao Yunlan quickly supported him and whispered in his ear, "Hey, are you all right? Is everything okay?" Shen Wei swayed slightly but did not respond. Instead, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Zhao Yunlan's waist, holding him tightly. This clearly indicated something was amiss. Zhao Yunlan had no choice but to support Shen Wei, half lifting and half embracing him. It seemed Shen Wei had decent alcohol tolerance. Even when intoxicated, he remained quiet and did not create a scene. Zhao Yunlan gathered his wits, first hastily attending to the others before leading Shen Wei into his adjacent room. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against exploiting the situation. He positioned Shen Wei at the edge of the bed, allowing him to sit down. Watching the professor's expressionless face as he stared blankly, Zhao Yunlan couldn't help but ruffle his hair. You can't drink and then expect others to shield you. How can you be so oblivious? Shen Wei raised his head at Zhao Yunlan's touch, his eyes fixed on him without blinking. Wait, let me fetch a towel to wipe your face, Zhao Yunlan said as he entered the bathroom, retrieving the towels provided by the hotel, one soaked in cold water and the other in hot. Just as he turned around, he was startled to find Shen Wei standing silently behind him, leaning against the doorframe, observing him intently with an almost oppressive gaze. Zhao Yunlan handed Shen Wei a towel, saying, "Here." Shen Wei seemed to be momentarily dazed, taking a while to slowly raise his hand, only to bypass the towel entirely and firmly grasp Zhao Yunlan's wrist, pulling him toward himself with surprising strength. Zhao Yunlan had sensed Shen Wei's unusual demeanor. The atmosphere was distinctly charged. Yet he found this development quite pleasurable and did not resist, allowing himself to be drawn in. Shen Wei pressed him against the wall, capturing his lips in a fierce kiss. Zhao Yunlan tasted blood almost immediately, which exhilarated him. Calmly, he wrapped his arms around Shen Wei's back, his nimble fingers slipping beneath Shen Wei's shirt, teasingly caressing his skin, which felt slightly cooler than that of an ordinary person, akin to smooth jade. Except this jade was aggressively tearing at his clothing. Zhao Yunlan tilted his head back, allowing Shen Wei to continue, while his own hand slid lower, mischievously venturing into Shen Wei's waistband. Yet, before he could fully explore, he was suddenly swept off his feet, lifted into the air, spun around, and then forcefully pressed onto the bed. The sturdy hotel bed creaked under the sudden weight, but the plush pillows and thick blankets cushioned the fall. Zhao Yunlan half-heartedly exclaimed, lightly touching his bloodied lip with his finger, chuckling, "Darling, you're a bit too spicy." Shen Wei looked down at him, his dark eyes swirling with unexpressed emotions, almost overflowing with intensity. A faint blush adorned his cheeks, rendering him even more attractive in the dim light. Zhao Yunlan felt a flutter in his heart as he reached up to remove Shen Wei's glasses, half sitting up to pull Shen Wei into his embrace. Lowering his collar and letting his hand slip down, igniting a trail as he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a pale, yet strong physique. Zhao Yunlan's gaze deepened as he leisurely kissed Shen Wei's chest, his voice tinged with a playful tone. "I was planning to let you go, but you came onto me." Just as he finished speaking, Shen Wei suddenly gripped Zhao Yunlan's shoulders, pushing him back slightly, then leaned in to bite Zhao Yunlan's throat. Firmly holding his wrist and pressing him down onto the bed, Zhao Yunlan felt his breath quicken, as if Shen Wei were trying to consume him whole. The unexpected fervor from Shen Wei surprised Zhao Yunlan, and though the bite stung, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, attempting to wriggle free. "All right, darling, don't rush." "You." However, his slight movement seemed to trigger something, transforming Shen Wei's actions from merely rough to frenzied. One hand swiftly slipped beneath his chest, forcefully pushing Zhao Yunlan's arm behind him, gripping his neck as if to strangle him. Zhao Yunlan was compelled to tilt his head back, feeling his old bones crack. Shen Wei leaned closer, his icy fingers gripping Zhao Yunlan's chin, kissing him with a ferocity that felt almost predatory. The lights in the room abruptly went out, plunging them into darkness, where only the low, desperate sounds of Shen Wei's breath could be heard, reminiscent of a beast that had been starved for years. The few buttons of Zhao Yunlan's shirt that had been fastened were suddenly torn open. "Oh, wait, darling." Shen Wei. Though Zhao Yunlan felt a fire igniting within him, he had no intention of indulging Shen Wei's reckless drunkenness. With a nimble sidestep, he nudged Shen Wei with his shoulder, yanking his arm free. At Zhao Yunlan's low command, Shen Wei's actions abruptly halted, and then, without a sound, he collapsed into Zhao Yunlan's embrace, instantly still. The lights in the hotel room flickered back to life as if a switch had been flipped. Zhao Yunlan was momentarily blinded by the harsh glare of the lights. He stretched his hand to soothe his painfully twisted shoulder while catching hold of Shen Wei, his enthusiasm having all but evaporated. He let out a wry smile. "Your drunken antics are truly extraordinary." However, his sentence abruptly halted, his eyes widening in sudden alarm as the intoxicating scent of alcohol evaporated from his pores in an instant, jolting him awake. In the hushed room, he could not discern Shen Wei's breath. Without hesitation, Zhao Yunlan pressed his hand against Shen Wei's neck, counting the seconds that stretched into an eternity without feeling a pulse. Though Shen Wei's face still bore a flush, he resembled a lifeless corpse. "Shen Wei. Shen Wei." Zhao Yunlan flipped him over and slapped his face with urgency. When Shen Wei remained unresponsive, he pressed down on his chest and performed CPR repeatedly, yet the man lay there like a doll, utterly unchanged. "Damn it." Zhao Yunlan leaped off the bed, scrambling to retrieve his phone, hastily reassembling the battery and dialing emergency services. After providing a brief account, he rushed to search through Shen Wei's belongings, hoping to find any medication that might indicate an underlying condition. It was then that Zhao Yunlan inadvertently caught sight of his torn shirt. A jagged gash ran diagonally from his left shoulder to his lower abdomen, shredding his thick winter shirt into two pieces, the edge cleanly cut, unmistakably not following the seams. He instinctively smoothed the tattered fabric, recognizing the mark of a sharp weapon. Shen Wei had no object in hand, not even a nail clipper. Where could such a weapon have come from? Still half drunk and reeling from the shock, Zhao Yunlan's rationality began to return. It was impossible for someone to suddenly cease breathing and have their heart stop without any warning, even in cases of sudden cardiac arrest. There are usually symptoms, yet Shen Wei appeared as if he had been switched off, like the very lights in the room. Zhao Yunlan glanced back at the man sprawled on the bed, furrowing his brow. He then pulled out a black leather notebook from his bag, slowly approaching the bedside. From the sides of the notebook, he retrieved a piece of yellow paper talisman, and taking a strand of Shen Wei's hair, he quietly wrapped it with the talisman and ignited it. The delicate ash floated into the notebook, vanishing like salt dissolving in water. Moments later, a line of text appeared on the yellowed paper, "A great calamity, a soulless being." Zhao Yunlan's expression remained unchanged, though a sudden seriousness overtook him as he pressed his hand against the paper and whispered, "From where does this person come?" The inscription flickered and faded, taking longer this time before another line emerged. "From the depths of the Yellow Springs, a place unspeakable." Zhao Yunlan's face tightened. After a brief pause, he silently tidied the scene. Then, producing several small safety pins from seemingly nowhere, he secured his ragged shirt together and donned his coat, which he had hastily discarded due to the stench of alcohol. The ambulance arrived shortly thereafter. A flurry of activity ensued as Shen Wei was carried away. The students, appearing lost and anxious, were at a loss for what to do. Zhao Yunlan, authoritative and decisive, insisted they remain. Exchanging a glance with Lin Jing to ensure he would look after them before following closely behind. As Shen Wei showed no signs of life, the doctors worked frantically within the confines of the ambulance. Zhao Yunlan waited in silence, well aware that Shen Wei's body likely bore no physical ailment. Rather, it seemed as though the spirit residing within had succumbed to intoxication, temporarily retreating or departing, resulting in such alarming symptoms. He discreetly unwrapped a piece of yellow talisman paper, which ignited silently in his palm. Zhao Yunlan lit 3 or 4 pieces, yet Shen Wei remained unresponsive. As time elapsed, the medical staff began to suspect they were dealing with a corpse. Zhao Yunlan composed himself and lit the 5th talisman, mentally invoking, "Souls without form, heed my summons." After repeating the incantation thrice, the paper ignited brilliantly, and suddenly, Shen Wei's body convulsed violently. Zhao Yunlan heard a voice exclaim, "There is a heartbeat! There is a heartbeat!" A breath of relief escaped him as he discreetly gathered the ashes into his palm, hiding them away. Shen Wei remained in a state of unconsciousness. The ambulance transported him to the hospital in the dead of night, where a chaotic series of examinations ensued, yielding no clear diagnosis. Zhao Yunlan, still under the influence of alcohol, regrettably initiated the emergency call, leaving him shivering in the winter chill as he kept vigil. Before long, Lang Gu was also alarmed. He never anticipated that someone could drink to such excess. With trepidation, he rushed to the hospital, but Zhao Yunlan managed to persuade him to return, leaving the poor man pale and trembling, resembling a frightened cucumber. When Shen Wei finally awakened, he found himself surrounded by various tubes and devices. Confused, he sat up, attempting to remove the apparatus connected to them. "You'll need to stay for a couple more days of observation," a voice echoed from the corner. It was then that Shen Wei noticed Zhao Yunlan seated there, wrapped in an oversized military coat, cradling a steaming cup. "Hospital?" Shen Wei blinked, momentarily dazed, before his expression shifted. "Did I drink too much?" Zhao Yunlan replied, "Not just too much. You drank so much that your breathing and heartbeat ceased." Shen Wei was taken aback, grappling with the realization of his own poor tolerance for alcohol. As he searched for an explanation, Zhao Yunlan gently set the cup aside. "This situation is partly my fault. I was disoriented and startled you, failing to assess the situation before hastily calling for help. You may need to cooperate with the hospital for a few days." Shen Wei felt increasingly uneasy as Zhao Yunlan paused, completing his sentence with a profound, "My lord." For a full few minutes, Shen Wei remained silent. Zhao Yunlan did not rush him, remaining perfectly still in the corner as the room fell into a heavy silence, the ticking of the clock echoing in the stillness. Finally, Shen Wei sighed deeply, and with a swift motion, the hospital gown fell away, replaced by a grand black robe. A soul-cleaving blade materialized in his grasp, which he secured at his waist, revealing his face for the first time. "How did you know?" Shen Wei inquired quietly. Zhao Yunlan regarded him thoughtfully, lost in contemplation for a moment before he spoke. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I was merely testing you." Shen Wei's expression was difficult to describe, caught between surprise and confusion. Zhao Yunlan chuckled lightly. "It's not entirely a deception. There were indeed clues. Just after I entered the Hanga clan's cave, your messenger puppet arrived. I had only just mentioned the lantern's shadowy messenger, without detailing his role, yet you immediately referred to him as Ferryman of 100 Souls. This compelled me to recall the ghostly ferrymaness bowing farewell. When I returned to the cabin and inquired about Zhu Hong's whereabouts, her expression was one of bewilderment until you appeared, as if she only then remembered such a person existed. I surmise you must have traversed there during that time. Furthermore, the gaze from within the mountain cabin, though it initially sparked my suspicion of you, I deemed it inappropriate to voice in the presence of the Soul Reaper." Zhao Yunlan hesitated, swallowing the rest of his words. "Moreover, your sudden cessation of breath and heartbeat piqued my curiosity, prompting an inquiry into your origins. The records revealed that Shen Wei is a soulless being from an unspeakable realm." He lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, adding, "In this context, you have unwittingly revealed quite a few inconsistencies." The Soul Reaper remained silent, seemingly at a loss for words. Indeed, Zhao Yunlan felt a peculiar sense of discomfort as he suddenly regretted expressing his thoughts so candidly. Reflecting on his previous ill intentions towards Shen Wei, he wished he could simply lie down and forget everything. Pressing his temples, he felt that perhaps his intellect had taken a leave of absence that evening, as nothing he did seemed sensible. After a prolonged silence between them, Zhao Yunlan resolved to confront his embarrassing past with courage and cleared his throat. "I never imagined that Teacher Shen was a him. So mischievous. Please don't hold it against me. Shen Wei silently shook his head. Zhao Yunlan's internal questions only multiplied upon seeing Shen Wei's bewildered and somewhat helpless expression, rendering him incapable of voicing any inquiries. He stepped outside to rinse a cup and returned to the hospital room, preparing a small cot for the night. The single bed was narrow and short, forcing Zhao Yunlan to curl up slightly, which felt rather pitiful. Despite this discomfort, he reminded Shen Wei, "It's getting late. Rest well. If anything comes up, just call for me." As soon as he spoke, he recalled that Shen Wei was not actually a patient, and he realized he had been blundering through his words all day. For the first time, Zhao Yunlan deeply and clearly recognized the unfortunate truth about himself, prompting him to decisively fall silent, lie on his side, and pretend to sleep. However, it seemed that neither of them would find rest that night. In the following days, Zhu Hong astutely noted that Zhao Yunlan had become considerably more subdued. He no longer ventured out with the boisterous Lang Gu, ceased his nonsensical chatter, and refrained from teasing Professor Shen. Even their request for public funds to explore the local night market was dismissed with a mere wave of Zhao Yunlan's hand, devoid of any reprimand or camaraderie. During Shen Wei's follow-up examinations, Zhao Yunlan spent his days perched on the small cot, engrossed in the internet or unusual materials. The only notable deviation from his usual behavior was when Zhu Hong overheard Zhao Yunlan discreetly instructing Guo Changqing to retrieve some of his belongings from the hotel. Given these various indicators, Zhu Hong regarded Zhao Yunlan with a knowing glance, suspecting that something had transpired between him and Shen Wei. Was it so dire that it had necessitated a midnight hospital visit? Yet, Zhu Hong remained perplexed. Zhao Yunlan was usually quite composed, and it was actually Shen Wei who had drunk too much that day. From what she understood of Zhao Yunlan, he was merely slightly tipsy and certainly not irrational. Furthermore, Zhao Yunlan had a decent reputation in romantic matters, known for spending generously without being fickle, always parting amicably with past partners, and never having been associated with any improper behaviors. Could it be that Professor Shen's charm had ensnared Zhao Yunlan, leading to a tumultuous affair? Zhu Hong could not fathom the idea, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the thought of someone named Shen being so exceptional. That evening, Zhao Yunlan had vaguely mentioned that Shen Wei should cooperate with the hospital, and after 2 days, the diagnosis revealed that Shen Wei had suffered from cardiac paralysis due to an alcohol allergy. At the airport, Lang Gu, upon understanding the situation, lamented dramatically, "Brother, had I known you couldn't drink, I would have never let you touch a drop." Zhao Yunlan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lang Ji's self-proclaimed elder brother status. As Lang Gu continued to converse with Shen Wei, he stealthily observed Zhao Yunlan's expression. Noticing his pallor, Lang Gu quickly released Shen Wei, saying, "Next time, we'll gather when we have time. I owe you an apology. I'll treat you to some tea, and I'll drink 2 pounds without hesitation. How does that sound?" Shen Wei, perplexed as to how drinking alone constituted an apology, could only nod politely. Zhao Yunlan took the initiative to carry their luggage, reminding them, "We should go through security." Shen Wei promptly replied, "I can manage." Zhao Yunlan stepped aside, silently allowing him to handle his belongings. The curious eyes of the special investigation team, led by Lin Jing, watched the interaction with intrigue, completely unaware of the emotional turmoil brewing within their leader. Lin Jing turned back with feigned innocence, asking Chu Shuji, "Are you hungry?" Chu Shuji shyly covered half his face with his boarding pass, replying, "I'm fine." Lin Jing insisted, "Wait here. I'll grab you something to eat." Chu Shuji continued to shy away. "Oh, no need. There will be food on the plane." Lin Jing mimicked Zhao Yunlan's authoritative demeanor, dismissing him. "Is that fit for human consumption? Even if it is, would I let you eat that?" At that moment, at launching airport, Zhao Yunlan ended up buying junk food for others. Recalling the comical scene of their leaders acting foolishly, 2 lecherous older men exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. Zhu Hong elbowed Guo Changqing, inquiring, "Hey, do you have a partner?" Guo Changqing blushed and shook his head. Zhu Hong, with a knowing glance towards Zhao Yunlan's back, remarked, "If you want a partner in the future, you should learn from the leader. It will surely make you a heartthrob of the era. However, if you desire a lasting relationship, selective learning is necessary. The leader's later behaviors are typically not worth emulating." Guo Changqing, feeling embarrassed, sensed that Zhu Hong might be publicly cursing their leader. Zhao Yunlan turned to glare at them, prompting Lin Jing and Chu Shuji to lead a round of mocking laughter. Faced with the antics of his mischievous subordinates, Zhao Yunlan felt an overwhelming embarrassment that was difficult to articulate, and he could sense a flush creeping to his cheeks. On the way, Zhao Yunlan had specifically sought to switch seats with the flight attendant, trailing after Shen Wei like a bothersome fly. However, on the return trip, Zhao Yunlan was not in the mood for such antics, and, upon discovering their seating arrangements, found that Lin Jing had kindly set aside 2 seats far from the crowd for them. As Lin Jing helped stow their luggage, she whispered to Zhao Yunlan, "No need to thank me." Zhao Yunlan gritted his teeth, muttering, "I thank your ancestors for 8 generations." His teammates, relentless as ever, continued to tease him. After enduring 3 long hours, as the plane landed, Lin Jing realized that Shen Wei had not driven over due to accompanying students, and the group likely took the airport line. Thus, she first warmly assisted each student into taxis and then, with a smile reminiscent of a matchmaker, suggested to Shen Wei, "Teacher Shen, since you live near Zhao, why not let him give you a ride?" Zhao Yunlan was momentarily speechless, mentally pricking Lin Jing with his thoughts. Lin Jing, sensing the brewing resentment, promptly sneezed dramatically. Shen Wei chuckled, "No need. I can take a taxi." Zhao Yunlan forced a smile and offered to help with his luggage, saying, "Let me drive you, it's quite late." He intended to mention it would be safer. But the memory of the alley incident where Shen Wei had defended him against thugs flashed in his mind, leaving him feeling rather foolish for his previous bravado. Zhao Yunlan struggled to maintain his smile. Truly, the past was best left unspoken under the bright moonlight. He turned resolutely towards the parking lot, internally chastising himself. Just how foolish can you be? Zhao Yunlan drove in silence towards his home, accurately stopping beneath Shen Wei's building. "We've arrived," he said. Shen Wei glanced up at the residential building, remaining motionless in the car, and retorted, "How did you know this was the place?" Zhao Yunlan found himself at a loss for words, offering only a dry laugh in response. Shen Wei looked at him and suddenly remarked, "In truth, you have many questions lingering in your heart, do you not?" Zhao Yunlan remained silent, their gazes meeting in the rearview mirror. After a brief pause, Shen Wei lowered his eyes gently and asked, "Then why do you not inquire?" Zhao Yunlan pondered for a moment before replying, "Your Excellency's earthly guise is surely not merely for mundane affairs. Is there not some significant reason behind it?" "No," Shen Wei replied. "That is merely my selfish desire, simply for one person." At this point, Zhao Yunlan no longer needed to ask who that person was. As soon as Shen Wei finished speaking, he instantly regretted it. Uncertain of the significance of his words to Zhao Yunlan and what he truly hoped for. In that fleeting moment, he felt utterly despicable and absurd. Shen Wei was accustomed to being reserved. His words had practically torn open his chest, exposing his heart to the other. Yet, he did not wish to know Zhao Yunlan's response, feeling unworthy of such candor. Throughout his life, he had made decisive choices, never before exhibiting such hesitation. Perhaps it was simply because he had yet to encounter someone who could so profoundly stir his emotions. After a moment of silence, Shen Wei lowered his head and opened the car door, saying, "Thank you. I shall head up now." Zhao Yunlan felt as if he might shatter. He had pursued Shen Wei tirelessly for half a year, holding him in high regard. He had spared no effort in his attempts to win Shen Wei over, believing that even a staunch heterosexual could be swayed. Yet he dared not adopt such an attitude towards the Soul Slayer. Though Zhao Yunlan and the Soul Slayer had known each other for many years, they were not particularly close, but their relationship was decent enough to warrant respect. Anyone with a modicum of discernment would maintain a healthy respect for such a formidable figure. Shen Wei's strength was innate, and there was little to be said about that. This individual hailed from a realm steeped in darkness, a place where demonic entities thrived while divine paths did not. It was no coincidence. It was easy to fall when one had nothing, especially when those shadowy beings often wielded sharp blades. Since time immemorial, the Soul Slayer had been the only anomaly to transcend the filth of existence, and it was impossible to possess a heart as unyielding as iron without immense fortitude. Zhao Yunlan had no doubt that someone like Shen Wei, even if one day reduced to ashes and mire, would remain infinitely noble, evoking a sense of reverence that forbade desecration. When Shen Wei lowered his head to open the car door, his profile, typically handsome, appeared inexplicably dim. Zhao Yunlan, unsure of his own thoughts, suddenly reached out to press the car door. "I have yet to visit the Soul Slayer's domain. Will you not invite me in for a while?" Shen Wei's eyes seemed to brighten momentarily, yet he merely nodded politely in response. "Please." Zhao Yunlan secured the car and, with a complex mixture of emotions, followed Shen Wei upstairs. Shen Wei's home was exceptionally clean, especially when compared to Zhao Yunlan's chaotic abode. The telephone and television were covered with dust covers, the trash can was spotless, and documents were neatly arranged on the table. The bedroom door was locked, offering no glimpse inside. However, There was an inexplicable lack of warmth in the atmosphere. "Please, have a seat," Shen Wei offered, observing the impeccably smooth sofa. Zhao Yunlan hesitated to sit, resulting in a rather formal demeanor. Shen Wei filled a kettle with cool water from the drinking machine, neglecting to heat it. Instead, he poured the water directly, holding the kettle with both hands until it began to boil. He silently retrieved a teacup and tea canister, brewing tea and setting it before Zhao Yunlan. "I seldom stay here, so there is no tea left. Please make do." Zhao Yunlan did not mind making do. He could hardly discern the difference between tea and aged tea. Lifting the cup, he felt its warmth and suddenly asked, "Why have you concealed the truth from me?" Shen Wei paused for a moment. To speak of it would only lead to awkwardness. Zhao Yunlan nearly laughed in disbelief. "Indeed. You managed to avoid awkwardness while I am left to suffer. Do you find amusement in my misadventures? I must admit, I acknowledge my faults, yet your excellency. This is rather unkind of you." Shen Wei did not dispute this, smiling good-naturedly before shifting the topic. "That day when you encountered the masked man. You must be cautious if you see him again." Zhao Yunlan lowered his gaze to blow on the floating tea leaves. "Is he after the four saints?" "Yes," Shen Wei affirmed. "What would happen if the four saints were to unite?" Zhao Yunlan inquired. "The four saints originated from beneath Pangu's feet. Before the great order of yin and yang, at the dawn of creation, when souls existed without spirits, life without death, humans were gods, and gods were as insignificant as ants. The four saints embody the primordial chaos. If a malicious individual were to gather and exploit their power, it could upend everything. It is my duty to ensure they do not fall into the wrong hands." As Zhao Yunlan absorbed this information, he fell into silence, which in turn made Shen Wei uneasy. He was not afraid of Zhao Yunlan's inquiries. Rather, he dreaded the possibility of Zhao Yunlan not asking anything. Zhao Yunlan had a sense of moderation, knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. Yet, he feared the implications of Zhao Yunlan's unvoiced speculations. Uncertain of how much he had discerned, after a prolonged silence, Zhao Yunlan finally asked, "The masked man wears a mask. I noticed you seemed cautious around him. Is it because I recognize his face?" He had realized that the whip directed at the masked man had been intentional. Shen Wei's expression paled. The masked man's appearance was of little consequence. Both of them traversed the realms of yin and yang, fully aware that appearances were merely superficial. However, the implications of the connection were matters he desperately wished to shield Zhao Yunlan from. Shen Wei, accustomed to being honorable, found himself at a loss for words. Unable to fabricate a lie, he was momentarily frozen, unsure of how to respond. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yunlan interrupted his thoughts. "No need to explain. I know who it is. And I shall not press further. Just, please do not frown." The final words emerged in a tone that was unexpectedly gentle, reminiscent of the other person's habitual kindness, almost imperceptibly considerate. Shen Wei felt a gentle tug at his heart, his throat dry, rendered speechless. Zhao Yunlan drained his cup of tea, realizing he may have overstepped his bounds and feeling a twinge of guilt. He rose to his feet, saying, "After being out for so long and witnessing so much, you should rest. I will not disturb you any longer." With that, he turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, Shen Wei called out to him, "That day, in my drunken state, aside from leaving my body, did I engage in any disgraceful conduct?" Zhao Yunlan paused. Shen Wei appeared somewhat anxious. Zhao Yunlan turned back, smiling at him, the expression either cold or mischievous, rarely softening, now imbued with a soothing warmth. With a half-joking tone, he pointed to himself and said, "Indeed, Your Excellency, you were rather forward with me, leaving me quite taken aback." Shen Wei found it difficult to discern whether Zhao Yunlan spoke truthfully or jested, but he could hear the playful sarcasm in his tone. He could only look at him with a resigned expression. "Others avoid me like the plague, yet you exhibit such boldness." Zhao Yunlan grinned, though his heart felt heavy. He bid Shen Wei farewell and descended the stairs. Before getting into his car, he couldn't resist glancing back. The light in Shen Wei's apartment still shone brightly. Though the floor was not particularly high, Zhao Yunlan's keen eyesight caught sight of a figure standing by the window, quietly watching him depart, as if silently bidding him farewell. It is said that he was born from 1,000 fathoms of resentment, a soul devoid of spirit, emerging from the depths of the yellow springs. His blade is sharp as snow. Yet, Zhao Yunlan often recalls how he would come forth from the darkness and retreat back into it, solitary in his journey alongside countless wandering souls on the frigid path of the yellow springs, forever appearing desolate and alone, evoking a deep-seated pity within him. He remains oblivious to the intricate ties binding him to this soul-reaping figure, who clearly wishes to keep their connection shrouded in mystery. Zhao Yunlan refrains from probing too deeply in front of Shen Wei. The suppressed emotions reflected in the man's eyes that day in the hotel left him feeling apprehensive, almost hesitant to bridge the gap, and moreover, he is unwilling to unearth wounds that might diminish another's dignity. Although he has always indulged and cherished Shen Wei, discerning the line between genuine affection and mere desire proves elusive. Thus, to utter such heartless words in anger is something Zhao Yunlan cannot bring himself to do. Leaning against his car, he finished an entire cigarette before extinguishing it and tossing it into the trash. Then slipped into the vehicle and gradually drove out of the residential area. Upon arriving home, the black cat, Decayed, had been waiting by the fridge for quite some time, and the first words to escape its mouth were a fierce inquiry. "Where is my cat food? I have not graced you with my presence for a while, and yet you dare to discard my provisions. Such treachery, such insolence." Zhao Yunlan chose not to respond, silently changing his shoes, pouring a small dish of milk, and slicing a few pieces of sausage, all of which he placed in the microwave. As his fridge remained filled by Shen Wei, Decayed was astonished, circling around his pant legs before leaning in to sniff him closely. "What is wrong with you? You look as if you swallowed poison." Zhao Yunlan stretched his legs and reclined on the sofa, lifting the black cat onto his lap. Gazing into its eyes as he inquired, "When I was 10 years old, you found me and bestowed upon me the soul-reaping order." Decayed, bewildered, nodded, not grasping why he was reminiscing. "At that time, as a blissfully naive child, I fancied myself a male version of a magical girl." Zhao Yunlan chuckled softly, gently stroking the cat's head. "Decayed, tell me the truth. What am I truly?" Decayed paused. "You claim to be the servant cat demon of the soul-reaping order, locating each generation's master. I have always believed that the order is akin to a legendary sword, where anyone who meets its criteria can become its master. However, the truth is, there has only ever been one master of the soul-reaping order, has there not?" Decayed's round eyes widened at his words, its expression sometimes betraying its feline guise. "What happened to the true fire on my left shoulder? What sin did I commit to lose it?" At this, Decayed's fur bristled with alarm. "How do you know? I am merely guessing, deceiving you, foolish cat. You are just as easy to fool as he is." Zhao Yunlan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, leaning back on the sofa with a weary sigh. "Yet, one cannot hide a fire. Past events inevitably come to light. Why are you so flustered?" Decayed emitted a soft meow, cautiously approaching him, resembling a true fluffy cat, gently nudging its head against his abdomen. This hefty feline was rarely so compliant, prompting Zhao Yunlan to cradle it and stroke its back tenderly. "I do not know," Decayed replied softly. "At that time, I was merely an unrefined little cat, blissfully ignorant, playing foolishly each day. You were much like you are now, terribly mischievous and utterly reckless. But one day, you vanished for what felt like decades, and no one knew where you had gone. When you finally returned, the true fire on your left shoulder had disappeared. You held me in your arms, patiently grilled a fish for me, and then transformed your whip into 3 talismans, handing them to me." Decayed nestled in the warmth of the man's embrace, closing its azure eyes. "What did I say?" Zhao Yunlan gently inquired. "You said you had committed a grievous sin and that you probably would not return." Decayed's tone was tinged with sorrow. "I have carried the soul-reaping order and devoted myself to cultivation, searching for you for 500 years. Decayed's voice nearly brought Zhao Yunlan to tears, and he sighed deeply. Just as he was about to speak, Decayed wriggled free from his grasp, shaking its glossy fur, and declared imperiously, "So you ought to treat me better. The microwave has beeped several times. Go fetch me some milk and sausages." Zhao Yunlan merely stared in disbelief. Thus, he lifted his hand and unceremoniously pushed the hefty creature off his lap. As evening fell, Guochangcheng emerged from the children's care center, the sky already shrouded in darkness. Recently, Longsheng had experienced a snowfall, making the roads treacherous. He had no choice but to drive at a snail's pace, hoping to reach the post office before closing. His battered vehicle was crammed with various books, some textbooks and workbooks, alongside a collection of children's literature, all meticulously wrapped in layers of brown paper and plastic, stacked neatly, as if he were preparing for a delivery from an online bookstore. Guochangcheng intended to send these items to the primary school he supported before the year's end. His driving skills were rather mediocre, and he lacked courage. On the slick roads, he resembled a colossal tortoise. Yet despite his caution, Guochangcheng was taken aback, abruptly turning his head, yet behind him, apart from the snow-covered street and hurried pedestrians, there was nothing. He scrambled into the car, his heart pounding like thunder. hastily retrieving the small electric baton that Zhao Yunlan had given him, placing it in the inner pocket of his outer garment and giving it a firm pat, feeling as if he had found his anchor. Gradually, he started the vehicle and resumed his journey. That small baton was indeed a rare benefit he received from the Special Investigation Department, aside from his salary. The next day, upon entering the office, Zhu Hong hurled her meal card at him. "Little Gua, I want beef patties today, the crispy kind, and also buy me a box of yogurt." Without hesitation, Gua Changqing responded affirmatively, set down his bag, and made his way to the cafeteria. Just as he reached the office door, he bumped into Chu Shuji, who was nibbling on half a pancake. Gua Changqing immediately stood at attention. "Good morning, Brother Chu." Chu Shuji, indifferent, merely lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Then he took a few steps, turned back, grasped Gua Changqing by the collar, and pulled him back. "Wait, did you encounter something dirty?" Gua Changqing stared at him blankly. Chu Shuji, with pancake-flavored hands, gave his shoulders a good squeeze, then turned him around and patted his back and sides, before retrieving a napkin to wipe his hands. Giving Gua Changqing a push. "You've picked up bad luck. All right, you're clean now. Off you go." Blushing, Gua Changqing scampered away, while Chu Shuji bit into his pancake filled with crispy oil cake, crumbs scattering. What is this kid cultivating? He looks like he is oozing merit. Zhu Hong swallowed hard, envisioning him as a plump pig ready for market. "Eat up." Zhao Yunlan barged in through the door of the Criminal Investigation Department, and upon seeing Chu Shuji, without a word, proceeded to search him, extracting a chicken egg from his outer pocket and claiming it with no reservations. Chu Shuji could only simmer in silence. Zhao Yunlan then grabbed a carton of milk from the fridge and opened it to drink. Daching shouted, "That's mine. Mine. Are you stealing cat food too? Have you no shame?" Zhao Yunlan glanced at him indifferently. "I drank it, shorty. What are you going to do about it?" Daching. Zhu Hong chimed in. "Why don't you go to the cafeteria?" "I'm in a hurry," Zhao Yunlan replied, before abruptly colliding with the wall. Just at that moment, Gua Changqing returned with beef patties and witnessed Zhao Yunlan pass straight through the wall and vanish. "All right, close your mouth," Zhu Hong said, taking her breakfast from his hands. "There's a door leading to the library area. Your abilities are insufficient, so you wouldn't understand anything inside. Thus you naturally wouldn't see that door." Having finished his pancake, Chu Shuji felt unsatisfied without an egg and swiftly snatched a piece from Zhu Hong's beef patty. "You're better off than me." "I can see it but can't enter the library area." Gua Changqing asked, "Why not?" Chu Shuji managed a somewhat eerie smile and replied, "Because I have a criminal record." Gua Changqing. He indeed still feared Brother Chu. Moments later, Zhao Yunlan emerged from the wall, clutching a tattered old book, nonchalantly tossing the eggshell and milk carton into Gua Changqing's trash bin, snatching a napkin from Zhu Hong's desk, and without a word, swiftly departed. He then disappeared for the entire day. It had been half a month since their return from the snow-capped mountains, and the Gregorian New Year had quickly passed. Soon, a fierce wind brought a drop in temperature to Longqing, drawing everyone into the year's end. Director Zhao was so busy that he nearly forgot his own surname. He was preparing gifts for various contacts and receiving year-end gifts from friends. Unable to keep track of the comings and goings, and overwhelmed with endless reports and meetings, his office phone rang incessantly, resembling a ticket hotline. The calendars on the desks of various departments had already been replaced, and on this day, as darkness fell early, Sangzhen floated into the Criminal Investigation Department. This unfortunate soul, once a ruthless schemer in life, found himself trapped in a realm devoid of sun and moon upon death, where he had existed for a millennium. After his transformation, he emerged as a ghost, only to discover that he had devolved from a cunning strategist to a fool who could not even comprehend human speech. The only person left in the world with whom he could communicate was Wang Zhang. Although the Hanjie language was her mother tongue, she had spoken it for less than 20 years, having spent the remaining 3 centuries surrounded by Mandarin. When Sangzhen realized that Wang Zhang conversed much more fluently with the outside world than she did with him, he resolved to dedicate himself to learning to speak. Sangzhen was a determined character. He could even poison his own wife and children without hesitation. Once he set his mind to something, he pursued it relentlessly. Over the past month, he had almost incessantly recited pinyin into Wang Zhang's ear, nearly driving her to a state of nervous exhaustion. Finally, he began to grasp the pronunciation rules of Mandarin and could even mimic simple dialogues. Sangzhen, with his halting pronunciation, announced, "Jelen says that besides the year-end sauce at the end of the year, there's also a fu wa fi, so everyone should prepare in advance." His delivery was clearly disjointed, lacking fluency. Lin Jing inquired, "Amit Ba, What do we need to prepare this for? Are we steaming buns for the New Year's Eve dinner? Sangzhen gestured. Not buns. It's fermented dough, and the fee is jiaodong fee. Director Zhao declared that this year's year-end bonuses included an additional 5,000 welfare fees for everyone, to be collected from him before the weekend, and that invoices for transportation fees and labor protection could also be submitted. Wang Zheng hurriedly floated down from upstairs, shot Sangzhen a glare, and remarked that he couldn't even articulate clearly. Sangzhen gazed at her, his previously stern demeanor softening into a goofy grin as he cautiously reached for her hand. Don't cause trouble. I'm busy, Wang Zheng quietly admonished, then asked, which brother-in-law did Zhao Yunlan go to socialize with again? I have a document here that urgently needs his signature. Sangzhen eagerly replied, I'll deliver it. Wang Zheng quickly raised her hand to evade him. Deliver what? Don't scare those bloated brothers-in-law of his. Sangzhen remained silent, trailing behind her as she rushed about the dimly lit corridor, busy and flustered. Wang Zheng turned around and whispered something in a language incomprehensible to others, and Sangzhen's face broke into a calm and contented smile, as if everything had settled into place. I detest these displays of affection in front of others, especially when they use foreign languages. It's as if my eyes have been blinded once more, Zhu Hong muttered under her breath, feeling discontented, her mood darkening again. Lin Jing remarked, Goodness, dear benefactor, do not envy, resent, or hate. Zhu Hong raised her hand as if to strike him, but just then, her phone rang. She answered, Hello, oh, where? With a gesture, she halted her colleagues, who were preparing to leave for the day. Zhu Hong retrieved a stack of sticky notes from her desk. You said. Huangyan Road, Huangyan Temple Hospital, right? All right, I'll let them know. Oh, by the way, you should return to the office tonight. Wang Zheng mentioned there are many things requiring your signature. Everyone recognized that this was their director Zhao. After Zhu Hong hung up, she let out a frustrated sigh. Come on, following our usual work style of doing nothing during the day and working late at night. 5 minutes after quitting time, our dear leader calls with more tasks. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing swiftly opened the door and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Zhu Hong affixed a note with an address to the wall. Concealing her face with a scarf, in the frigid depths of winter, girls tend to be particularly sensitive to the cold. De Qing promptly followed suit. The old cat doesn't even have a down jacket. A row of eyes turned sharply towards Chu Shuji, who, confronted by these insufferable colleagues, could only mutter a single expletive, damn it. 10 minutes later, Chu Shuji was seated in Guo Changqing's vehicle, heading towards Huangyan Temple Road. Although Chu Shuji was not particularly chatty with Guo Changqing, their few interactions left an indelible impression on the younger man. Guo Changqing believed that while the leader was indeed formidable, he generally exuded warmth and a sense of humor, embodying a brotherly figure. The closer one got, the less mysterious he appeared. However, Chu Shuji was different. He was an enigmatic figure, akin to a sage one could only admire from afar. Like the behavioral guidelines for newcomers in the workplace suggested, Guo Changqing carried a small notebook, eagerly shadowing Chu Shuji, hesitant to utter a word, intent on jotting down everything he observed. Upon entering the hospital, they encountered a young police officer waiting at the entrance. After both parties presented their credentials, they proceeded to the ward. The officer, known as Xiao Wang, spoke as they walked. Our leader is inside as well. I just spoke with Director Zhao on the phone. This case is particularly severe. The family called the police, claiming someone is maliciously selling toxic food. The victim lies within, and so far, the hospital has been unable to determine the type of poison he ingested. Chu Shuji inquired, food poisoning? What food was involved? Fruits, Xiao Wang replied. It said that the victim hadn't had a chance to eat after work the previous night. According to the family, he merely nibbled on an orange purchased from a roadside vendor, and shortly after, he collapsed and had to be rushed to the hospital. I've heard of water being poisoned or additives being mixed into food, but this is the first time I've encountered poisoning in fruit. As he spoke, he pushed open the door to the ward, and a cacophony of anguished screams erupted within. Guo Changqing was startled, rising on tiptoe to peer around Chu Shuji. Inside, a man in his 30s writhed on the bed, while several doctors and nurses struggled to restrain him. A woman, presumably a family member, wept nearby. The man clutched a doctor's hand with a grip so fierce it nearly tore the skin, wailing in a frenzied voice, my leg is broken. My leg. Ah. His cries were accompanied by the visible throbbing of veins in his neck. Help me. My leg is broken. It hurts so much. Help, it hurts. Leg? Chu Shuji turned to Xiao Wang, Didn't you say he had food poisoning? What happened to his leg? Indeed. Xiaowang replied, there is not even a bruise. X-rays showed nothing amiss, which is quite puzzling. Chushuji approached, gently tapping a nurse on the shoulder to make room. Then lifted the man's eyelid, scrutinizing his pupils for a moment. After examining behind his ears, he muttered something under his breath, then made a grabbing motion with his hand, pressing his fist firmly against the man's abdomen. Suddenly, the man who had been thrashing about fell eerily calm. Chu Shuji leaned in and asked, does it still hurt? The man, finally managing to catch his breath, looked at him with gratitude and shook his head. The surrounding doctors and nurses regarded them with expressions akin to those observing a cult. Without a hint of sympathy, Chu Shuji released his grip, disregarding the renewed cries emanating from behind him, and turned to Guochacheng, stating, we're done here. Let us go back and write the report. Guochacheng, taken aback, queried, that's it? What just happened? Shen Wei had evening elective classes, and after the last batch of students departed, he gathered his belongings and returned to his residence, glancing at his phone several times as if he were particularly concerned about the time. His phone possessed only 3 functions: making calls, sending messages, and checking the time. The pre-installed games went untouched. Shen Wei harbored an aversion to the device, believing that letters were far more convenient. Urgent matters could be conveyed through notes, while less pressing information could be communicated at leisure. He saw no harm in elaborating. The thought of being charged by the minute for calls made him feel as if someone were scrutinizing his every word, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, the act of opening a letter contained an anticipation that was particularly delightful, especially when the sender held significant meaning for him. Only handwritten correspondence could evoke profound nostalgia. Those letters were treasures meant to be preserved over time. Regrettably, Zhao Yunlan never wrote letters. He found even the strokes of his name too cumbersome, often hastily scribbling a haphazard character resembling a ghost to dismiss the messenger. For the Soul Reaper, it was merely a matter of sending a message via a puppet, while for Shen Wei, it meant being bombarded with incessant texts. The cold, printed text of the messages bore no distinction from a notification about his balance from the telecommunications company. Although he never deleted a single message, he always felt a sense of disquiet. However, that discomfort had dissipated since returning from the snow mountain, as Zhao Yunlan had ceased to intrude upon him. This was, perhaps, for the best, Shen Wei mused. A mere mortal's life spans only a few decades, which to him felt like a fleeting moment, after which the living fade into oblivion, rendering all earthly matters insignificant. In that time, Zhao Yunlan would surely forget him. Shen Wei turned to push open the door to his perpetually closed bedroom. As the door swung open, the lights within flickered on automatically. The room contained no bed, no table, nor chairs. Instead, the walls adorned with several portraits, their frames betraying age, depicted a single man from various angles: frontal, profile, and back view, each attire reflecting a different era, yet the essence of the man remained unchanged, his subtle expressions captured with meticulous detail, persisting through lifetimes. Eventually, those aged portraits transformed into a collection of photographs, documenting his youth and maturation, moments of laughter, furrowed brows, playful interactions with others, and one where a cat leaped upon his head, prompting a defensive retreat. Each image showcased Zhao Yunlan, singularly. Shen Wei reflected that some truths were meant to be known only by him, to be cherished in solitude. When the time was ripe, he too would vanish quietly, unnoticed, as he was never meant to exist in the first place. Until then, the only indulgence Shen Wei allowed himself was to steal glances at that man when he thought no one was watching. He would stealthily enter Zhao Yunlan's home in the dead of night, yet the latter's vigilance deterred him from lingering. Most evenings, Zhao Yunlan returned home half-drunk from social engagements, providing Shen Wei the slightest opportunity to draw closer. He arrived silently and departed just as quietly. Shen Wei lingered momentarily, gazing at the wall adorned with photographs and portraits, before vanishing into a shroud of darkness. He soared across the road to the underworld, where a judge awaited him at the bridge, accompanied by a cadre of spectral assistants. The judge, a plump, fair-skinned middle-aged man with kind eyes, was not frightening. Upon spotting Shen Wei, he greeted him with utmost respect and a beaming smile. "Sir, the 10 Yama Kings request your presence." Amid the desolation and wails surrounding the bridge, Shen Wei's graceful features appeared somewhat aloof as he nodded slightly to the spectral entourage, his eyelids remaining lowered as he politely remarked, "Thank you for your trouble." The judge, observing Shen Wei's demeanor, cautiously added, "We sincerely apologize for the oversight during our last delivery of the karmic ledger, which nearly compromised your anonymity. We are truly remorseful. Shen Wei cast a composed glance at him, causing the judge to break into a cold sweat. The old man immediately feigned innocence, insisting that all records related to Kunlun Jun had been thoroughly cleared, and he assured the little deity that not a single trace had been leaked. As long as the ghostly figure remained tight-lipped, he would remain oblivious to any matters. Furthermore, given the noble character of the master, it was unlikely that such a filthy person as the ghost would dare to disturb him. Shen Wei offered a subtle smile, laced with an indescribable sarcasm. Yet he had no comforting words to offer. The judge managed a dry chuckle, wiping the sweat from his brow. He was acutely aware that the underworld's blatant decision to hand over the karmic ledger to Zhao Yunlan was far from discreet. But what could he do? He was not the one calling the shots. He was under the authority of 10 deities, who had even suggested that he discreetly probe into the thoughts of the Soul Reaper, curious about whether there was any wavering in his stance. Although the Soul Reaper remained silent and appeared amiable, his mind was as clear as a mirror. No one was foolish. He had no desire to test the blade of the Soul Reaper. Moreover, if that powerful deity were truly awakened, would they sit together on the same bench? His past transgressions had led to his downfall precisely because of his unconventional ways. As he returned from his investigation, a routine report needed to be drafted. I type rather slowly. You take over, Chu Shuji remarked, pouring himself a cup of tea and leisurely sinking into his armchair. I'll dictate, he added. Guo Changqing promptly straightened himself before the computer, as if preparing to spearhead a grand project. The special investigation team had vacated the premises, leaving only the drifting souls behind. While the criminal investigation department was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by a solitary lamp, resembling a beacon amidst the vast ocean of night. Barely seated, a knock echoed at the door. Upon Chu Shushi's invitation, a steaming large tray floated in. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the tray was not levitating on its own. It was carried by a headless specter, its torso truncated, thus concealed by the grand platter. The tray held 2 sets of utensils, for dishes, a soup, and 2 large bowls of rice. The headless ghost, feet dangling in midair, gracefully entered and placed the items on the table before retrieving a packet of cat food from an unknown source to fill Deqing's bowl. Deqing maintained an air of dignity, nodding with restrained composure. Thank you. Just a bit of extra concentrated milk would suffice. Certain television dramas should indeed carry a disclaimer. Parental guidance is advised for children and bewildered fat cats. The headless ghost drifted to the refrigerator, fetching a bottle of milk for the esteemed Deqing. Guo Changqing had gradually acclimated to the environment of number 4 Guangming Road, and he began to realize that the differences between humans and ghosts were not as vast as one might think. Some ghosts possessed remarkably kind hearts. For instance, whenever someone stayed late to write reports, this headless brother would thoughtfully present a warm meal, bringing warmth akin to spring to Guo Changqing, who had only 20 yuan left after a trip to the post office the previous day. After the meal, Chu Shuji leisurely sipped his hot tea and explained to Guo Changqing, essentially, the format is up to you. Refer to previous reports and adjust accordingly. The language should be refined, as the matter at hand is not merely toxic but rather a curse from a deceased spirit. The victim exhibited extreme pain in the lower limbs, likely due to external injuries inflicted by the vengeful spirit. The victim's forehead appeared dark, their eyes reddened, with faint karmic lines present, albeit shallow, and a light black mark behind the ear that is also quite faint, suggesting a connection to someone not directly involved with the deceased spirit, indicating a less severe transgression. Preliminary assessment suggests that the spirit may have engaged in serious unlawful behavior. Guo Changqing's eyes widened, and his fingers lay lifeless on the keyboard, unable to grasp the meaning behind Chu Shuji's words. With a sigh, Chu Shuji stretched his legs and turned to the bewildered individual. What do you not understand? Guo Changqing inquired. What is a karmic line? Deqing, with his face buried in the milk, raised his head, white whiskers dusted with milk, and upon hearing the question, his mouth ceased licking. With a characteristic gluttonous fervor, he exclaimed, What is the matter with Zhao Yunlan? I see him either drowning in intoxication or indulging in frivolities. Does he not attend to any serious matters? Has employee training not been conducted yet? This fellow knows nothing at all. Chu Shuji could not allow a cat to berate their superior, and thus replied, Zhao is currently preoccupied with relocation matters. If this can be resolved, we shall move to a private villa with a grand garden next year, where you can have a cat house perched on a tree, guarding a nest of birds. Deqing paused, his fury somewhat abated. After a moment, he reluctantly accepted the rationale, twitching his whiskers in disdain as he explained to Guo Changqing, A karmic line refers to the cause and effect of events. For example, if you are walking down the street and a criminal suddenly kills you for no reason, that signifies a lack of karmic connection. If the criminal stabs you because you blocked their path, then there is a weak karmic line. It can easily be erased with a mere swipe of the hand. If the criminal discovers you are the one having an affair with their spouse, prompting them to exact revenge, then the karmic line is evident, though not excessively strong, indicating a connection but not a capital offense. As Guo Changqing, having been a victim of such circumstances multiple times, could no longer restrain himself, he interjected. If they realize I am their sworn enemy and they kill me, then the karmic line would be quite profound, wouldn't it? Decayed nodded sagely, indeed. The child shows promise. Guo Changqing then asked, what of the merit mark? Chu Shuji continued, those who possess merit and sin bear marks behind their ears. For instance, a person who unknowingly causes the death of another may escape the scrutiny of the police and evade legal repercussions, yet a black mark will remain behind their ear. The phrase damaging one's virtue refers to this concept. As for those of great merit, he glanced at Guo Changqing, noting the distinct white mark behind his ear radiating a warm, rich glow, though such luminescence was not visible to all, even with heightened perception. It required considerable focus to discern. Guo Changqing pondered aloud, is the black mark akin to a smudge left by coal? Chu Shuji paused. Have you seen one? Guo Changqing nodded, recalling an incident from the previous night. Decayed, overhearing, scoffed, if a mere mortal could spot it with a casual glance, that fellow is likely doomed. Seeing Guo Changqing's confusion return, Chu Shuji elaborated. A person's merit mark is invisible to the naked eye. What you encountered was likely not human. The reason supernatural beings refrain from indiscriminately harming others is that they are restrained by the merit mark. If the mark turns sufficiently dark, it may attract divine retribution. The wrath of thunder is no trivial matter, and when it strikes, not only the culprit, but also other minor beings in the vicinity may suffer consequences. To prevent such calamities, during the annual banquet of demons, they assess their merits and demerits. Those who go too far are dealt with internally. Guo Changqing, half comprehending, asked, then does a person who commits many wrongs also risk being struck by lightning? Not quite, Decayed replied, leaping to the ground and curling into a fluffy ball. Haven't you heard the saying repair bridges and roads while blind, yet those who kill and set fire go unpunished? In the realm of mortals, there are mortal laws. Most people live their lives without a second chance, their lives so brief that they pass away before their karma catches up with them. Each life as insignificant as an insect, and the heavenly order is indifferent. Thus, at times, the good deeds of mortals may bear little fruit. However, if one accumulates enough good fortune, they may occasionally find themselves in favorable circumstances, though that is not guaranteed. For instance, you possess substantial merit, yet you still lead a troubled life. In his childhood, Guo Changqing endured the profound sorrow of losing both parents, rendering him an orphan. Possessing a lackluster talent and a gentle disposition, he often found himself the butt of Zhao Yunlan's jests, who humorously claimed that having Guo around brought him inexplicable luck. However, it must be stated fairly that Guo Changqing's fortune was rather meager. He bore a physique robust, yet unfortunate. Really? I possess merit? Guo Changqing was taken aback by this remark. Am I truly unfortunate? No, I believe my fate is quite favorable. I simply lack ambition. He felt inadequate and incapable. And from a young age, his aunts and uncles regarded him with pity. They would rather sacrifice their own children's possessions than deprive him, which paradoxically bestowed upon him a more affluent upbringing than many of his peers. Yet, as he matured, he remained somewhat ineffectual, unexpectedly being thrust into a commendable job by his uncle. His superiors and colleagues treated him with kindness, allowing him to remain in his position. Was this not a stroke of good fortune? The black cat, closing its eyes, gazed at Guo Changqing, its emerald eyes fleetingly glimmering with golden light. Before it could offer any insight, Zhao Yunlan entered abruptly, exuding an aura of coldness mixed with the scent of alcohol. And in a hoarse voice, he inquired, how is the report coming along? Oh. Guo Changqing had barely begun his update when Zhao Yunlan waved him off and staggered into the restroom, promptly retching. Chu Shuji and Guo Changqing quickly followed him, while Decayed, with a slow and deliberate manner, extended his plump paw and ambled over, muttering, foolish human. The pale-faced Zhao Yunlan leaned against the wall, clutching his stomach. As Chu Shuji patted his back and instructed Guo Changqing, what happened to you, Xiao Guo? Fetch him a glass of warm water. After Zhao Yunlan had retched and rinsed his mouth, he shakily stood up and managed a bitter smile. A bunch of rascals ganged up on me. What could I do? Chu Shuji retorted, Stop with the excuses. If you truly didn't want to drink, who could force you? Zhao Yunlan, leaning against the wall, replied, I've just had a breakup. Is it not permissible to drown my sorrows in drink? Professor Shen still doesn't want you, huh? The discerning eye of a people's teacher is indeed commendable. The public seems to relish the spectacle. Decayed brushed past him. Hey, the end of the year is approaching, and inspections are tight. You won't be driving under the influence, will you? That could land you 6 months in jail. Zhao Yunlan tersely told the corpulent feline, Scram. He slumped into a chair, resembling a defeated creature, and instructed, Xiaogua, summon Wang Zheng and bring over anything that requires my signature. Lao Chu, enlighten me about the situation. In concise terms. Chu Shuji clarified the uncomplicated matter. Zhao Yunlan contemplated, in that case, let's expedite the report tonight. I will await it. Once completed, I will directly stamp it and upload it. We should aim to receive a response by tomorrow to avoid further delays. Chu Shuji had no objections, as the earlier bout of nausea was not his doing. Later, Wang Zheng brought him a cup of honey water. Zhao Yunlan, too bleary-eyed to notice its contents, indiscriminately signed with a flourish before dismissing Wang Zheng and the man behind her with a wave. Do not flaunt your affection in front of a miserable bachelor. Leave me be. When Chu Shuji and Guo Changqing finally presented him with the preliminary research report for his signature, Zhao Yunlan had already succumbed to sleep atop the desk. Decayed roused him with a series of playful jabs, asking, Did I forget to inquire about my luxurious treehouse for birds? Zhao Yunlan sleepily grumbled, You glutton. I could easily be tempted to turn you into a meal. Decayed leapt onto his shoulder, roaring into his ear, Meow. Where is my opulent cat house? Zhao Yunlan took a sip of the cooled water and, grasping the fat cat by its short neck, tossed it aside, wiping his face in an effort to regain clarity. It is nearly confirmed. We should be able to move by next autumn. Upon hearing this, the black cat immediately softened its demeanor, affectionately rubbing against his hand. Indeed. Our leader is quite capable. Perhaps the birdhouse will have some eggs inside. Zhao Yunlan flicked the cat's head away and wiped his hands on the table. You foolish feline, he said coldly. You shed fur all over my hand. Without waiting for Decayed to retaliate, he swiftly signed the documents and stood up, declaring, I shall take my leave now. Thank you both for your efforts today. Chu Shuji interjected, Wait, how are you getting home? Zhao Yunlan replied, By taxi. I will take a cab back. Guo Changqing, with good intentions, suggested, It's quite late and cold outside. We might not find a taxi easily. Allow me to drive you. Ouch. Chu Shuji kicked him sharply under the table, then swiftly leapt up, pressing Zhao Yunlan back into his chair, deftly retrieving Zhao's phone from his pocket. Professor Shen should be on holiday by now. I'll call him to come pick you up. Zhao Yunlan protested. This bear of a man wouldn't dare think of using him as a chauffeur. He reached for his phone, but Chu Shuji nimbly dodged, directing Guo Changqing, Hold him down. Look at his eyes, something's off. I refuse to believe Professor Shen has remained silent for this long. Zhao Yunlan was pinned down by Guo Changqing and the rambunctious Decayed, the latter plopping down on his stomach, nearly leaving him breathless. Please, I implore you. Do not complicate matters further. Zhao Yunlan exclaimed. Chu Shuji raised an eyebrow as Shen Wei's voice came through the phone. Yunlan? What is it? The call connected almost instantaneously. The treatment he received was not even comparable to what he might expect from his own father. Chu Shuji gestured to Zhao Yunlan. Aren't you impressive? This hardly seems like a breakup. Clearing his throat, Chu Shuji addressed the phone. Oh, Professor Shen, it's me. Our leader has had a bit too much to drink. He's been rather affectionate with everyone, causing quite the ruckus in the office. Would you mind coming over to escort him home? Zhao Yunlan seized a pinholder and hurled it at Chu Shuji's head, who narrowly evaded the projectile, responding to Shen Wei. No, it's nothing. The drunken fool is just throwing things. Yes, we will take care of him. Please come to number 4 Guangming Road, 2nd floor, Criminal Investigation Department. See you shortly. Zhao Yunlan pointed accusingly at him. You scoundrels. Decayed, swaying his tail, replied. Indeed, the fool is just being foolish. What can you do about it? As an unwilling accomplice, Guo Changqing found himself under Zhao's scrutinizing gaze, retreating into a quivering ball, resembling a shivering mushroom. Before long, Shen Wei arrived. As he raised his hand to knock, the door to the Criminal Investigation Department swung open, and someone was unceremoniously ejected. Shen Wei promptly caught Zhao Yunlan, who tumbled into his embrace. Despite his unsteady stance, Zhao Yunlan retained his fighting spirit, pointing accusatorily at Chu Shuji within the office. You little scoundrel, just wait. Chu Shuji managed to grin through Zhao's disheveled expression, "Oh dear, you nearly frightened me to death." Shen Wei, caught between amusement and exasperation, pressed down on Zhao Yunlan's trembling hands. All right. Zhao Yunlan, uncertain whether he was genuinely dizzy or simply embarrassed by Shen Wei's presence, attempted to divert attention from Chu Shuji. "If I do not deal with you today, you will remain unaware of the number of eyes the King of Hell possesses." He then attempted to break free from Shen Wei's grasp to lunge at Chu Shuji. Sighing, Shen Wei nodded to the others in the room. "Apologies for the disturbance. I will take my leave with him now." With that, he wrapped an arm around Zhao Yunlan's waist and grasped his wrist to prevent any further antics, effectively dragging him out. De Qing lingered at the door, watching the two depart with an inscrutable expression, suddenly remarking, "I feel a peculiar sense of being reversed. Our leader is such a fool, surely he wouldn't he? Comrades, what do you think?" Chu Shuji kicked De Qing's plump rear. Zhao Yunlan's mood was indeed quite complex. He had indeed drunk too much, and his steps were unsteady, but after having already retched and taken a brief nap, the effects of the alcohol were gradually waning. Chu Shuji claimed he was so inebriated he could not discern direction. Thus, he decided to go with the flow, adopting a semblance of disorientation, feigning a state of half-sleep as he slumped against the passenger seat. Shen Wei ascended to fetch him. The car deliberately left running to maintain the coolness of the air conditioning within. The moment Zhao Yunlan entered the vehicle, he felt the refreshing chill. Shen Wei settled in and gently nudged him, urging him to awaken, stating that it was better to sleep at home where it was warm. Zhao Yunlan feigned unconsciousness, prompting Shen Wei to sigh in response. Unable to rouse him, Shen Wei leaned over to fasten his seatbelt. The proximity allowed Zhao Yunlan to catch a whiff of Shen Wei's scent, which differed from the coldness associated with the Soul Reaper. Instead, it bore a freshness reminiscent of recently laundered garments. Next, Shen Wei retrieved a bottle of spring water, pouring it into a small cup. After swirling it gently, the once cold water emitted a warm mist. He brought the cup to Zhao Yunlan's lips, encouraging him to drink a little. Zhao Yunlan, barely opening his eyes, perceived the darkness of the car, where only the light in Shen Wei's eyes shone brightly, neither dim nor blinding. Suddenly, Zhao Yunlan's heart raced, and he leaned forward to drink the entire cup. Shen Wei then found a blanket from beneath the seat, covering him snugly, and adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting before driving off smoothly. With his eyes closed against the seat, Zhao Yunlan remained mentally alert, feeling a warmth he had not experienced on such a frigid night for quite some time. Since returning from the snow-capped mountains over the past few weeks, he had not reached out to Shen Wei. Yet, the habitual disturbances and constant attention to Shen Wei's interests had become ingrained in Zhao Yunlan's routine. Disruption of this pattern was inevitably painful. He found himself somewhat despondent as the year drew to a close. However, despite being a social creature, excessive interaction could lead to fatigue. Though not in lavish company, he often felt solitary. While numerous individuals sought his attention, he found himself relishing ambiguous interactions when in good spirits as they bolstered his self-esteem. Yet, since severing contact with Shen Wei, Zhao Yunlan could not help but compare others to him, leading to increasing disappointment as none matched the profound essence or captivating allure Shen Wei possessed. He felt as though he had transformed overnight into a monk devoid of desires, lacking interest even when a favored model was brought in to enliven a dinner party. During moments of indulgence, he would reminisce about the day his stomach ailment prompted him to overstay at Shen Wei's home. They watched movies together, exchanged occasional words, and when boredom struck, he would silently peruse his own materials while Shen Wei would place a cushion behind him. This represented the lifestyle he had always subtly yearned for, one where neither party imposed upon the other, devoid of incessant pursuits and demands, where they could coexist peacefully, as if living in their own world. Having reached this stage in life, with an equal development of intellect and emotional intelligence, Zhao Yunlan understood that when a man perceives in another not merely physical attributes, but a yearning for domestic tranquility, it transcends the mere intoxication of the flesh. Were it not for this realization, he might have broached the subject with Shen Wei in jest, bringing matters to a conclusion. Yet, he was unwilling to let go. Recalling the dilapidated cabin in the snow-capped mountains and the encounter with those piercing eyes, he felt that if he were to end things now, he might regret it for the rest of his life. Zhao Yunlan's humble abode was not far from number 4 Guangming Road, and before he could extricate himself from his tangled emotions, the journey concluded with Shen Wei supporting him inside, helping him out of his outerwear and laying him upon the bed, then turning to fetch a damp towel from the bathroom. Despite Zhao Yunlan appearing thoroughly intoxicated, Shen Wei remained meticulous, gently cleansing his face and limbs without daring to venture elsewhere. Tucking him in, and placing the towel aside. He habitually tidied up, disposing of trash by the door, intending to take it with him upon departure. He even thoughtfully removed the half-full glass of water from the bedside to prevent any nighttime disturbances. As Zhao Yunlan listened to the soft sounds of Shen Wei organizing the room, his internal turmoil only deepened. He sensed that Shen Wei genuinely cared for him. Throughout his life, aside from his parents, others either sought something from him or relied on him. Never had someone shown such genuine concern for his well-being. Once Shen Wei completed his tasks, he noticed that Zhao Yunlan, who had briefly opened his eyes, now lay motionless, seemingly in a deep slumber. Shen Wei hesitated, unable to bring himself to leave, standing by the bed, gazing at him longingly. Zhao Yunlan, internally panicking, thought desperately for Shen Wei to take his leave, feeling as though his life was at stake. Unperturbed by Zhao Yunlan's silent plea, Shen Wei leaned closer, drawn in by an unseen force, until he could feel Zhao Yunlan's breath on his face. Zhao Yunlan maintained his feigned state, yet he sensed his resolve crumbling. In that fleeting moment, Shen Wei succumbed to temptation, gently pressing his lips against Zhao Yunlan's in a soft, fleeting kiss that brought him immense solace. Zhao Yunlan's heart thundered, and for a brief instant, Shen Wei felt human, stealing a kiss from his beloved in the dim light, filled with joy and sweetness, ready to embrace death without regret. Suddenly, Zhao Yunlan's mind went blank, his thoughts coiling tightly before snapping. He soberly contemplated, the Soul Reaper? What of the Soul Reaper? If I desire him, then all else can perish. With that, Zhao Yunlan unexpectedly wrapped his arms around Shen Wei, catching him off guard and pulling him down, before rolling over to partially pin him beneath him. Despite the lingering scent of alcohol on Zhao Yunlan's breath, his gaze was clear as he looked into Shen Wei's eyes, softly asking, "What are you doing, my lord?" Shen Wei opened his mouth, rendered utterly speechless by the embarrassment. Zhao Yunlan scrutinized him for a moment before gently grasping Shen Wei's chin, stating, "I always believed you to be a gentleman. Who knew you would sneakily kiss others in the dead of night, and with such unprofessionalism?" At that, Shen Wei heard Zhao Yunlan chuckling softly from his chest. Until Zhao Yunlan's lips descended upon him, Shen Wei remained in a daze, feeling as if he were lost in a surreal yet beautiful dream. Instinctively wrapping his arms around Zhao Yunlan's body, the man's kiss was skilled and laden with seduction, effortlessly disarming him and leaving him defenseless. Later, Zhao Yunlan gently propped himself up, their noses nearly brushing against each other. Shen Wei heard him softly utter, "Professional standards should at least be like this." Shen Wei found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Yunlan loosened 2 buttons at his collar, revealing his elegant and slender collarbone, the lingering scent of age cologne wafting through the air. With a subtle sweep, he silenced all of Shen Wei's thoughts, leaving him bewildered about who was truly intoxicated. Zhao Yunlan sighed and reached out to gently brush aside Shen Wei's tousled hair. "Let me ask you," he began, "for all this time you've been avoiding me, yet unwilling to truly distance yourself. Is it because of a long-standing familiarity and past grievances, or are you concerned about the divide between the living and the dead?" Shen Wei flinched, his gaze sharpening with clarity. He abruptly pushed Zhao Yunlan away and sat up, his complexion draining of color as he instinctively tightened his grip. Zhao Yunlan turned to the side, leaning against the bedside table, taking hold of Shen Wei's hand, gradually prying open his clenched fist. "You really are quite adept at wrestling with your own thoughts. If it's the first reason, I'll say this. Whatever has transpired between us is wiped clean. You want to bring it up, and I want to remember. As for the second reason, isn't that absurd? The living can die, and who knows? I might one day." Shen Wei quickly covered his mouth. They locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, and eventually, Shen Wei slowly shook his head. Zhao Yunlan sighed, rising to get out of bed. He appeared coherent, yet the moment his feet touched the ground, he stumbled and fell to the floor, complaining, "Damn. I see 10 little bees buzzing around." Shen Wei hurried to assist him. "I thought you weren't drunk. Are you hurt?" Zhao Yunlan was in a state of peculiar logic, unable to articulate himself clearly. He shook his head, crouching down to pull out a plastic document holder from beneath the nightstand, presenting it to Shen Wei. "Open it." After a moment's hesitation, Shen Wei accepted it and discovered a property deed nestled within, pertaining to a garden villa near Longxing University. This explained his recent financial struggles. Zhao Yunlan dropped his teasing demeanor, leaning against the nightstand, stretching his legs out as he sat on the floor, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. He remained silent for a while, finally speaking in a hushed tone. "This was transferred to me before our trip to the Dashua Mountain. I thought it would be convenient, with a pleasant living environment right next to the university. If you were willing to move in with me, you wouldn't have to drive to work, and you could wake up a bit later in the mornings. Next year, I'll find a way to relocate the Special Investigations Unit there as well. The house is spacious, certainly enough for two, and I could set aside a large study for you to bring your students home. I'd also like to have a somewhat dim-witted big dog, occasionally instigating a cat versus dog showdown with Da Qing as a festive treat. Shen Wei's hands trembled uncontrollably, the plastic folder rustling in his grip. Zhao Yunlan chuckled softly, who would have thought that after one trip to the northwest. I'd discover that you could blink and be from East City to West City? What car would you drive? What early mornings? Had I known, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. That wretched house left me broke for the new year. Shen Wei slowly lowered his head, meeting Zhao Yunlan's gaze, which seemed as familiar as ever, now stripped of jest and replaced by a deep-seated tenderness that drew him in, almost drowning him in its depths. Shen Wei felt as if he were being torn in two, one half soaring with joy, while the other sank into a profound abyss. For a fleeting moment, he thought he might lose his sanity. Thousands of years of solitude had failed to drive him mad, yet a few casual words from Zhao Yunlan sent him spiraling. No wonder the ancients said, the living may die, and the dead may live again. Those who dwell in the realm of the living and the dead are entangled in the deepest of emotions. Bewildered, he lost track of the present moment. Shen Wei's heart trembled violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. He realized that his prolonged existence was not devoid of awareness or suffering. Zhao Yunlan's words had only ever appeared in his dreams. On one hand, he understood the impossibility of it all. On the other, he could not help but harbor a flicker of hope. This hope, akin to a fragile thread, sustained him, guiding him to this moment. Yet, it was not the relentless winds of time that could shatter his hardened heart, but rather a sudden outstretched hand or the gentle whisper, "Let us go home." In that instant, he yearned to question why he was the one chosen to be the Soul Reaper. Why could mere insects find companionship under the sun and rain, while he, born unique in this world, found no place to belong? Everyone feared him, scheming against him, even plotting his demise. He emerged from chaos, marked by brutality and ferocity, often overwhelmed by the urge to unleash his wrath upon those who wronged him. But he refrained, silently upholding a promise known only to him, a vow that had endured for thousands of years, unyielding in its fidelity to the one person who mattered. Zhao Yunlan noticed the redness in Shen Wei's eyes, as if they might spill tears at any moment. Time passed, and Shen Wei finally shook his head ever so slowly. He heard Shen Wei softly murmur, "I am an omen of misfortune. I will bring you harm." Zhao Yunlan's smile faded, and he turned to extinguish his cigarette in the ashtray. From the moment he first laid eyes on Shen Wei, he felt an inexplicable attraction. Initially, he thought it was merely a preference for such a type, yet he soon recognized the innate familiarity that drew him in. He had yet to uncover the full story of the Soul Reaper, and he hesitated to ask, sensing the weight of unspoken sorrow that enveloped Shen Wei whenever he donned his black cloak. "Do you not feel cold?" Zhao Yunlan found himself apologizing after a moment of silence. He gently pried open Shen Wei's fingers, cradling his hand, and softly kissed the back of it. Discarding the valuable property deed aside, Shen Wei closed his eyes, feeling utterly shameless. Why not hide further away? Why not remain in the depths of the Yellow Springs? Then, even if Zhao Yunlan lived multiple lifetimes, they would never encounter one another. The other might never even know of his existence. Yet, he found himself unable to resist, unable to endure the thought of separation. He felt like an unrepentant harlot, deliberately posing provocatively in public, only to put on a faade of virtue when someone approached. His disdain for himself had peaked, reaching its utmost intensity. Zhao Yunlan lay on his side, gently massaging his temples, and then he spoke softly. "I have other things as well, though you might not find them appealing. I only have this one earnest sentiment. If you refuse it, then so be it." The words struck Shen Wei like a heavy stone, evoking memories of a distant past when someone had sighed casually beside him. Their voice deep and deliberate as they spoke. "I possess the world's renowned mountains and rivers. Upon reflection, it seems rather unremarkable. Merely a collection of crumbling stones and wild waters. Yet, perhaps this sincere heart of mine could weigh a couple of pounds. If you desire it, take it." Just like in the past, vivid and clear. Suddenly, he embraced Zhao Yunlan with all his strength, gripping him tightly until his bones creaked, burying his head in the crook of his neck. In moments of pent-up emotion, one might either weep loudly or howl at the heavens. Yet, Shen Wei merely bit down on his own wrist, not knowing how fiercely he did so, blood immediately flowing profusely, the wound nearly exposing bone. He seemed oblivious to the pain. With the weight of the abyss pressing down upon him, tears eluded him, and when pain reached its zenith, blood was his only outlet. Zhao Yunlan caught the scent of blood and sensed something was amiss. "Shen Wei, what are you doing? Let go." But Shen Wei tightened his grip. Life lasts but a few decades, fleeting like shadows, Shen Wei pondered. Did he not even deserve this fleeting moment of time? Shen Wei. As Zhao Yunlan struggled to free himself, he abruptly sat up, only to discover his sheets stained crimson, his anger flaring as he nearly berated Shen Wei. Are you out of your mind? I'm no villain. I never forced anyone under the sun. Did I say anything? Did I? Must you bleed so profusely? He then impulsively attempted to leap up to retrieve the medicine box, but Shen Wei suddenly grasped him firmly. I will catch you, Shen Wei said softly. Zhao Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, and Shen Wei continued, his tone markedly different from before, almost serene. I will catch you, throughout your life, in life and death. I will never let go. Even if one day you tire of me, grow weary and wish to leave, I will hold on. Even if it means dragging you into my embrace. Zhao Yunlan blinked, finally grasping Shen Wei's meaning. At that moment, he caught a whiff of something belonging to the Soul Reaper in Shen Wei. Yet, Zhao Yunlan offered no commentary on Shen Wei's sweet yet fierce declaration. Instead, he silently retrieved a medicine box from under the bed, extracting antiseptic wipes, furrowing his brow as he sat on the edge of the bed. Gently cleaning Shen Wei's bloodied wrist, his touch tender despite his harsh words. After a lengthy silence, Zhao Yunlan sighed, muttering, You truly are a terrible person. Afterward, Zhao Yunlan, utterly exhausted, found himself drained from the ceaseless turmoil of the Special Investigation Department, which was rife with unexplainable phenomena. That night, after changing the blood-soaked sheets, he collapsed onto the bed, completely devoid of desire, and in no time, his breathing steadied. This time, he truly fell into a deep slumber. Shen Wei glanced at his meticulously bandaged wrist, gently pulling back the covers on the other side of the bed, almost holding his breath as he laid down in the space left by Zhao Yunlan. He opened his palm, clasping Zhao Yunlan's hand, and closed his eyes, pressing it against his chest. Shen Wei never anticipated that he could sleep through the night. He had never known the comfort of undisturbed dreams. This was a rare delight for him. The next morning, he awoke to an unusual scent wafting from the kitchen. Momentarily dazed as he took half a minute to recollect his surroundings. Glancing at the evidence on his wrist, he felt a rush of color to his usually pale face. How embarrassing to reflect on the previous night's actions and words. At that moment, someone mumbled a greeting. Good morning. Shen Wei looked up to see Zhao Yunlan holding a pair of chopsticks, balancing a plastic tray that seemed to stretch a meter long, featuring a row of grooves perfectly sized for bowls or plates. If there were few people, a standard configuration of 4 dishes and a soup could be served all at once. One could not help but wonder how lazy one must be to invent such a contraption. The tray was laden with instant noodles, exuding an indescribable aroma, steam rising from each container. Shen Wei was taken aback. Zhao Yunlan boldly plopped down on the sofa, gesturing as if he were directing a grand army. The first is red braised beef noodles. The second is hot milk with fermented cabbage noodles. The middle one is mushroom chicken noodles heated with butter in the microwave. The second from the right is seafood noodles, which I found a bit bland, so I added a spoonful of sweet bean sauce, and the last is bacon cream noodles steeped in hot coffee. Choose whichever you prefer. After he spoke, Zhao Yunlan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that serving instant noodles was hardly proper for Shen Wei's visit. Thus, he prepared 5 bowls. How generous. Shen Wei surveyed the 5 steaming bowls, unable to comprehend how Zhao Yunlan hadn't tea-poisoned himself yet. Nonetheless, regardless of the questionable fare, Shen Wei would eat it without flinching. However, he opted for the most conventional bowl and gently reminded, these fried foods are unhealthy. Perhaps you should consume less. Zhao Yunlan candidly confessed, I'm nearly broke. If my year-end bonus doesn't come, I might have to beg my father for money. As he spoke, he glanced at Shen Wei, and a thought sprang to his mind, prompting him to cheerfully declare, I seek sponsorship. I can keep you warm at night. Shen Wei choked on a slightly spicy broth, turning away to cough violently. Zhao Yunlan chuckled and casually remarked, speaking of which, as the year draws to a close, it's time for the summary of merits. It seems petty thieves have increased, and the monster clans and ghost cultivators are scrambling for favors. Shen Wei, sitting upright, wiped his mouth and responded slowly, intentional actions are but superficial causes. Earning merit is no easy task. Zhao Yunlan, seemingly oblivious, sipped his concoction of coffee and noodle broth, surprisingly savoring the taste. The 4 saints, with the wheel of reincarnation leading, followed by the mountain river cone, and thirdly, the merit pin. Now that the first 2 had manifested, Shen Wei felt an involuntary sensitivity towards the term merit. Just as he was about to inquire further, Zhao Yunlan's phone rang. Zhao Yunlan hastily set down the instant noodle containers, glancing at the caller ID. I can't believe it. Here we go again. Just a night had passed, and 2 more had been admitted to the hospital. The symptoms remained the same. No visible injuries, just individuals rolling on the ground, clutching their legs. Family members had called the police at 5 in the morning, dragging the officers from their beds. The implications of poisoning had a severely detrimental effect on public safety. As the situation deteriorated, and with the critical year-end stability maintenance period approaching, the local authorities had however, by the time all the procedures were completed. It would take half a day or even a full day. Zhao Yunlan could only promise over the phone that he would personally visit the hospital today. Originally, Zhao Yunlan intended to bring no one but Shen Wei, yet due to the vehement protests from the Black Cat Dachshund a few days prior, a flicker of responsibility ignited in his mind, melted by the pink bubbles of affection. Just before stepping out, he called Guo Changqing, inviting him along for a bit of educational fun. Oh, no, it was more like practical employee training. Poor Officer Guo, having been on the job for 6 months, still remained blissfully ignorant, only just beginning to grasp the basics of his orientation. Guo Changqing was a diligent lad, naturally unwilling to keep his superior waiting. Upon receiving the call, he dashed out at lightning speed, anxious to avoid the morning rush hour traffic. He sprinted into the subway station, only to be jostled out of the train twice at the crowded sections. On the 3rd attempt, a robust woman shoved him in just as the doors closed behind him. Sweating profusely, Guo Changqing arrived at the hospital's entrance, only to realize he had come too early. The day shift doctors were just beginning to trickle in, while their superior was likely lost in a gentle reverie somewhere. Guo Changqing rubbed his hands together and hunched his shoulders, waiting in the frigid winter air for over 2 hours, his nose running into a whole pack of tissues, nearly frozen into a crystal-like figure, until Zhao Yunlan and, also Professor Shen finally appeared. By now, Guo Changqing was so cold he could hardly articulate his words. Zhao. Zhao Yunlan found his appearance amusing. When did you arrive? How long have you waited? Guo Changqing replied, 3 hours. Zhao Yunlan refrained from asking why he hadn't called or found a sheltered spot. He had long grown accustomed to Guo Changqing's foolishness. Shen Wei, however, curiously inquired, why didn't you go inside earlier? Zhao Yunlan locked the car, tossing the keys into Guo Changqing's arms with a chuckle. He was too afraid. Guo Changqing, caught in the act, sniffled loudly, stealing a glance at Shen Wei. Noticing, Shen Wei kindly nodded at him. Good morning. Have you had breakfast? Guo Changqing nodded, his mind racing as he pondered why Zhao Yunlan had brought family during work hours. It did seem like an oversight on the leader's part, yet Guo Changqing felt like an enormous third wheel, his embarrassment palpable. Seeing Shen Wei and Zhao Yunlan conversing quietly, he dared not intrude, keeping a respectful distance, shoulders hunched and head bowed, looking utterly miserable and akin to a timid eunuch. Unbeknownst to them, it was the peak of flu season, and the hospital was bustling with patients. The moment Guo Changqing let his guard down, he was swept away by the crowd. Struggling to break free, he stood on tiptoe, searching for the 2. By the time he fought his way through, Zhao Yunlan and Shen Wei had vanished from sight. Having been here once before, Guo Changqing knew to ascend the stairs to the 6th floor where the inpatient department resided. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he encountered a hurried group of doctors and nurses pushing a patient past him, prompting him to step aside. As he did, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the hospital's window. After several unsettling encounters with reflective surfaces revealing unsavory sights, Guo Changqing had developed a psychological aversion. Cultivating a habit of closing curtains, turning on the television, and covering reflective surfaces with cloth at home. Yet, in this instance, his eyes were inexplicably drawn to the glass. Peering outside the 6th floor window, Shen Wei took a step back, and with his demeanor and actions, Zhao Yunlan couldn't help but suspect that if he were dressed in a long robe, he would clasp his sleeves and lower his head, uttering something like in broad daylight. Men should not engage in such intimate exchanges. He couldn't stifle a low chuckle. What are you looking at? Shen Wei's ears turned slightly red, and he awkwardly shifted the topic. Zhao Yunlan glanced at Guo Changqing, who stood far away, reluctant to approach the window, and briefly recounted the earlier incident. After considering Zhao Yunlan's words, Shen Wei lowered his voice and remarked, logically, he shouldn't have a celestial eye, yet strangely, I feel he can perceive past events through reflective surfaces. Zhao Yunlan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Do you remember the first time at Longdao when I suddenly interrupted him? Shen Wei continued, in fact, I had heard about the incident at school the night before. Suspecting it was connected to the runaway ghost, I sent a puppet to investigate the deceased's dormitory. However, the puppet withdrew before dawn. Yet, when this young man climbed onto the windowsill, he established a subtle connection with my puppet. I feared revealing my whereabouts, which is why I had to intervene. I truly had no idea about your situation at that time. Someone had managed to briefly sever his connection to Zhao Yunlan's location. Guo Changcheng later reported that he had seen a skeleton at the window, with a dark-robed figure in its eyes. However, Zhao Yunlan glanced over that report, discarding 90% of it as nonsensical, using the paper to support his teacup, never expecting Guo Changcheng to produce anything substantial. Zhao Yunlan mused, so, perhaps at some point the night before, a legless person, or a spirit, did spy on this place? Shen Wei lowered his voice. Did you not mention that those two were brought here at midnight? If I had harmed someone, I would likely want to see firsthand what happened to them. Zhao Yunlan grinned mischievously. You wouldn't harm anyone. You can't even bear to hurt a fly. Shen Wei found it difficult to adapt to the public setting, openly engaging in such intimate conversations, and his face flushed involuntarily. He abruptly interjected, "Stop talking nonsense." Zhao Yunlan complied, but even with his mouth closed, his eyes continued to convey mischief. Eventually, Shen Wei could no longer withstand the scrutiny of Zhao Yunlan's gaze and turned, striding toward the hospital room. The three awkwardly arrived at the hospital door, where Guo Changcheng noticed that the previously mournful solo had now transformed into a duet. The first victim had already left this place. A somber officer approached, grasping Zhao Yunlan's hand warmly, as if they were celebrating a victorious reunion, and said with a grave expression, "You must be Officer Zhao, right? My surname is Li. Alas, our superiors instructed me to wait for you all morning." Zhao Yunlan inquired, "What about the one who was brought in yesterday?" Officer Li replied, "It's no good. They have been sent away. The hospital is considering transferring these two as well." Zhao Yunlan pressed, "What do you mean by no good?" Officer Li explained, "They have been calling out all day, like a fish out of water, eyes wide open yet unresponsive. Completely in a coma, occasionally twitching, and utterly numb from the waist down. Is this really poisoning? After so many years? I've never heard of a drug that could do this. Perhaps it isn't poisoning after all." Zhao Yunlan observed him closely, and Officer Li felt an unsettling chill under Zhao Yunlan's penetrating gaze. Zhao Yunlan reassured him, "The hospital hasn't reached a conclusion yet. Anything is possible. Don't rush to move them. I need to communicate with the victims to understand the situation." The doctor, nurses, and even the victims' families were temporarily asked to step out, leaving only the two ailing patients in the room. Zhao Yunlan glanced at the two, swiftly incapacitating one before asking Guo Changcheng, "Did you bring the notebook?" Guo Changcheng nodded vigorously. "Take good notes," Zhao Yunlan urged, bending down to ask the victim, "Ma'am, does your leg hurt?" The victim, a middle-aged woman, writhed in pain, having been restrained to the bed by the medical staff. Through tear-filled eyes, she managed to nod in response. Zhao Yunlan produced a wallet, but instead of money or cards, it was filled with a thick stack of yellow paper talismans. He sifted through them, explaining to Guo Changcheng, "These talismans are essential tools. They should be well organized by category, such as for attack or dispelling evil, to avoid chaos when you need one. Learning how to use them is an art in itself." Amidst the cries of the suffering victim, Zhao Yunlan began his lesson with surprising calm. Guo Changcheng, however, lacked the resilience to focus on such teachings, his attention wholly captured by the distressed woman. "Take her situation," Zhao Yunlan continued, akin to a medical professor lecturing students on a corpse. He approached and examined the woman's ear, stating, "Without celestial vision, you cannot see her loss of virtue, which requires a very basic talisman to remedy." He extracted a talisman and presented it to Guo Changcheng. "This is the talisman of heavenly eyes." Just as Guo Changcheng reached out, Zhao Yunlan swiftly placed it on his forehead, just like this. Guo Changcheng was caught off guard as the talisman adhered to him, and he felt an inexplicable chill radiate from it, as if it bore weight, striking his brow. His vision blurred, and the world around him instantly transformed. Yet he could not articulate how it had changed. "Come take a look," Zhao Yunlan beckoned him. Guo Changcheng lowered his head and was horrified to see the victim shrouded in a layer of unexplainable dark energy. Her previously weary face now appeared oddly distorted, emanating an aura of impending death, as her legs were completely engulfed in the dark mist, leaving only a jagged glimpse of her thighs. Looking closer at the woman's ear, he noticed a patch of dark markings behind it, shallow in color but grayish, nearly suffocating her neck, resembling a strange birthmark. "The darkness behind her ear signifies a loss of virtue," Shen Wei interjected from behind Guo Changcheng. "In the ledger of life and death, every good deed is recorded. For every wrongdoing, a little ghost marks a black imprint behind the ear. The darker the mark, the greater the misdeed. As for this woman, the imprints may not be deep, but the area is quite extensive, indicating a lifespan in self-interest and a series of minor wrongs. Shen Wei paused before adding, "Of course, this sin does not warrant death. The extent of her suffering is somewhat excessive." Guo Changqing initially nodded in humble agreement, but soon realized the strangeness of the situation, regarding Shen Wei with a look of bewilderment. "What are you staring at?" Zhao Yunlan turned Guo Changqing's head. "He is the true master. I was merely blind to his greatness." Guo Changqing, who had been merely surprised, was now utterly astonished, viewing Shen Wei with newfound reverence. Zhao Yunlan then pulled out another talisman, placing it before Guo Changqing, urging him to examine it closely. "This is a simple talisman for dispelling evil. It's basic, so it may or may not work. However, if it fails, it helps us gauge the strength of our adversary." Guo Changqing was at a loss, not particularly eager to know how the woman would feel upon hearing this. As Zhao Yunlan placed the yellow talisman onto the sick woman's bed, Guo Changqing, utilizing his artificial clairvoyance, beheld a large mass of dark energy erupting from her, like a geyser, clawing its way skyward, only to collide with the ceiling and fall back down, forming a twisted visage in midair that opened its gaping mouth to emit a frenzied wail. This transpired in an instant. Moments ago they were engaged in a theoretical discussion, and the next, they found themselves ensnared in a horror scene. Guo Changqing let out a primal scream and instinctively turned to flee, only to be yanked back by Zhao Yunlan, who seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Zhao Yunlan, maintaining an air of calm, held Guo Changqing firmly with one hand while the other rested in his pocket, staring at the ominous presence suspended above them for a brief moment before muttering, "Strange. Why is there such a heavy resentment?" "Ghost, ghost, ghost," Guo Changqing exclaimed. Zhao Yunlan chuckled derisively. "How fresh. Haven't you ever seen a ghost? If there were none, you wouldn't be here. This is harmful. This is a vengeful spirit," Guo Changqing cried out, and at that moment, a surge of electric energy erupted from his pocket. Having accumulated experience, Zhao Yunlan retreated, realizing that he had little choice but to let go as the shadow in midair met a fate akin to that of a blade in the depths of the Hanha tribe's secret path. Before he could inquire further, Zhao Yunlan, in a fit of reflection, slapped Guo Changqing on the back of his head once the dark energy had dissipated completely. Guo Changqing looked at him with tearful eyes. I am afraid, couldn't you hold it in for a moment?" Zhao Yunlan chided, aware that some foolish leaders often impose unattainable demands upon their subordinates. Unfortunately, Guo Changqing was a devoted follower of Zhao Yunlan, both in awe and fear, believing that even a mere fart from him was profound wisdom. Upon hearing Zhao Yunlan's words, Guo Changqing immediately complied, standing silently, his face reddening as he struggled to contain himself, finally murmuring like a mosquito, I just can't hold it in." Zhao Yunlan gave him a sidelong glance, causing Guo Changqing to tremble in fear, almost triggering another electric surge. To his surprise, this ungrateful leader suddenly burst into laughter, praising him. "You truly know how to lighten the mood." Guo Changqing was left speechless, feeling the strangeness of the compliment. Shen Wei cast a glance at the two of them and finally spoke, "Don't bully him." Without hesitation, Zhao Yunlan exhibited exemplary qualities of listening to his wife. Releasing Guo Changqing's collar and standing at attention, his movements so swift and practiced that he could have competed in a dog show. The woman on the hospital bed had calmed down completely. After witnessing the entire ordeal, she was momentarily stunned before she scrambled to kneel before Guo Changqing, bowing deeply. "Thank you, divine being. Thank you, little divine being." Guo Changqing was mortified. No. I. Stammering. His mind went blank in the presence of a stranger, and just then, his pocket emitted a crackling sound, nearly singeing Zhao Yunlan's coat. Guo Changqing quickly shut his mouth, finding solace, while deeply empathizing with the anxiety of the situation. Zhao Yunlan composed himself, pulling up a chair and gesturing to the woman on the bed. "All right, you needn't bow anymore. I just have a few questions for you, and I hope you can cooperate." The middle-aged woman nodded eagerly. "Yesterday, did you also eat an orange bought on the street before entering the hospital?" "Yes, it was dark by then. I went to the supermarket to buy some things, and on my way out, I noticed someone selling oranges by the roadside." "Wait, did you see the fruit seller while you were in the supermarket?" Zhao Yunlan interrupted. The woman pondered for a moment, looking slightly confused. "I don't think so. I should have noticed if there was someone selling fruit since I was planning to buy some. He was deliberately waiting for you." "What did the fruit seller look like?" He was a man, quite thin, wearing a tattered wool cap. I think he also had on a dull gray cotton coat." Zhao Yunlan inquired. "What about his legs?" "Legs?" The woman took a moment to recall. "Oh, right. I remember now. That man seemed to have some trouble with his legs, walking with a noticeable limp. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of it. Was he perhaps a disabled person with a prosthetic leg? She continued. Not waiting for Zhao Yunlan to respond, let me tell you, these disabled people, the mute ones. And others licked. Guo Changqing instinctively patted the pocket of his small electric baton, while Zhao Yunlan's lips twitched, feeling a twinge of irritation. Let me check on that unfortunate soul, he remarked. As his gaze swept over, Shen Wei nodded in understanding. I'll attend to another victim. Zhao Yunlan smiled warmly at Shen Wei before abruptly changing his demeanor, casting a fierce glare at Guo Changqing. You go and call Zhu Hong to liaise with the higher-ups. I need their approval for this matter before tonight. Don't dawdle. If you continue to procrastinate, I might just kick you. With Professor Shen having departed, Guo Changqing could only silently cover his backside and get to work. Finally, around 4 in the afternoon, just before the sun fully set, Zhu Hong arrived at the hospital, bringing with her the approved coordination letter. The personnel from the sub-bureau had already withdrawn, and earlier, I ran into Shaoli downstairs, who mentioned hosting us for a meal later. Zhu Hong paused, suddenly stopping mid-sentence as she spotted Shen Wei approaching with a drink. She quickly shifted to a more discreet tone. The case is now entirely ours. What do you think we should do? Shen Wei, sensing her hesitation, promptly handed the beverage to Zhao Yunlan, displaying an understanding demeanor. You two are busy. I will excuse myself. Zhao Yunlan firmly grasped his arm, fully embracing his tenacious nature. You can't leave. What if you regret it later? If you go now, I might not be able to catch you again. The hospital corridor was bustling with passers-by, and Zhao Yunlan, being a striking figure, naturally drew attention, particularly as he and Shen Wei engaged in their playful tussle. Shen Wei glanced around, lowering his voice. We're in public. Be mindful. In response, Zhao Yunlan turned and glared at those observing them, unabashedly declaring, What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome man before. The onlookers, indeed, had never witnessed such a commanding display, and promptly averted their gaze. Zhao Yunlan grinned at Shen Wei. Zhu Hong could hardly believe that this brash young man was the illustrious Zhao, her heart sinking to the thought. This is truly a sight to behold. Nevertheless, Shen Wei gently furrowed his brow. You both need to work. My presence here might not be appropriate. Zhu Hong softly concurred. Yes, Zhao, our internal regulations. Zhao Yunlan interrupted her. I set the rules. I can change them whenever I please. The regulation states to avoid external witnesses during operations, and he is not an outsider. Shen Wei was momentarily taken aback, fearing Zhao Yunlan might reveal his identity. Instead, Zhao Yunlan cheekily leaned closer to Zhu Hong, whispering, He is my inner circle. Shen Wei. Zhu Hong, momentarily stunned, turned her face towards the window, adopting a monotone voice reminiscent of a disconnected phone call. Xiao Guo, look outside. The sunset is quite beautiful. It resembles vinegar pickled during the Lava Festival. Guo Changqing couldn't help but rub his eyes. Zhao Yunlan cleared his throat, adjusting his expression to adopt a more serious demeanor, embodying his authoritative role. All right, Zhu Hong, contact the criminal investigation team and have everyone come here, especially Lin Jing. Last night, that rough fellow had the audacity to slip away first. I'll ensure he understands the consequences of detaching from the group. Zhu Hong acknowledged with a sound and promptly sent a message to the criminal investigation team, instructing them to come to Huangyan Temple Hospital and witness the spectacle of the so-called ghost. As the sun set, the team arrived in a flurry, only to find Zhao Yunlan seated majestically, directing operations like a seasoned commander. Lao Chu set up a 2-layered net on the rooftop, one way only, to prevent him from escaping. Xiao Guo, follow him and ensure you understand everything to report back. Zhu Hong, monitor all the doors and windows in the inpatient department and create a secure space here. Make it look good, leaving no traces. De Qing, assist them. De Qing, who had been overhearing Lin Jing's whispers about Shen Wei's bandaged arm, was just beginning to entertain a thought when he was suddenly called upon, causing him to shudder. Shen Wei instinctively adjusted his sleeve. As for Lin Jing, Zhao Yunlan pulled out a small vial from his pocket, and Lin Jing felt an ominous premonition. Zhao Yunlan, with a mischievous grin, informed Lin Jing, this contains a curse taken from a victim. Chu Shuji, standing nearby, explained for those who were clueless. The so-called vengeful spirits arise from resentment. These curses act as extensions of their source, thus they resonate. Guo Changqing, still following Zhao Yunlan and having not yet dined, found himself absurdly reminded of takoyaki, unable to stifle a gulp as his stomach growled. Chu Shuji, Sometimes, he found it hard to fathom what this seemingly useless individual was thinking all day. Zhao Yunlan crossed his legs, tossing the vial into Lin Jing's arms. We've already accidentally dispatched one during the day, but I worry it won't manifest in daylight. Thus, your task is to crush this tentacle when night falls, drawing the vengeful spirit into Zhu Hong's domain. Lin Jing silently regarded him, then glanced at the vial in his hand, realizing he had become a sacrificial pawn, and in a tone akin to leading a funeral. He reproached, "You're setting me up." Zhao Yunlan replied without hesitation, "Indeed, and what of it?" Such blatant disregard for consequences illustrated his character. Lin Jing looked around, only to find the black cat smirking and others offering no sympathy, prompting a wave of despair within him. Suddenly, the faux monk turned and lunged at Shen Wei, who had been quietly standing against the wall since their arrival. "The king demands my sacrifice. Save me, noble consort." Shen Wei. When he was the Soul Reaper, everyone had scurried like mice at the sight of him. Never had he been so openly teased in public, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seeking help from Zhao Yunlan. Zhao Yunlan reveled in the flattery, silently turning away, pleased. Shen Wei contemplated, reaching for the vial. Perhaps I should go instead. Before he could finish, Lin Jing sensed trouble. Indeed, two chilling gazes pierced his back, as if to pin him against the wall with 1,000 swords. Lin Jing chuckled awkwardly, stuffing the vial into his pocket and taking a step back, hastily proclaiming, "Amit Ba? Promoting good and eliminating evil while safeguarding the lives and properties of the people is our duty, noble yet challenging. How could I shirk this responsibility? I'll go." With that, the faux monk dashed away in a flash. Shen Wei inquired, "How can I assist you?" "Oh," Zhao Yunlan said, "I know a great place to eat nearby. Accompany me for a meal." Shen Wei. Zhu Hong ground her teeth in frustration, "Dare not express my anger." Chu Shuji quietly lowered his head, "Dare not express my anger." De Qing Miao. Guo Changqing truly dared not express his anger, seeing the expressions of those around him. Shen Wei, with a conscience, immediately shook his head in kindness, that wouldn't be appropriate. "Thus, you will hold the fort while I guard the entrance to life. Should anything go awry, I shall lend my support." The moment these words were uttered, an air of silence enveloped the group. Zhu Hong's gaze at Shen Wei transformed into a complex array of emotions, and even Chu Shuji appeared contemplative. Only Guo Changqing, oblivious, inquired earnestly, "What is the entrance to life?" Chu Shuji disregarded him, adopting a more serious tone, and asked, "How does teacher Shen know what formations my 2 layers of net should deploy?" Shen Wei chuckled softly, "The dual-layered 4-gate 8-trigram formation, which permits entry but seals off the exit, life and death gates. I discerned it from Yunlan's monitoring points. However, if the malevolent spirit's resentment is too potent, a hastily erected net may be shattered, turning the life gate into a death gate, which would be difficult to control. I will keep a watchful eye on the focal point, just in case." Upon finishing, he graciously nodded to those present, his gaze settling on Zhao Yunlan as he slightly bent forward and lowered his voice. "I shall take my leave now. Do take care." Zhao Yunlan felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched him depart. This time, neither Zhu Hong nor Chu Shuji commented on Shen Wei's subtly teasing remark. They turned their attention to Zhao Yunlan, while the black cat Daching peeked through the window. Moments later, it saw Shen Wei exiting the hospital building, standing precisely at his designated spot, as if he had anticipated observing from above, and he even smiled at Daching. Daching's eyes flickered. "An expert." Zhu Hong lowered her voice, her brow furrowed tightly. "Zhao, who exactly is this teacher Shen?" Zhao Yunlan, in good spirits, dismissed her tone, replying half-jokingly, "You may not wish to know." Daching turned to him, eyes glinting. "So, you have some understanding?" Zhao Yunlan reclined lazily in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, "When have I ever been unaware?" Zhu Hong interjected, "I find it peculiar that he was present during the first appearance of the Time Wheel, and then coincidentally encountered us again during the second, at the Great Snow Mountain. Longchang is vast, and I can hardly recognize my neighbors. How could there be so many coincidences? Don't you find it too contrived?" Zhao Yunlan blinked, taken aback by Zhu Hong's strong reaction. Even Chu Shuji cast a silent glance at her. "Oh, regarding the 4 saints, there are indeed reasons," Zhao Yunlan paused. "But I suspect he prefers to keep certain matters to himself, so I cannot elaborate at this moment. My apologies." He believed he was being magnanimous. Yet Zhu Hong felt no relief. A vague unease settled within her. Had Shen Wei merely been an ordinary professor at Longqing University, she could have shared in the banter with Lin Jing and others. mocking their superiors and crafting amusing anecdotes about them on social media. However, upon realizing that Shen Wei was far from ordinary, potentially one of their kind, her heart sank, as if pricked by a fine needle, releasing a painful sensation within her. Chu Shuji inquired, "What expertise does this expert possess? Is it informations? Could we perhaps engage him in discourse?" Daqing raised its tail, hesitantly asking, "This time, you've attracted someone extraordinary. What are your plans? Even if you remain tight-lipped, could you at least inform us of his faction?" Zhu Hong's expression remained grave, as though Zhao Yunlan had not merely found a partner, but had adopted a mentor. Eventually, Zhao Yunlan, buoyed by his earlier good mood, grew impatient with their incessant questioning and waved dismissively, "Get on with your tasks. Enough with the inquiries. Did I announce a press conference?" Chu Shuji, exhilarated, took Guo Changqing with him, eager to ensure their net was aesthetically pleasing to avoid embarrassment before the expert. Zhu Hong seemed poised to voice something further, but Daqing had already leapt from its seat and turned back to meow at her from a distance. With a deep breath, Zhu Hong lowered her gaze, her hands clenching tightly within the broad sleeves of her crimson coat, and silently followed Daqing. Zhao Yunlan noticed Zhu Hong's subtle hostility but dismissed it. To him, women were often more perceptive and contemplative. The sudden introduction of someone like Shen Wei into their close-knit circle, without a single word of explanation, likely unsettled her. Thus, he kindly called out to Zhu Hong, "Hey, wait a moment." Zhu Hong paused. Zhao Yunlan continued, "Out of respect for his wishes, I cannot elaborate further, but rest assured, he poses no threat. You need not worry. Simply regard him as you would me." Zhu Hong remained silent, striding out, wishing she could deliver a sharp retort to Zhao. The night eventually succumbed to darkness. After completing their tasks, Chu Shuji stood atop the building, hands in pockets, as the biting northern wind tousled his hair. Guo Changqing harbored a suspicion that the wind might whisk him away, as Chu Shuji appeared rather frail, almost malnourished. Guo Changqing dared not move, as the ground beneath them was strewn with vermilion powder. Chu Shuji transformed the rooftop into a vast yellow parchment, meticulously drawing a large talisman with the powder, and pressing 8 stone weights at each cardinal point. Standing amidst the talisman, Guo Changqing immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The night breeze carried a peculiar scent, which he struggled to articulate. It was thick and damp, not foul, yet tinged with the earthy aroma of blood and an elusive bitterness. Guo Changqing, bewildered, sniffed the air. "Chu Ge, that is the scent of vengeful spirits," Chu Shuji replied without turning, his gaze fixed downward. In the vast darkness, they had already laid a trap. And Shen Wei, clad in a light-colored coat, stood conspicuously at the gathering point. Chu Shuji shook his head, pondering whom Zhao had entangled this time. "Shen, I have not heard of such a figure before." Just then, Shen Wei appeared to glance upward. The darkness obscured Chu Shuji's view of his expression. Yet in the next instant, Shen Wei vanished from sight. Chu Shuji's demeanor stiffened. "They're here." Guo Changqing exclaimed, "Huh? What? What do you mean, huh?" Chu Shuji strode over, adhering the talisman firmly to Guo Changqing's face. Silence. No noise. The peculiar odor intensified, and in the northeast corner, Lin Jing tucked her phone into her pocket with an impassive expression, unscrewing a small vial in her hand. A cloud of murky black mist surged skyward as Lin Jing raised her head, her fingers forming a Vajra seal, her face bearing a solemnity that resembled a divine countenance. Yet, rather than following Zhao Yunlan's instructions to eliminate the threat outright, she began to chant sutras of exorcism softly. "Once born of heaven and earth, amalgamating the essence of all things, the 3 souls and 7 spirits may have undergone countless cycles of refinement and rebirth. Unlike Zhao Yunlan, who resorted to violent measures, Lin Jing found herself unwilling to act with such brutality. However, her murmured incantation was akin to casting pearls before swine. The vengeful spirit, filled with unresolved grievances, could not heed her incoherent ramblings. Instead, it swelled into a monstrous form, roaring skyward, as the previously clear night sky suddenly darkened. At that moment, the stillness was shattered by 3 gunshots, causing the vengeful spirit to shatter into fragments, dissipating swiftly into the air. A window on the 6th floor was flung open, and Lin Jing caught a glimpse of a flickering flame. She could almost envision Zhao Yunlan frowning, looking down at her, muttering in discontent about the futility of her incantations. In this world, not everything could be exorcised. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Soul Settling Order or Special Investigation Bureau. You might wish to guide them across 3,000 weak waters, yet they may refuse to budge even a step. A distant roar echoed through the wind, and Lin Jing pressed his palms together, reciting a Buddhist chant. Then, he leaped onto a barren tree stump, devoid of leaves. A massive surge of black energy hurtled towards the spot where he had just stood, shattering the ground into fragments that soared 3 feet high. A foul wind accompanied a colossal shadow, towering at least 4 to 5 meters, only revealing its upper half, its legs exposed bone. Oozing dark blood that dripped to the ground with a sizzling sound, capable of melting stone. Truly, it was a force that could vanquish gods and Buddhas alike. Lin Jing, with a wry smile, did not hesitate as he sprang up to the second-floor window, akin to a great spider, scaling the hospital's exterior with bare hands. Climbing the stone crevices and protruding window ledges, moving faster than an elevator. The looming shadow relentlessly pursued him. Reaching the 6th floor, Lin Jing shouted to the black cat near the window ledge, "Catch this." De Qing, resembling a dark, amorphous mass, leapt out, causing 6 bells to jingle in unison. Followed by a woman's sharp command. A massive python unexpectedly emerged from a corner, its forked tongue snaking out to swallow the black energy whole. The shadow chasing Lin Jing thrashed about, the bells ringing with increasing urgency, as the black mist emanating from the vengeful spirit was continuously consumed by the python, causing the shadow to diminish in size. Suddenly, the dark figure hovered in midair, revealing a distinct male visage, one that Guo Changcheng had previously encountered. With graying hair and fiery crimson eyes, Zhao Yunlan abruptly extinguished his cigarette on the windowsill, calling out, "Zhu Hong, get back." At that moment, the ringing of the bells abruptly ceased, falling silent. The black cat lunged at the python, which transformed back into a woman upon landing, shattering the 6th-floor window. The man's upper body swelled in size exponentially. Zhao Yunlan bent to pull Zhu Hong back, standing just 2 or 3 meters away from the vengeful spirit outside. "Soul binding order," he uttered nonchalantly, as if merely performing a routine task. "After you've died, why not seek a proper place to be reborn? Why emerge to sow discord during the new year?" The mention of the new year seemed to incite the spirit, which extended a massive hand, enveloped in a thick shroud of black mist, reaching for Zhao Yunlan's neck. The soul-binding order transformed into a whip, resembling a living vine that shot from the man's coat sleeve, ensnaring the enormous hand, locking them in a standoff atop a pile of shattered glass. Zhu Hong forcefully shoved Lin Jing, exclaiming, "Are you blind? Hurry and help." Just after Lin Jing had narrowly escaped the spirit's pursuit, his fingers aching from the exertion, he grimaced, "Help? What can I possibly do against such a formidable spirit? You overestimate my abilities." Zhu Hong retorted, "Strike the bell. Just perform your duty. Do you understand?" Her insistence made Lin Jing's ears buzz, and he couldn't help but respond, "Dear benefactress, please remain calm. I am merely a lay disciple. Do you expect me to strike a bell every day? Furthermore, my compassion for all beings, including those who suffered in life, means that a mere bell holds little sway over them. If you cannot contain your rage, how can you expect me and my humble bell to do so? I don't care. Find a solution," Zhu Hong demanded. Lin Jing glanced helplessly at Zhao Yunlan, sighing deeply, "May the Buddha be merciful." Why didn't he grant his disciple a handsome visage? He then reached into his pocket, retrieving a small, palm-sized flask. Upon opening it, the fragrant oil wafted out, and Lin Jing hesitated to pour it, but Zhao Yunlan seemed to sense his intention, gesturing for him to save it. "Conserve your lamp oil. This isn't needed." As he spoke, the vengeful spirit suddenly broke free from the soul-binding whip, the whip's tip flicking up before retracting into Zhao Yunlan's sleeve. The spirit roared, tearing through the window frame, its immense black mist forcing its way inside, threatening to shatter the window. Simultaneously, Zhao Yunlan stepped back, extending his arms forward, palms facing outward. Fingers splayed. With a short blade in his right hand, he silently sliced into his left palm, crimson blood flowing into the blade's groove, appearing to congeal within it, motionless. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, unsettling De Qing, who instinctively leapt away, seeking refuge in Zhu Hong's arms. That smile held no resemblance to Zhao Yunlan's usual demeanor. It was a chilling expression that betrayed a depth of malice. Under the command of the 9 netherworlds, his voice resonated, not quite sounding like Zhao Yunlan's. Deep and tinged with an indescribable rasp, as though his words were being severed by a dull saw. "By blood is my oath and cold iron is my proof. I summon 3,000 shadow soldiers. All beings of heaven, earth, and humanity may be vanquished." Each word dripped with malevolence, the blood on the blade turning black. As countless spectral armors emerged from the pale walls behind him, riding skeletal steeds and dragging decayed weapons, crashing forth to expel the spirit attempting to breach the window, severing one of its hands in the process. Only then did Zhao Yunlan stagger back, appearing drained, leaning against the wall, oblivious to the horrified stares around him. He sat on the ground, shaking his bleeding hand, gasping, "Damn, I got it on the sleeve. Can dry cleaning remove it?" Decayed cautiously approached, stopping just half a meter away, inquiring, "Yunlan?" Zhao Yunlan raised an eyebrow. This expression was familiar to Decayed, prompting it to extend a paw and slap him, exclaiming, "What was that thing just now? I never taught you such dark arts." Zhao Yunlan replied, puffed up with pride, "Humans can do that, foolish cat." Decayed nearly lost its composure, leaping onto Zhao Yunlan and clawing at his thigh. "What on earth did you dredge up from the library?" With his uninjured hand, Zhao Yunlan patted Decayed's head. "It's a book on souls. Don't worry, I only saw it to verify something, stumbled upon that." "And didn't he intend to do anything? Do you doubt my character?" The black cat retorted. "Do you even have character?" Zhao Yunlan was splattered with saliva in response. Nonetheless, Decayed, still miffed, jumped down from Zhao Yunlan's shoulder, begrudgingly accepting his explanation. Yet, it remained unsatisfied. "If you want to end up on a wanted poster with that ugly mug of yours, I've got nothing to say." Before the words left his mouth, Zhao Yunlan reached out from behind and pressed him down forcefully, grumbling, "My ID photo is equally heroic and handsome. Don't be so bitter, you pancake-faced cat." A call from Chu Shuji came from the rooftop, brimming with excitement. "Was that the Shadow Soldier Slash? Who did that? Is this madness? So cool." Zhu Hong, unable to endure any longer, hung up on him. Lin Jing couldn't restrain his curiosity, asking, "Shadow Soldier Slash? Was it fueled by blood?" "Blood and iron are merely conduits." Zhao Yunlan caught his breath, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust. "What truly propels it is malice. Malice so dire, I consider it a poison counteracting poison." Zhu Hong hesitated for a moment before following, questioning, "Do you harbor malice as well? Am I not human?" Zhao Yunlan replied. Zhao Yunlan smiled, candidly acknowledging not only the existence of the Yin soldiers but also their considerable number. In his view, the technique of Yin soldier execution should not be classified as an evil art. Rather, it seemed quite beneficial, akin to a form of spiritual yoga that purges toxins and brings about a sense of ease. Zhu Hong. Decayed suddenly leapt onto Zhao Yunlan's shoulder and punched him on the bridge of his nose. "Ouch. You fatso." The vengeful spirit found itself cornered by the Yin soldiers, realizing that it could gain no advantage and promptly planned to escape. The two layers of the protective net outside Chu Shuji's domain were instantly activated. They had not anticipated that this malevolent spirit possessed such formidable energy, had it not been for Shen Wei's vigilant oversight of the formation. The vengeful soul might genuinely have managed to flee. A long-awaited bolt of lightning struck from above, binding the vengeful spirit with an unseen force. The pursuing Yin soldiers vanished in an instant, while the vengeful spirit struggled violently, causing the entire hospital building to tremble. Those outside the protected area briefly mistook the disturbance for an earthquake. Chu Shuji shouted from the rooftop, "The bug is ensnared in the web. Spider. Don't let it escape." After a lengthy disappearance, Shen Wei materialized behind the vengeful spirit, reaching out with a hand that seemed to grasp it by the throat. The dark aura surrounding it dissipated slowly, revealing a legless figure that glared hatefully in Shen Wei's direction. Unmoved, Shen Wei pinched his fingers, and the vengeful spirit crumpled like a piece of paper, vanishing from his grasp in a flash. The target was captured, and Zhu Hong automatically dissolved the barrier. The shattered glass on the floor reattached to the windows, and the hospital remained active with night shift nurses and patients in emergency care. A few individuals were roused from their shallow sleep, stepping outside to check for abnormalities before returning to their wards. Street vendors had already packed up, and only a few taxis passed by, clearly uninterested in picking up fares. Shen Wei hurried upstairs, coinciding with Chu Shuji descending. Chu Shuji, who often maintained an air of superiority, generally refrained from engaging with unfamiliar faces. Yet upon seeing Shen Wei, he extended his hand, offering praise. "You captured the formation beautifully." Shen Wei nodded in acknowledgement, though his expression was graver than that of a patient suffering from acute appendicitis. He produced a small vial and succinctly instructed, "Handle this with care." Tossing the vial to Chu Shuji, he then seized Zhao Yunlan's hand, pulling him along. "You are coming with me. I have something to discuss." Zhao Yunlan was eagerly dragged along. Shen Wei pushed him into the restroom, locking the door behind them. Under the dim light, he fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhao Yunlan and whispered, Was that technique the Een soldier execution? Zhao Yunlan replied affirmatively. Shen Wei inquired, was it you? Zhao Yunlan calmly nodded, yes. Upon hearing this, Shen Wei raised his hand in anger, preparing to strike. However, the forceful slap halted just short of Zhao Yunlan's cheek. Lingering near his ear, Zhao Yunlan blinked in surprise, asking, Shen Wei? Don't call me. Shen Wei's anger drained the color from his face, his hand trembling midair. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed. The Higuo Changqing cautiously cast a glance at Chu Shuji, who nodded slightly, signaling him to proceed with his inquiry. Guo lowered his head to glance at his notes, prompting Chu to sneak a peek as well. He noticed the palm of Guo's hand was densely scribbled with 2. Oh. XXX, since your cause of death was XXX, why did you target innocent people? Then he heard Guo stammer, oh, Wang Xiangyang. Since your cause of death was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. No, your cause of death was a car accident. Why did you target innocent people? Chu found it inappropriate to laugh in such a serious setting and turned to Zhao Yunlan, saying, Zhao, could you spare me a cigarette? This served as a veil to conceal his overly peculiar expression. Innocent. A twisted smile crept onto Wang Xiangyang's face as he leaned forward, resembling a madman. Who is innocent? You little brat. Tell me, who is innocent? Are they innocent? Are you innocent? It was a rhetorical question he had not prepared for. Guo Changqing's face immediately turned blank. Unsure of how to respond, Chu lowered his head, and Lin Jing turned her face away, both instinctively avoiding the situation. Suddenly, Shen Wei interjected. Can you tell me why you had a car accident? Wang Xiangyang turned to him, expressionless and silent. Shen continued. What does it have to do with the curse you placed on someone? What does it have to do with you selling oranges? I was just an orange seller. Wang Xiangyang finally replied after a long pause. I lived in the rural outskirts of Longqing, bringing fruit to the city every day, selling them on the roadside with a small cart. My family relied on this meager income to survive. I had a daughter-in-law with uremia who couldn't work, and a son, 30 years old, who couldn't find a wife because he had a rural household registration. And I had no money to buy him a house in the city. Since you insist on asking, I can tell you that I actually like the days around the Spring Festival. During that time, most vegetable sellers and small business owners returned to their hometowns, leaving the city much more desolate. The supermarkets were crowded, and sometimes people preferred to save trouble by stopping to buy from me, which allowed me to earn more than usual. As Wang Xiangyang spoke, his gaze gradually calmed, yet a mocking smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The 29th day of the 12th lunar month, a wonderful day. Guo Changqing finally found a line he had noted down and seized the opportunity to ask, did you harbor resentment towards society due to family reasons? Resentment towards society? Wang Xiangyang echoed, shaking his head. I do not resent society. I have seen the people who harmed me. Just those few. If I take them down, then let it be. You can throw me into the frying pan or cast me into the 18th layer of hell, but one thing is certain. They must go with me. If I explode, they must also turn into oil sticks. If I roll on a bed of nails, they shouldn't think they can escape unscathed. His words were calm, yet they carried an unutterable bitterness. At that moment, Wang Zheng knocked on the door and entered, carrying a platter of fruit, followed by her ever-present shadow, Sangzhen. Wang Zheng handed the fruit platter to Zhao Yunlan and cast a curious glance at Shen Wei, yet she refrained from commenting, merely advising Chu Shuji. Make sure to collect the talismans from outside. Don't make it troublesome for the cleaning staff. After the two aides departed, Shen Wei continued, who else was involved? The 3 people in the hospital, along with several others, but the driver had nothing to do with it. Wang Xiangyang spoke almost as if he were an outsider. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, firecrackers could be set off. And there were 2 rascals dressed to the nines, each wearing jackets worth thousands. They were up to no good, pocketing firecrackers and throwing them wherever they pleased. With their parents not caring at all, they threw them under my car, and in a moment of folly, I couldn't hold back and scolded them. Those 2 kids retaliated by throwing firecrackers at me, and while I was chasing them, one kid snuck behind me and flipped my car. Oranges and apples spilled everywhere. As he recounted the incident, Wang Xiangyang glanced at the neatly arranged fruit platter, unconsciously licking his lips, lamenting that in life he couldn't bear to indulge. Yet now in death, he could not partake either. A strange light began to flicker in his eyes. That entire truck of fruit was our family's New Year money. I panicked and rushed to pick them up, but as I picked up one, another would fall. It was broad daylight, and many people passed by. I pleaded with them, please, help me out. Yet one person picked up my orange without even glancing at me, merely peeling it and declaring, this stuff has fallen on the ground and gotten dirty. Who would buy it? Why bother picking it up? After saying this, he pocketed an apple and walked away. At this point, a calm and relieved smile appeared on Wang Xiangyang's face, as though his words brought him solace and joy. Many people were like him, so many, seeing it, picking it up, even using bags to carry it away. I told them they couldn't do this. They had to pay. But once they heard the word pay, they took my fruit and fled. I chased them, only to be struck dead by a taxi. It had snowed heavily that day, and the cars couldn't stop. The driver slammed on the brakes, but the car slid several meters to the side and completely ran over me. My upper body rolled with the wheels while my legs remained behind. At the moment of death, an orange rolled right next to my face. Tell me, was my death unjust? Silence enveloped the room. Wang Xiangyang then asked, should I seek revenge? Should you catch me? Even in the afterlife? How would King Yama judge me fairly? No wonder every victim's karmic line is so tenuous. The true cause of their death was the driver. Yet he had nothing to do with it. Wang Xiangyang leaned back in his chair, a gesture that made him appear particularly fearsome, and he chuckled softly. When I was alive, I truly had no idea there were people like you who managed such matters. Since you are willing to intervene in injustices, why not address them instead of me? Let it be. I see through this world. In a moment of desperation, Guo Chancheng glanced at the note he'd written regarding family and friends, and blurted, don't you think about your descendants? Shouldn't you accumulate some virtue for your son, grandson, and your wife who is undergoing treatment? Wang Xiangyang replied indifferently, my son is not married. I have no grandson. Moreover, both of them are already dead. The Wang family line has been severed. Why should I accumulate virtue for those ungrateful souls? Guo Changqing trembled as he asked, how did they die? I killed them. Our home lacked central heating, and we used a stove. I had stifled the flames that night, and they both fell asleep, succumbing to carbon monoxide poisoning. They died without pain, Wang Xiangyang added. Guo Changqing inquired, how could you do this? Wang Xiangyang looked at him calmly and smiled gently. I find living more painful than dying. What about you? At this point, Lin Jing finally comprehended the depth of Wang Xiangyang's resentment. He had never committed evil in his life, yet he toiled for half a lifetime only to meet such a ludicrous and tragic end. If a person harbors hatred to its extreme, their heart cannot accommodate any soft emotions. Thus, he severed all ties to the mortal realm, leaving nothing that could evoke even a flicker of fondness or goodwill. Perhaps, had he lived, with the passage of years and experiences, the bitterness in his heart might have faded, allowing him to navigate this obstacle peacefully. But he was already dead, with life extinguished. He had nothing left to gain or lose, and his soul remained forever ensnared beneath the wheels of fate, having succumbed to darkness. Zhao Yunlan furrowed his brow, contemplating the complexity of the situation. Could picking up a few fruits from the roadside warrant a death sentence? Even if one were to steal a wallet and was caught, the most they would face would be detention. It could hardly justify a death sentence, could it? Yet, due to the avarice of these individuals, an honest man, who was merely looking forward to returning home for the new year, has been tragically lost. Shouldn't he harbor hatred? Shouldn't vengeance be warranted? Who could simply smile and forget such grievances, moving on to a new life? This notion seems quite reasonable. Thus, the astute Zhao Yunlan conceived a brilliant idea. He intended to send Wang Xiangyang back to the underworld, where, according to tradition, he could seek justice from the 10 Yama kings. If they concurred that his vengeance was justified, he would be granted a pass, allowing him to act as he pleased in the mortal realm, avenging whomever he chose, with no connection to the Soul Requiem order. Any ensuing chaos would be their responsibility. Just as Zhao was about to articulate this ingenious solution, Shen Wei interjected unexpectedly. Shen Wei spoke slowly. Those who take without asking are thieves. Regardless of whether what they take is true gold or mere fruit, there is no distinction. Moreover, given that this incident has inadvertently cost others their lives, I believe it should be treated as equal to murder for profit, thus your desire for vengeance is justified. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Zhao Yunlan was taken aback, nearly choking on his own breath. With Shen Wei's declaration, Wang Xiangyang sensed the invisible restraints on his power dissipate. Others might not grasp the significance, but Zhao Yunlan understood well. Despite Shen Wei's human guise, he was indeed the Soul Reaper in his true form. Historically, the Soul Reaper wielded the authority to judge matters before the 10 Yama kings could deliberate on them. This meant that Shen Wei's judgment carried immense weight. His words effectively conferred a pass to Wang Xiangyang. However, the cycle of vengeance is often unending. Should one release them now, the repercussions might eventually return to haunt them. Perhaps they would not live long enough to face the consequences, but they would inevitably encounter them in the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, this man, originally a mere human soul, had succumbed to overwhelming resentment, committing heinous acts such as the murder of his wife and children. Even if he were permitted to seek vengeance, he might find himself imprisoned in the depths of hell, thus inflicting harm upon others while suffering himself. Could he truly bear no grievance? Zhao Yunlan, aware of the intricacies, observed that Wang Xiangyang recognized Shen Wei's distinct nature before anyone else in the room. He scrutinized Shen Wei closely, nodded solemnly, and replied decisively, "No." Shen Wei turned to Zhao Yunlan, feigning curiosity. "What do you propose we do next?" Zhao Yunlan shot him a glare, realizing he had already resolved the matter efficiently, but still needed to address the situation. He retrieved a soul requiem order from his pocket, placing it on the interrogation table and sliding it toward Wang Xiangyang. "Hold on to this. Before dawn, a messenger from the underworld will come for you. Show this to him, and he will take you to the Yama Kings to request a pass." Wang Xiangyang hesitated, then slowly leaned forward, cradling the soul requiem order in his hands. Zhao Yunlan continued, "I must warn you, while obtaining a pass may temporarily quench your thirst for vengeance, you will undoubtedly face severe repercussions afterwards. Consider your actions carefully." Wang Xiangyang stared blankly at the soul requiem order before shaking his head. "There's no need for concern. I've already taken the lives of over 10 people. There's no turning back now." He let out a bitter smile. Who would have thought that even in death, there would still be a place for reason? "I thank you all." The atmosphere shifted as his words sunk in. Zhu Hong immediately inquired, "Wait, did you say you've already killed over 10 people? Was it all done in the same manner? Are they truly all dead?" Wang Xiangyang affirmed, "Of course they are dead, and in the most gruesome manner possible. They will never attain rebirth." Zhu Hong exchanged a wary glance with Zhao Yunlan. As the population grew and the environment became increasingly chaotic, the malevolent forces wreaking havoc in the mortal realm seemed normal at first. But as the numbers swelled and the accumulation of wickedness intensified, even the soul requiem order could sense the rising malevolence. Yet, until Wang Xiangyang confessed, none had known of the lives he had extinguished, including Shen Wei. Shen Wei suddenly recalled the merit pin and asked, "Did you utilize any specific method to alter your merits?" Wang Xiangyang candidly admitted, "Yes, I did. At that time, I had just poisoned my wife and child, preparing to target my first victim when someone approached me with a business proposal." "What kind of business?" "He told me that my reckless killing spree would attract the attention of the mortal enforcement agencies, so he sold me a talisman, claiming that if I wore it around my neck, you wouldn't be able to sense me. However, he would take the souls of those I killed." Wang Xiangyang lamented, "I figured those items were of no use to me. I was already dead, with nothing left for others to covet, so I agreed." Indeed, he did not deceive me. No one came after me. Most assumed they had contracted a mysterious illness, ending up in hospitals with no hope of recovery, while some even reported being poisoned. Zhao Yunlan probed further. "Did you see what was written or drawn on the talisman?" "I did," Wang Xiangyang replied. "My name and birth date were inscribed in black ink, later traced over with red cinnabar, encircled in red." As he spoke, he retrieved a small octagonal yellow paper talisman from around his neck. "Here it is. Feel free to examine it." Chushushi took it, unveiling a line of red-circled characters. However, before he could decipher it, the talisman spontaneously ignited into a small pile of ash. In that fleeting glance, Shen Wei found it difficult to ascertain the handwriting's origin. But Wang Xiangyang's description led him to believe it was likely the merit pen, with black ink denoting transgressions and red indicating merits. Regardless of one's deeds, whether virtuous or vile, a single stroke could erase everything. Legend has it that the pin was carved from the roots of a tree that grew in the Yellow Springs. Its wood impossibly sturdy, impervious to steel. This tree, devoid of branches, leaves, flowers, or fruit, was referred to as the ancient tree of merit, a name that has persisted since antiquity, its origins now lost to time. However, Shen Wei pondered whether this name was a sardonic commentary on the so-called concepts of good and evil in the three realms, suggesting that the accumulation of merit could lead to the demise of one's true self, rendering pure goodness extinct. Zhao Yunlan asked, "What did the person look like? And where did you see him?" This question momentarily stumped Wang Xiangyang. "He looked quite ordinary, I suppose. Oddly enough, I can't quite recall," he faltered, suddenly pinching his brow as if perplexed by his own forgetfulness. "I can't recall exactly where, but it must have been near my home. I live in Shimei village, 20 miles west of the city. If you wish to investigate, you might find something there." Shen Wei stood and nodded at him. "Thank you." Wang Xiangyang responded calmly, "I should be thanking you. I have nothing to hide regarding the lives I've taken. There is nothing I cannot discuss." so feel free to ask me anything. Shen Wei exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Yunlan and stepped out of the interrogation room first. Zhao Yunlan patted Lin Jing's shoulder, quietly instructing, "Call for a messenger from the underworld to clarify matters. They will know how to proceed." With that, he followed Shen Wei out. Shen Wei awaited him at the corridor's end, and Zhao Yunlan led him to his office, shutting the door behind them before inquiring, "So, do you think it is that merit pen?" Shen Wei frowned. "I cannot say with absolute certainty, but the likelihood is significant. Even if it is a forgery, the forger would undoubtedly be well-versed in the Four Saints." Zhao Yunlan mused, stroking his chin. "What is it?" Shen Wei inquired. Just as Zhao Yunlan was about to respond, a shadow of a puppet skeleton suddenly flashed through the window of Zhao Yunlan's office. He stepped over to open the window and brought the puppet inside. The puppet first bowed its skull towards Zhao Yunlan in a peculiar manner, then walked over to Shen Wei, transforming into a piece of letter paper that gently floated into Shen Wei's hands. Zhao Yunlan squinted his eyes, standing by the window, gazing up at the nebulous night sky, feeling as though unseen eyes were watching him. After a moment, he drew the curtains, smirking in irony as he turned around, reverting to his usual self, an insufferable show-off by nature, whether conditions permitted or not. Just then, Shen Wei finished reading the letter, furrowing his brow. Zhao Yunlan asked, "Do you have something urgent?" "Indeed, I must make a trip," Shen Wei replied, transforming in an instant from an urbane university professor into a chilling figure cloaked in black. The harbinger of souls, hastily moving towards the window while admonishing Zhao Yunlan, "You absolutely must not go to Shimei village alone. No matter what, wait for my return." Zhao Yunlan remained silent. Shen Wei glanced back at him and saw the man lazily leaning against the wall, half-heartedly lamenting, "What a predicament. After all this time, I thought tonight might afford me some small advantage, but with unfulfilled desires and the loneliness of an empty bed, alas. I'll surely come to work tomorrow with dark circles under my eyes." Realizing that discussing serious matters with him was a mistake, Shen Wei strode purposefully through the window, vanishing into a swirl of black mist in an instant. Zhao Yunlan leaned against the window, retrieving a cigarette, remaining still as he savored it, estimating that Shen Wei had long departed. Only then did he open the drawer of his desk, ensuring his concealed firearm was adequately loaded, tightening the short blade at his side, and retrieving a bundle of yellow paper talismans, discarding half onto the desk, while keeping only those pertinent to defense and assault. "Not going?" Zhao Yunlan scoffed. "Wouldn't that be a disservice to those who went through the trouble to lead you away?" Subsequently, he donned his outer coat, grabbed his satchel, and, as if concluding a normal workday, bid farewell to his colleagues, strolling out unhurriedly. He adjusted the car's navigation and drove westward towards Shimei village. In the dead of night, the traffic was smooth, and Zhao Yunlan arrived at the Shimei village mentioned by Wang Xiangyang in less than 2 hours. This place bore no distinction from other villages in the outskirts of Longqing, already eerily quiet, with only the occasional barking of dogs. He circled the village and finally discovered a cluster of stout locust trees at the western edge. Zhao Yunlan parked his car and walked around the massive trees several times. Noticing a hint of familiarity, they had employed the same trick during the great calamity of the demon tribe, planting locust trees in the shape of the Big Dipper. Gathering yin energy, with the spoon handle extending westward, symbolizing the communication between yin and yang. Once the yin energy accumulated to a certain extent, one could locate the entrance to the formation. Coincidentally, across the mountainside from the great locust trees lay a graveyard, desolate and scattered with mounds of earth. In the corridor, Wang Zheng's discontented voice echoed, "Chu Shuji, I've told you repeatedly that these talisman papers need tidying up. When the cleaning staff come tomorrow, how will you explain this mess?" Chu Shuji frowned deeply as Guo Changqing observed the situation, promptly rushing over to clean it up. De Qing, however, silently passed by them, heading straight into the wall of the Criminal Investigation Department office. Beyond the wall was a hidden world, lined with towering hardwood bookshelves, reaching almost to the ceiling, with an old ladder precariously positioned against them. Between the shelves and the roof, there was barely enough space for a cat to squeeze through. And the walls were embedded with large sea dragon pearls, illuminating the room as brightly as day, without harming the spirits that could not bear the light. The scent of aged books wafted through the shelves, saturated with the aroma of ink accumulated over the years, mingled with a faint mustiness from the pages that had long been deprived of sunlight, creating a damp yet refreshing fragrance of literature. Sangzhen was busy organizing, struggling to comprehend the various texts, many of which were intricate and foreign to him. He painstakingly compared the spines of the books against the labels on the shelves, working slowly yet never making a mistake. After Zhao Yunlan released him from the mountain river cones, he had generously granted him full access to the library and assigned him this task, compensating him similarly to Guo Changqing. Although his rewards consisted of ample paper money and fine incense, while Guo Changqing received crisp red bills, this was the first dignified job he had ever held. Not as a beast to be beaten and scorned, nor as a blind worshipper of false leaders. Despite the late arrival of this opportunity, Sangzhen, who had been dead for over a century, cherished it deeply. To live peacefully and freely alongside those he cared for was a treasure he had yearned for throughout his life, yet had never attained. Upon seeing Deqing enter, Sangzhen earnestly greeted, "Ni hao, cat." Deqing replied, "Ni hao, stutterer." Sangzhen paused, knowing Wang Zheng was a demure girl who would not teach him curses. Thus failing to understand this word, he earnestly inquired, "What does jiebie mean?" Deqing, burdened with thoughts, ambled past the wooden shelves, casually remarked, "Jiebie means good brother." Sangzhen nodded in understanding and enthusiastically exclaimed, "Oh, ni hao, cat jiebie." Deqing. Sangzhen, "Cat jiebie, what? Do you want to see?" Deqing, devoid of any playful spirit, perched atop the shelf. "Did Zhao Yunlan return the book he borrowed the other day? Let me see which one it was." Sangzhen, intent on listening like a student preparing for an exam, earnestly paid attention to Deqing's words, requesting her to repeat them thrice until he finally grasped the gist. A sense of achievement washed over him as he produced a tattered book from his cart. Long, long is the pagoda. The book cover was ragged, with a corner stained by spilled coffee, clearly the misdeed of some slovenly man. The cover ominously bore the title Soul Book, with a portion already torn away, giving it a notably dilapidated appearance. Deqing leaped down from the high shelf, landing on Sangzhen's cart, and began rummaging through the pages, only to find them blank, devoid of any content. A sinking feeling enveloped Deqing. Her power was insufficient. For some inexplicable reason, her current strength was merely a fraction of her former self, even struggling to take form. Yet, being an ancient cat demon, how could she possibly be outmatched by Zhao Yunlan, a mere mortal who had lived for only 2 or 3 decades? It was utterly impossible, unless the soul of that person was gradually awakening. "I've never seen this book," Deqing mused, tapping the book with her paw, unconsciously spinning in circles, chasing her own tail, wondering where this book had come from. Neither she nor Sangzhen could fathom it, and for a moment, the two exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, the black cat slowly lowered its head, burdened by an oppressive mood, leapt down from the cart, and walked out, even losing interest in milk-soaked cat food. Uncertain whether Zhao Yunlan's awakening was a blessing or a curse, a sense of unease settled within her. Zhao Yunlan seemed to be faring well, clever yet foolish, indulging in his desires after a full meal, living comfortably and effortlessly. Cats, by nature, sought warm spots to sleep soundly during winter, awakening only to enjoy simple pleasures. Deqing, unable to comprehend the lofty ambitions of humans, found solace in the sight of her former master's carefree demeanor, devoid of grand aspirations. Yet, she felt a nagging apprehension, fearing complications might arise. And complications had indeed emerged. Shen Wei closed his eyes, traversing the yellow springs, where even the souls that had long been submerged in sorrow and indifference were swept apart by the surging waves, instinctively parting ways. He was unaware of how long he had descended, as if he had already reached the bottom of the yellow springs. The water gradually deepens. Beneath it lies an abyss of pitch darkness. The black mist clings to him, as if irresistibly drawn, suddenly wrapping him entirely within its embrace. Further down, there is no water, only an expanse of silent, inky blackness. One traversing this void would swiftly lose all sense of time and space, experiencing an overwhelming solitude akin to being the only soul in a desolate world. There is no visible path ahead, nor any indication of retreat. A chilling emptiness permeates the air. This place is imperceptible. It cannot be seen, heard, smelled, tasted, nor felt, an embodiment of true nothingness. Thus, when a low growl shatters the silence, Shen Wei instinctively draws his blade, the soul-cutting knife, against his opponent's throat. Footsteps approach in the dark. A cluster of ghostly creatures and a soul reaper, all born of this realm, thriving in its shadows. They are inherently creatures of darkness, equally adept in combat, neither side gaining an advantage. It is merely a contest of the soul-cutting knife against the sharp fangs of the spectral beasts. Shen Wei, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhao Yunlan, is reluctant to engage further. After evading 3 successive attacks, the spectral beasts finally shift from probing to aggression, charging at him en masse. In that instant, Shen Wei utters a sharp command, swinging the soul-cutting knife with a decisive motion that cleaves through a line of spectral heads, leaving them rolling on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicks aside a severed head and strides forward, oblivious to the carnage behind him. Time is an enigma. He stops only when a faint, rhythmic sound akin to a heartbeat reaches his ears. The summoned spectral soldiers are not the traditional specters one might envision. These are lesser souls subject to the underworld's dominion, too timid to heed the audacious call of one who dares summon them from their dark confines. They originate from depths beyond the Yellow Springs, from a realm darker than hell itself. The iron-clad apparitions and skeletal steeds merely reflect the unreliable fantasies of their conjurer. They lack true form. If it were not for Zhao Yunlan, who utilized blood and iron as intermediaries, even if they emerged from the ground, to others, they might appear as mere spectral beasts. In such circumstances, Zhao Yunlan's reckless summoning of these spectral soldiers and his subsequent control over them can be attributed to his remarkable talent and perhaps a stroke of good fortune, bolstered by Shen Wei's presence below, which deterred the spirits from acting out of line. In this realm of darkness, steeped in profound disrespect, the ancient tale recounts how paying to split the heavens and the earth, distinguishing between the pure and the turbid. The turbid became the earth, establishing order amidst the chaos. Over eons, the earth became a repository for filth and sin, resulting in a place like this. Enwa fashioned humanity from clay. In her haste, she did not allow the impurities of the earth to settle, and thus humanity was born with original sin, inherently inclined toward violence and destruction. The sage, filled with regret, later dubbed this realm of darkness as the Great Disrespect, enforcing its isolation. Yet, the ancient seals that once contained this prison have long since fractured, a gaping maw torn open, only to be forcibly sealed again by some unknown power. Now, the seals are precariously weakened, and the ghostly figures have begun to escape, more and more spectral beasts following suit. The fissure cannot widen any further. Shen Wei kneels, reciting the incantation to reinforce the faltering seal. The tremors gradually subside, and the breach appears to have been sealed with an additional layer. With a grave expression, he turns to leave, uncertain how much longer this calm can endure. When Shen Wei returns to the world of the living, dawn has already broken. He arrives at Zhao Yunlan's modest apartment, intending to quietly shed his dark robe without disturbing Zhao Yunlan. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. He flips on the light to find the room empty. Zhao Yunlan had tidied up the bed that morning, leaving no trace of anyone else having been there. Having spent the night at the cemetery, Zhao Yunlan tightly wraps his coat around himself as he steps out of the car. Upon mentioning the puppets he saw through the glass window of Guo Changqing's establishment, Zhao Yunlan discerns the unspoken implications behind Shen Wei's words. Their unexpected encounter likely stemmed not from Shen Wei's intentions, but from some external machination. Zhao Yunlan believes that had he not pressed Shen Wei so aggressively, he would have chosen to avoid him altogether. Had Shen Wei known of his awareness, even if Guo Changqing had seen a puppet, Shen Wei would have easily concealed his presence, ensuring Guo Changqing forgot what he witnessed. Zhao Yunlan recalls the events following the reincarnation will incident, where he followed the Soul Reaper to Li Qian's residence. He heard a phrase that seemed deliberately meant to bring him before Shen Wei. What did it mean? If the master of the spectral beasts is the ghost face, what scheme does it have to lure the Soul Reaper closer? Yet, amidst the grand landscape, Zhao Yunlan perceives that despite the ghost face's threats toward the Soul Reaper, it has not disclosed its true intentions to him. Conversely, the underworld's agents seem to have deliberately provided him with a black ledger. Standing on the ground of the living, Zhao Yunlan feels as if he is ensnared in a vast whirlpool, entwined by countless hands, some pulling him outward, others drawing him back in. Each individual seems to have their own agenda, their faces shrouded in a fog of mystery. Raising his gaze, he notices a flickering ghostly flame on the hillside, emanating a cold light akin to sinister eyes watching him from a distance. As he halts, the flame also pauses, as if beckoning him forward. Zhao Yunlan follows, gradually walking into the graveyard outside Shimei village. Unbeknownst to him, fog begins to descend, thickening with each moment, reducing visibility to mere inches. In this spectral white, the ghostly flame flickers dimly ahead, guiding him. The air grows damp, with occasional droplets of cold water falling upon his face. Whispers of sighs, some heavy, some light, drift through the air, as if countless souls wander through the dense forest, neither committing malevolence nor benevolence, lingering in the mortal realm, unable to reincarnate. Everyone weeps, feeling wronged. How many willingly embrace death? As Zhao Yunlan ventures deeper into the mist, the hem of his deep gray coat sweeps the ground, causing the white fog and the skeletal hands reaching from the graves to recoil, yet no solitary spirit dares approach him. Soon, cries begin to echo through the graveyard. And Zhao Yunlan, growing impatient, halts. He abruptly opens his palm, igniting the yellow paper talisman, and the cries transform into shrieks as countless indistinct shadows scramble to retreat. The white fog seems flammable, igniting in a blaze, akin to a dragon of fire erupting from his hand, swiftly cleansing the graveyard of its spectral shroud. To seek justice, one ought to strike the drum of the 10 Yama Kings, not engage in futile lamentations, he thinks grimly, glancing ahead to find the ghostly flame has vanished. The night is cold as water, the starry sky crystalline. A waning crescent moon hangs in the sky, and the biting wind feels like a blade against his exposed skin. Zhao Yunlan pulls his scarf higher, nearly obscuring half his face. At that moment, a voice emerges from his side, now near, now distant, carrying a raspy, almost shredded quality. Singing. In the moon's waning phase, atop the wild grave, ghostly flames guide the grieving souls. Through the forest breeze, a bone flute plays. As fox spirits don human skins in their dance, an old man calculates with fingers crossed, I invite you to lend an ear. For a human head, one may trade silver. A beauty's skin can fetch gold, the oil from a child's corpse a bounty of riches. And if the 3 souls and 7 spirits are cradled, your dust returns to dust, a lifetime's worth of slaughtering sin. The voice grates like nails on glass, sending shivers down his spine. Zhao Yunlan coldly retorts, they say a lengthy prologue leads to the villain's demise. Do you believe it? From all directions, rustling sounds fill the air, akin to countless tiny footsteps. Zhao Yunlan flicks his lighter, raising the small flame high, casting a faint halo of light around him. Suddenly, he whirls around, catching sight of a diminutive shadow flitting past him, soaring into the air, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a trailing garment that resembles a spider's web, its speed imperceptible to the naked eye. A mournful wail echoed through the night, reminiscent of a sorrowful bird's cry. Zhao Yunlan stood silently for a moment, as if the entity before him shared his trepidation, meandering around him in a ghostly dance, yet never approaching too closely. Suddenly, a long whip sliced through the air, propelled by a fierce wind, ensnaring the entity from an awkward angle. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Yunlan let the end of the whip drop heavily, prompting a shrill scream from the being, who was revealed to be a figure just over a meter tall, sprawled on the ground. The figure's features were indistinct, neither clearly male nor female, but their visage was marked by deep wrinkles, an exaggeratedly prominent nose dominating their face, leaving little room for other features. At first glance, they resembled an ominous bird, with small, murky eyes devoid of visible whites, casting a sinister glare that transformed into a ghastly grin, revealing a mouth full of jagged yellow teeth. Zhao Yunlan crouched down, resting his elbows on his knees, and engaged in a silent stare-off with the peculiar figure before bluntly inquiring, "What manner of creature are you?" The figure fixed him with a chilling gaze and rasped in a voice akin to a saw, "You ought to recognize your own insignificance." Zhao Yunlan scrutinized the figure from head to toe before retorting, "Pray tell, how high and thick should I perceive myself?" He produced a cigarette from his pack, deftly placing it between his lips while flicking his lighter to life, its flame dancing briefly before igniting the cigarette, filling the air with a faint minty aroma that caused the figure to recoil and cough. Holding the other end of the soul-binding whip, Zhao Yunlan refused to release the figure and asked, "Were you the one peddling just now?" The figure scoffed, "Indeed, what do you wish to sell?" Ignoring the question, Zhao Yunlan squinted and pressed on, "So, you possess the merit pin?" The figure remained silent, their beady eyes fixated on Zhao Yunlan like a serpent ready to strike. Flicking away the ash from his cigarette, Zhao Yunlan seized the figure by the collar, hoisting them into the air for a direct confrontation. "I refuse to believe that the 4 sacred artifacts can be unrooted without consequence. Who sent you? And who instructed you to lure me here under the guise of a false merit pin?" A malevolent smile crept across the figure's face, resembling that of a predatory bird as they whispered, "You cannot contend with certain individuals." Zhao Yunlan, unfazed, chuckled and languidly remarked, "The only ones I cannot contend with are my mother and my wife. Do you truly think you measure up to their standards?" Before the figure could respond, Zhao Yunlan released his grip, sending them crashing to the ground, then stepped forcefully on the diminutive figure, his smile vanishing as he coldly declared, "I have little patience left. Speak before my temper leads to your demise." The figure suddenly regarded him with a peculiar expression and rasped, "In the West Sea, the dog of the 10th Earth. In the North Sea, the boar of the 10th Earth, 13,000 miles to shore. There are also the weak waters swirling around, the opening of the gates. The descent to the heavenly realms? Do you recall such grandeur?" Zhao Yunlan's expression remained impassive as he replied, "You should address such matters to my wife. My performance in language arts has never been commendable." The figure let out a harsh laugh, awkwardly maneuvering their twisted arm to retrieve a small golden bell from within their garments. "Then how about this? Do you not remember it?" Upon seeing the bell, a chill ran down Zhao Yunlan's spine. The bell possessed spiritual properties, commonly used for summoning souls. He felt a loss in his own spirit, and without hesitation, he crushed the figure's arm beneath his foot and bent down to grasp the golden bell. However, as his fingers touched it, he found it immovable, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, causing his wrist to ache without yielding even an inch. The figure erupted into laughter, a dignified individual, unable to lift a mere bell. Is there anything more absurd in this world? At that moment, a sinister wind swept through, causing the bell to emit a faint chime, prompting Zhao Yunlan's instincts to heighten. He swiftly swung the soul-binding whip, unleashing a torrent of ghostly flames that engulfed a nearby tree, reducing it to charred remnants in the blink of an eye. As waves of ghostly fire approached, Zhao Yunlan retreated 20 meters away, reflecting on the misfortunes he had faced throughout the year. His luck had been dire, but he had found solace in matters of the heart. It seemed, however, that the universe had conspired against him, as he encountered an array of disturbances to societal peace, each more formidable than the last. From the grave mounds in the mountains, skeletal hands reached out from the earth, while the figure he had previously subdued floated effortlessly into the air, surrounded by a vortex of ghostly flames. The small figure, now suspended in the air, swayed gently, the golden bell jingling softly, as if summoning the very essence of the mountain's darkness. Thick clouds of mist began to rise from the tops of winter-dormant trees, which soon withered away as crows took flight from their perches, cawing into the abyss of the night sky. The moon, unbeknownst to him, had transformed into a deep crimson hue. Zhao Yunlan realized that this night would not end peacefully. He extinguished his cigarette and, while sprinting towards the edge of the forest, remarked, "Hey, there's no need to attack without understanding the situation. You still haven't explained why you lured me here." As he sought to maintain order and peace, he couldn't quite reconcile the fact that he had just crushed the figure's arm moments earlier. Surely, they weren't simply seeking a brawl? "I lead a sedentary life in the office. Fighting is not my forte. Perhaps we could pursue a more civilized resolution. What do you think?" The figure merely scoffed in response. As ghostly flames pursued him, Zhao Yunlan swiftly climbed a tree branch, deftly suspending himself before flipping down, landing gracefully on one knee, and confronting the figure. "With the power to command ghostly flames, are you a practitioner of the dark arts, or perhaps a celestial being? I understand that those who commune with the dead often avoid contact with the living to maintain their pure essence, lest they awaken memories of their mortal lives and invite inner demons. So, esteemed one, are you perhaps an envoy from the underworld? I wonder which department you serve." The figure hesitated momentarily before vehemently denying, "The underworld? I disdain any association with them." Zhao Yunlan nodded, understanding. "So, you're of the demon clan? Which tribe, I wonder?" Realizing he had misspoken, the figure clamped their mouth shut. Zhao Yunlan's eyes twinkled with mischief, a smile emerging as he noted, "I can deduce your lineage from your appearance. You belong to the listeners of the dead black-feathered raven tribe, correct? I shall have to inquire with the elders of the demon clan when next we meet. My relations with your kind have always been amicable, if not brotherly. What is the meaning of this encounter?" The figure, aware that their silence would no longer suffice, suddenly shook the golden bell violently. At that moment, Zhao Yunlan grinned, extending his hands behind him. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently pierced his own finger, using the blood to inscribe a complex symbol between two yellow paper talismans, perfectly have to align with one another. The talismans had silently burned away to a considerable extent, one pointing skyward, the other toward the earth. Zhao Yunlan abruptly released his grip, unleashing a thunderous roar as a fire dragon erupted from the ground, igniting the entire graveyard in an inferno, swallowing countless ghostly flames without a sound. The flames licked at the hem of the raven figure's garments. Yet the unremarkable demons stood unflinchingly amidst the chaos, their small form exuding an unexpected air of authority. As Zhao Yunlan locked eyes with the figure, he couldn't help but pause in astonishment. However, He could only invoke the heavenly thunder and stir the earthly fire. Attempting to control or halt them was far beyond his capabilities. Zhao Yunlan extended his hand as if to offer assistance or perhaps to utter a word. At that moment, out of the raging flames, a diminutive figure suddenly emerged, bearing a visage that exuded indifference, adorned with raven-black feathers that transformed into grotesquely deformed wings, singed and pitifully resembling overcooked chicken wings. The figure let out a long howl to the heavens, and in an instant, dissolved into a cloud of black mist. Plunging into the golden bell, the flames surrounding the bell abruptly shifted in hue, as though a million beams of light converged in one place. Zhao Yunlan hastily shut his eyes, but it was already too late. A searing pain shot through his eyes, and as he raised his arm to shield himself, he could discern nothing and stumbled backward. Soon, a haunting chime echoed, piercing his ears like a dagger. In a daze, he seemed to hear the sound of mountains crumbling, colossal pillars snapping in half, and jagged boulders cascading from above, rumbling incessantly as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Zhao Yunlan sensed an unfamiliar presence behind him. Someone who had stealthily observed their struggle for quite some time, and now, like a fisherman reaping the benefits of a clam fight, reached out to grasp his shoulder. Zhao Yunlan fought against the dizziness that nearly caused him to lose his footing, stepping aside as he swung the soul-settling whip toward the intruder. Yet, he could hardly see or hear. He struck blindly, only hearing a faint sound, followed by a powerful force tugging at him as if attempting to draw him closer. Unfazed by his whip, Zhao Yunlan released it immediately, his reflexes sharp. At that moment, a ghostly hand caressed the nape of his neck, executing a masterful act of opportunism. Before the figure caught the unconscious Zhao Yunlan, the ghostly figure's immense robe fell to the ground, extinguishing the residual flames, and the accompanying thunder subsided. With seemingly little effort, he lifted Zhao Yunlan in one arm and bent down to retrieve the small bell, resembling a heavy golden cudgel. Inspecting it briefly with a chuckle before tucking it into his sleeve and turning to leave. In a frantic rush, Shen Wei arrived at 4 Guangming Road, only to find all the lights extinguished, with a procession of spirits diligently attending. Anxious and restless, he took a few deep breaths in the courtyard, forcing himself to calm down and concentrate on tracking Zhao Yunlan's whereabouts. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that Zhao Yunlan was heading his way. Where had he gone at such an hour? Why had he come to the Special Investigations Unit? Suddenly, Shen Wei turned around to see a familiar figure suspended in midair. The refined and gentle teacher, one's expression shifted instantaneously. The ghostly figure, unfazed, pointed a blade of soul-harming intent at his own chin without a trace of fear. Instead, he lowered his head to patiently straighten Zhao Yunlan's disheveled clothing, chuckling softly. He follows you with such eagerness, yet I receive a lash first. How biased can he be? Shen Wei gritted his teeth, forcing out a response. Let go. Do not touch him with your filthy hands. Filthy hands? The ghostly figure smiled faintly. Are yours any cleaner? Shen Wei's expression darkened. The ghostly figure chuckled again, tossing Zhao Yunlan aside. Shen Wei quickly withdrew his blade to avoid harming him, catching him securely. You never treated him as one of your own, yet I am different, the ghostly figure said patiently. I hope you reflect on who truly cares for you. Is it worth self-destruction for those irrelevant to you? His gaze shifted to Zhao Yunlan. Who are you? What do you desire? Must you suffer such anxiety over unattainable things? Even I pity you. Shen Wei replied coldly, there is no need for your concern. A strange smile spread across the ghostly figure's mask. Very well. But do not regret it. With that he turned, his voluminous cloak swirling dramatically as he vanished into the night. Shen Wei promptly returned to his apartment with Zhao Yunlan. The external injuries seemed minor. Only a slight bruise marred the back of Zhao Yunlan's neck, likely from a swift strike that rendered him unconscious. Apart from that, Shen Wei could discern no further harm, so he anxiously remained by his bedside, awaiting Zhao Yunlan's awakening. Zhao Yunlan slept soundly until midday, despite his phone ringing incessantly. He remained undisturbed until the sun reached its zenith, when his fingers twitched, signaling his awakening. Noticing this, Shen Wei grasped his hand gently, nervously calling out, Yunlan? Before he could fully open his eyes, Zhao Yunlan instinctively covered his neck, exclaiming, Damn it, which bastard did this? Relieved that he still had the energy to curse, Shen Wei felt a weight lift, but was soon met with Zhao Yunlan's nasally plea for his attention. Shen Wei asked urgently, What is it? Zhao Yunlan, still slightly disoriented, questioned, What time is it? Why are you still awake? Why is the light off? Shen Wei stood frozen for a moment, then slowly extended his hand, shaking it in the bright midday sun before Zhao Yunlan's eyes. Zhao Yunlan's expression shifted subtly, his confusion evident as he failed to react to Shen Wei's gesture. Sensing something was amiss, Zhao Yunlan instinctively tilted his head, asking, Shen Wei? Furrowing his brow. Zhao Yunlan reached out, accurately grasping Shen Wei's hand, as if anticipating his movement. Shen Wei's hand felt cold as porcelain, and after a moment of silence, Zhao Yunlan realized. Oh, so it's my eyesight that's the issue? With the loss of vision, Zhao Yunlan's gaze wandered aimlessly, reflecting his profound disorientation. Shen Wei clenched his fists tightly. Struggling to keep his voice steady, I will take you to the hospital immediately. Throughout the journey, Zhao Yunlan remained unusually silent, lost in thought, occasionally revealing a flicker of confusion while walking. The abrupt loss of sight was a harrowing ordeal. He stumbled, unsure of which foot to lift, instinctively reaching for anything to steady himself, even as Shen Wei held his hand. At times, he struggled to comprehend which direction Shen Wei was guiding him, particularly when turning corners. Typically, when vision is lost, other senses sharpen, but for someone suddenly deprived of sight, the opposite occurs. He found himself hyper-focusing on sounds, unable to discern their meanings without visual cues, and his sense of balance faltered, making it difficult to gauge which way he was being pulled. Whether it was the ghostly figure's heavy-handedness or an injury sustained, Shen Wei noted that Zhao Yunlan's complexion appeared unusually pale. Remarkably, Zhao Yunlan seemed unfazed by his sudden blindness, displaying neither panic nor complaint, merely wearing a blank expression with a barely perceptible furrow in his brow. Shen Wei recognized that Zhao Yunlan often wore such a countenance. Yet he would typically alter his demeanor upon realizing he was being observed. Now, he was unaware of anyone's gaze upon him. Shen Wei's expression darkened, his aura brimming with intensity, yet his grip remained gentle. Medical personnel approached cautiously to receive Zhao Yunlan from Shen Wei, apprehensive of the bespectacled man who exuded an aura reminiscent of a quiet, unassuming yet formidable presence, akin to a low-key figure from a crime film. Zhao Yunlan's eyes, as anticipated, showed no signs of injury or pathological changes, yet he found it peculiar that he could not see. After a prolonged examination, the doctor subtly suggested that his temporary blindness might be psychosomatic, recommending he consult a psychologist. By the time they exited the hospital, darkness had enveloped the sky. Zhao Yunlan, much like a resilient cockroach, adapted to his newfound blindness with astonishing speed. As he stepped out, he reached out and remarked, It's dark, isn't it? Shen Wei, apprehensive of his silence, inquired, How do you know? Zhao Yunlan responded, I can sense the air has grown a bit humid and cooler. The sun must have set. Shen Wei opened the car door, supporting him with one hand while lifting the other to shield him from the car roof, ensuring he wouldn't bump his head. He bent down to fasten Zhao Yunlan's seatbelt, and as he straightened, he caught a glimpse of a smile on Zhao Yunlan's face. What are you smiling about? Shen Wei asked. Zhao Yunlan mused. I was just thinking, if one day I grow old and foolish, would you still care for me? What if I forget who you are and call you father? Shen Wei, somewhat bemused, wished to see more smiles on Zhao Yunlan's face, yet sometimes struggled to comprehend his peculiar sense of self-amusement. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yunlan burst into laughter, reaching out to feel the air. Shen Wei, seated in the driver's seat, grasped his hand. Zhao Yunlan playfully shook it, exclaiming, Hey, if I call you father, you must not agree. Don't take advantage of my foolishness. Shen Wei, with a sigh, replied, It would be great if you were indeed foolish. What? Zhao Yunlan feigned shock, clutching his collar. What do you intend to do? Lock me up and play some twisted love game. Shen Wei blinked, knowing he was jesting, yet couldn't help but entertain the absurdity of the thought. Zhao Yunlan chuckled mischievously and continued, Actually, I think that could work. As the car began to move, Zhao Yunlan, unable to contain himself, began to playfully exhibit his joy akin to a child. He found the seat adjustments, reclining and then straightening the backrest, seemingly reveling in his antics. Shen Wei, albeit reluctantly, managed a slight smile, failing to grasp the source of Zhao Yunlan's delight. Once they parked outside Zhao Yunlan's residence, Shen Wei cautioned him not to move carelessly. However, as soon as he turned his back, Zhao Yunlan had already stepped onto the curb, practicing walking in a straight line as if on stilts. His balance was commendable, yet he was headed straight towards a lamp-post. Before Zhao Yunlan could collide with it, Shen Wei rushed forward, lifting him off the ground and setting him down, with Zhao Yunlan's ribs resting against his shoulder. In his blindness, the sensation of being lifted was exhilarating, and upon being released, Zhao Yunlan joyfully whistled. I've discovered I have decent balance. I can walk in a straight line, he declared, his voice dropping as he added, I might even. What? Shen Wei didn't catch the rest, only noticing a faint smile flicker across Zhao Yunlan's face. Shen Wei patted his arm and bent down. There are a few steps ahead. It might be difficult to navigate. Let me carry you. Zhao Yunlan, standing beside him, smiled silently. Shen Wei turned and gently prompted, "What's the matter? Come on." Zhao Yunlan grasped his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze before lifting it to kiss the back of his hand, saying, "How could I let you carry me? You'd crush me with your weight." Shen Wei likely still hadn't comprehended who it was that had carried him back the previous night. After uttering those words, Zhao Yunlan strode ahead. Were it not for his gentle kick at the bottom of the steps, Shen Wei might have believed he had regained his sight. He walked upright and confidently up the stairs, each step remarkably steady, reaching the elevator door. After feeling for the button, he pressed it and turned slightly to wait for Shen Wei. Shen Wei deliberately made his footsteps heavier, asking, "How did you know this was the elevator?" Zhao Yunlan unabashedly replied, "A person as observant as I am surely knows their own home. How many floors does the building have? How many steps from the hallway to the elevator? I don't need my eyes to figure that out." Shen Wei knew he was exaggerating. Without a chaotic search, Zhao Yunlan wouldn't even find his own teacup or slippers. He had likely memorized the layout when Shen Wei had taken him downstairs earlier that afternoon. It was perhaps his nature. No matter the circumstances, Zhao Yunlan projected an air of nonchalance, often influencing others, even when they recognized the gravity of the situation. He was simply that kind of person who cared about appearances. As Zhao Yunlan opened the door and stepped inside, a voice echoed from below. "If you dare let your stinky feet touch my tail, you're finished." Da Qing? Zhao Yunlan bent down to feel around, and Da Qing, sensing something was amiss, climbed up his arm to perch on his shoulder, observing him closely. "What happened to your eyes?" it inquired. Zhao Yunlan, still navigating through the room, replied nonchalantly, "My skills have been frozen." Shen Wei quickly grasped him. "Be careful." Zhao Yunlan nearly collided with the doorframe. Da Qing leaped off his shoulder onto the sofa, exclaiming, "What is going on?" It then cast a sidelong glance at Shen Wei, seemingly questioning why he had already visited 4 Guangming Road. Da Qing did not hide the fact that it was a talking cat. Shen Wei promptly responded, "It's my fault." Zhao Yunlan, bemused, retorted, "What in the world have you done wrong now?" He reached out but touched nothing. Da Qing, observing his outstretched hand, made a face and, squinting, offered a pitying expression, turning its head to nuzzle against his palm. Zhao Yunlan chuckled, cryptically saying, "Don't fret. Perhaps misfortune is but a precursor to fortune." After settling on the sofa, he produced a cigarette from his pocket and boldly extended his hand to Da Qing. "I can't see. Light it for me." Da Qing remained silent for a moment before curling up into a ball, turning its back on him in refusal. Shen Wei took hold of Zhao Yunlan's hand, lit the cigarette with a click, and pushed the ashtray closer to him. "Last night, I encountered a little crow spirit," Zhao Yunlan recounted, briefly summarizing the previous night's events, then awkwardly mentioning, it also spoke of some place called Shihai and another called Beihai, detailing how far they were from the shore. "But I didn't catch the rest, something about a mountain." Da Qing paused, and Shen Wei's expression darkened. "Let us not discuss that. How did your eyes get hurt?" "Let us not, please." Zhao Yunlan waved his hand dismissively, recounting his unfortunate experience with the bell while expressing his disdain for such objects. Suddenly, Da Qing stood up. "What kind of bell?" "This one," Shen Wei said, pulling a dusty little golden bell from his pocket. "Is this what you meant?" Da Qing's pupils constricted, and before Zhao Yunlan could respond, it abruptly interjected, "How did you acquire that?" Shen Wei glanced at Zhao Yunlan, paused, and then ambiguously stated, "It was given to me by the person who returned you last night." Da Qing circled around Shen Wei's hand, staring intently at the small bell for a moment before whispering, "That was me. That was my first master." Da Qing glanced at Zhao Yunlan and personally placed me around his neck. "A century ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I lost it." Zhao Yunlan reached out. "Let me see." Shen Wei retracted his hand. "You may not be able to lift it for now." Reminded of the previous night's embarrassing history, Zhao Yunlan exhaled a cloud of smoke, lamenting the triviality of matters like lifting a bell for his pet cat. How unremarkable. At that moment, Da Qing lowered his head, seized the bell from Shen Wei's hand, and without uttering a word, turned and leapt out of the window. In his plump state, it was rare for him to appear so burdened with thoughts. Zhao Yunlan listened intently. "Da Qing?" "He has gone." Shen Wei closed the window, bent down, and gently caressed the corner of his eye, saying, "I will find a way to heal you." Zhao Yunlan, lost in thought, suddenly laughed. "Actually, there's no need to rush." Shen Wei instinctively sensed that his words would not be pleasant, and indeed, Zhao Yunlan, ever the rascal, remarked, "But I can't see. It's quite inconvenient." Could you help me bathe at night? Shen Wei swatted away his lewd hand that had found its way to his backside. Turning silently into the kitchen, Zhao Yunlan's smile faded as he shut his eyes, reclining against the sofa, listening to the clattering sounds from the kitchen. In the enveloping darkness, he felt an unusual tranquility, almost savoring the moment. As he relaxed further, Zhao Yunlan suddenly perceived some peculiar shadows before him. He abruptly opened his eyes, but saw nothing. The shadows had vanished. Gathering his composure, he closed his eyes again, counting his breaths in meditation. After a moment, the shadows reappeared. He noticed a purplish mass to his left, emanating a faint, ethereal glow, strikingly beautiful in its fluidity. Its shape seemed vaguely familiar. After a while, he recalled that it was in the direction of the windowsill, where a plant gifted by a friend had been placed. This is the celestial eye. It dawned on him that the celestial eye between his brows did not rely on sight. Focusing on that point, he observed his surroundings becoming increasingly clear. He began to see more and more, first the flowers on the windowsill, then the cat fur on the sofa, followed by some ancient books on his bookshelf, and a legendary ancient painting hanging on the wall, rumored to be of great value. However, lifeless objects like the sofa, coffee table, and bed remained invisible to him. Looking down at his own body, he noticed a swirling mass of white light, a radiant sphere on his right shoulder, while his left shoulder was devoid of any light. That glow felt strangely familiar. He sensed he had encountered it somewhere before. Suddenly, Zhao Yunlan stood up, his knee striking the coffee table with a thud. But he paid it no mind, staggering into the kitchen. He heard the sound of chopping vegetables, but could hardly discern Shen Wei, who seemed to merge with the darkness. Appearing even darker, only the small pendant around his neck glowed with a flame akin to the sphere of light on Zhao Yunlan's right shoulder.